The weather was splendid, with the sun gracefully suspended in the sky. Its rays neither blinding nor scorching, the gentle breeze swept across the rooftop, slightly lifting the edges of a hat. Slap! A delicate and youthful hand lightly pressed down on the hat, securing it firmly upon the face it adorned. Nara Shikamaru, with his visage concealed by the hat, had his eyes tightly shut, earnestly contemplating the card that manifested in his mind's eye. The card depicted a flamboyantly dressed man, his face adorned with vibrant makeup, grinning widely to reveal a mouthful of golden teeth. Talent card, Nimyu Karatsuchi. World, Soul Reaper. Quality, Blue 771000. Effect, growth-oriented research talent. You are a natural-born scientist and researcher. Your talent will shine brilliantly in the field of development. Domain, your aptitude in biological and neurological research far surpasses that of other developmental fields. Passive, biological modification. Accumulation. Every research endeavor requires a vast accumulation of knowledge and experimental materials. All the knowledge you possess will be comprehended and remembered more efficiently, subsequently rewarded with alternative knowledge feedback. Achievement. For every recognized creation you produce, the higher the recognition, the greater the enhancement of your physical constitution and prowess. Obsession. To become a scientist who surpasses Kisuke Urahara. Nimyu Karatsuchi. Upon glimpsing the figure depicted on the card, Nara Shikamaru instantly recognized the individual's identity. One might wonder how he could ascertain this so swiftly. The answer lies in the remnants of memories left behind from his past life as one of the three foremost scientific giants among the Soul Reapers in another realm. Nimyu Karatsuchi may not possess the overwhelming strength of the other two prodigies nor achieve the pinnacle of research results, yet he could contend for MVP in critical battles through his innovative capabilities, although it was somewhat regrettable that his unique talent was not akin to the dual advantages of strength and intellect possessed by Aizen or the shopkeeper. Nimyu Karatsuchi, wholly devoted to science and immersed in research, seemed to accept this fate. However, the card's psychological impact on him was quite profound, often inadvertently steering his thoughts towards the peculiarities of certain prodigies. Huff! Nara Shikamaru lazily propped himself up, rising from the eaves. His 6-year-old frame was slender and wiry, reminiscent of a sprightly bean sprout with hair styled in the Nara clan's signature pineapple cut. He felt a tinge of reluctance to leave the warm spot where he had just reclined, a cherished sanctuary for relaxation. Alas, the time for leisure had elapsed. With a sigh, Nara Shikamaru reflected on his previous life as a freshly graduated doctor, struggling to find his footing, ultimately succumbing to the pressures of his position. His reincarnation seemed to offer a semblance of recompense. Though this world was fraught with instability and peril, it was not devoid of familial support, providing him with a reliable foundation. Otherwise, facing a formidable talent reliant on knowledge and resources as an orphan would have posed a daunting challenge. Fortunate enough to survive the battlefield, one may ascend the ranks through merit, exchanging for a few D or B grade ninjutsu. However, misfortune relegates one to the role of mere cannon fodder, destined to meet a swift demise. As for seeking a wise mentor, that too requires a stroke of immense luck. Given a relatively promising start, one must seize the opportunity, despite the innate lethargy of the Nara clan's bloodline attempting to hinder him. He managed to rein in his indolent body and prepared to commence today's pursuit of knowledge. Leaping down from the eaves with ease, he landed gracefully on the ground, rising to dust off his hands. After orienting himself, he made his way towards his abode. The Nara clan, with its lineage spanning several centuries, possesses a considerable repository of secret techniques and collected ninjutsu, though much of it pertains to pharmacology and human anatomy, one of the trio known as the Ino Shikacho. Aside from their respective family secrets, the knowledge shared among the clans is largely interchangeable, facilitating resource sharing and mutual support. For instance, the Akimichi clan, as part of the Butterfly Triad, excels in understanding human meridians and pharmacological enhancements. At a time when medical ninjas were still scarce, the clansmen focused on pharmacology and anatomy, discreetly upheld the recently established medical division. Fortunately, this knowledge was precisely what Nara Shikamaru needed, given his age and the limitations of his innate talent. He could not compare to the true prodigies who surged ahead in the realm of power acquisition. Thus, he resolved to fortify his foundation through alternative means. After all, as a gifted template, Shikamaru was not solely reliant on raw strength in another world. This parallels the Nara clan's approach, which emphasizes intellect, albeit in different directions. Inside the modest confines of Nara Shikamaru's home lay a plethora of opened tomes, dense with illustrations of human meridians and anatomical diagrams. Before the window, a plump caterpillar, the size of a palm, lay motionless in a flower pot, resembling a lifeless creature. With the marked books in hand, Nara Shikamaru embarked on his customary lesson. The Nara clan's superior intellect, combined with Shikamaru's innate aptitude, enabled him to grasp the intricate knowledge contained within these texts, which might have seemed profound and tedious to an average 6-year-old, and he immersed himself in them with great enthusiasm. Woof! Time slipped away unnoticed as he read, until he was roused from his reverie by cheerful barking. He looked up to see a medium-sized, snow-white puppy, its front paws perched atop a head, as it struggled to lift its body, joyfully barking at him. Upon meeting Nara Shikamaru's gaze, the puppy's tail wagged fervently, creating a delightful commotion against the head it was standing on. Then, two hands reached from below, lifting the overly energetic puppy, to reveal a familiar face adorned with 2 streaks of camouflage. "Dear Nara, it is time for feeding today." Inazukayama cradled his dog in one arm, gesturing to Nara Shikamaru with the other, before deftly vaulting over the railing. Woof! The little dog in Yama's embrace reacted to his master's words, wriggling with exuberance, a picture of uncontainable excitement. "It seems that the new flavor is quite to Shamara's liking," Nara Shikamaru remarked. Rising to her feet and approaching Inazukayama, she reached out to take the little dog from him, lifting it high with a scrutinizing gaze. Confronted by Shikamaru's somewhat predatory scrutiny, Shikamaru instinctively curled up, its exuberance notably diminished as it licked its lips, remaining still in her grasp. "After trying that new dog food here last time, my father had Shikamaru examined and found its physical condition significantly improved, brimming with vitality. He mentioned that he intends to visit your parents in a few days." Inazukayama excitedly shared the recent developments regarding Shikamaru with Nara Shikamaru, recounting every detail and relaying his father's observations with enthusiasm. Nara Shikamaru's dog food. Quality: blue. Ingredients: herbs, meat. Effect: enhances the physical condition of ninja dogs with no side effects. The optimal period is during the puppy stage after weaning. Conclusion: it possesses an extraordinary allure for canines. One can capture an entire pack by winning their favor through their stomachs. Gain their trust, and you have secured everything. Approval rating: 780/1000. A higher approval rating will yield more inspiration and rewards in related niches. Rewards: physical condition 1, chakra 10. Observing the industrious Shamari, who was diligently working in a bowl, Nara Shikamaru felt a sense of relief. Initially, the approval rating was merely 10/100. But it was evident that someone from the Inuzuka clan had recognized the efficacy of this dog food. As an authoritative clan in the realm of dog care, their endorsement was a testament to its exceptional quality. The mention of Inuzuka's father planning to visit his parents in the coming days hinted at an interest in collaboration regarding this dog food, which filled Nara Shikamaru with anticipation. After all, if the interest stemmed from a genius akin to those recognized in the ninja world, there remained a possibility for him to thrive and develop. With the Nara clan's secret techniques, he need not concern himself with the origins of ninjutsu or the guidance of a mentor. Time alone would suffice for growth. However, Nara Shikamaru's research-oriented talent could not afford such stagnation. This talent demanded immense resources and financial investment, with seemingly no upper limit to resource consumption. For the sake of his future safety and development, Nara Shikamaru must prepare for unforeseen circumstances, striving to showcase his worth and finding ways to generate income in the early stages. Although backed by the Nara clan, the family's investment in nurturing its members, the allocation of resources, and the weight of influence during crucial moments would ultimately depend on talent and significance. If all went smoothly, He hoped to secure a substantial initial funding from the Inuzuka family, enabling him to embark on feasible technical research, safety being the foremost priority. The essence of Nara Shika's spirit lay in the notion that while one could attempt to harm him, they could never truly extinguish his existence. Just as one might defeat Uncle Snake in this world, it was impossible to eradicate him completely. In a perilous world, survival was the key to a promising future. As he felt a gentle nudge at his knee, Nara Shika looked down to see Shanmari, satisfied after finishing its meal, rubbing against his leg and lying on the ground, exposing its rounded belly with soft whimpers. "This is what I prepared today. You can take it home with you." Nara Shika handed an open bag to Inuzuka Yamamari, who accepted it without surprise. Previously, he had taken 2 portions back to his clan for his parents. With a quick lift of the bag, he realized it was sufficient for Shanmari's sustenance for 3 to 4 days. However, with the addition of his parents' companions, it would serve as today's rations. That evening, Nara Shikaki returned home, weary from the day's endeavors, only to find Nara Shika sitting upright on the floor, his eyes sparkling with excitement. "I have succeeded, father." As Nara Shikigami pondered how to entertain and soothe his somewhat troublesome son, Nara Shikun's words caused his racing mind to come to an abrupt halt. He even felt a moment of disorientation, questioning whether he had misheard. "What did you say?" Nara Shikigami exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief as he hurried to sit beside Nara Shikun, astonished. Nara Shikun remained silent, instead extending his palm towards Nara Shikigami, revealing a small peach resting in the center of his hand. Under his unwavering gaze, a shadowy figure swiftly took shape within the confines of Shikun's tiny palm, morphing into a towering black rectangular coffin. Suddenly, sharp, sword-like protrusions plunged violently into the interior of the black coffin. As the shadow dissipated, it revealed the small peach imprisoned within the coffin, now appearing as though it had endured a brutal onslaught of blades, left in utter disarray. Observing his son, drenched in sweat and gasping for breath, even Nara Shikigami, with his keen intellect, found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Although the technique Shikun had strived to demonstrate seemed imperfect to him, and the coffin's fragile form was somewhat unremarkable, he could not deny that it was a profound shadow technique. Reflecting on Shikun's prior inquiries and discussions, Nara Shikigami grasped that the potential of this technique extended far beyond mere shadows, capable of evolving into a truly sophisticated form of shadow manipulation, rather than being confined to its current manifestation. To give form to the formless, to create substance from nothing, this is the essence of shadow manipulation. Compared to the illusion techniques that also belong to this realm, the Nara clan's shadow arts delve deeper into the profound powers of shadow manipulation. Although the clan possesses techniques that imbue shadows with lethality, this does not diminish the value of the shadow coffin technique. The fact that its creator is a child not yet 6 years old only adds to the astonishment. Nara Shikigami understood that this technique was grounded in the clan's treasured secrets and the unreserved teachings of several clan elders, including himself. Yet, even he did not believe that such a technique could be conceived in a short span of time. Rather, it took years of dedication. The knowledge, experience, and understanding of shadow manipulation required for this technique were beyond the grasp of someone as young as Nara Shikun, even if the elders provided him with the necessary knowledge. The challenge remained formidable. "Prepare your thoughts and insights," Nara Shikigami instructed, taking a deep breath. This technique undoubtedly merited recognition as a new secret ninjutsu within the clan, and the family would unquestionably bestow upon him the appropriate rewards and accolades. He was acutely aware that these acknowledgments were precisely what his son sought. Without hesitation, Nara Shikun pushed some notes across the table toward his father, as if he had been ready for this moment all along. Simultaneously, another long stagnant interface resonated within his mind. Secret Ninja Technique New Quality. A represents growth potential, training requirements, mastery of shadow manipulation advanced requirements. Shadow Secret Techniques Effect infuses the power of shadow manipulation into shadows, materializing them into a lethal black coffin that encapsulates the target. The ensnared target will simultaneously endure a multitude of punctures. Conclusion: do not enter. Recognition level: 10,000. The higher the recognition level, the more inspiration and rewards from related fields will be available. At the moment Nara Shikun beheld the interface, a surge of clarity swept through his mind, transforming previously elusive knowledge concerning shadow manipulation into newfound understanding. Inspiration for the next phase of development for this secret technique began to flow abundantly. Upon returning to his chamber, Shikun first glanced at the large caterpillar lying lifeless in the flower pot by the window. He gently prodded it with a finger. It sluggishly rolled over, exposing its belly, stretched momentarily, and then became still again. This creature was a bonus bestowed upon him when his talent evolved from white to blue, along with some foundational knowledge of the spectral arts. In this world, that knowledge bore little utility, and he could not expect to reverse engineer it into a unique system of spectral arts distinct from the ninjutsu framework. However, this did not render the knowledge entirely valueless. It could serve as a reference to inspire a complete transformation, allowing him to integrate certain concepts into the ninjutsu system. The shadow coffin he had conjured exemplified this notion, being a variant of the black coffin from the realm of the death god, adapted through shadow manipulation. Had it not been for the Nara clan's adeptness in wielding shadow manipulation to control shadows, along with a wealth of related techniques and knowledge at his disposal, and the unwavering support of his father, Nara Yashiki, his aspirations would have remained mere illusions for an extended period. As for the seemingly mundane caterpillar, upon contact with his finger, relevant information materialized in his mind. Name: unknown larva quality. White. Traits: unremarkable, its sole characteristic being robust life force and exceptional adaptability. Displaying remarkable potential for transformation. Skills: cocooning, crawling, eating, spinning silk. Evaluation: its growth potential is contingent upon the cultivator's skill and nourishment. Conclusion: it is currently a worthless creature with zero combat capability. The panel's evaluation was utterly dismal, with its combat strength equating to nothing. Even the ninjas of Inuzuka's clan or an ordinary small bird would possess far greater lethality than this insect, without any supporting traits. Its pitiful evaluation rendered it an unimpressive summoning, barely worthy of consideration, a creature that would leave all onlookers astonished if cast aside. After much contemplation over the past few days, Shurikane finally resolved how to cultivate this unknown larva in its early stages. If he were to treat it as a piece of hardware capable of continual self-updating based on the resources invested, his task would then be to determine the optimal configuration of its components and to compose an operating system along with functional software for it. As a reference point, one cannot overlook the Shinigami blade of Neiliri, the Hikikiri Jiz. While its power may not be formidable, it is certainly sufficient for subterfuge and manipulation. Initially, it is prudent to seek the assistance of the Akimichi clan to foster a foundation. The Akimichi clan's yang-release secret techniques, in Neil's view, could resolve the future size issues of the larva's body. However, this is merely the preliminary phase of cultivation, to nurture it to the state Neil envisions. A plethora of significant challenges must be addressed, issues that cannot be resolved by a single individual in a short span of time. As for whether the Akimichi clan will assist in this cultivation, Neil has never harbored doubts. While his personal requests might be declined, those made by his clan, given the interdependence of the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi families, are unlikely to be dismissed. After all, the Nara clan only seeks assistance in nurturing a special larva through the Akimichi clan's methods. Regarding the yang-release secret techniques, the three clans have developed a profound familiarity and understanding of each other's training systems and secret arts over centuries of collaboration. Unlike bloodline limits, secret ninja techniques are often a product of a particular clan, derived from extensive experimentation and resource investment based on the unique traits of their bloodline or physique. Without this methodology, even if one were to steal all the secret techniques of a clan, utilizing them effectively would remain elusive. Even possessing certain attributes might yield results inferior to those achieved with other techniques. Indeed, the Nara clan's shadow techniques, the mountain's spiritual perception, and the Akimichi's physical prowess are all outcomes of gradual cultivation from a young age. Compared to the so-called external secret techniques, these cultivation methods and the allocation of resources constitute the core legacy of a ninja clan. Removing the flower pot from the window and placing it beside his bed to prevent it from being taken by birds, Neil then pulled up the covers and closed his eyes. At the Konoha Ninja Academy, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, holding a pipe, was addressing the class. Nara Neil sat languidly in his seat, his gaze wandering vacantly around the room. Among the crowd, he spotted several familiar attire and faces. The Uchiha and Hyuga clans were certainly represented. A silver-haired figure with a mask occupied the front row, while a child in a green bodysuit, sporting thick eyebrows, was performing push-ups in the aisle, creating almost a blur with his speed. In a corner, a child cloaked in a voluminous robe and sunglasses seemed to be overlooked by everyone, embodying solitude. This class gathered children from various clans, and upon seeing them, Nara Neil felt an irresistible urge, an impulse born from the innate talents of the Neiliri lineage. In this moment, they appeared to him as prime subjects for research. He longed to draw blood from these classmates with diverse bloodlines and unique physical traits, even to dissect them for further study. Shaking his head, he dispelled the terrifying thought from his mind. If he truly takes action, it would undoubtedly provoke a hornet's nest. At present, with his slender limbs, he lacks even the qualifications to be a traitor. Wherever leaves flutter, fire ignites, casting its luminous shadow over the village, nurturing the emergence of new foliage. As this statement resonated, the speech belonging to the Hokage came to a close. In contrast to certain overly exuberant students in the classroom, like those who seemed to be invigorated by a shot of adrenaline, the languid rookie and the perpetually stoic members of the Oil Woman clan appeared somewhat out of place. However, this bore little consequence. Unlike other transmigrators burdened by commoner status or the awkward identities of the Uchiha and Hyuga clans, who might either seek to ingratiate themselves or respond with indifference, the Nara clan members need not concern themselves with such matters, nor feel compelled to engage in actions aimed at garnering familiarity and goodwill. The trio of the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans were naturally allies of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Even upon seeing the unmotivated rookie, the third Hokage could only chuckle, not taking it to heart. As the Nara clan has always been remembered for their laid-back demeanor, much like the Akimichi clan as constant snacking and the Oil Woman clan as faint presence. In stark contrast to the proud Hyuga and Uchiha clans, whose reputations were deeply entrenched. In the 2 years following the conclusion of the Second Great Ninja War, all ninja villages in the ninja world were huddled together, nursing their wounds, while intensifying their efforts to cultivate their ninjas to meet the burgeoning and prosperous demands of various missions that arose with the end of the war. As victors of the Second War, the Hidden Leaf Village absorbed a substantial portion of the available ninja missions. Consequently, every ninja in the village was eager to utilize shadow clones to undertake additional tasks. Having endured the pains and trepidations of war, the Hidden Leaf Village gradually shed its worries over conflict during these 2 years and resumed various commercial activities. Nevertheless, from the high proportion of war orphans in the Ninja Academy, it was evident that the lingering effects and animosities stemming from the war would continue to persist. Although the precise timeline eluded him, Rookie vaguely recalled that the interval between the Second and Third Great Ninja Wars was relatively short, with the latter inflicting even greater devastation and impact. He must seize this rare period of tranquility in the ninja world to swiftly cultivate a degree of self-defense capability. Recently, Inuzuka Yamato's father had specifically visited the Nara clan to negotiate a partnership regarding Rookie's newly developed dog food formula and the supply of medicinal herbs. The negotiations concluded swiftly, and a few days later, Rookie received the necessary funds and herbs from his family. This represented a long-term business venture. Although the family claimed the lion's share, Rookie, as the creator of the formula, could continuously reap some benefits from this enterprise. His proposal, which had undergone numerous revisions yet remained unimplemented, finally took a step forward, establishing a foundation for realization. With these funds, Rookie procured some essential and rudimentary instruments, transforming an idle room into a makeshift laboratory. That night, was he still in his laboratory? Nara Yoshino gazed apprehensively into the backyard, inquiring about her husband. Has it been quite a while now? Nara Rikiji replied languidly, an expression of helplessness adorning his face. So what? Nara Yuno's gaze towards her husband began to take on a menacing quality. Instinctively sensing the impending danger, Nara Kikuchi rose abruptly, stretching his limbs with a yawn as he made his way toward the Rinne laboratory in the backyard. Although he did not impede or obstruct Rinne's so-called research, he harbored a persistent shadow of unease in his heart. As the strategist of the Hokage team, he had assisted the third Hokage in numerous affairs and perused a considerable number of confidential documents. While he could not articulate the specifics of clandestine experiments involving human and biological research, the information he had gathered allowed him to draw certain conclusions. Thus, despite his outward demeanor of indifference and detachment, he remained ever vigilant regarding Rinne's mindset. Nara Kikuchi felt a twinge of frustration. How could a member of the laid-back and trouble-averse Nara clan produce such an anomaly as Rinne, who actively sought out tasks? Have you concluded your research for today? Before he reached his destination, he spotted Rinne approaching with a flower pot in hand. Yes, I have, Rinne replied with a nod. Could you share what research you were engaged in? Kikuchi inquired casually as they walked side by side toward the main house's bedroom. It was merely preparation for tomorrow's practical exam, Rinne candidly responded. Kikuchi nodded, refraining from further questions. As long as it did not involve those deadly human trials, he would consider Rinne's pursuits mere hobbies. On the ninja school playground, a CH named Yekishir, who served as Rinne's class teacher, held a battle chart aloft, announcing various assessments to all the students gathered. The first task was the throwing of shuriken and kunai. The second involved the release and demonstration of ninjutsu. In these two evaluations, a stark disparity between clan ninjas and civilian ninjas became immediately apparent. While civilian ninjas had access only to limited skills taught at the Ninja Academy, clan ninjas benefited from superior training from a young age. Even peripheral clan members were not deprived of the opportunity to learn ninjutsu as needed. For instance, Uchiha Obito, sporting a pair of glasses, demonstrated a fireball technique during the second evaluation that the academy had not taught. Civilian ninjas wishing to acquire such techniques often found their best option was to become a genin, earning merit to exchange for skills or encountering a benevolent team leader upon graduation who might impart a technique or two. Following the completion of the first two practical assessments, the final one-on-one combat evaluation took place. This assessment was of particular concern to some sensitive students. It typically attracted the attention of nin or higher-ranked ninjas, as performing exceptionally well could lead to the possibility of being noticed by a distinguished ninja and taken on as an apprentice for dedicated training. The truth is that from the very inception of the ninja school, individuals such as Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was taken as a disciple by the second Hokage, Shinji Tobirama, along with the legendary Sannin later mentored by Hiruzen, have inspired a fervent desire among students, even those unaware of these histories, to prove themselves in front of their teachers and peers. For instance, one particular Uchiha, with an intense gaze fixed upon a silver-haired boy, boldly proclaimed, "Kakashi, let us engage in a duel." Uchiha Obito leaped from his group, standing in the designated area for combat, pointing assertively at the silver-haired youth, his voice booming and eclipsing all other sounds on the playground, capturing everyone's attention. What a fool! Kakashi, masked and resigned, rolled his eyes in exasperation. "Return to your place," boomed the voice of the instructor, Nara Shikamaru, which swiftly extinguished Obito's excitement. Reluctantly, he cast a glance at Kakashi, who remained indifferent to his challenge, and shuffled back to his original position under the watchful eyes of all. The first match featured Nara Shikamaru against Yamanaka and Inoichi. Once Obito returned to his team, Shikaka cleared his throat twice and selected the first pair of combatants according to the match roster, the Yamanaka clan and the Nara clan. Several nin spectators exchanged curious glances towards the arena. As two of Konoha's renowned secret clans, one manipulates shadows while the other commands insects. Although it was not a battle between the elite of either clan, their intrigue remained undiminished. Shikamaru and Inoichi took their stances on the battlefield, forming their respective seals. With their teacher Shikaku stepping back, the combat commenced. Inoichi unleashed a multitude of dark, fluttering insects from his voluminous sleeves, which silently surged left and right, resembling two black arrows aiming towards Shikamaru's position. In an instant, a shadow elongated beneath Shikamaru's feet, akin to a coiled black serpent, darting towards Inoichi with astonishing swiftness. However, as if anticipating this very scenario, Inoichi deftly retreated the moment Shikamaru made his move, lightly tapping his toes against the ground before executing a graceful somersault to land safely. The black lines extending from beneath Shikamaru's feet halted abruptly 3 meters away from Inoichi, resembling a rope stretched to its utmost limit. "What is that?" exclaimed Uchiha Obito, eyes wide with astonishment, as he observed the shadow-like lines extending from Shikamaru's feet. "It's the Nara clan's secret technique. They are masters of shadow manipulation," came a somewhat vague voice from behind Obito. He turned to find a plump boy, munching on snacks, pouring the contents of his bag into his mouth while answering. "Don't talk to the straggler, Dongfeng." A little girl with a single ponytail tugged at his collar from behind. "All right, Yuki." As autumn's wind swept through, Akadu Tufu unexpectedly produced a bag of snacks from somewhere on his person. With deft fingers, he skillfully tore it open and began to indulge. Who was lagging behind? Obito found himself provoked by a taunt from Yukimura, yet his attention was swiftly diverted by the exclamations of those around him, redirecting his focus back to the ongoing battle. The Nara clan's shadow imitation technique possesses the ability to manipulate a person's body. However, as long as one maintains a safe distance, the influence of the shadow dissipates. After confirming the maximum range of Shika's shadow extension, Aburame Aoi delineated a safe perimeter. Simultaneously, he maneuvered to maintain this distance from Shika while issuing an attack command to his hidden insects. A dense cloud of insects loomed in the air, resembling an enormous, gaping mouth, surging towards Shika under Aoi's control. This unsettling sight sent shivers down the spines of the onlookers, including Yukimura, who instinctively took a step back. her expression one of alarm as she watched the swarm pursue Shika, causing her unease. Shika's shadow technique had been discerned. Aoi had taken precautions beforehand. Yukimura furrowed her brow. Observing Shika evade the onslaught of insects, her tone tinged with concern. It would be fine to concede if overwhelmed, but Shika shouldn't fall so easily, should he? Pausing for a moment, Akadu contemplated his understanding of Shika, hesitating before offering his thoughts. For him, as long as his food remained untouched. A defeat in battle was merely a defeat. The children of the Akadu clan are naturally optimistic. Those who are not tend to be disheartened by the glances of others. Of course, his optimism was bolstered by the presence of friends like Shika and Yukimura, with whom he had grown up. Humph. These insects could be dealt with using a simple fireball technique, Obito declared, his eagerness apparent as he envisioned himself casting a grand fireball, effortlessly dispatching the insects and triumphing over his dark-clad opponent, earning the admiration and praise of Rin in the process. He appeared somewhat foolish. Upon hearing Obito's remark, Yukimura silently assessed him, then took another step back, pulling the snack-absorbed Akadu closer to her side. Having spent considerable time with Shika, she had inevitably absorbed some wisdom from the sharpest mind in their group, such as the importance of keeping a safe distance from foolish individuals to avoid collateral damage and assimilation. Had there been a misstep? The few supporting ninja in the observation area suddenly witnessed Shika stumble, only to be engulfed by the relentless swarm of insects that had been pursuing him, quickly covering him entirely. Soon, Shika was lost amidst the dark mass, his form obscured. All that remained visible was a figure staggering, shrouded in a cumbersome cloak of insects. The girls, including Yukimura, instinctively covered their eyes in horror. The sight of the countless writhing insects, enveloping a person as if to devour them entirely, evoked a profound discomfort among the onlookers, who could not help but gasp in astonishment. Many instinctively glanced towards the wild tree man at the edge of the arena, as well as the middle ninjas on the observation platform, anticipating their intervention. Yet, even the wild tree man hesitated to rush forward immediately, maintaining a cautious distance. The oil girl, Aoi, paused in a seemingly secure spot, observing the figure of Rinne, now tightly encased in a cocoon of insects. Moments later, he slowly raised his hand towards the wild tree man. "Teacher, he is no longer capable of fighting," Aoi declared. The wild tree man surveyed the battlefield, contemplating his next move, when suddenly, a shift in the atmosphere occurred. Shadow imitation technique, successful, Rinne's voice emerged from the dark mass of insects. In an instant, Aoi lost control of her own body, under the astonished, puzzled, shocked, and bewildered gazes of the crowd. The insects that clung to Rinne's form began to fall away in large clusters, as if shedding a garment. With Aoi's heart heavy with concern, some of the parasitic insects, sensing danger, attempted to flee from the source of peril. However, they barely managed to take flight before plummeting to the ground. The discarded insect shells revealed Rinne's face and body, surrounded by a carpet of deceased parasites, along with the shadow that connected the two. How can this be? Aoi could only move her eyes and mouth, still under her own control. "You must be thinking, I should be at a safe distance," Rinne remarked, dispersing the hand seals that maintained the technique. "You intentionally led me to misjudge the distance, didn't you?" Aoi, quick-witted, immediately grasped the implication. "Indeed, from the outset. Your wariness of my shadow made it clear that you were aware of the Nara clan's techniques and were prepared against them. In a situation of information leakage and your heightened defenses, the likelihood of achieving victory with a full-on assault is slim. Your physical prowess surpasses mine." Belonging to the Nara clan, as the dynamics of the battle shifted with Rinne's actions, he felt no hesitation in elucidating further, as he required time for his next technique. "So, you tested the waters and realized you couldn't secure me in one go, which prompted you to create an illusion of a false sense of safety. But what of my parasitic insects? How did you deal with them?" Aoi affirmed her suspicions through Rinne's words, yet she struggled to comprehend how he had countered her parasites. At that moment, she had lost contact with the majority of her dispersed parasites. The sight of the insect carcasses bewildered not only the spectators but also left her with a profound sense of confusion. Could it be that the Nara clan possessed other techniques specifically designed to combat insects? It is merely an insecticide that acts on the nerves and physiology. In the midst of battle, applying this substance across one's body and deliberately allowing oneself to be ensnared by insects can yield remarkable lethality. Step by step, Nara Shikamaru advanced towards YN Aoki, whose movements were synchronized with his own, mimicking him under the influence of the shadow imitation technique. "Impossible." YN Aoki instinctively reacted to Shikan's assertion with disbelief. The insects of the YN clan are diverse and multifunctional, as long as their intelligence remains undisclosed. Outsiders find it exceedingly difficult to mount a targeted defense against these creatures. The parasitic insect he selected is not the most formidable contracted insect within the YN lineage. Yet it boasts the greatest versatility and practicality. Whether for offense, defense, healing, support, or reconnaissance, it embodies a unique, all-encompassing summon, and due to its diminutive size, it often operates unnoticed, achieving unexpected effects. To develop a specific lethal agent against the insects, one must first possess a comprehensive understanding of their varieties, and most crucially, have access to specimens for research and experimentation. The confidentiality surrounding these insects is a principle the YN clan has upheld since childhood. In the realm of insect manipulation and comprehension, only those from the Iwa, another clan of insect users, can stand shoulder to shoulder with them. YN Aoki found it difficult to fathom the origin of the insecticides capable of inflicting harm upon the YN clan's parasitic insects that Nara Shikamaru wielded. He felt compelled to inquire further. How do you know the characteristics of my insects and develop targeted insecticides? Upon hearing Aoki's question, Shikamaru refrained from elaborating. Having already prepared his next ninjutsu, a black hand, formed of shadows, began to ascend YN Aoki's legs like creeping vines, ultimately constricting around his throat. Aoki immediately sensed a tangible force compressing his trachea and throat. Submit, or do you wish to await the judgment of Teacher Yekishur? Nara Shikamaru urged, controlling the shadows to instill a sense of peril in Aoki. I concede. Aoki, recognizing the reality of his predicament and aware of the futility of further resistance, calmly admitted defeat while he still had the ability to speak. He understood that under the current circumstances, targeted by the insect and controlled by the shadow imitation technique, relinquishing now was his best course of action. In the first round of assessment between Nara Shikamaru and YN Aoki, the victor was declared to be Nara Shikamaru. Upon Aoki's concession, the examiner, Yekishur, who had been observing closely, promptly announced the outcome and instructed both participants to establish a gesture of reconciliation before exiting the arena. Once Nara Shikamaru dissipated the shadow technique, YN Aoki, having regained control of his body, did not immediately leave the field. Instead, he quietly approached the gathering place of the insect carcasses and released another wave of insects to meticulously eliminate the remains of the deceased ones. Well done, Shikamaru. Congratulations on your victory. Upon returning to the team, Lunya was immediately greeted with congratulations from his companions. The exuberant Yamashita Yuki, leading the charge, was followed closely by Akiyato Fuyuki, who nodded repeatedly and exclaimed, Me too. Fortunately, he had made some preparations in advance. Lunya waved his hand dismissively. Although he found himself in a rather austere situation with limited research conditions, there were certain studies that did not require advanced instruments or manpower, which he could manage to resolve independently. During the initial days of the school term, he had not been idle. Rather, he meticulously compiled a list detailing individuals in his class who bore unique markings. This list contained the intelligence he could gather about these characters, alongside the countermeasures he could devise for their potential confrontations. Among them was Yunu Aoshi. May I have a word, Narakun? A low voice suddenly resonated behind Lunya. The unexpected presence startled both Yamashita Yuki and Fuyuki. When did you arrive? Yuki gasped in surprise, her eyes widening upon seeing Yunu Aoshi standing before them. Despite her clan's proficiency in mental perception, she had failed to notice his approach, even though she wasn't in a focused state. Yunu Aoshi glanced at Yamashita Yuki, but chose not to respond, his gaze, concealed behind sunglasses, evidently fixed on Lunya. Feeling overlooked, Yuki's irritation flared momentarily, but Lunya deftly soothed her. What do you wish to inquire about? Lunya asked, noting that the second round was about to commence with two individuals not listed on his roster, granting him some time to address Yunu Aoshi. He was aware of the question looming in Aoshi's mind, but decided to wait for him to speak first. Parasites, insecticides, Yunu Aoshi succinctly stated. From where did you acquire the parasitic insects on me? Is this an interrogation? Lunya retorted. No, merely a dialogue. I seek to understand where my oversight may lie. Aoshi clarified with a shake of his head. He had come to realize that Nara Lunya could not have concocted a targeted lethal agent without possessing specimens of the parasitic insects. Therefore, it must have been a lapse on his part that allowed some parasites to be collected by Lunya. As for the insecticide, it likely originated from the Nara clan. However, As long as a single newly emerged parasite that had consumed the remains of those insects survived, it could serve as a progenitor, replicating and cultivating a new breed resistant to such agents. This characteristic was intrinsic to the Yunu clan's parasitic insects. Given sufficient time, resources, and the requisite chakra for evolution, they possessed the capability for rapid, targeted development. I merely happened to gather a couple of carcasses of the parasitic insects from the places you frequented. Lunya replied to Yunu Aoshi. Upon hearing Lunya's response, Aoshi fell silent for a moment, struggling to believe that it could be so effortlessly simplistic. Achieving this would not only require his negligence in failing to contain the dispersed parasites, but Lunya would also need to maintain an acute awareness of his own subtle presence. However, this explanation bore no flaws. Thus, after obtaining an answer, Oil Girl Qingji chose not to pursue further inquiries. Instead, she promptly nodded thrice at Rukain and turned to leave. Rukain's insecticide, quality, blue, ingredients, neurotoxin, herbs. Effect, developed specifically to counter the parasitic insects afflicting the Oil Girl clan. It operates by affecting the nervous system of the parasites to achieve lethal results. Conclusion, remarkably lethal to parasitic insects. It takes effect in a remarkably short period. Acknowledgement, 5100, the higher the acknowledgement, the more inspiration and rewards from similar works in the segmented fields. Rewards, Physical Fitness 1, Chakra 10. As Rukain observed Oil Girl Qingji's departure, he glanced at his own interface, confirming that feedback on the insecticide he crafted had indeed been received. Casting his gaze over the field, Rukain once again activated his talent interface and physical fitness panel. Talent card, Rukain's Cocoon, World, Death God. Quality, Blue, 1201000. Effect, Growth-oriented research talent. You are a natural scientist and researcher. Your talent shines in the realm of development. Field, your research talent in biology and neurology far surpasses that in other development domains. Passive, biological modification. Accumulation. Any research relies on a vast accumulation of knowledge and material experimentation. All the knowledge you possess will be understood and remembered more efficiently, subsequently providing alternative knowledge feedback as rewards. Achievement. Each recognized creation enhances your physical fitness and strength, with higher acknowledgement yielding greater improvements. Recognized research products, dog food, parasite insecticide, escape secret technique, shadow coffin. Rewards, Physical Fitness 3, Chakra 100. Obsession, to become a scientist surpassing Urahara Kisuk. Rukain instantly felt a surge of vitality, rejuvenating his somewhat fatigued body. The stamina and chakra expended during the prior battle were notably replenished in that moment. Although the interface lacked detailed specifics, Rukain, through extensive training and comparative analysis of his classmates, clan members, and the lower ninjas among the school instructors, could gauge his current standing based on the amassed information. While the information collected still awaited more thorough updates, which could lead to imprecise deductions, the essence of a ninja's strength is inherently fluid and indefinable. Thus, Rukain could only make generalized assumptions about his current physical fitness and chakra levels relative to the ninja ranks. In simpler terms, if a ninja school's student's physical fitness is rated at 10, the standard for lower ninjas would range from 10 to 100. Following the enhancements bestowed by his unique ability, Rukain's physical fitness panel had surpassed the threshold of 30, meeting the standards for a lower ninja. The chakra levels followed a similar pattern, with lower ninjas ranging from 100 to 1000. Deduced from the frequency with which they could execute jutsu of a certain caliber. For instance, with his current chakra levels, Nara Shikamaru can consecutively perform the shadow clone technique 3 times and maintain the shadow imitation technique for approximately 10 minutes. The Nara clan is not renowned for its chakra levels. Among the Inoshikacho trio, the Akimichi clan undoubtedly ranks first in terms of chakra quantity and physical prowess. The Yamanaka clan excels in mental acuity and perception, whereas the Nara clan, apart from their intellectual capabilities, generally possesses subpar physical attributes. Shikaku has often observed his clan members relying on medicinal supplements to bolster their health, including his father, Nara Shikaji. At times, he is led to believe that the Nara clan's apparent lethargy and proficiency in pharmacology, along with their expertise in bodily recuperation, stem from their own inadequate physical condition. Due to their poor physical attributes, they have developed a habitual laziness. Their chronic ailments have rendered them knowledgeable in medicinal practices, culminating in a tailored supplement regimen suitable for the Nara clan. The Nara clan's enthusiasm for nurturing deer arises from the fact that every part of the deer, especially the antlers, is considered invaluable to them, while a singular individual may exhibit poor physical attributes. The prevalence of this trait among nearly all Nara clan members suggests the influence of some underlying force. For instance, could it be linked to the shadow techniques of Yin release? Chakra in the ninja world is intrinsically a fusion of mental and physical energies. When chakra of varying attributes reaches a certain level, any deficiency in physical qualities or other aspects will inversely affect the host, whether physically or mentally. Take the Uchiha clan, who also embody Yin release through their ocular techniques. Their mental and psychological states are notably concerning. Additionally, other bloodline clans also grapple with various severe hereditary ailments. One might assert that the Nara clan, which has yet to fully manifest their bloodline abilities, is fortunate to only contend with poor physical attributes. Without external assistance to enhance their physical condition, Shikaku would likely find himself as lethargic as most of his kin regarding his endeavors. At present, while he may not be at the pinnacle among his peers in terms of physical attributes and chakra levels, he has at least managed to distance himself from the bottom ranks. As more creations are developed and gain recognition, his physical condition and chakra levels will gradually improve. Regrettably, only ninjas endowed with chakra can validate Shikaku's creations. Otherwise, he could produce simple, yet practical works for widespread distribution, thereby accumulating his metrics through sheer volume among the villagers. In the third match, Uchiha Obito faces Hatake Kakashi. The loud proclamation from the wild card Tree Man jolts Shikaku from his engrossment in the panel, and he eagerly turns his gaze to the arena. Although he knows that Kakashi will undoubtedly emerge victorious and that Obito cannot elicit much of Kakashi's true strength, both possess elements that pique his interest. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, having concluded his official duties, observes the ongoing examination through the lens of his crystal ball. Having delivered a speech at the school, he discerns several promising candidates among the commoners and small ninja clans. Although these lower-ranked ninjas exhibited numerous flaws in their combat skills, as the Hokage, he could still assess their performances and make appropriate arrangements for their future classification. For instance, he could determine which children might be assigned to elite jounin, which to mid-level jounin, and which would require special attention and development. While school teachers would gather students' academic achievements and relevant information, he would also take the opportunity to relax and stay informed. "Your son, Nara Shikamaru, has performed exceptionally well," remarked Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had just witnessed the recent battle between Nara Shikamaru and Yamanaka Inoichi, setting aside his pipe as he spoke to Nara Shikaji, who was busy managing paperwork. "Oh, Lord Hokage, you flatter me," Nara Shikaji responded modestly, shaking his head while swiftly annotating documents, placing them aside for the Hokage's review and decision. With regard to his son, Nara Shikaji felt a mixture of uncertainty and pride. It seemed that after mastering the family's secret ninjutsu, Shikamaru did not exhibit the same lethargy typical of other children in their clan. His physique appeared perfectly capable of bearing the burdens imposed by the shadow techniques, while he did not exude energy every moment of the day. Compared to the other clan children who often sought to laze about, Shikamaru's demeanor was decidedly more normal. Based on his battlefield performance, he had already proven himself a competent genin. He possessed intellect and strength, calculating his opponent's every move. "A quintessential display of the Nara style of combat," Sarutobi Hiruzen remarked. Exhaling a plume of smoke that partially obscured his face, his tone imbued with admiration. The three clans, Nara, Akimichi, and Yamanaka, were among his most steadfast supporters. While their collective strength may not rival that of combat-focused clans like Uchiha and Hyuga, the unique abilities and secret techniques of the three clans afforded them irreplaceable advantages in various scenarios, akin to the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan. As the intellectual backbone of the trio, the Nara clan efficiently managed complex administrative duties while also serving as advisors during conflicts. The women of the Nara clan were particularly skilled in pharmacology and medical ninjutsu, forming the cornerstone of the medical division. The Akimichi clan, represented by the second-generation disciple Akimichi Choza, wielded their secret technique, expansion technique, effectively in battle, especially in large-scale conflicts, equipping them with destructive potential akin to that of colossal summoning beasts. The Yamanaka clan excelled in utilizing their secret techniques for interrogation and intelligence gathering, with many members serving in the interrogation and AMBU divisions. Not to mention, Shikamaru was a direct descendant of the esteemed Nara lineage. Even solely based on his performance in the arena, Sarutobi Hiruzen believed he deserved commendation. The ability to execute the shadow imitation technique and the shadow strangulation technique at the tender age of 6 was indeed astonishing. What surprised Sarutobi Hiruzen even more was the sudden mass demise of the insects belonging to the Yamanaka clan. From the observations, it can be surmised that Sarutobi Hiruzen might have an inkling of the methods employed by Nara Shikamaru. However, this uncertainty leaves him somewhat perplexed. Has the Nara clan's pesticide truly begun to affect the parasitic insects of the Oil Woman clan? After a moment of contemplation, Sarutobi Hiruzen decided to inquire about it with Nara Shikamaru, who stood nearby. Pesticide, Nara Shikamaru replied, gazing at the unsettling sight of insect corpses littering the ground within the crystal ball's vision. Shaking his head under the watchful eyes of the third Hokage, he added, I may need to ask Yoshino about that. She oversees matters concerning medicinal substances in our family. The third Hokage nodded in acknowledgement, refraining from pressing further. His curiosity about Shikamaru's methods was piqued, yet he did not mind the lack of an immediate answer from Nara Shikamaru. Perhaps the Oil Woman clan would be more invested in the formulation and information regarding pesticides capable of exterminating parasitic insects. The third Hokage did not entertain thoughts of potential discord arising between the two clans, as the creation of such insecticides was not the primary focus of the Nara clan. Compared to the sale of medicinal herbs and substances, these so-called pesticides were rather superfluous. Moreover, the insects of the Oil Woman clan were not so fragile. The parasitic insects were merely one of many they cultivated under contract, and they could swiftly develop targeted antibodies through selective breeding. After observing the subsequent practical examinations, the third Hokage closed the crystal ball technique and resumed addressing the backlog of tasks at hand. Following the conclusion of the Second Great Ninja War, Konoha received a substantial influx of mission orders. These orders nearly occupied the entire share of Konoha's ninja workforce, aside from the essential protective forces remaining in the village. Almost all Konoha ninjas had been tirelessly engaged in accepting and completing missions over the past 2 years. In contrast, other ninja villages, having suffered significant losses across various ranks during the war, retreated to lick their wounds within their respective territories. The end of the Ninja World War also revitalized the previously dormant merchants across the nations. Konoha claimed the lion's share of these profits, while several major ninja villages, having endured the strains of war, secured sufficient funds to replenish their strength. Although conflicts and skirmishes continued to brew among the ninja villages over mission-related disputes, the atmosphere, rife with tension, had yet to escalate to the point of inciting a third Ninja World War before recuperation was complete. It can be said that this period marked a rare epoch of peaceful development following the Second Great Ninja War. With the resurgence of ample funds, Sarutobi Hiruzen, recognizing the significance of medical ninjas amidst the burgeoning abundance of post-war ninja missions and the accumulation of village resources, finally allocated substantial financial resources to establish a robust medical department, as per Tsunade's request. At that moment, a silver-haired middle-aged man was quietly wandering the streets of the village, seemingly timing his movements with precision. Just as he found an excellent vantage point from which to peer inside, a raspy voice suddenly resonated from behind him. You remain ever the same, Jiraiya. The sudden sound did not startle the silver-haired man, as though he had anticipated the presence of another and recognized who it was. Jiraiya leaned closer to the hole he had discovered, peering in several times before reluctantly rising to his feet. He turned to meet the gaze of the pale-faced man in white robes behind him. It's been a long time, Orochimaru. Has Tsunade not accompanied you? Jiraiya clasped his hands behind his head, a hint of joy illuminating his face at their reunion. She is currently numbing herself with work from the medical department and alcohol. In the barbecue restaurant of the Akimichi clan, the 3 legendary ninjas did not exhibit the expected delight of a long-awaited reunion. Rather, it was Jiraiya alone who displayed enthusiasm, while Orochimaru and Tsunade remained decidedly aloof. Eventually, as Jiraiya's unyielding fervor failed to elicit a corresponding response, his typically animated speech began to dwindle. He turned his gaze towards the man seated silently, exuding a chilling aura, and the drunken woman, whose face bore streaks resembling tear stains, now tightly wrinkled. With a resounding smack, Jiraiya's palm struck the wooden table, producing a dull sound that drew the attention of his 2 companions. His face flushed as he exclaimed, It has been 3 years since we last met. Are you truly not the least bit pleased? You have not changed one bit, Jiraiya. Orochimaru's raspy voice echoed within the room. Tsunade, still inebriated, diverted her focus back to her drink. Is that the only thing you can say? Jiraiya retorted angrily. leaning closer to Orochimaru and raising his voice in accusation. "It is a form of blessing, Jiraiya," Orochimaru replied softly. "Sometimes, Tsunade and I truly envy you." "Envy me?" Jiraiya was taken aback, his mind momentarily clouded by confusion. Throughout their lives, from their days as apprentices under the third Hokage, both Orochimaru, the so-called genius, and Tsunade, the princess of the Senju clan, had always been the objects of his admiration and aspiration. He never fathomed that he would one day hear such words of envy directed towards him from Orochimaru. Simultaneously, Jiraiya felt an abrupt and profound estrangement from his two childhood companions. The familiar bond that once existed was now shrouded in a veil of shadows. He sensed a disconnection from those he had grown up with. "Clarify this for me," Jiraiya exclaimed, running his fingers through his hair in exasperation. For he had always detested Orochimaru's penchant for cryptic remarks. "Life is a fragile thing, Jiraiya. You have not experienced loss as we have, nor have you felt that emptiness and fear so distinctly." Orochimaru stood, lifting the door curtain and turning back to Jiraiya as he exited. "I envy you, but do not seek me out for such tedious gatherings in the future." With that, Orochimaru dismissed Jiraiya's calls and swiftly departed. Jiraiya, disheartened by his unsuccessful attempt to retain Orochimaru, gazed vacantly at the departing figure. Just as he contemplated seeking solace from Tsunade, he noticed her unsteadily rising to her feet. In a moment of astonishment, he observed her support herself against the table, then lightly pat his shoulder. "Is the gathering over? Then I shall take my leave," she declared, exhaling a breath imbued with the scent of alcohol. With the assistance of a hurried young girl who had rushed in, Tsunade gradually made her exit. In the blink of an eye, Jiraiya found himself alone in the room, engulfed by solitude. 3 years had passed. He had returned to the village and to his comrades. The familiar structures and landscapes of the village vividly etched in his memory. Yet, the once familiar companions now struck him with a profound sense of alienation. Tsunade's despondency and Orochimaru's indifference stirred a sense of panic deep within Jiraiya. Even though he was somewhat dull-witted and not particularly perceptive, he realized that the two comrades, once in perfect harmony, were now drifting further away from him in this moment of reunion. The camaraderie they once shared, side by side in battle 3 years ago, seemed irretrievably lost. Jiraiya felt an unsettling mixture of anxiety and helplessness. "Is that you, Jiraiya?" In the office of the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, having finished his official duties, heard the faint sounds from the eaves and instinctively named the visitor without turning his head. The umbu did not impede entry, clearly recognizing the familiar presence that preferred the rooftops over the front door. In the third Hokage's memory, only Jiraiya had such a penchant, and coupled with the prior intelligence he had received regarding Jiraiya's return, he immediately deduced the identity of the visitor. "Greetings, old man," Jiraiya announced, leaping through the window, the stench of alcohol wafting around him. "You've been rather reckless this time," the third Hokage remarked, frowning as he turned to face the inebriated Jiraiya. "Had it not been for your monumental contributions during the war, in the pretext of recuperation and exploration, you would have already been branded a rogue ninja. The war is nearing its conclusion. Even without me, Orochimaru and Konoha would secure ultimate victory." Jiraiya felt a twinge of embarrassment regarding his previous impulsiveness. Yet he knew that faced with the same circumstances, he would make the same choices again. "Now that you are back, you ought to stay." The third Hokage felt a headache coming on. None of his 3 apprentices had ever been a source of ease for him. Even Orochimaru, his most devoted pupil, had recently become shrouded in mystery. As for Tsunade, she had fallen into a deeper state of despair. Although she still held the position of head of the medical department, she rarely visited, spending most of her time either in taverns or at gambling dens, seemingly oblivious to his concerns. "I will," Jiraiya nodded. Initially, upon returning to the village, he had intended to remain for a while, eager to see his disciple, Minato Namikaze. Over the past 3 years, he yearned to comprehend the extent of his once-believed fated student's growth and strength. "As for taking on a teaching role, old man, I already have Minato," Jiraiya replied, shaking his head. Aside from Minato, he had recently trained 3 other apprentices for 3 years, and he lacked the inclination to assume the role of a mentor once more. Certainly, he did not divulge any information regarding the other 3 disciples to the third Hokage. In his perspective, those 3 apprentices were destined to forge their own paths. The third Hokage, upon being rebuffed, fell into silence and refrained from pressing the matter further. Compared to the other 2 disciples, Jiraiya's pupil, Minato Namikaze, truly distinguished himself. Despite his humble origins, he exhibited exceptional talent. After becoming Jiraiya's student, he gradually discovered a ninja path that suited him. Among the new generation, Minato had begun to carve out a modest reputation within the ninja world, and perhaps in the future, he could emerge as a figure akin to the legendary Sannin. It is fair to say that the third Hokage held considerable satisfaction and trust in this grandson of sorts, possessing admirable character, a commendable disposition, formidable strength, extraordinary talent, and mastery over sealing techniques. Notably, he had combined the Flying Thunder God technique, invented by the second Hokage, with sealing techniques to develop a unique combat style of his own. With such a disciple, Jiraiya truly needed not to assume the role of a guiding mentor any longer. What had transpired with Orochimaru and Tsunade? After exchanging pleasantries, Jiraiya voiced the confusion that lingered in his heart. Over the course of 3 years, the transformations of his two companions had been profound, so significant that they rendered him somewhat estranged. The third Hokage, upon hearing this, fell silent, lifting his pipe to exhale a cloud of smoke. Ultimately, after Jiraiya's persistent inquiries, he coughed lightly and finally provided an answer. Dan had perished. Jiraiya's pupils dilated sharply, and his posture slumped slightly. At that moment, he began to grasp why Tsunade had succumbed to such despair. The Second Shinobi World War had claimed both her brother and her beloved, a blow of unimaginable magnitude. Tsunade had been unable to save Dan's life and had developed hemophobia. She now found it exceedingly difficult to even step onto the battlefield. The third Hokage's expression was equally grim. And what of Orochimaru? After a brief pause, Jiraiya inquired once more. It had been some time since he last encountered him. The third Hokage waved his hand dismissively, suggesting that now that you have returned, if possible, you should endeavor to persuade them. Initially, the third Hokage had contemplated reinstating the duo as guiding mentors, but upon reflection, he realized that both apprentices were currently evading certain matters and interactions with him, leaving no opportunity for him to speak. However, he found himself at a loss for words. Yet the returning Jiraiya could convey his sentiments. He sincerely hoped that Jiraiya's return would restore the camaraderie that once existed among the trio. I shall do my utmost, Jiraiya replied. Though he felt the weight of the task ahead would be daunting, he nonetheless accepted the challenge. At that moment, the joy and excitement of his return had dissipated, leaving only a profound sense of melancholy and helplessness. In the dense forest above Hokage Rock, a blue venomous snake, measuring over 1 meter in length, coiled itself upon a sturdy branch of a large tree. Its green body blended seamlessly with the foliage, rendering it nearly invisible, effectively camouflaging its presence from sight. If one did not pay close attention, even at a relatively short distance, it would be all too easy to overlook its existence. Suddenly, a shuriken sliced through the air with a sharp whistle, striking the well-concealed blue serpent with precision. The emerald serpent writhed in pain, its body contorting and then unfurling, before it fell from the branch with a soft thud, struggling on the ground. The third one, Nara Rookie, emerged from the woods, capturing the injured serpent. Despite its attempts to resist and retaliate, it was soon enveloped by a dark shadow, rendering its body rigid and immobile, before being grasped firmly in a hand. Throughout the ordeal, the serpent appeared utterly paralyzed, ensnared by the oppressive shadow. Venom collected one. After gathering the venom, Nara Rookie cast the serpent aside. Over the past few days, he had captured more than 100 similar venomous snakes, dissecting and studying around 30 of them. The potency of toxins had gained notoriety during World War II, particularly in the hands of Hanzo of the Salamander and the puppet masters of the Sand Shinobi. Even the formidable Leaf Village and the legendary 3 ninjas had suffered grievous losses in this regard. Had it not been for the legendary medical ninja Tsunade, who developed targeted antidotes, the outcome on the battlefield would have been uncertain. As for Hanzo, nearly the entire ninja contingent from the Leaf Village that participated in that battle, aside from the 3 ninjas, faced annihilation. Thus, toxins, alongside explosive tags and various weaponry, became vital instruments in the arsenal of ninja warfare. Are you collecting serpent venom? A gravelly voice, imbued with magnetism, suddenly resonated behind Rookie. Instinctively, he turned, and the shadow beneath his feet darted forth like a serpent poised to strike. Upon connecting his shadow binding technique to the figure's shadow, Rookie found it swiftly disengaged. Quick reflexes, young Nara. Orochimaru instantly appeared behind Rookie, lowering himself to ruffle his hair. Orochimaru-sama? Rookie felt a surge of anxiety, but also a sense of relief. Although Orochimaru was a perilous individual, he had yet to descend into irrevocable madness. Moreover, having recognized Rookie as a member of the Nara clan, he likely bore no hostility toward the boy. You are collecting venom from poisonous snakes, Orochimaru reiterated. Unlike other members of the Nara clan, he sensed a peculiar quality in Rookie that piqued his interest. This quality drew his attention, prompting a hint of curiosity regarding the boy's actions. Yes, feeling no malice from Orochimaru, Rookie relaxed. Why? Does the Nara clan's secret arts require serpent venom? Orochimaru asked, observing the vial of collected venom in Rookie's hand. I intend to create a hybrid toxin. Rookie pondered for a moment, deciding against deceiving Orochimaru, and spoke candidly. You wish to utilize poison? Orochimaru's interest was genuinely piqued by Rookie's response. It was the first time he encountered a member of the Nara clan who actively sought to use toxins. While the Nara were reliable as strategists and battlefield allies, they typically preferred to avoid combat altogether if possible. I merely wish to cultivate a rather unique insect. Lud paused for a moment but ultimately chose to speak candidly. This insect possesses remarkable adaptability and vitality, capable of absorbing toxins and evolving to develop organs and tissues that harbor these poisons. The more potent and complex the toxins it consumes, the swifter its evolution in this regard. I intend to nurture it, with hopes that it will become my familiar in the future. Oh, Orochimaru's eyes gleamed with interest, having witnessed the venom of Hanzo the salamander. He would not belittle such a method of combat. In fact, if the toxins could reach the potency of that salamander's, it might very well determine the outcome of a critical battle, even if it does not surpass Hanzo's venom. The potential for evolution in this toxin-absorbing creature is sufficiently formidable and worthy of exploration, although his current pursuits are focused on achieving immortality and mastering all ninjutsu. A certain stirring within him today has ignited his curiosity about the unique qualities that Lui possesses. Could you take me to see this extraordinary insect? If it is indeed as you claim, I can provide you with a plethora of varied toxins, including snake venom, Orochimaru proposed, his gaze toward Lud tinged with scrutiny. Of course. At this juncture, what else could Lud say? He had not anticipated that a simple excursion into the wild would lead him to encounter the embodiment of a master manipulator. He neither sought the meaning of life nor felt lost enough to require guidance or support. Orochimaru's arrival astonished the Nara couple, particularly upon seeing Lui at his side. Lord Orochimaru is quite interested in my insect and wishes to take a look, Lui succinctly conveyed, his expression one of innocence. Do not mind me. This is merely a chance occurrence. I will observe the insect and be on my way, Orochimaru assured Mr. and Mrs. Nara, emphasizing that this was just an unforeseen event. As for Mr. Nara's thoughts, Orochimaru chose not to dwell on them at that moment. As Orochimaru and Lui made their way toward the backyard, Nara Shikamaru and his wife, Nara Yoshino, exchanged glances, each reflecting a semblance of concern and resignation. The three clans of Boar, Deer, and Butterfly had maintained a discreet, yet stable presence in Konoha for so long, not only due to their intelligence but also their ability to gauge the situation, aligning themselves when necessary and compromising when required. They had consistently served as the Hokage's advisors and trusted families. If possible, Nara Shikamaru would prefer that his son not grow too close to Orochimaru, who was steadily treading a perilous path intertwined with the dark underbelly of Konoha, known as the Root Organization. He wished to shield his son from such influences. It seems your parents are quite worried about you being in my company, Orochimaru remarked softly as he walked alongside Lui. You must be mistaken, Lui replied, shaking his head. It is not merely a matter of perception. Orochimaru's denial of Rinne did not betray the slightest hint of emotion. He simply continued with a calm demeanor. I sensed an unsettling emotion from their chakra. Chakra? Upon hearing Orochimaru's statement, Rinne instinctively lifted his head. To be candid, while Orochimaru's most unforgettable traits in memory are his immortality and mastery of various forbidden techniques, a deeper examination reveals his profound understanding and utilization of chakra. Orochimaru is among the rare few whose expertise in chakra approaches that of the sage of six paths. Chakra is a product of the harmonious blend of the spiritual and physical energies of life, said to possess the ability to connect with and glimpse into the hearts of others, establishing a mental bridge for shared memories and emotions. This notion may seem somewhat ethereal. However, those with extensive experience and acute sensitivity to chakra can smell the psychological fluctuations of its bearer. Orochimaru elucidated to Rinne. Naturally, some elite ninjas can maintain a serene inner state or provide a false impression. Rinne nodded, perceiving that Orochimaru had a somewhat didactic demeanor. Of course, this inclination to teach is contingent upon the individual possessing skills and talents that he highly regards. For instance, in his memories, his right-hand man, known as Kabuto, exemplifies such qualities. Are you conducting some research as well? Upon entering Rinne's workspace, Orochimaru swiftly surveyed the surroundings, easily discerning the functions of the instruments within the room and deducing the nature of the experiments based on the materials arranged therein. Without seeking Rinne's consent, Orochimaru became intrigued and began to peruse Rinne's research notes laid out on the table, occasionally casting a contemplative glance in Rinne's direction. Rinne, taken aback by Orochimaru's scrutinizing gaze, felt compelled to withdraw and retrieve the insect he had been nurturing. Indeed, he brought it forth, once merely the size of a palm. The azure insect had grown to the size of an adult arm in just a few months. Its body was soft, and even its once azure skin had become significantly fairer. Name: unknown larva quality. Blue. You have chosen an evolutionary path for it. Upon achieving perfection, it will cocoon itself to evolve. Characteristics: unremarkable, with the singular trait of robust life force, exceptional adaptability, and remarkable malleability. Skills: cocooning, crawling, eating, silk spinning. Duplication, stealth, evaluation. Its growth potential is contingent upon the skills and nurturing of its caretaker. Conclusion: it is currently a somewhat combat-capable insect, albeit not highly. Placing the insect on the table, Rinne observed as the pale blue creature, sensing its master's absence, raised its head and sniffed the air to ascertain its direction before crawling toward Rinne's position. However, in the next moment, the jubilant insect, making its way across the table towards its master, was abruptly lifted by a hand from midair. The suddenly ambushed pale blue insect found itself in a state of disarray, its hue shifting from a pale blue to a vibrant array of colors as a dark liquid began to seep from its exterior. Upon sensing the searing pain transmitted through its skin, Orochimaru promptly utilized his chakra to sever contact with the creature. Observing that its retaliatory measures had failed to yield the desired effect, the insect, in a frenzy, resorted to its final means of defense. Its body swelled dramatically, curling into a tight ball, ultimately leveraging its size and weight to break free from Orochimaru's grasp, tumbling onto the table before swiftly rolling to the side of Rinne, nuzzling against the edge of the table and, in a bewildered manner, seeking solace and comfort from Rinne. In response, Rinne quickly retrieved a piece of black viscous substance and placed it near the insect's mouth, soothing the startled creature. At that moment, the insect, resembling an infant in its simplicity, found a sense of security beside Rinne and promptly forgot its previous panic, eagerly wriggling its mouthparts to consume the black substance, swallowing it with determined effort. "What is this?" Orochimaru inquired, his face finally revealing a keen interest since his arrival. His eyes gleamed as he observed the insect devouring the substance and Rinne gently caressing its body. "Was that liquid you prepared a form of venom?" "Yes," Rinne affirmed with a nod. "And what about its sudden expansion? Is that an inherent trait of its being?" As he spoke, Orochimaru shook his head in confusion. "No. This method of expansion feels strangely familiar. It is the multiplication technique of the Akimichi clan," Rinne replied honestly, sensing Orochimaru's realization of the anomaly. "Multiplication technique?" The intrigue in Orochimaru's eyes intensified. Rinne's answer immediately clarified his previous doubts. He was well aware of the Akimichi clan's multiplication technique, having encountered members of the Ino-Shikicho trio under his command during times of war. From his earlier observations, there were many similarities between this creature's abilities and his memories of the technique. What astonished Orochimaru was the revelation that such a secret art of the Akimichi clan could manifest in a creature seemingly devoid of intellect, driven solely by instinct. Each of the Ino-Shikicho clans possessed unique physical traits. The Akimichi clan, represented by the butterfly, had the capability to rapidly digest large quantities of food, storing it as fat within their bodies to be released or explosively utilized when necessary. This process resembled the transformation from caterpillar to butterfly. Should others wish to learn the Akimichi clan's multiplication technique, even with the right methods, they would inevitably falter at mastering the yang release and adapting to its physical demands. Could it be that this insect possessed a physique capable of accommodating the transformations required for the multiplication technique? Did it embody yang release? Orochimaru felt a surge of excitement at the thought. The renowned would release and physique of the Senju clan could, in strict terms, also be categorized under yang release. Life forms with yang release attributes inherently possess remarkable regenerative capabilities and a greater reservoir of chakra and endurance than ordinary ninjas. Now, as he pursued the prospect of immortality, his interest in yang release naturally intensified. Certainly, the concept of yang release serves merely as a general term. For Orochimaru, The Senju clan is undoubtedly the most worthy subject of his research and endeavors at present, while the Akimichi clan also possesses yang release. Its efficacy and power pale in comparison to wood release, rendering it a trivial pursuit unworthy of his time. However, the insect before him, along with the research notes at hand, incited a peculiar curiosity regarding Ruki. Coupled with the familiar traits he exhibited, Orochimaru felt an indistinct decision forming within him. Very well. When we next meet, I shall present you with a gift you desire. He refrained from further inquiries, instead closing the notes he had been perusing and graciously taking his leave. Ruki escorted him back to the front yard, where they, alongside his parents, bid farewell to Orochimaru as he departed from the Nara clan's residence. After watching his figure fade into the night, they returned home. Inside, Nara Rikichi inquired about the encounter with Orochimaru but posed no further questions, urging Ruki to rest. His intention was merely to discern Orochimaru's motives from the dialogue. It was evident that Orochimaru harbored no overt malice towards Ruki. Recognizing this, Rikichi felt a significant weight lift from his shoulders. Although he was reluctant for his son to grow too close to Orochimaru and be unduly influenced. Given Orochimaru's esteemed reputation as a prominent candidate for the position of the fourth Hokage, there was little he could do should Orochimaru develop intentions towards his son. Meanwhile, at the residence of the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen was taken aback by the unexpected visit from Orochimaru in the late hours. Over time, he had sensed a growing distance and coldness from his pupil, and he had assumed that this silent standoff would persist. The sudden visit caught him off guard. Is it Jiraiya who prompted this visit? He pondered, attributing the encounter to Jiraiya's recent return to the village. Reports from the Umbu indicated that Jiraiya had met with Tsunade and Orochimaru shortly after his arrival. It has been quite some time since you last sought me out, Sarutobi remarked, gazing at his most cherished disciple. Orochimaru observed his teacher, now showing signs of age, and fell silent. The passage of time had etched deeper lines upon Sarutobi's visage, gradually transforming the once-admired mentor into a figure of disappointment. The pursuit of immortality was spurred not only by the death of his former student, Shinosuke, and the demise of Tsunade's lover, along with the countless lives lost in war, but also by the increasingly frail and unfamiliar countenance of his teacher, Sarutobi Hiruzen, which served as another burden weighing on him. He could scarcely fathom whether he would succumb to the same folly and weakness as Sarutobi upon reaching the elder Hokage's age. A Hokage who had begun to compromise was no longer worthy of his admiration. He sought a new aspiration, one that would ignite his interest and prevent him from descending into the same fate as his teacher. But can he confide these thoughts to the teacher before him? It is impossible. The teacher's mindset has grown archaic, and even if he were willing to communicate, their differing philosophies would only lead to arguments, further fracturing their relationship. Upon realizing this, Orochimaru swiftly retracted the fleeting impulse within his heart. I have come to inform you that I aspire to become a team leader, Orochimaru declared. A team leader? Sarutobi Hiruzen's hand, which held the pipe, suddenly froze mid-air, his murky eyes widening in surprise as they met Orochimaru's presence. What prompted this sudden change of heart? Although Sarutobi had previously contemplated allowing Orochimaru and Tsunade to become team leaders, both had shown little interest in such responsibilities. Jiraiya had at least one capable successor in Namake's Minato, but Orochimaru and Tsunade seemed lacking. Tsunade's despondency stemmed from the twin tragedies of her brother and lover's deaths, while Orochimaru had lost the motivation to lead a team after failing to protect Rope Tree, leading to his demise. I merely found a rather intriguing child, Orochimaru mused, licking his lips as he recalled the familiar, strikingly similar qualities of Nara Shikamaru. Who might this fortunate child be? Sarutobi chuckled lightly. In his heart, he believed that Orochimaru embodied the culmination of all his disciples, gifted, astute, and possessing an innate insight and aptitude for ninjutsu. Compared to Jiraiya's relentless pursuit of an elusive prophecy and Tsunade's dejection, Orochimaru clearly represented a significant part of his expectations. It is a child from the Nara clan. Orochimaru paused before uttering Nara Shikamaru's name. The child of Shikamaru? Sarutobi immediately recalled Shikamaru's information, along with the performance he had witnessed on the day of the evaluation. Were anyone else vying to be Nara Shikamaru's team leader, like Namake's Minato or Jiraiya, he would certainly hesitate. However, given that the candidate is Orochimaru, such considerations could be overlooked. He is indeed a child of remarkable talent, akin to you. As long as you gain Shikamaru's approval, I am in agreement, Sarutobi nodded. Are there any other candidates? Add Mitarashi Anko to the list, Orochimaru suggested, including a former subordinate from his clan. In a clearing within the forests of Konohagakure, Shikaka stood beneath a tree. His emotions tumultuous. His mind replayed the events from the day before when Orochimaru had visited his parents, expressing his desire to take him as a disciple. With the status of one of the legendary Sannin and a candidate for the future Hokage, and having received permission from the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Orochimaru's visit to the Nara couple underscored the significance he placed on Shikaku. This relationship transcended the ordinary assignment of a team leader post-graduation from the Ninja Academy. It was a profound connection, one that could genuinely embody the teacher-disciple legacy, marking Shikaku as a true heir to Orochimaru's teachings. After all, your supervising teacher is merely your superior. The extent of his willingness to impart knowledge and ninjutsu depends entirely on his disposition. In such profound mentor-disciple relationships, it is customary for the mentor to share their most treasured secrets rather than withhold them. A prominent example is the complete tenure of the future Team 7, where Kakashi served as the guiding teacher for Uchiha Sasuke, Naruto, and Haruno Sakura, yet only Sasuke can be considered as truly inheriting his ninjutsu legacy. Similarly, this thorough and solemn visit signifies both importance and a lack of room for negotiation, unless one wishes to offend Orochimaru. Thus, whether or not Nara Shikamaru is willing. From the moment Orochimaru arrived for a visit, he became the latter's disciple in the art. This reality left Nara Shikamaru with no recourse. Today marks the agreed-upon time for their first meeting since he became Orochimaru's disciple. Suddenly, a gust of wind rushed in, and a girl, appearing around 8 or 9 years old, wearing a shinobi headband and clad in a fishnet outfit, leapt down from the branches above and gracefully landed beside Shikamaru. A member of the Nara clan? The newcomer stood up, observing Shikaku's attire, which exuded a strong Nara clan aesthetic, raising an eyebrow in intrigue. You have arrived. This is splendid. Before Shikamaru could respond, a familiar hoarse and magnetic voice resonated nearby, startling both him and the girl as if the speaker had been waiting in the shadows for quite some time. Orochimaru-sensei. Two youthful voices exclaimed in unison. Compared to Shikaku's somewhat listless tone, the girl's enthusiastic exclamation radiated a fervent admiration that was hard to contain, prompting Shikamaru to instinctively distance himself from her. At that moment, he deduced the identity of the seemingly immature girl. It's Mitarashi Anko, the only surviving disciple of Orochimaru at the time of his defection from Konoha. The reason for referring to her as the sole survivor is that Shikamaru cannot ascertain whether Anko is indeed Orochimaru's only disciple following his departure. Although she lacks any notable achievements in his memory, she has certainly received Orochimaru's dedicated tutelage and possesses some innate talent. If she were entirely devoid of intelligence or skill, she would not have garnered Orochimaru's attention and instruction, nor would she have been entrusted with the contract of the Dragon Cave. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Orochimaru, your future guiding teacher. I have a passion for exploring and learning all forms of ninjutsu in this world, and I harbor a disdain for those lacking talent, as well as for individuals who are irredeemably foolish. Orochimaru led the two to a nearby open area, standing face-to-face approximately 5 to 6 meters apart, issuing his demand. I'll go first. My name is Mitarashi Anko. I have just turned 10 and am about to graduate from the Konoha Academy. I aspire to become a powerful ninja like Orochimaru-sama, Anko declared, raising her hand and speaking before Shikamaru could get a word in. Nara Shikamaru, 6 years old, currently enrolled in Konoha Academy. I enjoy conducting research on topics that pique my interest. Detesting trivial matters unrelated to research, Nara Shikamaru glanced at Orochimaru, who had turned his gaze towards him, and began a brief self-introduction. Before instructing you, I must conduct a test. You may employ every means at your disposal and attack me with the determination to kill, without holding back. I need to ascertain your current strength and capabilities. Orochimaru licked his lips, and a bell fell from his raised finger as he traced a circle around himself with his foot. Do you see this bell? If any one of you can seize it from my grasp, you will pass this test. Of course, for the sake of fairness, I will remain stationary within this circle. What if we fail to seize it? Red Bean raised her hand, exhibiting a hint of eagerness. She understood that defeating Orochimaru was impossible, yet perhaps, in collaboration with her teammates, they could manage to snatch the bell. However, as she glanced at Nara Shikamaru beside her, she began to feel her confidence wavering. Failure will result in severe punishment, Orochimaru remarked, his smile suddenly taking on an indescribable eerie quality and pressure. However, if you succeed, I shall reward you. As he spoke, a palm-sized scroll slipped from his sleeve, and under the watchful gaze of Shikamaru and Red Bean, Orochimaru formed hand seals to unravel the scroll. with a puff of smoke. A massive scroll, nearly a person in height, materialized before him. This is the summoning contract scroll of the Dragon Cave. If you can grasp the bell or perform admirably, I shall inscribe both your names upon it after the test concludes. Orochimaru's tone was laden with temptation. Red Bean trembled with excitement at the thought of summoning beasts. Who wouldn't he desire a formidable summoning beast, especially one from the domain of Orochimaru, one of the legendary 3 Sannin? Without further provocation from Orochimaru, her fighting spirit surged. Shikamaru inhaled deeply, sensing that this reward seemed particularly directed at him. Regardless, the prospect of Orochimaru's reward resonated within him, influenced by his talent cards. His research interest in the Dragon Cave, one of the 3 great summoning sanctuaries, had ignited fervently. Even mere sage techniques were worth his utmost effort. It seems you are quite pleased with this reward. Let us commence, Orochimaru declared, tossing the scroll aside onto a nearby tree, signaling the start of the assessment. The two exchanged glances, opting not to charge in immediately. Instead, they swiftly darted away from Orochimaru's line of sight. Were they attempting to catch him off guard or familiarize themselves with each other's abilities? Observing their movements, Orochimaru felt a flicker of satisfaction. If they had recklessly charged at him like fools, he would have been somewhat disappointed. You must be familiar with the secret techniques of the Nara clan, correct? It is evident that Mitarashi Anko possesses a considerable understanding of the Nara clan. Upon distancing herself from Orochimaru's gaze, she promptly inquired about Shikamaru. Shikamaru nodded in affirmation. Let it be as you propose. You shall assist me with the Nara clan's secret techniques while I take the lead in the offensive. As long as you seize the opportune moment and coordinate effectively with me, we stand a chance of acquiring the bell, especially when Lord Orochimaru is unable to evade. Anko immediately delegated tasks. She did not harbor expectations of Shikamaru being particularly helpful, not due to a lack of faith in his abilities, but rather because he appeared rather youthful. If he could utilize the shadow techniques to observe and assist at the right moment, she might seize the opportunity for success. Shikamaru, however, did not wish to counter her assertions. After all, her strategy did not seem flawed. I can take the lead while you assist, but our synergy is virtually non-existent, and it will be quite challenging to cultivate any in such a short time. If only a third person, preferably from the Yamanaka clan, could join. They could leverage their mental techniques for effective communication. Shikamaru acknowledged Anko's request and subsequently contested her notion of timing. Experienced and mature ninjas need not be intimately familiar to achieve a certain level of coordinated effort. However, expecting 2 currently inexperienced genin to perform excellently in an unfamiliar situation is rather unrealistic. What do you propose we do then? Anko's cheeks puffed in irritation. Since we lack synergy, we shall forego the notion of it, Shikamaru calmly stated. We will break our offensive into discrete steps and allocate those tasks accordingly. We merely need to execute our designated steps as if following a preordained program, without concern for what our partner is doing or how to coordinate with them. We simply need to proceed methodically. Will that suffice? Anko pondered this carefully and found merit in Shikamaru's reasoning. Though lingering doubts remained, but will that truly lead us to success? Of course, it won't be that simple. This is merely a cunning approach. Given Lord Orochimaru's astuteness, he will likely see through it at first glance. Thus, our only opportunity lies in the initial attempt, where he may not anticipate our choice of such a cunning strategy. Therefore, we need not overthink our tactics. We only need to prepare a singular plan. Shikamaru shook his head, lacking confidence in the endeavor. After discussing their strategy and a few simple coordination techniques and gestures in the dense forest, the two swiftly took a detour back to the testing ground. Serpent of Fire Technique. A towering inferno erupted from the forest behind Orochimaru, who remained within the circle, hurtling toward him and engulfing the area in flames. However, almost immediately, a swirling water curtain rose from the tip of the fire column, colliding with the flames. In an instant, a dense mist began to spread outward. The moment the crimson-eyed figure unleashed the dragon fire technique, her eyes gleamed with intensity as she signaled to Luni with a glance. In an instant, she conjured a shadow clone, and together they sprinted swiftly towards the direction of Orochimaru. As she prepared for the assault, she meticulously memorized the precise location of the bell hanging from Orochimaru's form and rehearsed the necessary steps in her mind multiple times. Luni emerged from the dense forest, and before the mist dissipated, a dark shadow beneath her feet transformed into a black robe, writhing like a vine on the ground as it surged forth towards the designated target. Just as the water vapor cleared, granting both parties a momentary glimpse of their surroundings, Luni's shadow successfully connected with Orochimaru's. At this juncture, the two crimson-eyed figures seized the opportunity to position themselves beneath Orochimaru. One launched an attack while the other reached for the bell that hung at Orochimaru's waist. Orochimaru observed the movements of the crimson-eyed figure, but in that fleeting moment, he felt a slight loss of control over his body, becoming momentarily sluggish and numb. It was in this instant that the fingers of the crimson-eyed figure grazed the bell. Their synchronization, both in timing and strategy, was astonishingly harmonious, as if they were not recent acquaintances but seasoned partners who understood one another deeply. A flicker of surprise crossed Orochimaru's gaze, just as a smile crept upon the lips of the crimson-eyed figure. Intending to grasp the bell and draw it into her palm, her footing faltered unexpectedly, and her outstretched fingers narrowly missed the bell. A serpent slithered swiftly from her foot, coiling upward and ensnaring both crimson-eyed figures, rendering them immobile. Meanwhile, the other crimson-eyed figure, who had attempted to assault Orochimaru, found herself seized by him and hurled aside, exploding into a cloud of smoke upon impact with the air. Lunny's shadow-binding technique lacked the potency to restrain Orochimaru for an extended duration. Thus, what Lunny had spoken of was merely that fleeting moment of paralysis and opportunity. With the crimson-eyed figures taken care of, Orochimaru's attention shifted to Lunny, who was forming hand seals with her fingers, reminiscent of a butterfly flitting among flowers. Intrigued, Orochimaru awaited the completion of her seals, only to be enveloped by a sudden black curtain that rose from the ground. The shadow coffin. The black shadow curtain existed for but a moment before it began to collapse, revealing Orochimaru with skin lacerated and marked by blood. How fascinating this technique is. Why have I never witnessed such a thing from the Nara clan? Ignoring the blood-soaked wounds upon his body, Orochimaru focused intently on Lunny, instinctively sensing that this ninjutsu was somehow linked to her. The bell is in my grasp, dear Orochimaru-sensei, Lunny declared, her face pale from chakra depletion as she raised her right hand, the familiar bell swaying and ringing. How intriguing. This unfamiliar ninjutsu serves as a feigned attack? The shadow-binding technique restrains me, while an enigmatic shadow technique captures my attention and severs the cord of the bell, ultimately employing a shadow sewing technique to seize the bell from me. Orochimaru quickly deduced Lunny's strategy. Is the red bean also part of your plan? The gaze swept over the struggling red bean on the ground. Orochimaru, well acquainted with the Nara clan, instinctively included her in his considerations. Perhaps there was even a hint of self-reflection in this. You have passed the test. Orochimaru dispersed the summoned serpents, liberating the struggling red bean and announcing that the two had succeeded in his evaluation. The bell-snatching method had been employed by the third Hokage during their own assessments. In the third Hokage's words, they had also undergone such tests while apprenticed to the second Hokage. This examination method had become an unspoken tradition within the Hokage lineage. Although the task involved snatching bells, its essence lay in observing whether the student's actions aligned with the examiner's expectations. Among the Hokage lineage, the most powerful present were the village leaders, while the least were elite genin. Most participants in the assessment were freshly graduated genin from the Konoha Ninja Academy, having just received their genin headbands, with perhaps a few nin among them. Given the disparity in strength, if the examiner did not go easy on them, it would be nearly impossible for any team to succeed. Consider the future Kakashi Hitaki as a reference. Thus, those who managed to pass the bell-snatching test usually exhibited qualities that the examiner found desirable, prompting them to ease the requirements for success. Consequently, every examiner's criteria varied, resulting in differing pathways to success even under the same examination method. Some favored ruthless tactics, others valued camaraderie, while some appreciated intelligence and strategic thinking. For Orochimaru, he never truly believed that the two could wrest the so-called bell from him. He merely wished to observe the talents they displayed throughout the process. Once he witnessed their abilities, even if they ultimately failed to seize the bell, he would still declare them successful. And indeed, Shikamaru and the red bean evidently surprised him. Did we pass? Rising from the ground, the red bean, disregarding her disheveled state, was brimming with joy. We passed. Orochimaru patted the red bean's head and guided the two to the tree where the Ri-Gakudo scroll was stored, unfurling it before them and pausing at the final blank section. Before we sign the contract, I must offer you a word of caution. Orochimaru's intimidating gaze fell upon them, the pressure accompanying his stare causing the elated red bean to shudder, her flushed face paling in an instant. Do not summon the colossal serpents of the Ri-Gakudo lightly when your strength is insufficient. They will not heed your commands merely because you are the contract holders. They are a source of danger, Orochimaru warned. Shikamaru and the red bean nodded in acknowledgement. Orochimaru's caution was merely a reminder with their current chakra levels. They could hardly summon any formidable summoning beasts. At most, they could call forth some ordinary serpents from the Ri-Gakudo. Those serpents were merely cannon fodder in the Ri-Gakudo, abundant in number. Ordinary ninjas, when not confronted by a multitude of serpents, can adeptly navigate challenges with ease. Do you still possess the strength? Orochimaru regarded the two individuals. Yes, we do, Teacher Orochimaru. Akatsuki raised her hand, though her condition was evidently less than optimal. Beside her, Shikamaru's complexion appeared particularly pale. The moment he forcibly restrained Orochimaru with the shadow binding technique, along with the subsequent, somewhat strained use of the shadow coffin and shadow stitching techniques, nearly drained his chakra completely. Let us conclude for today, Orochimaru noted, recognizing their diminished states. We shall reconvene here tomorrow, where I will impart some ninjutsu. What shall we do next? Akatsuki suggested enthusiastically. How about we indulge in some barbecue to celebrate, Teacher Orochimaru? Her fervent admiration for Orochimaru was unmistakable, unabashedly fervent. Orochimaru observed the eager expression on Akatsuki's face and the now somewhat lethargic demeanor of Shikamaru, who finally seemed to display a hint of Nara clan disinterest. After a moment of contemplation, he nodded in agreement. Very well, let us proceed. As they entered the barbecue establishment, Orochimaru led Akatsuki and Shikamaru toward an available semi-enclosed private room. However, halfway there, as if sensing something, Orochimaru paused and approached another room-esque curtain, lifting it aside. Within, a trio consisting of a girl with yellow hair, another with red hair, and a third with white hair halted their activities, turning to face the newly arrived visitor. Orochimaru, Jiraiya, with his flowing white hair, stood up in surprise upon recognizing him. Lord Orochimaru. The blonde in the room greeted him, pulling the red-haired girl alongside her to acknowledge Orochimaru. Ah, Minato and Kushina, Orochimaru noted, perceiving the atmosphere of a long-awaited reunion among mentors. As he contemplated whether to withdraw, a small head peeked out from behind him. Teacher? Akatsuki, initially curious, transformed her expression from confusion to recognition, gazing up at Orochimaru uncertainly. Teacher? Jiraiya, sensitive to Akatsuki's address, regarded Orochimaru with astonishment. Have you resumed your role as a leading instructor? This is Yamanaka Akatsuki, and this is Nara Shikamaru, Orochimaru introduced, pulling Shikamaru forward, placing a hand on each of their heads. They have just become my disciples today. This is Jiraiya. Maintain a distance from him. Orochimaru continued, introducing each in turn. But he glossed over Kushina. The overlooked Kushina displayed no sign of discontent. She had grown accustomed to such disregard. In her previous fiery temperament, she might have reacted explosively. But now, with Minato by her side, her emotions remained remarkably stable. In any case, she held no particular interest in the perpetually cold and ominous presence of Orochimaru. Greetings to you all. Woofing Watergate actively waved to Rooney and Hongdo. Under their attentive gaze, he casually produced two uniquely styled kunai with forked tips from his person and presented them to them. I momentarily lack anything else to offer you, so please accept these kunai, he said with a warm smile, gently tousling his hair. Rooney toyed with the specially crafted kunai, which bore peculiar runes reminiscent of ghostly symbols. Currently, aside from the shadow techniques of his clan, Rooney had yet to delve into sealing arts or other ninjutsu, leaving him unable to decipher the meaning behind the runes on the kunai. Nevertheless, he appreciated the gift, as the runes could hold significant research value when he eventually studied sealing techniques. Glimpsing at Bluffing Watergate, he sensed a comforting and trustworthy aura emanating from him. Individuals with a heightened sensitivity to chakra, like Rooney, could often gauge another's character through their chakra. For instance, in the future, Uzumaki Kushina could discern a person's inner emotions based on the warmth or chill of their chakra. Senior Watergate is so gentle. A somewhat unsightly voice interrupted Rooney's musings, causing him to twitch his lips as he observed the starry-eyed Hongdo nearby. Was Hongdo truly still afflicted with a serious case of infatuation at this stage? Shall we dine together? Consider it a joint gathering of our two classes, Jiraiya suggested with a hearty chuckle. Orochimaru did not respond immediately. Instead, he directed his gaze toward Rooney and Hongdo. Perceiving her teacher's inquiry, Hongdo eagerly nodded and flashed Rooney a subtly perilous glance. Reluctantly, Rooney followed suit with a nod. The atmosphere in the private room quickly regained its vibrancy as Jiraiya grilled meat while regaling Rooney and the others with tales of his experiences and stories from various locales, vividly depicting the customs and cultures he had encountered. It was evident that, true to his reputation as a novelist and a globetrotter, Jiraiya's narratives swiftly captivated the two women present. Uzumaki Kushina, confined in Konoha due to surveillance, was drawn in by the tales, while Hondo, being youthful, found everything curious and novel. With Jiraiya's engaging storytelling, he promptly ensnared their attention. Even Rooney, while endeavoring to replenish his energy with food, listened intently. After a satisfying meal, both the storyteller and the listeners departed in high spirits. Upon returning home, Rooney made his way to his laboratory to feed his ravenous white worms, then ventured to the courtyard to experiment with the summoning technique he had just learned. Biting his fingertip, he smeared the contract's medium, his own blood, across his palm. Haisuyushin Wei, he chanted, summoning forth from the ground. A puff of smoke erupted, and a serpent, as thick as an infant's arm, was summoned from the distant dragon cave. Rooney sensed his chakra replenishing, flowing anew, while a mysterious connection formed between him and the summoned serpent. The summoned serpentine creature slithered and coiled upon the ground, swiftly entwining itself into a shape reminiscent of an incense coil under the gaze of Lu Nian. Its head held high. The forked tongue flickered in and out of its mouth, emitting a hissing sound. After a moment of swaying, its golden eyes locked onto Lu Nian's gaze. Lu Nian felt a sense of control over the conjured serpent, its feeble intellect insufficient for contemplation or dissent. This was likely the most ordinary and primitive venomous snake of the dragon cave. After experimenting with his control, Lu Nian felt a tinge of disappointment. Although the serpent was obedient, its limited understanding hindered its ability to comprehend even slightly complex commands. Simple orders like attacking a target or searching for nearby creatures were executed swiftly, yet when tasked with something more intricate, such as identifying a creature as a ninja or beast, it would remain perplexed for an extended period. The conclusion was clear. Summoning was a futile expenditure of chakra. To create a formidable force, one must summon a vast multitude of serpents in a single, significant consumption of chakra, unleashing a catastrophic plague of venomous snakes. Lu Nian continued his experiments, depleting his chakra entirely, which led him to a more profound understanding of the summoning techniques of the dragon cave. The more chakra expended, the mightier the serpents summoned, including colossal creatures with immense destructive potential. Among these serpents existed those of higher intelligence. They understood human language and could engage in dialogue. However, they also possessed the autonomy to reject the summoning contract. During his trials, Lu Nian had summoned one such serpent, only to be rebuffed. The following day, upon gathering at the assessment site, Lu Nian posed his inquiries and hypotheses to Orochimaru, wishing to confirm his findings. Orochimaru regarded him and affirmed, the true strength of the dragon cave lies in those serpents endowed with intelligence, capable of communication with humans. Yet, these serpents often possess their own temperaments and personalities. If you wish to summon them for battle, you must first satisfy their desires. In essence, signing a summoning contract was merely a threshold to call upon those powerful, intelligent serpents. One needed to establish a specific agreement with them. Is my understanding correct, Orochimaru-sensei? Lu Nian sought validation. Indeed. For instance, the serpent I summon, Manda, and I have established a condition. It responds to my call and fights for me when needed. Conversely, after the battle concludes, I must offer it adequate sacrifices, Orochimaru confirmed. Providing an example. Sacrifices? Red Bean inquired, somewhat bewildered. Human beings, Orochimaru stated matter-of-factly, his gravelly voice sending shivers down Red Bean's spine. Manda's preference is to consume humans. However, there are no humans in the dragon cave. Red Bean shuddered once more, overwhelmed by the implication. If you desire a colossal serpent with the prowess akin to that of a myriad of snakes, you must venture into the dragon's lair and engage in negotiation with one of its denizens. Throughout this negotiation, it is imperative that you possess the strength to ensure your own safety. Otherwise, even as a contractor, you may very well become prey for the serpents that inhabit that realm. Orochimaru subtly implied that equal strength forms the foundation of negotiation. Is summoning technique truly so perilous? This thought left Hondo in a state of deep conflict. However, the dragon's lair is rather unique. Should your contracts be with Myobo-kuzen or Shiba-kuzen, your visit there would generally pose little danger. The temperament of those toads is far more amicable than that of the serpents. Among them, Tsunade's slug is the most affable. In light of this, Orochimaru took the liberty to elaborate further to Rookie, even drawing comparisons to the sacred grounds of the other two summoning beasts among the legendary Sannin. Ultimately, with his eyes narrowed slightly, he gazed at Rookie, a chilling smile gracing his lips as he added, although the dragon's lair adheres to the ruthless law of survival of the fittest, If you possess sufficient power, you are free to conduct any form of research and experimentation on the serpents therein, without fear of reproach or retribution from the sages of the dragon's lair. In the ensuing days, Rookie and Hongdo diligently followed Orochimaru, engaging in rigorous training. Thanks to the third Hokage's notification, Konoha Ninja Academy turned a blind eye to Rookie's habitual absences. Hongdo learned ninjutsu and undertook missions under Orochimaru's guidance, while Rookie, upon revealing his aspirations, was taken by Orochimaru to visit Tsunade of the Shinja clan, requesting her to personally mentor him in medical ninjutsu for a period of time. Orochimaru did not dictate what ninjutsu Rookie should learn. Rather, he appreciated Rookie's clarity of mind and his own envisioned path toward future strength. This admiration led Orochimaru to value Rookie even more, willing to lend his support while observing the heights Rookie might ultimately achieve. Although Tsunade was currently in a state of despair, unable to even stand at the operating table, she remained capable of imparting theoretical knowledge and guidance. Were it not for Orochimaru's request, she would have been disinclined to take on such a troublesome task, regardless of the requester's identity. Even if it were the head of the Nara clan. Then I entrust this child to you, Orochimaru stated, clad in his Jonin attire within the Shinju estate. Let it be understood that I will solely oversee his education. Should he fail to keep pace or learn anything of value from me, resulting in his dismissal, that is entirely beyond my concern. Tsunade, slightly inebriated with flushed cheeks yet maintaining a surprising level of clarity, engaged in a spirited negotiation with Orochimaru. Of course, if Rookie cannot keep up or fails to learn from you, it merely reflects his limitations. Without hesitation, Orochimaru concurred with Tsunade's stipulations. I shall take him away from here when the time comes. Then let him stay. I shall only instruct him for 2 months. The extent to which one can learn from me largely depends on oneself. Moreover, my lessons come at a steep price. Tsunade placed both hands firmly on the table, propelling herself upward, her broad torso leaning forward, her gaze intensely fixed on Orochimaru. Let us adhere to our agreement. Observing her teammate, who appeared lost in a sea of wealth, Orochimaru felt a twinge of annoyance. Nevertheless, he pushed a chest filled with gold towards Tsunade. Is Tsunade in need of money? Technically, she is not lacking in funds. However, in the realm of entertainment, she is indeed in dire straits. Among the 3 legendary ninjas, only Jiraiya enjoys true wealth, his earnings from missions and novels rendering him affluent. In stark contrast, Tsunade, supported by the Shinju clan and inheriting all their assets, finds herself with the least amount of money. During her period of despair, she squandered her hard-earned savings and inherited wealth in casinos and izakayas. Were it not for her esteemed lineage as a princess of the Shinju clan and her ties to Konohagakure, she might be contemplating a hasty departure with Shizune. It is difficult to ascertain whether her agreement to Orochimaru's request, aside from their shared camaraderie, was influenced by the generous compensation he proposed. You may leave, Tsunade declared. Having briefly inspected the contents of the chest before snapping it shut, her spirits inexplicably lifted as she issued an eviction order to Orochimaru. Tsunade, I understand. I shall teach him well. Coincidentally, I must instruct Shizune as well. Tsunade interrupted Orochimaru, her demeanor brimming with impatience. Your presence is disrupting my teaching. A flicker of resignation crossed Orochimaru's eyes as he pondered whether entrusting the instruction of the young boy to Tsunade was a prudent choice. However, under the weight of Tsunade's penetrating gaze, Orochimaru ultimately retreated, relinquishing his hold on the boy and departing from the Shinju estate. A child from the Nara clan? Once Orochimaru had left, the inebriated Tsunade scrutinized the boy in front of her, Lui, with keen interest. She then grasped the chest of money, staggering to her feet, momentarily swaying before her body steadied as if her feet were anchored to the floor. Go read and study on your own. Let Shizune attend to you. When I return, I shall teach you, Tsunade instructed as she patted Lui's shoulder while briskly making her way toward the door. With all her attention diverted from him, Tsunade's figure vanished almost instantaneously, leaving Lui to shift his gaze toward another girl of similar age. As Lui's eyes fell upon her, Shizune felt an urge to cry. Unable to voice her grievances against the beloved Tsunade, she forced herself to appear composed and dignified. See, come with me. Shizune's voice trembled slightly as she stepped forward, gesturing for Lud to follow. 2 individuals paused before a somewhat dilapidated abode, entering through the creaking door, which revealed an array of boxes and disordered scrolls within. The room was filled with numerous cabinets, evidently designated for the storage of scrolls and tomes. Many items lay neglected in the corners, cloaked in dust, suggesting they had not been disturbed for an extended period. Some scrolls had been unfurled. The petite figure of Shizen, scarcely taller than a deer, wandered about the room, intermittently grasping a scroll or a book. Eventually, she approached the figure of Lune, who sat beneath the eaves outside, cradling a bulging collection of scrolls and books in her arms before setting them down. These are the texts Lord Tsunade instructed me to review. I believe you might find them beneficial as well, Shizen panted, meticulously categorizing the scrolls and books with a serious demeanor, providing Lune with detailed explanations. This is the complete compendium on the art of sage technique, along with all of Lord Tsunade's notes on the subject. She presented the organized scrolls and notes to Lune. If there is anything you do not understand, feel free to inquire, and if I also lack the answer, we shall await Lord Tsunade's return. Is your initial study focused on the sage technique? Lune inquired, somewhat astonished. Indeed, the sage technique is classified as A rank. It activates all the cells in a wound, facilitating rapid healing. While it may sound straightforward, the rank of the ninjutsu reveals its stringent prerequisites and the high level of control required. Yes, Lord Tsunade has indicated that mastering the sage technique is imperative for a medical ninja. Without proficiency in this technique, one may only become a rather mediocre medical ninja, lacking significant impact. As Shizen grew more comfortable in Lune's presence, she promptly addressed Lune's query with utmost seriousness. Medical ninjas are exceptionally unique, and the requirements to become one are quite rigorous. Generally, to pursue this path, an individual must possess or cultivate yang-type chakra, alongside achieving a refined level of control over their chakra. To put it simply, if we were to quantify the chakra output required for a ninja's technique into 10 units, and if Ninja A outputs 7 units while Ninja B outputs 5, it is Ninja B's superior control that allows them to wield the same technique with greater efficiency. This does not imply that Ninja A's combat prowess is inferior to Ninja B's. It merely indicates that Ninja B can achieve the same destructive potential with less chakra. Furthermore, when it comes to learning techniques that necessitate meticulous manipulation, Ninja B tends to progress more swiftly and demonstrate greater innate talent. Thus, are all these scrolls related to medical ninjutsu? Lune, showing no aversion to reading, gazed at the multitude of scrolls and books with a glimmer of excitement in his eyes. It seemed that the only clan in the village capable of rivaling the Senju in terms of knowledge and literature was the Uchiha. There must be a considerable number of ancient texts chronicling the clan's history among them. The remainder consists of research materials left by the second Hokage, Tobirama. Silence responded directly. The materials left by the second Hokage? The thought of Tobirama Senju, renowned for his creation of forbidden techniques, made Rookie feel increasingly drawn to the collection of books in this room. Of course, he was acutely aware that even if Tsunade permitted him to peruse those texts, he might not necessarily uncover anything of substantial value. Indeed, the next moment, Silence spoke up. In truth, the valuable materials were all transferred to the Hokage building during Lord Tobirama's era. A few years ago, the third Hokage also commissioned the Umbu to reassess them and took away a portion. Now, aside from some research materials and the medical ninjutsu added later by Lady Tsunade, there is little left here in terms of forbidden techniques or ninjutsu to learn. By the way, have you tested your chakra attributes? Silence asked, seemingly recalling something. With a hint of urgency. Yin, Yang, and lightning attributes, Rookie replied. If I hadn't tested positive for the Yang attribute, Orochimaru wouldn't have sent me here to be trained by Tsunade. That's splendid. Otherwise, you might have had to learn how to master the Yang attribute. Silence sighed in relief. Patting his chest, Rookie chose not to mention that his Yang attribute had been gradually cultivated. He was instead absorbed in the scrolls and tomes laid out before him. For Rookie, the knowledge of ninjutsu recorded on the scrolls was no different from having someone patiently instruct him. In fact, under the influence of his talent, he might absorb knowledge from the scrolls even more swiftly than if he were taught directly. When Tsunade returned, her anger palpable and reeking of alcohol, she discovered 2 small figures in the yard, taking turns tormenting a half-dead fish. Lady Tsunade, Silence, having just completed a failed release of the palm healing technique, his face glistening with sweat, looked up and finally saw Tsunade returning home. What are you still doing here? Ignoring Silence's greeting, Tsunade glared at the darkening sky and then at Rookie standing beside Silence, questioning him rather rudely. Lady Tsunade, we are waiting for your return. Did you not promise Lord Orochimaru that you would personally teach Rookie-kun medical ninjutsu? Silence raised his hand, somewhat displeased with Tsunade's demeanor. He often felt that while his Tsunade was admirable in many aspects, she was also far too despondent, lazy, and maddeningly frustrating. Have I not already asked you to show him some ninjutsu scrolls? The Nara clan, being a prominent family in pharmacology, surely has no barriers to reading or learning medical ninjutsu, does it? Must I truly start from scratch and teach him step by step? Tsunade retorted, displaying a hint of petulance. Lady Tsunade. Silence's face flushed instantly, his voice rising in pitch. All right, I understand. Let me first see what you two have accomplished today. Tsunade, somewhat exasperated, ran her fingers through her hair and stepped closer to them. Gazing at the fish in the basin that had been so thoroughly manhandled it seemed unwilling to move, her expression betraying no emotion. A vibrant green radiance suddenly illuminated Tsunade's right palm, swirling with a rich, life-affirming yang chakra. Watch closely. I shall demonstrate for you just once, she declared, executing the palm healing technique as a lesson for the two. Throughout the process, she meticulously pointed out the areas where they needed to enhance and refine their skills. Although the healing effect of the technique lasted merely 2 to 3 minutes, within that brief span, Tsunade had deftly identified their weaknesses and imparted her profound understanding and experience regarding the technique. Indeed, while both Rookie and Shizen could learn through trial and error to uncover their shortcomings, such an approach demanded considerable time and energy, particularly with the constraints of chakra consumption. However, receiving instruction from a top-tier medical ninja, even for a fleeting few minutes, propelled their comprehension and mastery of the palm healing technique at an accelerated pace. As for how Tsunade could discern their deficiencies so swiftly, it was likely due to her perceptive awareness of the issues manifesting within the fish's body during the demonstration. Thus, when it came to restoration and healing, her teachings were directly targeted at the problems observed in the fish. Despite her disheveled appearance and the scent of alcohol that clung to her, Tsunade remained the unparalleled medical ninja of the shinobi world when it came to her expertise. Once her explanation concluded, she casually tossed the wriggling fish to Shizen, saying, "Prepare this fish. We shall feast upon it tonight. Lord Orochimaru has sent us money, hasn't he? Is it too late to buy something to eat?" Shizen, flustered as she clutched the flailing fish, grumbled in response. Tsunade's expression shifted dramatically, adopting an impatient demeanor once more. "Dining out is exorbitantly priced. Next time, I shall invite Jiraiya instead. Have you squandered the money again?" Hearing Shizen's slightly icy tone from behind her, Tsunade stumbled momentarily before vanishing from sight. Rookie soon became renowned throughout the Nara clan, not for apprenticing under Orochimaru nor for studying medical ninjutsu with the legendary Tsunade, but because he utterly defied the typical demeanor of a Nara clan member. While Nara children were generally languid, averse to trouble, and rarely sought out tasks, Rookie was the exception, seemingly always in pursuit of endeavors. Having created the shadow coffin and contributing to the clan's secret techniques, Rookie's talents were highly esteemed by the clan elders, who regularly assessed his progress. Although Orochimaru had entrusted Rookie to Tsunade for instruction in medical ninjutsu, he was not entirely left to his own devices. He also required time for training and learning ninjutsu with Orochimaru. Tsunade's medical ninjutsu training demanded significant time and effort as well. Consequently, the combined demands of all three avenues left Rookie's days fully occupied, leaving him with little respite. Often, he would return home only late into the night. Every day, Rooney felt utterly exhausted, his spirit more depleted than even the laziest of the Nara clan. This grueling training regimen, sustained over time, astonished the entire Nara family, and even the Akimichi and Yamanaka clans became aware of Rooney's unique journey. Yet, Rooney was indifferent to their attention. After spending a few days learning from Tsunade, he and Shizun were relegated to the medical department. In her words, mastering a ninjutsu is best achieved through practical experience following foundational training, especially in medical ninjutsu. Given their current medical prowess, Rooney and Shizun were merely inconspicuous. But having grasped the basics of healing techniques, they were able to assist in treating patients. The medical department, established just over a year ago, was currently facing a significant personnel shortage. Indeed, medical ninjas are exceedingly rare in any ninja village. It is nearly impossible to assign them to less vital teams. The only village making strides in systematically training medical ninjas is Konoha. However, the establishment of the medical department was contingent upon numerous factors, including Tsunade's expertise, the abundance of talent from the Nara clan, and their status as victors of the war. Amidst the manpower shortage, Rooney once again felt the weight of responsibility. Fortunately, the senior members of the medical department recognized that he and Shizun were merely children, thus assigning them a manageable number of patients. Otherwise, given their current chakra levels, they could easily find themselves overwhelmed and exhausted within half a month. Nonetheless, during their time in the medical department, both Rooney and Shizune experienced significant growth. Being a ninja is inherently perilous, with injuries and even fatalities being commonplace during missions. As the victors of the war, Konoha's mission load surged, compounded by the injuries sustained by its residents and trainees. Within the hospitals affiliated with the medical department, Rooney and Shizune encountered a myriad of injuries and a variety of targeted treatment methodologies. Their understanding of medical ninjutsu, previously crammed into their minds, was now rapidly absorbed and transformed into valuable knowledge. Although Tsunade often appeared unreliable, she was remarkably experienced and dependable when it came to teaching and nurturing a medical ninja. The tasks she assigned, though exhausting and demanding, indeed facilitated swift learning and skill acquisition. In the Senju clan's domain, Tsunade, clad in a flowing green robe, lounged languidly, propping her chin on one hand while the other cradled a wine glass, her gaze lost in the depths of the liquid. Her reverie was interrupted by the return of Rooney and Shizune. "What shall we have for dinner?" Tsunade inquired, setting down her glass, stretching her arms overhead, and yawning as she rubbed her eyes in mild boredom. "Barbecue. The Akimichi clan's secret recipe," Shizune exclaimed joyfully, shaking the carefully wrapped food container in her hands before unveiling its contents before Tsunade. "Can't you just hand over the meal allowance to me? After all, I am the head of the household, your teacher." Upon witnessing the dissatisfaction etched upon Tsunade's face as she glanced at the silent Nara Shikamaru, she banged her hand on the table. "Lady Tsunade, I firmly believe that Shikamaru has made the right decision. If you take the money, you will only squander it elsewhere." Shizune puffed her cheeks in protest. "Nonetheless, should you fail to meet the standards in today's evaluation, do not blame me for being stringent." Tsunade opened her mouth, locking eyes with Shizune's clear, skeptical gaze for an extended moment, before finally averting her eyes in a show of guilt. She realized that her standing at home, or rather in Shizune's heart, had diminished significantly during this period. Her authority was nearly non-existent, and the culprit behind this decline was none other than Nara Shikamaru, who bore little resemblance to the typical Nara clan member. "We have worked diligently, Shikamaru and I. The ninjutsu you recently taught us is now within our grasp," Shizune declared confidently. The three of them completed their meal together. Under Tsunade's watchful gaze, Shikamaru and Shizune each demonstrated their mastery of medicinal ninjutsu, healing palm, extraction technique, and chakra scalpel. These three techniques were the most frequently employed and widely applicable within the medical department. The healing palm could mend wounds. The extraction technique could remove toxins or transplant organs within a living organism, and the chakra scalpel, which concentrated chakra into a razor-sharp blade, could slice within a target's body without external injury, allowing for precise control over its length. This scalpel served as a primary means of attack for medical ninjas. However, unlike other ninjutsu that merely required release to achieve the desired effect, the latter two techniques necessitated a solid foundation of medical knowledge and an understanding of human anatomy. In simpler terms, proficiency in these techniques demanded a certain level of expertise. You have both excelled in your studies, at least in the realm of medical ninjutsu. You possess remarkable advantages and innate talent. Observing the techniques displayed by the two, even Tsunade could not deny their current proficiency. While they had yet to reach the level of professional medical ninjas, their ability to effectively utilize these three techniques within a mere month certainly warranted her commendation. Yet, there lingered a hint of regret in Tsunade's gaze as she looked at Shikamaru. However, she swiftly shook her head, casting aside that fleeting sense of disappointment. After all, they were not her disciples. Why should she concern herself? In her current state, she had no desire to take on any students. "Lady Tsunade, will you teach us new medical ninjutsu today?" Shizune asked eagerly, her eyes fixed on Tsunade's face with unyielding anticipation. "Not today. I'm not in the mood," Tsunade replied, waving her hand despondently, signaling that the session was concluded. "You may leave now, Nara," Tsunade stated, shifting her gaze to the silent Shikamaru, issuing her dismissal. Shikamaru, puzzled by Tsunade's sudden emotional shift, suppressed his inquiries and bid farewell to both Shizune and Tsunade before being escorted out of the Senju clan's grounds. "Lady Tsunade." Upon returning, Jinch observed the silent Tsunade in the courtyard, feeling a sense of confusion as he called out to her. It was better to steer clear of that individual, he thought. Yet perhaps it was unnecessary. Tsunade's mood inexplicably darkened. Is it about Rukain-kun? Why is that? The medical department's personnel, both physicians and patients, held him in high regard. Praising his remarkable talent, Jinch found Tsunade's feelings perplexing. "You wouldn't understand," Tsunade said gently, stroking Jinch's head. Noticing her continued bewilderment, she softened her tone and explained. "I fear you may become entangled in trouble. My teammate, Orochimaru, is not one to abide by the rules. Although I am unaware of his intentions or actions, I have an unsettling premonition regarding his future." "Orochimaru-sama?" Jinch pondered. Despite her tender age, children in the ninja world often mature quickly, especially those who have lost loved ones. Reflecting on Orochimaru's cold demeanor, she found it difficult to feel any sense of kinship. However, what did this have to do with Rukain? "Do you believe Rukain will become a commendable medical ninja in the future?" Tsunade observed the shifting emotions on Jinch's face and easily discerned her inner turmoil. With a sigh, she inquired softly, "Rukain-kun will undoubtedly become an exceptional medical ninja. His talent is remarkable, and he is well liked by the medical department." Jinch responded almost without hesitation to Tsunade's question. "That is not necessarily the case." Tsunade offered an unexpected retort. "Do you think I believe Rukain lacks medical talent? Or?" Jinch found herself momentarily at a loss. "It is unrelated to any of that. I do not see in him the passion required of a medical ninja," Tsunade said, ruffling her hair. "He merely views medical ninjutsu as a tool for his own purposes, you see? He believes he needs these skills for his future. Hence he seeks to master them with me. He may become a proficient ninja skilled in various medical ninjutsu, but he will not be a pure medical ninja. He lacks that aspiration. The knowledge and skills required to be an excellent medical ninja are extensive. Thus, aspiring to be one usually means sacrificing the pursuit of other techniques during their formative years. Consequently, medical ninjas often represent a weakness within a team. Rukain gives me the impression that after reaching a certain level, he will cease to delve deeper into other medical techniques unless one day he feels insufficient in his mastery of them." Jinch fell silent, unsure of how to respond. "But even so, does that mean I must distance myself from Rukain-kun?" She timidly added. "I see some traits in him reminiscent of Orochimaru. Previously, I could not fathom why Orochimaru suddenly took such an interest and went to great lengths to take Rukain as a disciple. However, through this time spent together, I have discovered many similarities between Rukain and Orochimaru. I could even sense some traits in him reminiscent of my great-uncle. Both are troublesome characters. I have a persistent feeling that this master-apprentice duo is destined to accomplish something significant." Tsunade wore an expression of exasperation, her tone tinged with impatience. Shizen found Tsunade's premonition perplexing. Could it be that Orochimaru and Kabuto would inflict further harm upon Konoha in the future? How could that be possible? Unless unforeseen circumstances arise. The fourth Hokage is likely to emerge from the legendary Sannin. Yet Tsunade herself is not inclined toward such aspirations, and it is said that Jiraiya lacks interest as well. This leaves only Orochimaru as a candidate. If, in the future, Orochimaru were to assume the position of fourth Hokage, what could he do to harm Konoha? Never mind. You are still too young. You know nothing about the affairs of the village. Why am I even telling you this?" Tsunade intended to end the discussion. Though she appeared despondent and indifferent, as the princess of the Senju and one of the Sannin, she undeniably possessed her own subordinates and channels of information. Despite her annoyance with certain matters, many were beyond her control. The Sannin, seemingly illustrious and powerful, left her feeling increasingly ensnared by invisible threads, constraining her breath. Was her grandmother not burdened by such pressures and helplessness until her demise? Tsunade recalled the image of Mito in her lifetime. Her current apathy and desolation stemmed not only from the deaths of her brother and beloved, but also from the incessant expectations and pressures she felt upon returning to the village. Coupled with her own sense of inadequacy, the remaining clansmen merely required her to serve as a role model and representative. Yet they did not demand that she possess the absolute authority of someone like Mito, that would release experiment, even if everyone conspired to keep it from her. Could they truly hide it? The medical department itself was her domain. The personnel changes, the flow of information, the consumption of experimental materials, regardless of whether anyone leaked information. With Tsunade's status and her grasp of medical ninjutsu, she could discern discrepancies if she paid attention. But what could she do upon discovering the truth? As the teacher of the third Hokage and a clanswoman seeking to rejuvenate her lineage through wood release, she found herself utterly powerless to intervene or offer counsel. Although she desired to participate personally and maintain control, her hemophobia rendered her unable to endure the departure of familiar faces. She was incapable of doing so now. She longed to vent her frustrations, yet there was not a single genuine outlet for her emotions. All she could manage was to distance herself from those associated with it, completely sealing herself off. Forget it. I shall not dwell on matters unrelated to us. Shizen, would you like to accompany me on a journey? In this stifling atmosphere? Tsunade suddenly conceived the idea of abandoning everything here, taking Shizune and leaving this troublesome place behind to travel together. Once this thought emerged, it spiraled uncontrollably. Konoha Hospital. A man in a peculiar outfit, clad in a green jumpsuit, was anxiously observing Kabuto. A child, slightly smaller in stature, donned in a snug, green bodysuit, was obediently undergoing a physical examination by Rune. There was no cause for concern. It was merely a result of excessive training that had left his body somewhat drained, having reached its limits. Upon concluding the examination, Rune recorded his findings, noting the names of Maite Dai and Maite Kai, denoting their father-son relationship. Was everything truly all right? Maite Dai exhaled in relief, yet his worry lingered as he inquired further. His son's body had endured a training regimen that was not suitable for his developmental stage, and such a strain could have significant repercussions on his future physical growth. Rune was equally astonished by Maite Kai's physique, which had been pushed to its absolute limits through rigorous training, rendering it both hollow and fragile. Even medical ninjas find it challenging to maintain such extreme training levels without suffering any aftereffects. I understand, but Kai, like myself, is no prodigy nor blessed with innate talent. To become a ninja, one must exert themselves in physical training. Aside from the techniques I possess, I am unable to impart any ninjutsu to him, Maite Dai expressed. A look of guilt etched upon his face. It's all right, father. I will strive to master the physical arts and become a ninja. Maite Kai, weak yet resolute, managed to rise from his bed. I can continue training alongside you. Rune pondered whether the extent of his physical exhaustion stemmed from the demands of a particularly rigorous technique. He was aware of the forbidden art that the father and son practiced, but he refrained from uttering its name, instead probing cautiously. It's nothing much. Merely a forbidden technique that unlocks the body's ultimate potential, known as the 8 Gates. To utilize it, one must possess a body capable of withstanding extreme stress. Maite Dai divulged candidly. May I observe this technique? Rune inquired without hesitation, devoid of deceit or ulterior motives. After witnessing it, I may be able to provide you with some guidance in your training. For instance, employing medicinal remedies and medical ninjutsu to help maintain your bodies in a state as healthy as possible. Should you harbor any doubts about my capabilities, I can also enlist the assistance of my mentor, Orochimaru, and Lady Tsunade, who taught me medical ninjutsu. Rune did not propose any exchange for other ninjutsu, as it was evident that the Maide duo lacked any aptitude in that realm. Offering them advanced techniques would be futile, as they would struggle to learn and convert them into their own strength. The most effective approach was to address their specific issues, even if only partially. He was genuinely intrigued by the illustrious forbidden technique of the 8 Gates, but had no intention of practicing it himself. The mere classification as a forbidden technique underscored its inherent dangers and complexities. From the original narrative, it was evident that this was an art form unrelated to talent, relying solely on relentless effort and the continuous honing of one's body. In other words, this was a technique demanding unwavering perseverance, one that required pushing oneself to the brink for over a decade or two before it could truly shine in brilliance. My guy and his father have never regarded this forbidden technique as a precious treasure that must remain shrouded in secrecy. However, those who possess the determination to dedicate their time relentlessly to honing their bodies and engaging in relentless training as ninjas are exceedingly rare. Take Kakashi, for instance. He has indeed studied the 8 Gates technique. Yet, ultimately, the physical limits he can endure allow him to open only a single gate. Can one claim that Kakashi lacks talent? Certainly not. This is a scroll documenting the 8 Gates technique. Without hesitation, Might Dai produced a scroll and handed it to Rinne. As a well-known figure within the Konoha Ninja Academy, every student has heard of Rinne being taken as a disciple by Orochimaru, receiving his teachings, and no longer needing to attend classes at the academy, save for examinations. Might Dai was among those students who were aware of this fact. Having discussed it with his father previously, I shall prepare a few prescriptions to enhance physical strength and replenish vitality. Rinne, without any reluctance, accepted the scroll and promptly produced paper and pen to write several prescriptions for Might Dai and his son, advising them to use his name when purchasing the medicines at Nara's pharmacy, with the expenses charged to him. It is not difficult to prepare a few prescriptions for replenishing vitality and enhancing physical strength, as the Nara clan possesses a wealth of resources in this regard. After all, the Nara clan often requires supplements, just as the Akimichi clan frequently needs medicinal aids to adjust their physical conditions. This can be considered a reward for the Eight Gates technique. As a mere genin, even if one were to undertake numerous missions, it would be challenging to fill the vast pit of medicinal requirements over the long term. Fearing that Might Dai might refuse, Rinne added a supplementary note while handing over the prescriptions. Might Dai was evidently well aware of this issue. He glanced at Might Dai on the bed, expressed his gratitude to Rinne, and tightened his grip on the prescription paper handed to him. When the chakra had been entirely expended and it was time to rest, Rinne retreated to a corner and unrolled the scroll documenting the Eight Gates technique. The scroll contained a diagram of the human meridian system, indicating the corresponding positions of the Eight Gates: open, rest, life, injury, dying, view, shock, and death. It was densely filled with minute characters, with annotations and interpretations provided by Might Dai. In terms of complexity, it presented no significant challenge to comprehend. The primary hurdle in mastering this forbidden technique lies in understanding the human body and its acupuncture points. The rest is merely a matter of diligent practice. However, its designation as a forbidden technique is due to the considerable dangers it entails. It is not merely a matter of persevering in the practice of this technique for 20 years to unlock the Eight Gates without a special resilience. One's body may collapse under the prolonged strain before even managing to open a single gate. While death may be unlikely, the possibility of becoming incapacitated remains substantial. Rinne's desire to examine this ninjutsu stems from a wish to understand its principles, seeking inspiration that might offer him new insights. That evening, at the Senju clan's residence, after a hearty meal, it was time for the customary inquiries and answers. Tsunade's diligent oversight in recent days left Rinne somewhat perplexed. In the past, during this time of year, she would invariably wear a face of impatience. Even a single additional question could provoke a scowl, and her responses were often laced with personal jabs. Although Lu Nye tuned out these remarks, treating them like fleeting whispers. Tsunade's sudden transformation in teaching demeanor was a welcome surprise. Her explanations were now rich with substance, devoid of the occasional superfluous commentary or biting remarks that had previously characterized her interactions. For a moment, Lu Nye found himself at a loss, struggling to adapt to this newfound quality in Tsunade's instruction. Nevertheless, despite his discomfort, the improvement in her teaching was indeed a cause for celebration. In fact, Lu Nye had taken to posing more intricate questions, delving into topics not yet covered in his studies. And Tsunade responded with thoughtful answers rather than the dismissive expressions of your. Tsunade-sensei, are you familiar with the Eight Gates technique? Lu Nye inquired towards the conclusion of the lesson. The Eight Gates? Tsunade furrowed her brow. It is a physical technique. Given its reliance on the latent potential within the human body, I find it quite intriguing and wish to seek your guidance on it, Lu Nye stated, presenting the Eight-Gate scroll before her. Tsunade picked up the scroll, briefly perusing it before casting it aside. This technique is unsuitable for you. You will never master it. Even if you were to force yourself to learn it, you would never be able to open all 8 gates. With the physique of your Nara clan, even unlocking a single gate would prove exceedingly difficult. Tsunade offered her candid assessment. I do not wish to practice it, Lu Nye clarified, asserting his stance. I am merely fascinated by the concept of harnessing one's potential to unleash power that exceeds one's usual capabilities in critical moments. There are numerous methods and techniques to unleash extraordinary power at pivotal times. Take, for instance, the Akimichi clan's ability to amplify their strength through potential activation, Lu Nye countered. Tsunade rested her chin upon her hand, contemplating. However, any technique that grants a sudden surge in power inevitably drains your life force, specifically the vitality of your cells. Thus, such exertion is inherently unsustainable. The longer one relies on it, the more rapidly the body deteriorates. This is a technique meant for desperate circumstances. While the 8 gates does indeed demand a high physical threshold, what if a medical ninja like yourself were to utilize it? Lu Nye ventured a possibility. I cannot say for certain, Tsunade admitted, taken aback by Lu Nye's question. After a moment's reflection, she continued, generally speaking, the potency of a technique is directly proportional to the chakra output and the toll it exacts on the body. Each gate unlocked amplifies the power, but simultaneously increases the physical strain and damage sustained. When you reach a limit that your body cannot endure, it will collapse and dissolve. In terms of danger, this technique can indeed be classified as forbidden, as it inflicts harm not only on the enemy, but also upon oneself. Although I did not inherit my great-uncle's formidable healing physique, my proficiency in medical ninjutsu and the yang chakra I possess enable me to embody such qualities. If one were to suggest that activating the 8 gates while simultaneously employing medical ninjutsu to mend oneself could achieve a harmonious balance, I would find that notion exceedingly challenging, if not nearly impossible. Is it because the 8 gates are excessively explosive? Rinna pondered this thoughtfully. Tsunade cast a glance at Rinna. Having come to understand over the course of time that Rinna possessed the keen intellect characteristic of the Nara clan, coupled with exceptional talent in both techniques and research, what began as surprise had transformed into a calm acceptance of the startling truth. Indeed, Tsunade nodded in agreement with Rinna's insight. The 8 gates is a technique that unleashes all latent power within the body, once initiated. All of one's strength and chakra are depleted. This sudden surge of overwhelming power, which exceeds one's control, can only be released through sheer physical force and brute strength. The chakra and power within the body erupt uncontrollably during the initial stages of activation, akin to a volcano. Conversely, medical ninjutsu demands an exquisite level of control. One is chaotic, the other is controlled. The two are fundamentally at odds and nearly incompatible. Almost. Does that imply there remains a sliver of possibility? Rinna astutely seized upon a hint within Tsunade's words. If the control over medical ninjutsu could reach a standard akin to mine, then perhaps a semblance of balance between the 8 gates and medical ninjutsu could be achievable, albeit limited to the initial 3 gates. The more gates one opens, the greater the risk of imbalance, and the control over chakra would increase exponentially. If one cannot freely release that power, it will instead wreak havoc within one's body. And employing medical ninjutsu to restore oneself would fundamentally become a mindless act of self-consumption. For once this forbidden technique is invoked, it is a desperate gamble determining victory or defeat, rather than a strategy for endurance. Tsunade pondered before offering her perspective. What a pity. I had thought this technique would complement medical ninjutsu splendidly. If successful, perhaps the self-preservation abilities of medical ninjas could be significantly enhanced. Rinna lamented. This is not a concern for you. You are not fundamentally a pure medical ninja, Tsunade retorted bluntly. The inadequacy of self-preservation among medical ninjas refers to the majority of those who are purely medical in nature. This forbidden technique requires extreme dedication and a prolonged commitment. Only a select few, particularly those with unique physical attributes, can endure the rigorous training to reach the stage of opening the 8 gates. Tsunade herself possesses formidable strength, rendering such techniques unnecessary. Meanwhile, Shizen interjected with a raised hand. Is it brute strength? Rinna recalled the destructive displays Tsunade had often exhibited in moments of anger, where a single punch could rival the lethality and devastation of a B-rank ninjutsu. Medical ninjas have their own combat system, albeit with higher demands in terms of innate talent. Medical ninjas are inherently gifted individuals with a delicate mastery over chakra, and the forbidden techniques of medical ninjutsu demand even more stringent requirements. Tsunade sighed. Are you also exploring combat methods suited for medical ninjas? Asked Ruki softly. I am merely seeking a path that aligns with my own system of power, Tsunade replied, somewhat vexed as she ran her fingers through her hair. If only she possessed her gray tunkles would release, there would be no need for such arduous efforts. The established paths and limits are already laid bare. Mastering would release to its utmost would suffice, without delving into others. However, forging one's own path of strength or treading a path previously walked by others may be a necessary experience for any ninja aspiring to become a Hokage. Consider the formidable ninjas who stand out, as well as those who bear the title of Hokage. They typically do not resort to flamboyant or convoluted techniques, but instead maximize their most proficient systems of power. The 8 gates technique is a formidable ninjutsu. Yet for the vast majority of ninjas, including Tsunade, it is but a tasteless morsel, unpalatable yet regrettable to discard. Only someone like Might Guy, devoid of ninjutsu talent and whose entire potential is invested in physical prowess and perseverance, is truly suited for such a forbidden technique. Enduring the relentless torment of pushing his body to its limits day after day, it must be noted that even though ninjas possess considerable strength, far exceeding that of ordinary individuals, and wield the formidable force of chakra, each is still bound by their own physical limitations. Once the body reaches a certain threshold, the growth of strength and constitution slows significantly. In such a nearly insurmountable phase, how many ninjas are willing to diligently train, risking their well-being in pursuit of pushing their limits and enhancing their physical capabilities? For most ninjas, maintaining their current level of strength without decline is already a considerable choice. This technique is not from the Nara clan, is it? Tsunade inquired as she rolled up the scroll on the table. It was obtained from a lower ninja named Might Guy, Ruki admitted, recounting his entire exchange with Guide Tsunade. You certainly have your means, Tsunade chuckled, neither approving nor disapproving of Ruki's actions. The items Ruki presented in this forbidden technique are difficult to compare in value, making it unclear who truly gained the upper hand. For Ruki, this is a technique that he cannot learn, yet it serves as a reference. For Might Guy, this forbidden technique could provide his son, Might Guy, with a better foundation and mitigate the physical risks associated with the technique. In essence, both parties have achieved what they desired. Tsunade clearly recognized this, which led her to offer her assessment. She has always trusted the intellect of the Nara clan, although she despises manipulation. She does not oppose this slightly humane form of calculation. Does this forbidden technique truly hold no benefit for you? Ruki asked, shaking the 8-gate scroll in his hand. That depends on your perspective, Tsunade replied, embodying her role as a teacher with unwavering dedication, answering every question posed to her. If I were a pure practitioner or a ninja proficient in physical techniques, relying primarily on such skills for combat, then this forbidden technique would indeed suit me well. At least, in critical moments, it could be unleashed to turn the tide of battle. However, I am not. I possess my own combat system, and forcibly integrating this technique into my repertoire would yield minimal benefits, merely wasting my time and energy, unless I can unlock beyond the 7th gate. It offers no advantages that I cannot already achieve with significantly less burden and longer duration. It does not enhance my strength. Rather, it would become superfluous. Of course, if it were Orochimaru, he would not expend effort learning such a forbidden technique but would likely cherish it as a precious collectible. What if we were to modify it? Looney softly uttered a phrase. Before she could say more, Tsunade's gaze abruptly fixed on Looney's calm, yet somewhat youthful face. You truly resemble Orochimaru. Tsunade chuckled lightly, her smile devoid of admiration, aversion, or coldness. You also bear a resemblance to my second grandfather. After laughing, Tsunade silently added in her heart, how do you intend to improve this technique? Regaining her composure, Tsunade observed Looney, who was still gazing at her, awaiting a response. Uncharacteristically, she reached out and tousled his hair, causing his pineapple-shaped locks to fall messily. Are you planning to assist? Looney's eyes brightened momentarily, disregarding the disarray of his hair, feeling that Tsunade's involvement would indeed be a tremendous asset to his modifications. After all, in the realm of medical ninjutsu and the intricacies of the human body, no one is more authoritative or experienced than Tsunade. Coupled with the profound understanding of ninjutsu and chakra possessed by his mentor Orochimaru, despite the small number of their team, their strength would far surpass that of the elders of the Nara clan. Thus, upon hearing Tsunade's tone, Looney resolved to persuade her to join their team. It depends on whether your ideas can sway me. Tsunade poured herself a glass of wine, savoring it before exhaling a breath of wine-scented air. I wish to transform it into a different technique, or rather, to extract the essential core needed from the 8 gates, forming the foundation of another technique. This envisioned technique is called blood armor. It amplifies physical strength and overall power by flooding the body's veins and blood vessels with chakra. As Looney spoke, he stepped forward to clearly and thoroughly articulate his concept to Tsunade. The 8 gates is a technique that removes the body's restrictions on chakra, allowing excess energy to be released. Within the chakra flow of the meridian system, the gates, open gate, rest gate, life gate, injury gate, do gate, view gate, shock gate, and death gate, serve to regulate and control the chakra within the body, imposing limits on its quantity. However, this technique permits chakra to forcibly exceed these limitations, thereby unleashing an inherent strength that is exponentially greater. Yet, with each gate that is opened, the burden on the body increases dramatically. Looney did not intend to entirely replicate the 8 gates of Duanjia or to modify it, for in truth, this technique is already relatively perfected. Lowering its damage would merely fracture the foundation of this technique, significantly diminishing its power. Moreover, since Might Guy, who has immersed himself in this technique for 2 decades, has been unable to alleviate its toll on the body, Looney does not believe he possesses the capability to enhance it further to a state of perfection. What he aims to achieve is precisely what he discussed with Tsunade, to extract a portion of this technique as the cornerstone for a new art, forging a path of his own to create a technique more suited to himself. Thus, is it a synthesis of 2 contrasting techniques, one dynamic and the other static? Upon hearing Looney's concept, Tsunade, who initially had modest expectations, was unexpectedly intrigued. To her astonishment, she discovered that many aspects of Looney's idea resonated with her own current thoughts, or were strikingly similar. This indicated that Looney's concept could indeed serve as a valuable reference for her. Summon Orochimaru. Tsunade exclaimed, feeling a surge of inspiration. She slammed her palm onto the table, shattering it into fragments, and instructed Shizen. Subsequently, she and Luni commenced an in-depth discussion on the further conceptualization and foundational creation of the blood equipment. Naturally, Luni provided the ideas and inquiries, while Tsunade tackled the challenges and shared her relevant experience. In this moment, Tsunade's expertise and medical authority effortlessly aided Luni in resolving numerous physical issues. As the discussion grew fervent, Orochimaru, having been summoned, entered the Senju clan grounds under Shizen's guidance, arriving at the courtyard where Tsunade and Luni were situated. Upon his arrival, before he could engage in pleasantries, the composed Orochimaru was promptly seated by Tsunade and drawn into the discourse. He attentively listened to Tsunade's explanation, his serpent-like gaze glimmering with surprise as it turned to Luni. Although this technique was merely in its nascent stages and not yet fully formed, the concept alone was enough to astonish him. Particularly, the notion of blood equipment, proposed by Luni, piqued his interest even further. Thus, the blood equipment is divided into two components. The first, dynamic blood equipment, utilizes the 8 gates of Duanjia to stimulate excess chakra within the body's meridians, granting formidable offensive power while allowing for control over the degree of enhancement to mitigate bodily harm. The second, static blood equipment, merges the 8 gates of Duanjia with certain medical ninjutsu, enveloping the body's surface in a layer of defense while nourishing the body. The former can be activated when needed, while the latter, if mastered perfectly, can be sustained indefinitely without interruption. Have I understood correctly? Orochimaru rapidly synthesized Tsunade's explanation in his mind and summarized. Indeed, Tsunade affirmed with a nod. What do you require of me? Although not yet formally invited, Orochimaru immediately discerned the purpose behind Tsunade and Luni's summons. Despite the multitude of tasks at hand, he was more than willing to invest some time into this intriguing technique, which bore significant potential for growth. Furthermore, this concept was proposed by his disciple, Lunya. As a teacher, Orochimaru could not stand idly by while Tsunade was eager to assist. You will be responsible for the technique and seals, while I will address the issues related to the human body and medical aspects, Tsunade declared with enthusiasm. Her excitement was not merely a fleeting escape from despair, but stemmed from the realization that this technique could shatter the bottlenecks she had encountered in her own conceptualizations. Previously, she had been working in solitude. Now, with Lunya's insights and Orochimaru's understanding of techniques and chakra, she sensed that the external force might indeed break through the barriers she faced in creating those particular techniques. Should she succeed? Although she might still grapple with her troublesome hemophobia, her self-preservation abilities in the face of danger would be significantly enhanced. The growth of her power would greatly assist her in her aspirations to venture beyond the village. Thus, Tsunade unreservedly shared her research concerning the blood techniques. The medical ninjutsu related to the static blood technique and the yang chakra bears resemblance to a technique I am developing, which I have named Creation Rebirth. By gathering chakra in a specific location over time and releasing it when needed, I aim to stimulate rapid cellular regeneration, effectively healing wounds completely. However, the price is a reduction in lifespan. According to her concept, the static blood technique could also be maintained long-term once formed, but it would, in comparison to her Creation Rebirth, diminish healing capabilities while enhancing defensive strength. If Creation Rebirth is a healing ninjutsu that allows me to fight without concern for injuries, representing the shield, then I aspire to create another technique based on immense strength that would significantly amplify my offensive power, symbolizing the spear, the 100 Heroes technique. Both of these techniques had been developed and were undergoing refinement. They would ensure her survival in combat, yet their consumption was immense. Even she could only use them as a last resort in decisive moments. She was now focused on resolving the consumption issue associated with these two techniques. She categorized both Creation Rebirth and the 100 Heroes technique as S-rank ninjutsu, while the blood technique, although different, likely required substantial chakra expenditure as well. What an astonishing technique! I had thought you had lost your spark and had completely succumbed to a life of debauchery, Tsunade. To think you had quietly developed such techniques. Orochimaru was profoundly surprised by Tsunade's clandestine creation of 2 S-rank ninjutsu, prompting him to reassess his teammate. A sense of urgency began to stir within him. It was evident that Tsunade had completely transcended her previous power framework and had traversed far along that path. If it weren't for her hemophobia and her long absence from combat, she would undoubtedly be even more formidable now. What about his own path? Was it one of immortality and eternal life? Orochimaru gazed at Tsunade, who, in this moment, exuded confidence rather than despair. Upon reevaluating her, he also took the opportunity to introspect. Perhaps it was time to determine the course of his future ninjutsu. The path of the third Hokage was increasingly misaligned with his aspirations. There existed numerous methods to address the issues surrounding chakra. Should you place your trust in me, I would be willing to share the findings of my research, albeit acknowledging its imperfections. Uncharacteristically, Orochimaru displayed a rare generosity. However, Tsunade shook her head at his proposition. Of course, but you need not divulge all your research to me. I have already formulated a preliminary concept. I foresee that. Upon perfecting the creation of blood techniques, my prototype jutsu will come to fruition. Do as you wish. Nevertheless, I must express my gratitude. I hadn't anticipated your willingness to engage in matters that might seem burdensome to you, Orochimaru murmured. Indeed, he had not foreseen Tsunade's involvement in such affairs. After all, you are compensating me. It is only fitting that I assist in resolving any issues, he reasoned. Tsunade huffed lightly in response. The trio then immersed themselves once more in the exploration and development of techniques. Rinna provided insights and requirements, while Orochimaru tackled issues related to jutsu and chakra. Tsunade took charge of the human body's acupoints and meridians, bridging the ideas of Rinna and Orochimaru, and utilizing her understanding of the human body to assess the feasibility of their suggestions. If a concept appeared viable, they would delve deeper. If not, they would dismiss it and seek alternative paths. Unbeknownst to them, time slipped away amidst the fervor of debate and the spark of inspiration. The three were so engrossed in their discussions that they conversed through the night, leaving the Nara clan, who came to seek them out, in a state of bewilderment. They could only retreat quietly as they had come. The development of a jutsu is not an endeavor that can be accomplished in a single day. Even after an entire night of vigorous discussion, the three ninjas had merely established a temporary framework, accompanied by a clearer vision and direction. With that clarity and the combined experience of Orochimaru and Tsunade to navigate obstacles and resolve complexities, the creation of the jutsu inscribed on paper was merely a matter of time. Thus, Rinna found himself burdened with additional responsibilities at night, which caused him to return home increasingly late, prompting the Nara clan to regard him with growing suspicion. Yet, Rinna was too preoccupied to concern himself with their gazes. In the Hokage's office, the third Hokage stood by the window, exhaling clouds of smoke. Behind him sat Jiraiya, whom he had summoned. Old man, what did you call me here for? Jiraiya's casual tone elicited a flicker of exasperation in the third Hokage's eyes as he turned to face him. Did I not instruct you to maintain communication with Tsunade and Orochimaru during this period? I have made contact, Jiraiya replied, his tone momentarily subdued before he rallied his spirits. Your idea of communication amounts to merely gathering with them? The third Hokage, burdened with disappointment, had tasked Jiraiya with resolving the issues at hand. However, Jiraiya displayed a remarkable lack of sensitivity. Was that not enough? With a resigned gesture, Jiraiya explained, they are unwilling to meet with me, and moreover, Minato truly needs me as a teacher. The third Hokage opened his mouth, intending to speak, but upon seeing Jiraiya's carefree expression, he fell silent once more. Why should he harbor any expectations of him in such matters? Is everything all right? If not, I must take my leave. Minato is awaiting me at home. Observing the third Hokage's silence, Jiraiya sprang from his seat, approached the window, and flung it open, turning back to address him. The third Hokage waved his hand dismissively. Without hesitation, Jiraiya leapt through the window. He was not oblivious to the third Hokage's subtle hints. Rather, you wish to avoid becoming embroiled in the situation, further exacerbating the already strained relationships among the three. As a ninja adept at gathering intelligence from the outside world, even after 3 years of absence from the village, he had gleaned enough to piece together certain truths. This very knowledge made him even more reluctant to be drawn into the fray, complicating an already intricate scenario. He could neither resolve the core issues nor persuade Tsunade and Orochimaru, or even his own teacher. What purpose would his involvement serve? To ensnare himself deeper in the mire? It would be far more prudent to concentrate all his efforts on mentoring Minato, compensating for his neglect over the past 3 years, and steering clear of the village's turmoil. After all, he had no desire to assume the position of Hokage, did he? At a Kimichi-esque barbecue restaurant, you and the teacher are being utterly unreasonable, Red Bean exclaimed, her eyes wide with indignation as she glared at Orochimaru and Shikamaru. Meanwhile, Tsunade and Shizen stood to the side, arms crossed, silently observing the amusing spectacle. You two secretly trained without me? Not at all, Shikamaru and I were merely developing a jutsu, Orochimaru replied calmly, regarding the furious Red Bean. I find that even more infuriating. Red Bean's face flushed with anger. Are you questioning my intelligence, Teacher Orochimaru? What he means is that he is crafting a jutsu specifically for us, primarily for you, Shikamaru interjected, causing Red Bean's fiery demeanor to momentarily falter. The flames of jealousy within her cooling somewhat. Impossible. You're deceiving me. Red Bean quickly regained her composure. Skepticism etched on her face as her gaze darted between Shikamaru and Orochimaru. It is indeed true. I am of the Nara clan and must prioritize the family's secret techniques. Under these circumstances, Teacher Orochimaru has no need to create any additional jutsu for me, Shikamaru stated earnestly. Your words seem logical, but my intuition tells me you are simply evading trouble and deceiving me. Hongdo listened patiently and realized that, logically speaking, Lunya's statements were devoid of any flaws. Yet, her instinctive intuition sensed that something was amiss. Although her intellect may not be particularly sharp, her intuition was surprisingly acute. This was not the first time that such perceptiveness had manifested within Hongdo. Lunya felt grateful that the divinely bestowal of talent did not also encompass the temperament and personality of Niejianli. Thus, he refrained from criticizing the sharp-tongued Hongdo, aiming instead to soothe her and prevent her from disrupting the atmosphere. You may choose not to believe me, but you can certainly trust Teacher Orochimaru. Lunya unabashedly implicated the esteemed Orochimaru. Once this technique is devised, you shall be among the first to practice it. Orochimaru pondered briefly before providing his response. Hongdo's complexion instantly flared with renewed intensity. Her previous ire had transformed into joy and excitement. Teacher Orochimaru is the best, she exclaimed. Was she truly oblivious to the deception at play? From the sidelines, Jinin, who had been a silent observer of this farce, leaned closer to her mentor, Tsunade, and whispered her inquiry. Do not dampen the child's spirits, Tsunade replied, slightly turning her head to address Jinin. After a period of research, the blood technique had reached its initial version. However, its creation was predicated on numerous formidable S-rank forbidden techniques, rendering it quite challenging. The S-rank technique could, however, be segmented into two A-rank versions. This rudimentary, diminished, and weakened initial version lowered the threshold for practice. If one were to incorporate changes in properties or forms, the two techniques could evolve into their complete S-rank forbidden forms, akin to Tsunade's creation rebirth and the 100 healing techniques. For now, the foundational initial version sufficed. Validation was paramount. Neither Orochimaru nor Lunya was particularly concerned about the confidentiality of this technique, especially Lunya, who felt entirely satisfied as long as the technique was successfully created. As for imparting it to Hongdo, Lunya not only did not oppose the idea but was the first to propose it. He held no reservations about sharing with Jinin and the others, as this technique was, in essence, a collaborative endeavor among the three, with Orochimaru and Tsunade contributing significantly, thus as their disciples. Hongdo and Jinin were free to choose whether to pursue this technique. Compared to Hongdo, Jinin, who possessed a solid foundation in medical ninjutsu, held a distinct advantage in mastering this technique more comprehensively. Hongdo would first need to learn the offensive blood technique before delving into medical ninjutsu, and only upon reaching a certain proficiency could she then study the defensive blood technique. After enjoying their barbecue, Orochimaru and his companions did not part ways but instead proceeded to the clearing in the back mountain designated for training. This technique has just been created and still requires refinement, so if you feel any discomfort in your body, be sure to voice it, Orochimaru instructed as he prepared to teach. Tsunade gently patted Hongdo's small head, having come along to prevent any unforeseen incidents. After all, the manipulation of blood techniques pertains to the body's meridians and latent powers. Any reckless approach could undoubtedly inflict severe harm and burden upon the body. Orochimaru diligently imparted the intricacies of the blood manipulation technique to Akane, patiently addressing her inquiries and correcting her misconceptions time and again. As a child acknowledged by Orochimaru, she either possessed keen intellect to serve as his assistant or bore innate talent and worth. What set Akane apart was her aptitude in both physicality and technique. She quickly grasped Orochimaru's unique ninjutsu and exhibited a remarkable capacity for rapid learning. Though not on par with true geniuses like Kakashi, many regarded her as a prodigy in her own right. Thus, under Orochimaru's attentive guidance and driven by admiration and reverence for him, Akane exerted herself to comprehend the technique, diligently practicing according to his instructions. After numerous failures, she finally mastered the fundamentals of blood manipulation 3 days later. Orochimaru-sensei, Feeling as if some constraint within her had been lifted and her power surged tremendously, Akane instinctively turned to Orochimaru standing before her. Could this be the manifestation of her blood manipulation technique? Shizune observed the radiant aura surrounding Akane with curiosity. "Shall we give it a try, Tsunade?" Orochimaru remarked, pleased as he watched Akane maintain her blood manipulation state, directing his gaze towards Shizune beside Tsunade. During these days, it was not solely Orochimaru teaching Akane and Ruki. Tsunade was also instructing Shizune. With a foundation in medical ninjutsu, Tsunade successfully guided Shizune in mastering the defensive blood technique. "Do you wish to participate, Shizune?" Tsunade inquired, glancing down at her. "I'm ready, Lady Tsunade." Shizune nodded. After all, she was still young, and seeing Akane, who was of similar age, sparked her desire to engage in a friendly spar. With Tsunade present, even in the event of injury, there would be no threat to her life. Both could experience each other's techniques. "Let us engage in a spar that remains within limits," Orochimaru announced as he withdrew from the arena. As one of the creators of the blood technique, this was the moment to assess the results. "I'm going in, Sister Shizune." Overflowing with an inexhaustible surge of power, Akane called out to Shizune before launching her attack. Whoosh! Boom! Akane's figure and Shizune's momentarily brushed past one another, as if unable to contain her force. She darted into the dense forest behind them. She quickly emerged again, her face slightly flushed as she renewed her assault on Shizune. How embarrassing! In front of Orochimaru-sensei. Akane had not anticipated that her body would be amplified to such an extent that she struggled to fully harness the burgeoning power within. Just moments ago, she had intended to leap towards Shizune to initiate an attack, yet the overwhelming force propelled her beyond Shizune's position, sending her further away. It seemed the amplification of her strength was substantial, nearly doubling her speed. Orochimaru paid no heed to Hondo's blunder. Instead, his eyes sparkled with intrigue as he observed the scene unfold. Such amplification, even if it did not reach the extraordinary levels that Hondo had achieved, proved to be a significant enhancement at critical moments. This time, having successfully controlled her strength without error, Hondo managed to strike Tsunade. However, she felt as though her fist had collided with an impenetrable steel plate upon impacting Tsunade's abdomen. Black veins, reminiscent of blood vessels, emerged at the point of contact, resembling a spider's web that absorbed the force of her blow entirely. Sensing something amiss, Hondo promptly executed a backflip to regain distance, deftly hurling a few shurikens to impede Tsunade's advance. The shurikens clattered against Tsunade without effect, merely ricocheting off. Is this what my teacher referred to as the blood armor? How impervious! Observing the gradually fading black veins on Tsunade's exposed abdomen, Hondo shook her slightly sore hand. She began to reflect on the information her teacher had imparted regarding the blood armor. Realizing that close combat was futile, she resolved to settle the matter through ninjutsu. Her combat instincts kicked in, prompting her to swiftly change her mode of attack. Her fingers flew through the hand seals, and after taking a deep breath and leaning back, her chest and abdomen swelled dramatically as she directed a fierce, linear flame toward Tsunade. Fire release, dragon fire technique. This concentrated fire technique was far more potent than the one she had employed during the bell retrieval, now amplified by her blood armor into an even more intense and brilliant blaze. In response, Tsunade summoned a swirling water curtain before her. Though the curtain evaporated almost instantly, it bought Tsunade precious moments to evade the range of the dragon fire technique. That's enough, Orochimaru declared, using water ninjutsu to extinguish the flames, and leapt into the fray alongside Tsunade to halt the confrontation. Orochimaru-sensei, Hondo said, as she dispelled her blood armor, her body staggering momentarily as she nearly fell. It felt so strange. Once she regained her footing, she felt an emptiness within her, tinged with disappointment. The sensation of being filled with boundless power, as if she could achieve anything, was truly exquisite. Having experienced that fleeting illusion of omnipotence, she found herself somewhat disoriented upon returning to her normal state. What do you feel now? Tsunade inquired, approaching Hondo with concern. I'm very hungry. I want to eat a great deal, Hondo pouted. Despite having eaten grilled meat not long before their training, it seemed that as long as she managed her timing, the only after effect would be hunger. Tsunade conducted a thorough examination of Hondo's body and concluded, it appears the blood armor has indeed been successful. Orochimaru was satisfied, though a tinge of regret lingered. Unfortunately, the two modes cannot coexist. This technique has not yet reached perfection. With satisfaction, he acknowledged the success while lamenting the difficulty of maintaining the static blood armor once the dynamic blood armor was activated. Similarly, Maintaining the silent blood technique makes it exceedingly difficult to activate the active blood technique. These represent two distinct modes of chakra circulation. Achieving harmonious coexistence is perhaps less feasible than my Baijutsu and creation rebirth. Tsunade, who played a pivotal role in the development of this technique, incisively identified the core issue. Both modes operate along the same meridian pathways, and the activation of one inevitably leads to the cessation of the other. While it is not impossible to resolve this, for instance, by reducing the overlap of the meridian pathways and segmenting the body into two distinct areas, it might be achievable under a dual-focus approach. Alternatively, one could consider physical modification to adjust the body. However, both methods possess their own inherent shortcomings. The former necessitates further optimization, thereby raising the bar for training. The latter, involving bodily transformation, is purely for the adaptation to the blood technique, easily capping the potential for strength. The fact that she managed to create this technique, even if it appears to be merely a work in progress, has already brought Tsunade considerable satisfaction, as it enables practitioners to succeed. She does not wish to involve herself in further optimization. She has accomplished her part. Now, it is time for her and Shizen to depart the village. Seeking solace and adventure far from strife and troubles. Kyun, give this to that might die, Tsunade instructed, retrieving a scroll from her bosom and tossing it directly to Kyun. After throwing it, without waiting for Kyun and Orochimaru to speak, she turned and waved her hand, calling for Shizen as she exited the venue. I have already examined their bodies. As long as they continue training in the 8 gates, the strain and depletion on their bodies will be incessant. All I can offer is to enhance their physical strength as much as possible. It appears she is resolved to leave the village. A flicker of disappointment crossed Orochimaru's serpent-like golden eyes. He had observed Tsunade's transformation over the past few days and had an inkling of her resolve and intentions. After this separation, it is likely that their next meeting will be far in the future. I will give you both 2 days to properly adjust your condition. In 2 days, I will lead you out of the village for a mission, Orochimaru stated, retracting his gaze and addressing Kyun and Akamichi beside him. He refrained from trying to retain Tsunade or offering comfort. He fully understood the emotional turmoil she was facing. This turmoil stemmed not only from her kin but also from him and their teacher, the third Hokage. Tsunade's departure may indeed be the best solution for the village, her clan, and herself at this moment. So what reason does Orochimaru have to impede her? Even if the third Hokage were to learn of this, he would likely remain silent, tacitly accepting Tsunade's departure and assisting her in tying up loose ends. Kyun did not dwell on the psychological fluctuations of his teacher, Orochimaru. His panel had just been updated once more. Creation Ninjutsu, new name, blood technique level, AS effect. The active blood technique focuses on offense, significantly enhancing physical strength and ninjutsu potency, requiring active activation. The silent blood technique emphasizes defense, forming a layer of chakra membrane beneath the skin to bolster defensive capabilities, providing excellent resistance against physical attacks, bladed weapon assaults, and ninjutsu. Conclusion: a formidable ninjutsu that integrates both offense and defense, yet demands a significant threshold for mastery. Recognition: 900, 1000. The higher the recognition, the greater the influx of inspiration and rewards from related works within the niche. Rewards: physical prowess 3. Chakra capacity 100. Note: once the physical limit is reached, any further increase in chakra will cease. The acknowledgement from Tsunade and Orochimaru, both elite ninja of the highest caliber, instantaneously elevated the recognition to an exceptional level. In that moment, a plethora of inspirations regarding this technique illuminated his mind, akin to a sudden epiphany, revealing a path forward. Although with his current knowledge and skills, Lune could not immediately evolve this technique or undergo a complete transformation, he had at least identified a direction for improvement and adjustment. Much like Kakashi's Chidori, which boasts advanced variations such as Raikiri and various derivative ninjutsu. However, upon reflecting on the implications of the rewards, Lune pondered, the increase in physical attributes is finite. When the body can no longer advance at this stage, will the refinement and output limits of its chakra also cease? Of course, it might not necessarily imply that. After running this through his mind, Lune set it aside. There was no need to concern himself with distant future uncertainties. At merely 7 years of age, both his body and chakra were still in their growth phases. For at least the next decade, this would not be a pressing issue. Talent card: Lune's Cocoon, World, Soul Reaper, Quality, Purple, 1900 10,000, Effect, Growth-Oriented Research Talent. Domain: Your aptitude in biological and neurological research surpasses that of other developmental fields. Passive, biological modification. Accumulation. All research relies heavily on the accumulation of extensive knowledge and experimental materials. All the knowledge you possess will be understood and remembered more efficiently, subsequently rewarded with alternative knowledge feedback. Achievement. Each creation that gains recognition enhances your physical attributes and strength, proportionate to the level of acknowledgement. Recognized developmental products. Dog food. Pest control agent. In-release secret technique. Shadow coffin. S-rank ninjutsu. Blood armor. Rewards. Physical prowess 3. Chakra 100. Obsession. To become a scientist surpassing Pu Yuan Kazuki. The quality of his talent has advanced once more, indicating a significant enhancement in Lun's capacity for learning and understanding. Let us disband then. You have performed admirably these days. Your talent has pleasantly surprised me. If you wish, I can share some of my research resources with you, Orochimaru remarked, regarding Lun with appreciation. At this moment, he found Lun to be quite agreeable. May I take this ninjutsu back to my family, Master Orochimaru? Lun inquired as he prepared to leave. Do as you please. Orochimaru replied nonchalantly. He relished the sense of accomplishment derived from the creation of the technique. As for ownership, he remained indifferent, particularly concerning the blood armor ninjutsu. Moreover, this technique inherently belongs to Runi, who possesses the authority to decide whether to submit it, cherish it, or pass it down to his kin for cultivation. Upon receiving a response from Orochimaru, Runi felt a wave of relief wash over him. Despite the fact that characters in the original narrative are renowned for their mastery of various ninjutsu, including the iconic second and third Hokages, as well as Orochimaru himself, who wields a plethora of forbidden techniques, the reality within this world is that the dissemination of ninjutsu is quite insular. No village would willingly allow ninjutsu to proliferate unchecked. Even at the Konoha Ninja Academy, the curriculum primarily focuses on foundational knowledge, with graduates acquiring only basic techniques such as the body flicker technique. Subsequently, following the trio system established by the second Hokage, 3 newly graduated genin are assigned to a genin mentor, forming a task force through a master-apprentice relationship. Naturally, as a high-ranking genin, the mentor holds the discretion to determine whether the assigned genin can pass his assessment. Failure to do so results in their return to square one. There exists an alternative for the exceptionally talented. They may opt to join the Umbu or independently undertake missions. Might Guy, for instance, operates as an independent genin, accepting tasks such as locating lost pets or retrieving items to earn a living, regardless of the path chosen. The acquisition of ninjutsu is fraught with barriers. In the trio system, even the leading instructor would hesitate to impart their master techniques, preferring to offer guidance on combat experience and training instead. In the case of the Umbu, one must exchange achievements for ninjutsu, while also considering the synergies between teammates' techniques. In all scenarios, the ninja organization led by the village maintains stringent control over the leakage and circulation of ninjutsu. Runi's inquiry, met with Orochimaru's response, signifies a willingness to endorse him and assume responsibility for any ensuing complications, however unlikely they may be. With such a formidable ally to rely upon, Runi wisely opted to maximize his resources and mitigate potential troubles. Before returning home, he sought out Might Dai, who was training with Might Guy, and presented him with the scroll bestowed by Tsunade. This is the solution provided by Lady Tsunade. While it cannot remedy the after effects of the 8 gates, it can enhance your body's resilience and vitality. Upon hearing Tsunade's name, the expressions of Might Dai and his son transformed into profound gratitude, their emotions radiating like the brilliance of their exposed smiles. Shaking his head, Runi decided to make his exit. Although both father and son would eventually rise to prominence, their infectious energy and resilience were overwhelmingly potent. Interaction was permissible, yet prolonged contact was ill-advised. Once Might Dai and his son concluded their moment of heartfelt appreciation, they discovered Runi had already faded into the distance. Clutching the scroll, which seemed to emanate warmth, Might Dai, with tears glistening in his eyes, shouted in exuberance, rallying he and Might Guy to perform an additional 100 frog jumps. Aren't we going to learn from Lady Tsunade today? In the Nara clan territory, Nara Rokichi and Nara Yoshino were mildly astonished to see their son return home early. During this period of absence, Nara Rukine had become the familiar figure they cherished. The peculiarities surrounding Rukine had spread throughout the Nara clan. With the completion of his studies, Rukine settled down before the languid Rokichi, instinctively stifling a yawn while propping his head with his right hand. I presumed your vigor and constitution would far surpass those of the other Nara clansmen. I did not anticipate you two would feel weary, he remarked. Rokichi chuckled inwardly at the sight of Rukine's resigned and languorous expression. At last, he sensed a hint of the true Nara essence in the current Rukine. Has that technique succeeded? Without waiting for Rukine's reply, Rokichi inquired with a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes. Rukine's collaboration with Orochimaru and Tsunade in developing a technique was no secret to the Nara clan. The trio had never intended to keep this development under wraps. With the existence of the secret technique, Shadow Coffin, Rukine's new technique had undoubtedly garnered the attention of the clan elders. Once this technique was perfected, the Nara clan, including Rokichi, would undoubtedly acquire the rights to its usage and instruction. Consequently, Nara Rukine would receive a portion of the clan's resources and recognition. The arrival of a subordinate ninja named Might Dai, who brought Rukine's manuscript to the Nara pharmacy in exchange for medicinal materials, was a testament to the elders' regard for him. With the Shadow Coffin technique already established and Orochimaru's serious mentorship, Rokichi could not allow Rukine to squander his potential recklessly. Yes, it has succeeded, Rukine announced, producing 3 scrolls from his attire. This is the 8 Gates technique, the very ninjutsu practiced by Might Dai. The inspiration for the blood armor originated from it, and its core concept has been partially extracted from this technique. This is the dynamic blood armor, primarily an offensive technique. This is the static blood armor, primarily a defensive technique. After briefly examining the 8 Gates scroll, Rokichi set it aside. It was not that the technique lacked strength, but rather that no Nara clansman would pursue such a grueling regimen. The notoriously torturous training intensity was enough to deter the Nara clan from engaging with it. Relegating the technique to mere collection and dust gathering, Rokichi's focus shifted to the latter 2 scrolls. He laid them out side by side on the floor, revealing intricate diagrams of human meridians, along with explanations and interpretations. The sharp intellect of the Nara clan allowed him to swiftly comprehend the scroll's contents at a glance. Yet even with Rokichi's honed reading comprehension skills from his daily endeavors in the Hokage office, he took considerable time to digest the rich material contained within the 2 scrolls. An air of silence enveloped the room as Rokichi read rapidly, while Rukine, lost in thought, observed beside him. After an indeterminate period, Rokichi concluded his reading, reassembling the scrolls and closing his eyes in contemplation, perhaps to rejuvenate his spirit for a moment. An exceptionally remarkable technique, he mused. This matter encompasses numerous aspects, requiring a certain threshold of medical knowledge for accurate comprehension. Luigi expressed a sense of wonder. This technique embodies a symbiotic relationship, akin to the duality of spear and shield. Should an adept practitioner be found, it possesses the potential to cultivate a formidable ninja of elite caliber. The rarity of its universality is indeed remarkable, as long as one can grasp its essence. Mastery and learning become attainable. Even those of lesser intellect can, through diligent practice, elevate one facet of this technique to an extraordinarily profound level. As for this technique, Lui, seemingly aware of his father's impending words, interjected, "These are the exact words of Lord Orochimaru." Is that so? Then we must extend our gratitude to Lady Tsunade and Lord Orochimaru. Luigi chuckled lightly. No one understands the significance of ninjutsu as profoundly as the ninja clans. To monopolize ninjutsu is tantamount to monopolizing literature and knowledge. The ninja clans are custodians of inherited techniques, such as the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans. What do you intend to do with it? Nara Luigi effortlessly discerned the deeper implications of Lu's inquiry. It not only represented Orochimaru's willingness to endorse the ownership of this ninjutsu, but also indicated Lu's own aspirations regarding it. The blood movement technique is particularly suited for the Akimichi clan, Lud stated. Indeed, it is quite fitting, Nara Luigi nodded thoughtfully. The Akimichi clan's expansion technique imposes significant strain on the body, compounded by the specially crafted 3-color secret pills tailored to their physiology. The Akimichi clan's unique ninjutsu, characterized by its yang attributes, coupled with their capacity for accumulating fat and energy, renders them more compatible with the blood movement technique than other ninjas. Conversely, one could argue that the blood still technique is equally advantageous for the Nara clan. With the defensive capabilities of the blood still technique, the Nara clan's shadow imitation technique and other shadow-based jutsu would be endowed with enhanced lethality. By subduing an opponent through imitation, they could swiftly draw a kunai and sever the throat. With the protection afforded by the blood still technique, the Nara clan could eliminate their subdued adversaries at minimal or even no cost. Let us bestow this ninjutsu upon them, as a shared art among the 3 clans. Lids suggested, also including the Yamaika clan. Although the Yamaika clan, renowned for their support of ninjutsu, may not have many practitioners. A lineage with a well-ordered inheritance will not easily alter its course or modify its training methodologies. For example, as a founding family of the village, if the need arises. Would the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans lack avenues to access advanced ninjutsu? Yet, why do these secretive clans remain focused on their ancestral techniques? Because this path has been paved by their forebears, forming a ninjutsu system that is most compatible with their bodies. They need not seek external resources, as their internal capacities sufficiently fulfill their needs. A powerful ninja is one who amplifies a particular trait to its utmost potential, just as bloodline ninjas naturally prioritize their own bloodline abilities. This has rendered families like the pig-deer butterfly, which have been passed down for at least several centuries, exceedingly cautious in their approach to learning new ninjutsu. Even if a particular technique appears to be well-suited, they will meticulously consume time to validate it piece by piece, only incorporating it into their family's training system after thorough confirmation. Otherwise, the decision to learn rests solely with the individual. Jiraiya is acutely aware that even if this technique were presented to the Akimichi or Yamanaka clans, for various reasons it might either be shelved indefinitely or only be examined and practiced by a select few for a time. Only if its significance were to one day rival that of each clan's prestigious secret techniques could it truly proliferate. Nevertheless, as long as it is practiced by someone, it would still confer recognition upon Jiraiya. Nara Shikamaru stowed away the 3 scrolls of ninjutsu. Any single scroll, if drawn forth, could empower a ninja to rise, providing the foundation to establish a small ninja clan. Furthermore, in 2 days, Orochimaru-sensei would lead Jiraiya and Akane out of the village to undertake a mission. While returning to his quarters for rest, Jiraiya mentioned this to Shikamaru. Nara Shikamaru waved his hand weakly, signaling his acknowledgement. Such missions outside the village are an inevitable experience for any ninja, and with Orochimaru's company, he harbored no concerns for Jiraiya's safety. Time swiftly passed. After accepting a B-rank mission, Orochimaru departed the village with Jiraiya and Akane in tow. Sensei, will you become the 4th Hokage? Akane, seemingly unfamiliar with the concept of leaving the village, exhibited remarkable curiosity throughout the journey. Although she recalled the rules taught to her by Orochimaru regarding missions outside the village, her habit of observing her surroundings revealed her youthful innocence. Why do you ask? Orochimaru's gaze suddenly fell upon Akane, startled by his unexpected attention. Akane puffed out her cheeks. If you become the 4th Hokage, wouldn't I then be your disciple? Perhaps when you retire, I could succeed you as the 5th Hokage. Do you wish to become Hokage? Upon hearing Akane's words, a fleeting look of distraction crossed Orochimaru's face, from his youthful self to the unfulfilled potential of his fallen disciple. Ju, and now to Akane, everything seemed to form a cyclical pattern. Did he still aspire to be Hokage? Orochimaru found it difficult to ascertain at this moment, as the desire for immortality appeared to occupy a profoundly significant place in his heart. The 1st, 2nd, and 3rd Hokage were also impressive. I want to be as powerful as them, and you. Akane's current perception of Hokage was merely that it represented the strongest individual in the village. And you, Jiraiya, do you wish to become Hokage? Orochimaru turned his gaze to Jiraiya. Of course, but only if it does not interfere with my aspirations, such as my research. Jiraiya replied candidly. Orochimaru smiled. Sensei, you still haven't answered my question. Will you become the 4th Hokage? Hongdo inexplicably felt overlooked by the 2 individuals. She immediately raised her voice again, hoping to draw their attention, at least to join the conversation. Whenever Lu Nie and Orochimaru began to engage in dialogue, she felt like a superfluous appendage. Her talents were by no means lacking. Perhaps, but it could also be that the position would be taken by Senior Shuaimo. Orochimaru remained non-committal. He no longer wished to speculate on the thoughts of his mentor. Senior Shuaimo was indeed formidable. Upon hearing the name of Kakashi Shuaimo, Hongdo mumbled a few words. Indeed, the 4th Hokage not only stood alongside the legendary Sannin, but also had a reputation that could overshadow them, even slightly. Let us focus on completing the mission first. Orochimaru gently patted Hongdo's head, causing her cheeks to flush instantly. A B-rank mission. It pertains to ninjas, right? I will perform well and complete the task to show you, Sensei. Hongdo stuttered her assurances, her tone imbued with a sense of joy and fervor. This mission is not particularly significant. It's merely a matter of convenience, Orochimaru replied, shaking his head. This time, I am leaving the village to take you to meet someone. Who are we meeting? Hongdo asked, her gaze lifting in bewilderment. Tachibana Shugo. Orochimaru revealed a name that left Hong Do bewildered. Lu Nye cast a peculiar glance at Orochimaru. Although his memory was somewhat hazy, he still recognized certain key figures and events. Tachibana Shugo was the very foundation of Orochimaru's rise. Almost all of Orochimaru's subsequent research was inextricably linked to Tachibana Shugo. Through him, Orochimaru had developed an incomplete sage technique and perfected the art of impure reincarnation, making significant strides towards immortality. From Lu Nye's perspective, the combination of the forbidden technique and impure reincarnation was akin to a castrated version of the Otsutsuki clan's method for resurrection. The only limitations were his body and chakra, which had not met the required standards. This alone illustrated the exceptional talent Orochimaru possessed for research. However, his vision remained too constrained, causing him to be perpetually enthralled by the power of the Sharingan. As for how Orochimaru remained informed of the outside world while residing in the village, Lu Nye found it not worth pondering. At Orochimaru's level, he inevitably had various subordinates, loyal or otherwise, reporting intelligence to him. What surprised Lu Nye was that Orochimaru had already usurped Jiraiya's role and was taking significant strides towards the position of headmaster of the kindergarten. Unfortunately, he ultimately missed the most valuable opportunity in the Land of Rain. Ninjas traveled swiftly, and had it not been for the need to accommodate Lu Nye and Hong Do, Orochimaru's pace could have been even faster. After several days of continuous travel, they finally arrived at their destination. In front of a dilapidated village, Hong Do felt a twinge of discomfort and shifted her body. Suddenly, her gaze swept toward the dense forest to her left. Found you. Red Bean extracted a kunai from her back pocket and, with a swift motion, hurled it into a dense thicket. The sound of impact echoed as the kunai collided with a solid object, ricocheting off. A shadow, propelled by a fierce gust, burst forth from the foliage. Swiftly, the three Sannin, already on high alert, activated their body flicker technique, evading the imminent threat. In the next instant, the ground where they had stood was violently shattered, creating a sizable crater, a display reminiscent of Tsunade's formidable strength. Witnessing the extensive damage to the terrain, Red Bean involuntarily twitched at the corner of her eye. Had that struck her, even with her adept mastery of the bloodstained garb, she would have surely suffered, and considering her current lack of control, the outcome would have been dire. Her gaze shifted to the shadow that emerged from the dissipating dust, eager to discern the identity of the audacious assailant. I will kill you. The boy, his body partially transformed with grotesque appendages, roared with a ferocity that revealed his madness as he fixed his wild eyes upon the trio. In a flash, he vanished from sight, plummeting like a projectile towards them, creating yet another deep pit upon impact. At the center of this crater stood the boy, eyes glinting like a predator surveying his prey. Don't run. Let me kill you. Only then will I find peace. He mumbled incoherently, desperately seeking their whereabouts. Activate blood manipulation. Ignite. Fire release. Dragon fire technique. A searing pillar of flame erupted from the shadows, striking the boy before he could evade. The blaze surged forth, engulfing the area around him in a raging inferno. The flames raged for a full 10 seconds before finally extinguishing. Gasping for breath, Red Bean surveyed the still blazing area, instinctively murmuring, "Is he dead?" Unfortunately, no, replied both Tsunade and Orochimaru, exchanging a knowing glance before stepping forward to shield Red Bean. Damn it, that hurts. The boy's bellow reverberated, dispersing the surrounding flames and revealing the unfortunate target of the dragon fire technique. His body bore the marks of severe burns, yet astonishingly, he was recovering at an incredible rate, expending vast amounts of chakra. Simultaneously, his transformation escalated, now resembling a beast more than a human. His skin had morphed into a thick, heat-resistant layer, enhancing his defense while insulating his body. As he spoke, steam began to billow from the pockmarked surface of his flesh, dissipating the heat. What is this? Red Bean gasped in disbelief, having never witnessed, nor heard of, such a grotesque entity. Could it be some unknown bloodline limit? She couldn't help but wonder, her mind racing to comprehend this aberration. In her limited understanding, the most logical explanation seemed to be that he possessed an unidentified bloodline limit related to physical enhancement. Such tremendous power. The boy, transformed into a grotesque creature, charged once more. A serpent, as thick as an adult's thigh, suddenly slithered out from Orochimaru's sleeve, ensnaring the aberrant youth in a swift, predatory manner, enveloping him in coil after coil and suspending him in midair. It appeared that the influence on his mental state was profound, rendering communication impossible. Observing the madness and bloodlust radiating from the boy, particularly in his golden eyes, Orochimaru felt a twinge of disinterest. A beast devoid of intellect, no matter how formidable, remains merely a beast. Moreover, it was not as powerful as he had anticipated. Naruto's gaze. Orochimaru invoked a genjutsu, drawing the aberrant youth closer. Though merely a deer-ink illusion. This technique forces the recipient to confront their deepest fears, manifesting their inner terror regardless of their will. The greater the fear within, the more potent the impact of Naruto's gaze. Under Orochimaru's illusion, the aberrant boy succumbed to a mental collapse with scarcely any resistance, ultimately losing consciousness due to the overwhelming force of the experience. Simultaneously, the mutated aspects of his body began to fade, revealing a somewhat youthful visage. It seemed he was fortunate indeed. Orochimaru observed the unconscious boy with keen interest, his long tongue licking his lips. What a fortuitous find upon arrival. Suddenly, Hondo emerged from behind, her expression one of astonishment as she gazed at the boy lying on the ground. Is he the one you sought? The one named Tenkai Shigemo? Why is he like this? Is it some kind of bloodline limit? No, his body has undergone mutation due to prolonged exposure to an environment rich in natural energy. His loss of control stemmed from an overwhelming surge of this energy affecting his mind. Orochimaru evidently possessed ample information. Natural energy? What is that? Hondo inquired, perplexed by her teacher's explanation. Natural energy is the force that activates senjutsu. You need not grasp it fully at this moment, Orochimaru succinctly clarified. This place, abundant in natural energy, serves as an excellent training ground for senjutsu. Alas, it is of no use to us. Why is it of no use? Is senjutsu truly powerful? Hondo pressed further. Ninjutsu is initiated through chakra. What is the source of chakra? In a good mood, Orochimaru summoned a large serpent, casting the unconscious Tenkai Shigemo onto its back while assessing Hondo. Chakra is the amalgamation of mental and physical energy within the human body. Hondo responded without hesitation. Senjutsu is the harmonious fusion of mental energy, physical energy, and natural energy. Consider it a higher form of energy surpassing chakra levels. Ninjutsu powered by senjutsu possesses enhanced destructive and lethal capabilities. This is merely one aspect of its characteristics. Orochimaru gestured for Hondo and the others to follow as he departed, continuing his explanation. In any case, as a teacher, Orochimaru proved to be quite competent. Any child whom he values and instructs can learn what they desire from him. Is this place not significant? Hondo instinctively remarked. Given the rich natural energy of this location and the formidable techniques of the immortal arts, should it not be marked? Natural energy is perilous. One can see this from the boy before us. His body and spirit have been so severely eroded by natural energy that he cannot maintain his mental composure. In truth, the fact that he has not been assimilated by the natural energy and is still alive is already quite astonishing to me. Orochimaru pointed at the youth entwined in the serpent. Mastering natural energy is incredibly challenging. Even the three great sacred lands with established legacies of the immortal arts cannot guarantee perfect mastery. Yet, you still have not explained to me why we do not need this place, Hondo pouted. Because there are better options available to us. On the side, Lunia poked Hondo's arm with her finger. The three great sacred lands with legacies of immortal arts are indeed the Mayaboka Mountain contracted by Lord Jiraiya, the Shikatsu Forest contracted by Lady Tsunade, and the Ryuchi Cave contracted by Master Orochimaru. Did Master Orochimaru mention this? Hondo inquired, looking bewildered. Could it be that Master Orochimaru had secretly given Lunia extra lessons? That is not impossible. After all, not long ago, Lord Orochimaru had almost left her to her own devices. Lunia was right. However, in terms of training in the immortal arts, you still have a long way to go. Orochimaru doused the excited Hondo with a dose of cold reality. The trials of the Ryuchi Cave for the immortal arts are not benign. They are highly perilous. Even Orochimaru himself lacks the confidence to succeed in them. Nonetheless, he knows that Jiraiya has trained in the techniques of Mayaboka Mountain and has witnessed the power of the immortal arts. That formidable strength is indeed captivating and alluring. The three figures gradually receded, disappearing into the dense forest. 2 days later, in an inn, Hondo crouched down, suddenly bringing her face close to the now-awakened Tenbin Jugo. Why are you not speaking? Hondo queried, somewhat puzzled. Ever since this boy awakened, he has exhibited peculiar behavior, remaining silent and withdrawn. Gone was the violent and frenzied demeanor from their initial encounter. He did not inquire about their identities or their intentions. He resembled a puppet that had sealed itself away, blindly following them without attempting to escape. Why won't you answer me? Do you look down on me? Hondo had grown increasingly frustrated over the past 2 days under Tenbin Jugo's silence, to the point of believing he was mute. If it were not for the fact that he had spoken upon their first meeting, stay away from me, The sudden remark from the still frustrated Hong Do rendered her immediately quiet, and she gazed in astonishment at Timbin Jugo, who had finally spoken. Why should I stay away from you? Hong Do leaned in closer. I am dangerous. Timbin Jugo looked at his outstretched hands, his gaze somewhat vacant. It is indeed quite dangerous. However, Master Orochimaru informed me that your behavior is merely an uncontrollable response triggered by natural energy. Hong Do sat face to face with him, offering a word of comfort. After spending the past few days together, Hong Do could sense a tranquil and kind-hearted nature emanating from the other person. When encountering a small animal in the wild, he would pause to gently stroke it, and the animals he touched would respond with remarkable docility. It seemed he had an innate ability to attract the affection and companionship of numerous small creatures. Hong Do observed with envy as these animals presented their catches and stores to him. Over the past 2 days of incessant communication, he had been eager to uncover how Libra Chongwu managed to win the favor of these small beings, yet he had repeatedly hit a wall in his inquiries. Do you understand natural energy? Libra Chongwu looked at Hong Do in surprise. Of course. Hong Do opened his mouth to reveal his background but hesitated, choosing instead to share only what he could articulate to affirm his familiarity with the concept of natural energy. I suffer greatly, my body uncontrollably erupts every so often. And in those moments, I lose control, yearning for blood, and the sound of anguished cries. There were once villagers who could restrain me during my episodes, but eventually, no one could stop me. The only recourse I had was to flee into the forest and vent my frustrations. Everything that transpires during those uncontrollable phases is somewhat hazy to me, as if another self resides within me. I never intended to attack you. I am truly grateful that you rendered me unconscious. Libra Chongwu bowed his head, his tone heavy with remorse and anguish. So, this is why you did not flee upon awakening and chose to cooperate? Came the voice of Lu Nie from outside the door. Hong Do and Libra Chongwu turned to see Lu Nie entering with a large bag alongside Orochimaru. The bag was filled to the brim with food. In that moment, Libra Chongwu seemed to lose his ability to articulate, sinking into silence. Was it because he wished to avoid causing harm to others while seeking someone capable of restraining him during his frenzied states? He truly was a person of gentle disposition. Orochimaru set down the food and regarded the somewhat helpless Libra Chongwu with appreciative golden eyes. His admiration was not for Libra Chongwu's gentle and kind nature, but rather for the other's unique ability to naturally absorb and utilize natural energy, all while continuing to exist. Indeed, a kind-hearted individual who refrains from causing trouble is far easier to manage than a headstrong one. Is this how you intended it? Hong Do reflected belatedly. I'm sorry, said Libra Chongwu, immediately bowing his head, feeling he had caused inconvenience. It's all right. My purpose in going there was to find you, Orochimaru responded candidly. To find me? Libra Chongwu looked up, bewildered, unable to comprehend why someone like him, who often brought misfortune and trouble, would be sought after. I need your assistance. Chongwu-kun. Orochimaru approached Libra Chongwu, squatting down to meet his gaze, his golden eyes reflecting Chongwu's face, filled with greed and delight. Me? For the first time feeling needed, Libra Chongwu pointed to himself, bewildered. He felt no discomfort in the greedy and surprised gaze of Orochimaru. Having encountered an abundance of disdain and hostility, he had developed a keen sensitivity to the emotions directed at him. Although the present Orochimaru was hardly benevolent, he remained indifferent to the malice emanating from the formidable Jago. What perplexed him was merely the realization that someone sought him out, that he was needed. Your body is a treasure, Jago-kun. Allow me to study it, Orochimaru declared unabashedly before Jago, confident that he would unveil considerable surprises. Orochimaru did not shy away from deception. However, he could be sufficiently candid when deceit was unnecessary. For instance, upon witnessing the 3 children who had presented flowers to them in the land of rain, he had coldly suggested to Jiraiya that the best assistance they could offer those children was to end their lives, liberating them from their plight. He genuinely believed that in the war-torn environment of the land of rain, survival for those children was exceedingly unlikely, even if they possessed some small means of protection. To children enduring such turmoil, the most merciful course was not to prolong their suffering, but to expedite their release from a hellish existence. He did not perceive his perspective as cold-blooded. He merely did not anticipate Jiraiya's decision to remain and nurture those children until they could fend for themselves. Are you planning to experiment on him, teacher? Akamichi instinctively glanced at Orochimaru, then briefly surveyed the taciturn Kurenai beside her, feeling the sting of exclusion swell within her. I am willing, Jago proclaimed, raising his hand. as long as you can spare me from further bloodshed and restrain me in moments of madness. I am more than willing to cooperate. Rest assured, we may discover methods to stabilize your emotions, Kurenai added. Is that truly possible? Jago's eyes sparkled with excitement and delight upon hearing Kurenai's words. With ample data on your physical condition, it is worth a try. The reason for your madness lies in your inability to harness that immense natural energy. However, once you learn to control it, you shall also master your own frenzy. Kurenai comforted, stifling a yawn and rubbing her eyes. Orochimaru cast a sidelong glance at Kurenai but refrained from dismissing her assertion. In truth, he cared little whether Jago could contain himself. He was a pragmatist, and as long as Jago was willing to cooperate, his ability to conduct research was sufficient. The nuances and intricacies were merely extraneous expenses. The typically indifferent Orochimaru had no desire or energy to squander on the psyche of a test subject. Even if that subject were of considerable importance, he saw no necessity to tend to their psychological needs or assist in resolving their dilemmas. In that moment, Jago's spirits lifted, imbuing him with newfound vitality. Though he dared not fully trust Kurenai's promise, the glimmer of hope she provided was worth anticipating. Regardless of the absence of this commitment, he would still actively cooperate with them, wouldn't he? 3 days have passed on the journey. Suddenly, a tremendous sound erupted from within a forest. I will kill you. The aberrant Chongwu swung a fist toward Hongdo. Shadow Serpent Technique. As Hongdo swiftly evaded, a fanged serpent emerged from her sleeve, lunging at Chongwu. Just as Chongwu was about to swat away the approaching snake, his body abruptly froze. His raised arm suspended in midair, his yellow eyes scanning for the obstruction of Nara Rookie, who was using Hongdo as a shield. Shadow Mimicry Technique. Rookie maintained the seal. But under the onslaught of Chongwu's frenzied natural energy, the control of the Shadow Technique faced immense difficulty, as if Chongwu might soon reclaim control over his body through sheer force. However, Rookie needed to maintain control for only a brief moment, for in the next instant, the serpent summoned by Hongdo had already sunk its fangs into the skin of Chongwu's neck. The hardened skin could not withstand the serpent's venomous fangs. After the toxin was injected, Chongwu's resistance plummeted precipitously. Puff. The serpent connecting Chongwu and Hongdo dissipated into smoke. Rookie also dispersed his Shadow Mimicry Technique. Yet, Chongwu remained utterly motionless, like a statue. Your neurotoxin truly is effective. Observing Chongwu's loss of mobility, Hongdo breathed a sigh of relief. Orochimaru had transformed the once dangerously frenzied Chongwu into a trial for them, demanding that they employ different methods to subdue him before reaching their destination, thereby enhancing their practical combat skills and synergy. To be frank, had she not mastered the blood activation technique, she believed she would not have lasted long against the rampaging Chongwu. Although Chongwu lacked ninjutsu and relied solely on brute strength, his combat style was sufficiently astute and savage. Bolstered by natural energy, his physique could adapt to various forms to resist their attacks. Previously, she had managed to delay Chongwu for a considerable time, ultimately subduing him with the Naruto seeing technique in conjunction with Rookie's assistance. This time was somewhat easier, utilizing the neurotoxin cultivated from a kind of serpent in the Dragon Cave. Thanks to Rookie's expertise, a mere trace of it was enough to incapacitate a massive wild boar, which would suffocate without urgent treatment. Is he all right? Seeing the potency of the toxin, Hongdo gazed at Chongwu with concern. According to the previous data, the dosage I calibrated will not harm him. The natural energy within him is currently contending for control over his nervous system against the neurotoxin. By the time the neurotoxin is mostly cleared, the excess natural energy within him should also dissipate entirely. Rookie approached to observe for a while, employing medical ninjutsu to assess Chongwu's condition before reaching a conclusion. Lord Orochimaru. In a remote area on the border of the Land of Fire, a few ninjas suddenly leapt from the ground, bowing their heads and kneeling before Orochimaru. Is there anything of significance that warrants attention? Orochimaru inquired, pausing with his companions, Kabuto and the others, as they regarded the 3 ninjas before them. Everything is as usual, the leading ninja promptly replied. Proceed with your tasks. I shall remain here for a while. With a wave of his hand, Orochimaru signaled for the trio to depart. What is this place, Master Orochimaru? Redbean asked. Her curiosity piqued as she watched the 3 ninjas vanish in an instant. It is merely a private base I established outside. Orochimaru responded as he continued onward with his companions. They soon halted before a mountain wall, where he deftly performed a series of hand seals, ultimately clasping his palms together. Similar to a summoning technique, he placed his hands upon the mountain wall. From the center of Orochimaru's palm, a dense array of black runes spread like a spider's web around the wall. Under Red Bean's focused gaze, the mountain wall trembled and began to shift, revealing a dark cavern behind it. "Come inside," Orochimaru urged, stepping boldly into the cave, with Red Bean following closely behind. As the four of them entered, the mountain wall door thunderously closed behind them. With the wall's closure, the interior of the cave suddenly illuminated as torches ignited, casting a brilliant light along a path that revealed every detail of the cavern's depths. This was a base constructed within the heart of the mountain. Following a carved staircase that wound downwards, they eventually arrived at a spacious area below. Along the way, they encountered several rooms, including cells with iron bars. The first floor was cluttered with various instruments, while the second floor featured rooms resembling living quarters. A cursory glance at the third floor revealed an air of lingering coldness and faintly visible bars, hinting at its true nature. "This is where you will rest. Feel free to choose any room. We shall remain here for a while," Orochimaru stated as he gave Kabuto and the others a brief tour of the base. "Additionally, Kabuto, you will serve as my assistant tomorrow. Is that agreeable?" he added, turning his gaze toward Kabuto. "Are we to research natural energy?" Kabuto replied, nodding in agreement. He had acquired considerable proficiency in medical ninjutsu and developed a deeper understanding of the human body, making him quite capable of assisting Orochimaru. Given Orochimaru's character, he would not begrudge Kabuto from learning anything valuable from him. At least, from their interactions thus far, it was evident that Orochimaru was genuinely invested in teaching both him and Red Bean. The following day, Yugo lay on the experimentation table, treated as a subject for an entire day. Orochimaru's coldness and obsession during his research sent shivers down Red Bean's spine as she observed her teacher's ruthless demeanor. What truly astonished Hongdo was the composure maintained by the younger Rooney amidst this discomforting research, even engaging in casual discussions with Orochimaru from time to time. In that fleeting moment, Hongdo found herself almost convinced that Orochimaru and Rooney were the only sane individuals within the team. Could it be that the squad led by her mentor was a haven for eccentricities? Even the experimental subject, Jugo, appeared to her as an extreme anomaly, who could endure an entire day of being subjected to bloodletting and dissection, merely grunting in response, and then, after a brief healing from medical ninjutsu, rise to dress and move about as if nothing had transpired? Did he not feel any pain? Hongdo approached Jugo, now clothed, and inquired softly. She perceived him to be rather amiable and kind-hearted during his moments of calm, someone she could consider a friend. She felt a twinge of guilt for him enduring those harrowing experiments, ones that even she found difficult to witness. "Pain? Not at all," Jugo replied, touched by the concern evident on Hongdo's face, shaking his head gently. "The concoction that Rooney prepared was quite effective. I felt completely numbed. Devoid of any sensation, merely a bit bored." "Aren't you angry at how your teacher treats you?" Hongdo asked, bemused. She had expected Jugo to express indignation towards Orochimaru's actions. Yet the outcome was quite the opposite. "I agreed to be their experimental subject, and prior to the procedures, Rooney had thoroughly explained the process to me, securing my consent. Rooney upheld his promise to me. There would be no pain, no scars left behind. Why should I feel anger? I am needed, and I can be studied here in peace without having to venture out to take lives." "I find that quite wonderful, very reassuring," Jugo stated calmly, shaking his head. "You are truly an odd individual," Hongdo remarked about Jugo. On another front, Jugo's body was indeed a treasure trove of data. An irresistible impulse stirred within Orochimaru as he scrutinized today's experimental results. A glimmer of delight flickered across his typically composed visage. Such data would be of little use in the hands of the ignorant, yet for a scholarly mind like his, their worth surpassed that of an S-rank forbidden technique. They illuminated a new avenue for him. This ignited Orochimaru's fervor for research. The last time he encountered such exhilarating material and data was concerning the cells of the first Hokage's wood release. That instance had been driven by curiosity about wood release, as well as a desire to secure research funding. In contrast, his current investigation into Jugo's physiology was intrinsically linked to his aspirations for immortality and the path of the sage. To speak candidly, having Jugo as a research subject meant he had paved a path forward. "Orochimaru-sensei, do you wish to master sage techniques?" Rooney inquired, standing beside Orochimaru, holding a document containing data about Jugo's body. Who wouldn't he desire that? Those who master sage techniques are revered as sages. Take, for instance, the three great sanctuaries of summoning beasts. The sages residing within have lived for at least a millennium. From this perspective, Since the spirit beasts that have mastered the energy of the immortal arts can survive for a millennium, what about humans? A fervent blaze ignited in Orochimaru's eyes. It was precisely because of the Dragon Cave and the other two holy lands serving as examples that he dared to genuinely aspire to and pursue immortality. However, the immortal arts of the Dragon Cave, a grim expression flickered across Orochimaru's face. Without sufficient means of self-preservation, Loon, it would be wise for you to avoid meeting the immortal of the Dragon Cave. They are not the most amiable of beings. A harrowing scream erupted from the arena, where a man lay prostrate on the ground, his skin a ghastly brown, and his body grotesquely adorned with multiple spider-like appendages. In a state of unconsciousness, he roared fiercely. The limbs, reminiscent of spider legs, granted him remarkable agility as he leaped about the arena with uncanny swiftness. His scythe-like arms sliced through the air, etching deep gashes into the surrounding walls. Approximately a quarter of an hour passed, and the once ferocious man suddenly staggered, collapsing to the ground. His scythe-like arms strained to lift his body, yet they ultimately faltered in their support. Like a dying beast, he struggled upon the ground, the light in his eyes and the rise and fall of his chest gradually diminishing. Eventually, he fell entirely still, his mutated limbs retracting to reveal the visage of an ordinary man. Experiment number 03, failure. Observing this scene on the screen, Loon drew a vertical line on the document in his hand. Recover it. Standing nearby, Orochimaru exhibited no signs of disappointment at the experimental failure. For him, this setback was far from sufficient to undermine his confidence. He was solely intent on analyzing the physical data of the experiment to identify the reasons for its failure, seeking the ultimate correct answer through repeated searches and adjustments. As Loon approached the arena to retrieve the corpse, the seemingly lifeless body suddenly underwent another mutation, erupting forth. The thrashing arms morphed back into scythe-like forms, while the rest of his body remained unchanged, his once dull eyes now filled with ferocity and hatred. Yet in the next moment, the man's assault abruptly halted, his scythe-tipped arm poised just a finger's breadth from Loon's brow. Though he could easily pierce Loon's skull in an instant, his body was rendered immobile. Is he still alive? No, he is merely a spent force. Loon regarded the man, whose eyes brimmed with resentment, casting a glance at the shadow that intertwined with his own, and let out a soft sigh. With Loon's words, the man's eyes lost all vestiges of vitality, and his mutations gradually receded into nothingness. Meanwhile, Hongdo numbly observed the scene, having witnessed it numerous times. He had grown accustomed and could even lend a hand when necessary, albeit as a mere enforcer. He placed the corpse upon observing Orochimaru and Kabuto engrossed in their relentless data analysis. Akamichi felt a pang of ennui. She yearned to partake in their endeavors. Yet the intricate data appeared as incomprehensible as ancient scripture. Even when Orochimaru summoned a shadow clone to instruct her, she realized she would require ample time to learn and master the complexities involved. Ultimately, her capacity to absorb knowledge would hinge upon her innate talent for research. Although her body had been modified to withstand a certain degree of natural energy, the reasons for her subsequent failures remained elusive. Orochimaru, scrutinizing the data in his hands, sought to uncover any oversights. Was the natural energy drawn from Yugo too volatile? Or perhaps there was an issue with the sealing techniques. Could it be that the problem lay within the chakra itself, he pondered? Chakra? Kabuto inquired, lifting his gaze to meet Orochimaru's inquisitive eyes. You and Lady Tsunade have explained to me that both the human body and chakra possess unique characteristics. Given that chakra is a fusion of human will and physical form, it follows that each person's chakra is distinct. Should we allow the experimental subject to accept a certain amount of Yugo's natural chakra under the constraints of sealing and modification? Ought we not consider the potential influence of Yugo's will that accompanies this natural chakra? An intriguing proposition, Kabuto, Orochimaru responded, his eyes alight with inspiration. His vision of immortality hinged upon the continuous exchange of bodies to maintain youth. A crucial element of this was implanting his own mental essence and memories into a new individual through chakra, which inherently possessed such properties, achieving a form of usurpation. Kabuto's insights undoubtedly rendered his ambitions clearer and more attainable. Thus, the presence of two conflicting wills within a single body could indeed lead to instability in the subject. Orochimaru concluded, discarding the experimental report in his hand. I believe you are correct, Kabuto affirmed with a nod. This necessitates that a singular will governs the body. However, Yugo's natural chakra is inherently wild and destructive. It appears that the sealing techniques will require re-evaluation and refinement, and new experiments must be postponed. Coincidentally, Our current pool of experimental subjects is dwindling. We may need to venture to the black market to procure a few rogue ninjas. Orochimaru licked his lips, contemplating the subterfuge involved in accepting missions. Based on the intelligence provided, they would locate the rogue ninjas, capture them, and return to the base for experimentation, later utilizing their corpses for further research. This represented another avenue through which Orochimaru sought to intertwine financial gain with his scientific pursuits. As one well-versed in the myriad forms of chakra, Orochimaru's mind raced with various experimental methodologies the moment inspiration struck. Should the development of reincarnation techniques prove successful, how might they diminish the resistance of the reincarnated subjects, compared to the deeply entrenched chakra of adult ninjas? Would the indoctrination and guidance provided from a young age render the resistance of these subjects weaker? The erosion of the spirit in the body must reach a level comparable to that of a reincarnated being. Orochimaru subconsciously began to indulge in a cascade of thoughts. Therefore, during his next outing, could he not seek out more gifted and talented children from other ninja villages to adopt and nurture gradually? For instance, those possessing bloodline limits? As Orochimaru narrowed his eyes, this notion took root in his mind, stirring a restless excitement within him. Kurenai, meanwhile, earnestly reflected upon the technique that Orochimaru had imparted to him, a jutsu known as the Cursed Seal, which could barely be considered a work in progress. His gaze flickered towards the bored figure of Anko standing nearby. As the first person to bear the curse of heaven in his memory, Anko's fate was indeed lamentable. Attacked by the very teacher she admired, she had developed a profound hatred for Orochimaru amidst the various adversities she faced. Upon closer consideration, it seemed that Orochimaru himself had been left with little choice at that time. The clandestine activities he had engaged in were exposed by Danzo, and upon receiving the news, Orochimaru understood that he had neither the time nor the capacity to lead anyone to safety. He was uncertain even of his own survival in Konoha. Attacking Anko, bestowing upon her the curse mark of heaven, and erasing a portion of her memories beyond stripping away the remnants of their master-disciple bond, was also a means of securing an escape route for himself. Should he perish at the hands of his teacher, Hiruzen Sarutobi, and if Anko survived with the curse mark, he would still have the opportunity for a comeback. However, it had already been several months since they left the village. Kurenai reminded Orochimaru once more. A B-rank mission, regardless of the unforeseen circumstances, ought to have concluded with Orochimaru as the leading instructor within these months. Has it really been months? It seems I have been engrossed in my research for too long. Orochimaru furrowed his brow, hesitating momentarily before letting out a sigh. It is time to prepare. The excuse I previously fabricated has now stretched beyond its due time. We ought to return to the village. Are we returning to the village? Anko, upon hearing Orochimaru's words, instantly felt a surge of excitement. Though the experience of executing missions outside the village was novel, after several months, coupled with their prolonged stay underground, she genuinely yearned for the comforts of Konoha and the softness of her own bed. Indeed, if we delay any longer, I fear some individuals may start to become restless. Orochimaru remarked, somewhat disheartened. After all, there were numerous research endeavors awaiting his attention back in the village, although he could choose to abandon his responsibilities. The repercussions were not something he desired to witness. While Danzo was not an ideal collaborator, he was rather generous with funding. When would he achieve the financial freedom to pursue his research? You shall remain in this base, Orochimaru decided, contemplating the youth beside Anko. He ultimately resolved not to bring him back to the village. Yugo felt a twinge of anxiety. Over the past few days, being in the company of Orochimaru and the others had allowed him to avoid worrying about harming innocents during his moments of rage. Both Orochimaru and Kurenai consistently managed to restrain him until he regained his composure. At present, Orochimaru and Rinna are preparing to depart without him, and the once tranquil heart now trembles with anxiety once more. Before leaving, I shall prepare an ample supply of neurotoxin syringes for you. Prior to succumbing to madness, you may administer a dose yourself. When we meet again, I will have formulated an even more effective and targeted concoction, or a sealing technique to harmonize the natural chakra within your body. Rinna stepped forward, offering solace to the somewhat bewildered Jugo. Let us prepare everything then. Our next encounter may not occur for several months. Orochimaru had no objections to Rinna's words. Initially, he had contemplated constructing a cell to confine Jugo, believing that as long as he did not escape, any ensuing chaos would be inconsequential. However, since Rinna had his own plans, Orochimaru was indifferent to the decisions made. In the Hidden Leaf Village, the sight of Orochimaru and his two companions, weary from their travels, invigorated the guarding ninja. after completing the necessary formalities. As Orochimaru and Rinne ventured deeper into the village, they sensed an unsettling atmosphere. It seemed that significant events had transpired in their absence. Orochimaru gestured for the group to disperse. Upon returning home, Rinne immediately inquired of his father, "What has happened in the village?" "Why do you ask?" Kaji, caught off guard, responded softly, having intended to express his longing for Rinne. The village's ambience felt amiss. Any occurrence that could affect it must surely be of great consequence. Rinne settled opposite Kaji, casting aside his travel bag. "Shikamaru-senpai has passed away." Observing the insatiable curiosity on Rinne's face, Kaji deliberated briefly before revealing the truth. In fact, this matter was hardly a secret. Even the children at the Ninja Academy were aware of it. Even if he refrained from speaking, Rinne would inevitably learn of it from Orochimaru or his friends. Was it Hitaki Kakashi? Rinne momentarily fell silent. Indeed, due to his negligence in fulfilling a mission, the village's interests suffered. Burdened by guilt, Shikamaru-senpai took his own life at home a few days ago, Kaji gently explained, stroking Rinne's head. "Do you believe this narrative?" Rinne cast a peculiar glance at his father, finding the explanation dubious. "This is the official account," Kaji asserted, ruffling Rinne's hair with vigor, disrupting its neatness, and adopting a serious tone. "Very well then." Rinne paused, nodding. Since an official explanation had been established, alternative interpretations were unlikely to emerge. His father's words served as a reminder. And what of Kakashi Hitaki? Rinne recalled the individual who was notably esteemed and valued by the teachers at the academy. He had graduated from the Hidden Leaf Ninja School at a notably young age, belonging to one of the earliest graduating classes. If all went according to plan, he would soon attain the rank of CH Nin. Observing Rinne's comprehension, Kaji withdrew his hand. Upon hearing Lunya's inquiry, he instinctively let out a sigh and divulged the information he possessed. Such a young chunin, Lunya contemplated whether to pay Kakashi a visit. Yet he realized their relationship was rather superficial. Their only interactions had occurred during a few encounters at the Ninja Academy, where they exchanged mere pleasantries. Kakashi had left an impression as a cool, taciturn genius, markedly different from his peers. After he was approached by Orochimaru to become a disciple and subsequently departed from the Ninja Academy, their paths diverged even further. Even as close companions, Akimichi Dongfeng and Yamanaka Yuki had seen each other far less frequently. Given the lack of a substantial bond, Lunya felt no pressing need to visit. It was likely that Kakashi, burdened by the grief of his father's death and tormented by the village's expectations, would soon revert to his emotionally detached, mission-focused persona, prioritizing the completion of tasks above all else. At such times, Kakashi was unapproachable and inscrutable, impervious even to the exuberance of youthful Might Guy. Only in the future, under the leadership of Minato Namikaze and Team 7, might there be a chance for connection. Resolving this in his mind, Lunya set aside thoughts of Kakashi, choosing instead to utilize his time returning to the village to reflect on the knowledge he had acquired from Orochimaru over the past few months. Suddenly, a green, elongated creature began to wriggle towards him, seemingly sensing Lunya's presence. "It appears you have been well cared for in my absence," he remarked, crouching down to stroke the creature's body. Though it appeared soft, its skin felt surprisingly firm, akin to sandpaper. Lunya had previously conducted experiments and found that even a typical kunai would encounter considerable resistance when penetrating its surface. Moreover, the creature had the ability to transform, creating a protective shield. The creature playfully nudged Lunya's palm with its head. "Now, let's see if you enjoy this," Lunya teased, retrieving a scroll from his backpack. Upon unsealing it, he revealed 2 pieces of fresh, fleshy tissue. He placed one piece beneath the creature's mandibles, feeding it as one would typically do. Following Lunya's command, the creature opened its somewhat fearsome mouth, exposing an octopus-like oral cavity concealed beneath its wrinkled skin, and gradually consumed the offered morsel. After the first piece was in an instant, Lunya's shadow enveloped the nearby creature, a hand coalescing into a sharp chakra scalpel, forcefully slicing a small wound into the creature's resilient exterior. With his other hand, he injected a serum from his backpack into this incision. This serum was designed to facilitate the creature's acceptance and adaptation to natural energy, thereby reducing its rejection. Soon, the tumultuous natural energy within the creature began to stabilize under the serum's influence. However, Lunya understood this was merely a temporary reprieve. According to the data left by the test subject, the current formulation could only maintain the stability of natural energy for a limited time, without truly taming it. Suddenly, Lunya leaped back as the creature began its transformation, black spines erupting from its wrinkled surface, resembling a porcupine adorned with myriad quills. Had it lost its will? Lunya's calls went unanswered, instead drawing the creature's attention. Bound by the shadow binding technique, the creature's spines exploded forth like a torrential downpour. Water release, water barrier. A swirling wall of water rose abruptly before Lunya, deflecting the onslaught of black spikes to the side. However, to Lunya's astonishment, after the initial wave, a second barrage followed. The creature continued to unleash a barrage of black spines, creating a relentless cycle of attack. Even the reinforced laboratory walls were riddled with these menacing spikes. From beneath the creature's shadow, a coffin-like black rectangle emerged, enveloping it within. Weapons formed from the shadows pierced into the coffin. The shadow coffin. Luji maintained the technique of the shadow coffin as he approached Lunya. What is happening? Luji, startled by the creature's chakra eruption, inquired, tilting his head towards Lunya, who stood beside him. Just a minor experimental mishap, Lunya replied. Noticing the darkening expression on Luji's face, and added, the risks are manageable. Luji disregarded Lunya's reassurances, his attention fully captivated by the dissipating shadow coffin. Bloodied and severely wounded, the creature reappeared in their line of sight as the coffin faded, its skin torn and oozing blood. Chirp. The creature's cries were filled with agony. In the next moment, to the astonished gazes of Lunya and Luji, the battered creature began to heal rapidly. What is this? Luji's eyes widened at the sight. The self-healing power bestowed by a robust life force, Lunya pondered thoughtfully. The creature's panel indeed indicated it possessed a vigorous vitality. Was this remarkable healing ability a manifestation of that vitality? This reminded Lunya of the S-rank forbidden technique, Creation Rebirth, that Tsunade had once demonstrated to him. Should I fully activate the shadow coffin? Luji asked Lunya, his voice laced with uncertainty. Previously, he had exerted control over the strength of the shadow coffin. But now he was fully intent on resolving this predicament. However, he was cognizant of the effort Lunya had invested in the creature, and felt compelled to inquire about his thoughts. Just help me restrain it. Lunya began to form hand seals, simultaneously dispelling his own shadow binding technique. In that instant, Luji swiftly assumed control over the creature's body with his own shadow binding technique. Observing Lunya's completed seals, a myriad of fan-shaped tadpole runes emerged from his hands, sprawling across the creature's entire form and vanishing beneath its skin. Luji felt a flicker of surprise. A sealing technique. It was an advanced sealing art, wholly unrelated to the style of the Nara clan. Upon glancing at the mutated insect, which typically eschewed any form of restraint from Lunya, he couldn't help but feel a curiosity about the time spent outside the village. The insect, now enveloped in sealing runes, finally quieted, sinking into a state of slumber, motionless upon the ground. Yet, the black spines upon its body remained unyielding, and its skin had taken on a pitch-black hue, appearing as hard and unyielding as steel. This rendered the creature somewhat grotesque and fearsome. Is it done? Luji sensed the struggle from the shadow binding technique rapidly diminishing, and immediately realized that Lunya had successfully subdued the insect. For confirmation, he felt it prudent to ask once more. It's done. Lunya nodded, exhaling a sigh of relief as he rose from the ground. The cursed seal technique imparted by Orochimaru would sustain for a considerable duration, sufficient for the creature to digest that piece of flesh. What a hassle. Luji retracted his shadow binding technique, yawning lazily as he scratched his head. How am I supposed to explain this to your mother? Lunya chose to ignore his father's rambling, instead surveying his laboratory, which had suffered damage due to the recent eruption of black spines. In the past, he might have lamented the impact on his finances, but upon returning to the village, he had secured Orochimaru's acknowledgement and permission to utilize his laboratory. Compared to his rudimentary lab, which relied solely on manual labor, Orochimaru's laboratory was nothing short of opulent. With superior resources at his disposal, he found himself unconcerned about the damage incurred. As night passed, Lunya awoke and approached the insect's position, discovering it had returned to normal. Its skin, while still somewhat dull, no longer exhibited the glossy black sheen. The black spines had retracted, restoring its appearance to that of a plump and harmless creature. As Lunya drew near, he sensed the insect's joy and affectionate mental vibrations. Its chakra had settled, no longer tempestuous, having shed the frenzy and chaos of the previous night. Not hastening to dispel the cursed seal, Lunya first employed medical ninjutsu to meticulously examine the insect's body. Everything appeared normal. Placing his hand upon the creature, Lunya summoned the panel binding him to it, eager to discern whether any new changes had manifested upon the interface. Name: unknown larva quality: blue, You have chosen a path of evolution for it. After cultivating perfection, it will cocoon itself to evolve to the next stage. Trait: unremarkable. Its sole characteristic is its robust life force, remarkable adaptability, and exceptional transformative potential. Skills: pupa, crawling, eating, spinning silk, doubling, stealth, needle storm. Evolution path: natural power. It can absorb the drifting natural energies around it, digesting them to enhance its own vitality. This natural power will facilitate its life, evolution, and advancement. Effect: currently unseen. Division: innately gluttonous, able to consume and digest all ingested items. If unable to digest or overly bloated, it will split to alleviate the burden. Evaluation: its growth potential hinges on the skills and nurturing of its caretaker. Conclusion: at present, it is merely a creature with slightly improved combat capacity, though still not worthy of high expectations. Upon gazing at the text on the panel, Lunia immediately discerned a difference. Compared to the previous insect panel, this one not only incorporated some revised data but also included the entries for evolution path and division. The former indicates that the insect is embarking on an evolutionary journey through natural power, capable of absorbing and accumulating this energy to elevate its life tier. This bears resemblance to the paths traversed by the high-level spirit beasts of the three great spirit beast sanctuaries. The latter, division, effectively addresses the insect's excessive gluttony or the potential for digestive distress. The emergence of this entry allows Lunia to be bolder in nurturing the insect in the future, alleviating concerns that feeding it certain items might lead to its collapse under strain. Is the transformation brought about by the evolution through natural power? Or is it an inherent adaptation to danger triggered by the insect's constitution? Lunia could not discern this distinction for the moment, yet it did not hinder him from presenting the remaining piece of meat from Zhong Wu's aberration, now imbued with natural power, to the insect once more. The familiar scent of blood and flesh seemed to provoke the insect, which recoiled slightly, as if recalling its discomfort from the previous day. However, under Lunia's soothing insistence, the insect hesitated momentarily before finally opening its mouth, revealing its tooth-laden mandibles, and voraciously tearing into the meat. With the highly condensed chakra surgical knife, cutting became considerably more challenging. In battle form, Lunia sought to test the combat prowess of his insect companion. Upon establishing a chakra mental connection and issuing a command, the insect promptly stood upright, resembling a bare little trunk. Subsequently, dark, needle-like spines erupted from beneath its skin, shooting out in all directions as the insect rotated its body. After a single wave, Lunia swiftly employed the shadow binding technique to halt the insect's movements. Realizing its body was restrained, the insect refrained from struggling, retracting the spines and collapsing softly to the ground. Once the effects of the shadow binding technique dissipated, the insect crawled affectionately to Lunia's feet, nuzzling against his legs. Lunia, utilizing a chakra-encased hand, extracted a black spine from the nearby ground. This spine was laced with toxins accumulated within the insect's body, if one were to be pierced without protection. It posed a significant threat to most ninjas in the absence of an antidote. Moreover, should one draw upon their natural chakra, even renowned ninjas, if unprepared to evade, would be caught off guard by the black spines, enhanced by the power of nature. Lunia gently patted the insect's head, offering words of praise. After nurturing it for several years, it had finally developed some combat capability, earning the title of a ninja beast. Concurrently, Lunia's mind began to wander into a realm of possibilities. If the insect's digestive and absorption abilities could indeed reach a level akin to devouring and assimilating, could it not be matched with more genetic sequences? For instance, would release? Could the insect's digestive and splitting capabilities withstand the assimilative power of would release? After contemplating, Lunia decided to suppress this enticing notion for the time being. Initiating such high intensity might genuinely distress the insect's digestion. What if it were to suffer adverse effects? After all, Orochimaru possessed an abundance of bloodline limits and various materials for future endeavors, leaving no need for haste. The current situation had not deteriorated to a point necessitating his presence on the battlefield or facing any perilous circumstances that required an enhancement of his combat power. It would be prudent to first establish a certain level of prestige and status before contemplating the realization of these enticing ideas. Are you interested in learning how to craft ninja tools? In a clearing within the small grove, Orochimaru regarded Lunia with a puzzled expression, unable to comprehend his interest in such tools. In Orochimaru's view, Lunia's talents were better suited for the study of ninjutsu and the accumulation of knowledge. I'm merely curious to understand a bit about it, Lunia affirmed in response to Orochimaru's bewildered gaze. He did not intend to delve deeply into the subject, but rather wished to familiarize himself with the crafting of ninja tools in this world. Ninja tools encompassed a broad category. Orochimaru paused momentarily before providing an answer to Rinne. Ninja tools encompass shurikens, kunai, swords, explosive tags, and any implement, including the puppets of the Sand Village and the 7 distinct ninja blades from the Mist Village, all of which fall under the category of ninja equipment. Furthermore, there are legendary items reputed to possess immense power. The most comprehensive knowledge regarding the creation of ninja tools resides with the craftsmen of the ninja village. Other ninja villages typically specialize in specific categories. I can only provide you with some introductory knowledge on the manufacture of ninja tools, which should suffice for your curiosity. Rinne nodded. Observing Rinne's genuine curiosity rather than pretension, Orochimaru felt no need to dwell further on the matter. As a teacher, he was reluctant to see Rinne squander his talent and time on pursuits with limited potential. Moreover, as a mentor, his expertise lay primarily in chakra and ninjutsu. As well as biological modification, his understanding of ninja tools was currently rather limited. Teacher, you're giving Rinne special treatment again. Suddenly, a voice filled with grievance resonated as a figure descended from above. Landing gracefully, Akane stood up and pointed an accusatory finger at the two, expressing her dissatisfaction vocally. No. I just arrived. Rinne quickly waved his hands. Admitting to it would mean facing Akane's incessant harassment and attacks for the foreseeable future. In matters of such triviality, Rinne adhered to the Nara clan's aversion to trouble. Akane shot a glare at Rinne before turning to Orochimaru. What training are we undertaking today, teacher? I have secured a mission for you both, Orochimaru replied, displaying an unflappable demeanor towards the exchange between his two disciples. Once Akane finished her outburst, he elaborated, a mission? Are we leaving the village? Akane initially felt a surge of excitement, only to be met with reluctance, having just returned home a few days prior. It's a C-rank mission, to deal with a massive beast that has escaped from the Death Forest. Orochimaru held up a finger, clarifying the mission details and objectives for both Rinne and Akane. Though categorized as a C-rank mission, its danger level rivaled that of certain B-rank tasks. Carelessness could result in injury. A gigantic creature resembling a wild boar, we must either slay it or drive it back to the Death Forest, ensuring it does not disturb or damage the village's structures and crops, correct? Upon hearing that they wouldn't have to leave the village, Akane felt a wave of relief and her spirits lifted. Unlike Rinne, who would gladly remain in the lab with Orochimaru indefinitely, she preferred the thrill of battle. At least in this regard, she felt she was not a burden or a liability to the team. Wait, there is someone else who will be joining us, Orochimaru interjected, halting Akane as she prepared to set off. Someone else? Both Rinne and Akane fixed their gazes on Orochimaru simultaneously. Another newcomer joining us? Akane found herself at a loss, her feelings towards the situation unclear. The trio is traditional, yet this individual comes highly recommended by Lord Hokage. As he spoke, Orochimaru's gaze shifted towards a certain direction in the woods. My apologies, Lord Orochimaru. I'm late. A youthful figure emerged from behind a tree in the direction of Orochimaru's attention, an expression of sincere regret upon his face. Hey Uchiha! Red Bean instinctively exclaimed upon noticing the prominent fan insignia on the newcomer's sleeve. The Uchiha clan, much like the Senju of yore, is renowned within the village. The prevalent knowledge about this clan revolves around their formidable strength, the Sharingan bloodline, and their often insular and arrogant demeanor, standing apart from others. It is quite rare for a Uchiha to join a team not led by one of their own jonin. Please, introduce yourself, Orochimaru suggested, revealing no excess emotion. I am Uchiha Shursui, a member of the Uchiha clan. I have recently graduated from the Konohagakure Ninja Academy, specializing in fire release, body flicker technique, and swordsmanship. I hope to foster a pleasant relationship with all of you. The newcomer introduced himself somewhat bashfully. How unexpected. He doesn't seem nearly as arrogant as the legends suggest. Red Bean found herself developing a fondness for the bashful, yet charming Uchiha Shursui. My apologies. Shursui chuckled awkwardly at Red Bean's comment. He was well aware of the less-than-stellar reputation his clan held in the village. If it had been a more extreme member of the Uchiha, they would likely have reacted with hostility to Red Bean's words. Nara Shikamaru, proficient in medical ninjutsu and shadow techniques. Red Bean, Yui Red Bean, skilled in fire release and Orochimaru-style ninjutsu. As the most recent addition, you may call me the team leader. Red Bean stepped forward, seizing the opportunity to introduce herself while attempting to recruit Shursui as her subordinate. First, let us complete the mission, Orochimaru interjected with a clap of his hands. Drawing the attention of the trio, He turned his gaze to Shursui. Your grandfather has spoken highly of you. You shall be the primary attacker in this mission. You three will work together to accomplish the task, and upon completion, you may collect your reward. What about you, Lord Orochimaru? Red Bean asked instinctively. I am occupied with other matters. With that, Orochimaru's figure transformed into a puff of smoke, vanishing from sight. How infuriating. Upon realizing that only a shadow clone remained, Red Bean huffed in irritation. She turned to Shikaku in the obedient Shursui, declaring, since Lord Orochimaru has not assigned leadership to anyone, I shall take on the role of captain for this mission. You have no objections, I trust? Shursui cast a tentative glance towards Shikaku. Prior to their meeting, he had gleaned some information about Shikaku and Red Bean from his clan. After all, it was not every day that one of the legendary Sannin, Orochimaru, personally sought out disciples, especially one who had trained under Tsunade in medical ninjutsu. Nara Shikamaru had garnered some fame among the Jonin, albeit many considered it mere luck. I have no objections. Shikamaru welcomed the prospect of Red Bean leading the charge, relishing the idea of her tackling all the troublesome matters. After all, there would be times when she would recall him, her external brain, in moments of necessity. I have no objections either. Once the intentions of the deer were made clear, Shizumi promptly followed suit. Hondo immediately stood with a beaming smile, hands on her hips. The first step was to track the target. Do you possess tracking skills? Hondo's gaze flickered towards Shizumi. No problem, Shizumi nodded. In the Ninja Academy, there had been a course on tracking targets. For a genin, undertaking such missions was essential for internalizing and truly mastering the knowledge acquired at school. It was indeed a formidable creature. The trio observed the chaotic scene ahead, where fallen trees lay scattered, engaging in hushed conversation. This level of destruction could only be wrought by a large summoning beast. Uchiha Shizumi remained highly vigilant. A beast of this size could easily send even some Chunin fleeing. The three exchanged insights from their observations, viewing this mission as an opportunity to deepen their understanding of one another and collaborate, while also applying the teachings from the Ninja Academy. Did you hear that? Suddenly, Hondo lifted her palm from the ground and gazed in a particular direction. A thunderous rumble echoed closer, accompanied by tremors in the earth, causing the trio to tense immediately. Scatter! Uchiha Shizumi instinctively shouted. Just as they activated body flicker technique to leap, a colossal beast, towering over 10 meters, bulldozed through the trees, exposing itself to their sight. This creature resembled an oversized wild boar, with protruding tusks and legs like thick pillars, stomping the ground with a resounding thud, seemingly reveling in its domain. The boar shook its head and fixated on another cluster of trees, huffing as it adjusted its stance, preparing to charge. I'll take the lead, Hondo declared, positioning herself firmly atop a tree before commencing hand seals, unleashing her signature fire dragon technique. The power she wielded now far surpassed what she had demonstrated during the bell test. A fierce stream of flames erupted, striking the beast's massive body directly. The blazing inferno swiftly spread, engulfing a significant portion of the boar. It emitted a chilling howl of agony, its immense form rolling on the ground, causing the earth to tremble momentarily. Simultaneously, the enraged beast shifted its focus onto the trio, whom it perceived as mere insects. Damn it! Is its defense really that formidable? Hondo exclaimed in astonishment, witnessing the beast, despite sustaining a full brunt of the fire dragon technique, remain animated, with only the scorched area beneath its fur exuding the scent of singed flesh. However, both Runi and Shizumi had no inclination to respond, for the furious wild boar was already thundering towards them. In midair, Shizumi retrieved 4 kunai bound with explosive tags from his pocket, hurling them toward the rampaging beast. 4 kunai clashed in midair, producing a melodic chime before altering their trajectory to pierce the wounded area of the wild boar, struck by the dragon fire technique. This singular maneuver showcased Shizuka's exceptional dynamic observational skills, mastery over kunai, and impeccable timing. The 4 kunai, each affixed with explosive tags, embedded themselves into the charred wound and detonated, erupting into a brilliant blaze. The already grievously injured beast staggered under the force of the explosion, unleashing a more furious and anguished howl. A prime opportunity. Red Bean, having evaded the boar's charge, immediately noticed that she faced the beast's injured side. Almost instinctively, she hurled 2 kunai, each bound with explosive tags, one after the other aiming to replicate Shizuka's earlier assault. However, the boar, writhing in pain, rolled on the ground, attempting to extinguish the flames engulfing its body. Red Bean's kunai struck the creature, but were deflected by its armor-like shell, detonating midair and producing 2 bursts of fire. Be careful, it's going berserk, Shizuka warned. The wounded beast, particularly a volatile wild boar, was relentless in its fury. How infuriating! Its massive size and formidable defense rendered her ninjutsu ineffective. While dodging the rampaging boar, which regarded her as an enemy, Red Bean exclaimed in desperation. Summoning technique. Throughout the fray, the previously passive Rikun bit her finger, using the bloody digit to form a summoning seal. A colossal yellow serpent materialized amidst a cloud of smoke, swiftly coiling toward the wild boar. Under the control of the 2 titanic creatures collided violently. The serpent wrapped itself around the boar, while the boar sank its teeth into the serpent's neck. Just as the serpent was on the verge of dissipating into smoke, the boar's gaze suddenly locked onto a pair of blood-red eyes. The wild boar's furious eyes, stained with blood, momentarily lost their ferocity, and its strength rapidly waned. As if succumbing to a deep slumber, with the serpent's abrupt disappearance, the boar's massive body collapsed to the ground, bereft of will. Panting heavily while standing atop the enormous form of the boar, Red Bean, who had previously been in a dire predicament, cast a peculiar glance at Rikun. How could you summon such a massive serpent? I recall that the Nara clan is not renowned for its chakra prowess, Red Bean questioned skeptically. The summoning technique is one that dynamically measures chakra consumption based on the size and strength of the summoned entity. Rikun's ability to summon such a gigantic serpent indicated that her chakra reserves surpassed those of Red Bean at present. Pleasure working together, Rikun remarked. Ignoring Red Bean's rambling thoughts and extending her hand towards Shizuka, who stood beside her. A delightful collaboration, Shizuka replied, momentarily surprised by Rikun's gesture. Yet swiftly grasped her hand with determination, his Sharingan still activated. You too. Sister, you were quite impressive as well, managing to distract the beast for such an extended period, granting us precious time and opportunity. At the very moment when the Red Bean was about to explode, Shizuka turned his head and spoke sincerely. The sudden words from Shizuku calmed the Red Bean, causing her to break into a radiant smile. Well done, a hoarse voice suddenly emerged from below. Rinna swiftly leaped down from the giant beast, gazing as Orochimaru slowly emerged from the ground. Orochimaru-sensei, look, we've managed to subdue this giant creature together. The impetuous Red Bean hurriedly dashed forward, standing by Orochimaru's side and pointing excitedly at the enormous beast lying on the ground. I have seen everything, Orochimaru remarked, gently stroking the Red Bean's head, disregarding her starry-eyed expression. His gaze shifted to Rinna and Shizuku, lingering momentarily upon Shizuku's blood-red eyes. Have you been observing us from the shadows, Lord Orochimaru? Shizuku inquired, raising his hand. Given the perilous nature of this mission, I was preoccupied with my main body and could only utilize shadow clones to manage, Orochimaru replied somewhat coolly. The incident with Ju was enough to suffice. Let us go. I shall lead you to a feast. After dispatching the wild boar, still entranced by the illusion, and sealing it within a storage scroll, Orochimaru addressed the 3 companions. What are your thoughts on the newly joined Uchiha Shizuku? After the feast, Orochimaru's shadow clone walked alongside Rinne on their way back to the Nara clan's territory and suddenly posed the question. His strength is formidable, and his talent is evidently exceptional. He certainly aligns with the type you, Orochimaru-sensei, favor, Rinne responded. What about a deeper insight? Orochimaru appeared somewhat dissatisfied with Rinne's answer. What do you mean, Orochimaru-sensei? Rinne halted, looking up to meet Orochimaru's gaze, countering with a question. He has concealed his true abilities today. Orochimaru abruptly shifted the topic. Perhaps he is deliberately suppressing himself to integrate into our team? Rinne refrained from discussing Shizuku's prowess with Orochimaru, knowing that as a powerful observer, Orochimaru's perception and judgment would be far more accurate, capable of discerning subtleties and nuances beyond his reach. The world of ninjas is indeed cruel, Rinne. Even among those from the same village, one must remain vigilant. I have heard of Shizuku. He is a talent highly regarded by the old man and a direct member of his Umbu, Orochimaru concluded, falling silent as he escorted Rinne back to the Nara clan's territory. In the subsequent days, Orochimaru seemed to forget the words he had spoken to Rinne that night. The integration of Uchiha Shizuku proceeded remarkably well. A powerful, humble, and courteous Uchiha, devoid of the inexplicable arrogance often associated with his clan, was able to earn the trust and friendship of others effortlessly. At the very least, the Red Bean harbored no dislike for Shizuku and soon regarded him as a genuine member of the team. Of course, it was difficult to determine whether it was solely because Shizuku patiently accompanied her in combat training, providing explanations and corrections for her oversights that left her thoroughly satisfied. Will you not include Rinne in the training? Having just concluded a training session, I observed the serene form of Rhine, reclining on a distant branch, and curiously inquired with Akkad. Throughout these past few days of acquaintance, I have discerned that Rhine seldom engages in combat training. It appears that such is the nature of the Nara clan. It is said that Rhine is relatively diligent among them. However, were it not for your presence, I would have had no training partner at all, Akkad lamented. Rhine, serving as a support and medical ninja within the team, naturally lacks combat proficiency. Nevertheless, his supportive and medical ninjutsu, alongside the intellectual prowess of the Nara clan, remains vital during missions. I smiled gently, acknowledging that Rhine possesses combat potential. It is merely that he detests engaging in purposeless battles. Akkad corrected my impression of Rhine, asserting that had Rhine lacked combat capability, she would have long since claimed the position of leader. I nodded thoughtfully, despite not witnessing Rhine's prowess during these days. His summoning of that colossal serpent during our initial mission had certainly attested to his chakra reserves. Let us take a moment's respite, I proposed, raising my hand. I shall venture forth to procure some game for our lunch, Akkad declared boldly, patting her stomach before dashing into the nearby woods. In recent days, we had primarily prepared our own meals, ostensibly to cultivate our outdoor survival skills. Rhine-kun, a voice tinged with apprehension called out, rousing Rhine, who had been ensnared in late-night research by Orochimaru, leaving him sleep-deprived and drowsy. Upon opening his eyes, Rhine beheld me gazing upward from beneath the tree, my expression a blend of anticipation and hesitation. Where's Akkad? Rhine inquired as he leapt gracefully from the tree, landing steadily in the clearing before me. Scanning the surroundings for the ever-present figure of Akkad, she mentioned she would hunt for some game for our lunch. I replied earnestly. Do you have something you wish to discuss with me? I asked, noting Rhine's indecisive demeanor. Regardless of the reasons behind my joining this team, he was, at least in the original narrative, a rather commendable individual. Coupled with his remarkable bloodline, I found myself inclined to foster our camaraderie. What are your thoughts on the Uchiha clan? After a moment's hesitation, Rhine finally broached the subject under my gaze. I was taken aback, observing the youthful countenance that bore an expression of turmoil and confusion. In what regard do you mean? I settled down in the shade, watching as Rhine sat across from me, legs crossed. The village's reputation and the opinions of its higher-ups. Sensing my openness to dialogue, Rhine exhaled in relief, offering a grateful glance as he relinquished his inner turmoil. Is this a question of your own volition, or has someone prompted you to inquire? I asked, propping my arm against my cheek, my gaze blank and fish-like as I met his. It is a question of my own desire to ask, fearing that Rinne might misunderstand. Shursui immediately shifted to a serious kneeling posture, with his palms resting on his knees, and earnestly stated, as for why I came to ask you, I simply believe you possess greater maturity than I do and should be able to provide me with an answer. After all, the members of the Nara clan are quite intelligent, and many of them serve as the village's intellectuals. Furthermore, as one of Lord Orochimaru's most valued disciples, you should be privy to the higher-ups' current perspectives on the Uchiha clan. You are quite perceptive. It is impressive that you can contemplate so much at your age, Rinne remarked after listening to Shursui's words. However, the clan leader has spoken to me, sharing certain matters to help me understand the situation, Shursui replied candidly, shaking his head. This is a complex issue that cannot be succinctly addressed. Since your clan leader has prompted you to explore these matters, what is his intention? Rinne pressed for clarification. The clan leader's intention is for me to gain recognition from Lord Orochimaru. Shursui thoughtfully summarized the words of the clan leader from that day. Then simply follow through. Rinne offered succinctly. Really? That's all I need to do? Shursui responded, astonished as he gazed at Rinne. Your clan leader is anticipating a future Hokage who will harbor goodwill towards the Uchiha. Currently, he sees no better candidate. And you have become a wager for the Uchiha's future. There may be others in this gamble later, but all you need to do is fulfill your own responsibilities. Rinne provided a direct answer without delving into philosophical discourse. The fourth Hokage, perhaps? Shursui pondered momentarily. Yes, the clan leader, having completed his training. Uchiha Shursui returned to the Uchiha compound to meet with clan leader Uchiha Fugaku. Ah, Shursui, Uchiha Fugaku said, pausing his instruction of a child upon noticing Shursui's arrival. He entrusted the child to his wife nearby and gestured for Shursui to follow him. Shursui waved to the child before turning to accompany Uchiha Fugaku into the house. It seems Itachi is quite fond of you, Uchiha Fugaku indicated as he invited Shisui to sit down, smiling warmly. I also admire Itachi. He is very endearing, Shisui replied. Recalling the child in the courtyard, a genuine smile spreading across his face. He is a remarkably astute child. Despite his young age, he exhibits a maturity beyond his peers. His talent is exceptional, and I am confident he will grow into a formidable ninja, Shisui believed. You've come today? Uchiha Fugaku inquired, observing Shisui with a probing gaze, as he sensed a possibility. Sure enough, Shisui hesitated briefly before stating, I inquired about what you once told me, clan leader. Orochimaru? Uchiha Fugaku interjected. No, it was Nara. Shisui shook his head, revealing a name that took Uchiha Fugaku by surprise. Nara? I recall that he is the child of Nara Shikamaru. Uchiha Fugaku nodded. Lord Orochimaru is quite occupied. His instruction to us is merely through shadow clones. Among the three of us, only Shikamaru-kun receives the utmost regard from Lord Orochimaru and is able to meet him at any given moment. Throughout these past few days of interaction, he has impressed me with his composure and unique insights on various matters. Shisui lowered his head, seemingly filled with regret. So, you seek him out for an answer? Uchiha Fugaku gazed expressionlessly at Shisui across from him. I apologize. I genuinely believe that Shikamaru-kun could provide me with an answer. Shisui replied, bowing an apology. Did he? Uchiha Fugaku, contrary to Shisui's expectations of anger, maintained a calm tone as he pressed further. He did. Under Fugaku's indication, Shisui sat up straight and recounted his conversation with Shikamaru in meticulous detail, leaving nothing unspoken. Did he truly say that? Uchiha Fugaku, initially feeling a tinge of disappointment and not anticipating anything of value from Shisui, nonetheless felt a stir within upon hearing Shikamaru's response. Indeed, Shisui affirmed with a nod. The two fell into a shared silence. After a moment, as Fugaku emerged from his contemplative state, he noticed Shisui's youthful face, fraught with anxiety, confusion, and a hesitation to speak, fearing he might disturb him. He instinctively smiled. What do you wish to ask? Does what Shikamaru-kun said hold merit? Shisui inquired, having wrestled with his thoughts repeatedly in his mind before finally voicing them. For a child to perceive certain situations and offer such counsel is indeed remarkable. Truly, the Nara clan lives up to its reputation as the counsel of wisdom. Fugaku initially validated Shisui's sentiment, yet soon shook his head before Shisui's expression could fully brighten. However, it is evident that he lacks sufficient understanding of the information concerning us and the higher-ups. The circumstances within the clan have not deteriorated to the point where you would be considered a sacrificial pawn. In truth, your inclusion in Orochimaru's team astonishes even me. You have become part of the village's Umbu. The ultimate decision-maker can only be the third Hokage. What I previously conveyed was merely to encourage you to connect with Orochimaru as much as possible. After all, since the death of White Fang, the most fervent voices and greatest hopes for the fourth Hokage candidate now rest solely with the legendary Sannin. Based on my understanding of the Sannin, Lady Tsunade's departure from the village suggests she has little interest in vying for the position of fourth Hokage. Thus, the most promising candidates remain Jiraiya and Orochimaru, with Orochimaru holding the highest potential. Should Orochimaru ascend to the role of fourth Hokage, it is very likely that you will become his direct bodyguard, much like the third Hokage was to the second. Fearing Shisui might not grasp the implications, Fugaku elaborated patiently and thoroughly. So, the relationship between the higher-ups and our clan is not as dire as I had imagined? Shisui expressed surprise. Certainly not. This village was founded by the ancestors of the Senju and Uchiha clans together. The Uchiha are an indispensable top-tier clan within this village. The point of contention between the higher-ups and us lies in the second generation's wariness and suppression of our clan, as well as our insatiable desire for the position of Hokage. After all, the Senju clan has already produced 2 Hokages, and it is highly plausible that the third and fourth might also belong to the lineage of the Senju and their disciples. Initially, your grandfather, Lord Kagami, had a promising chance. However, he met an untimely demise. Fugaku smiled faintly and continued, this is merely a strategic game between us and the higher echelons. It is not a matter of irreconcilable differences. I believe it was precisely because of the calls from the Uchiha that the third Hokage appointed you to the direct Umbu of the Hokage and subsequently assigned you under Orochimaru's command. In retrospect, it seems that the possibility of Orochimaru inheriting the position of the fourth Hokage is greater than that of Jiraiya. While Shisui did not provide you with an analysis or explanation of these matters, his advice was indeed sound. You should consider strengthening your relationship with him. He may very well become the fourth Hokage's advisor in the future. I understand. Shisui felt a considerable sense of relief. As long as there was no imminent conflict between the village and the clan, he would remain content. Go meet Itachi, take him out to unwind. The expression Fugaku wore was that of a benevolent father. Although he held high expectations for Itachi and often trained him with a stern demeanor, he firmly believed that Itachi's future would surpass his own, with talents that eclipsed anyone else in the clan. If possible, he would gladly let Itachi tread a path similar to Shisui's, integrating into the village and undergoing training within the Umbu. I will. Shisui rose, respectfully bowed to Fugaku, then opened the door and stepped outside. Are you Nara Shikamaru? A certain individual wishes to see you. In the dimly lit alley, a cloaked figure clad in Umbu attire, bearing a mask, suddenly appeared before Shikamaru on his way home. Who wishes to see me? Sensing an air of indifference and malice emanating from the figure, Shikamaru instinctively became alert, his arm concealed within his sleeve lowered, as a small snake swiftly darted out and vanished into the night. Just follow along. Resistances will prove futile. The voice of the newcomer was cold and devoid of emotion, akin to an automaton executing a mission. I should be able to inform my mentor, Lord Orochimaru, or my parents about whom I am meeting, correct? Shikamaru spoke, his body already bracing for a confrontation. The malice from the figure opposite him had become painfully apparent. Little did Shikamaru realize whom he had offended within the village to warrant such targeted hostility. It seems I must subdue you first. The figure drew a short blade from behind, its tip aimed menacingly at Shikamaru. In an instant, the figure vanished from sight, followed by a sharp gust of wind that whooshed past Shikamaru's back. Thud! A dull sound resonated where the blade met Shikamaru's neck. What is this? A flicker of confusion crossed the masked figure's eyes. The next moment, his body lost control, his feet were glued to the ground, leaving him rigid and immobile. Shadow binding technique. Beneath the cloak of night, the dimly lit alley provided a profound concealment and extension for shadows. The proximity was so close that there was scarcely time to evade. The assailant clearly approached with the intent to strike with absolute precision, nearly stepping onto the shadow of Lunya. To the assailant's astonishment, in the next moment, a myriad of runes began to slither and spread from the darkness beneath Lunya's feet, enveloping his form. This was the binding spell technique. The struggle in the assailant's eyes intensified. The combination of shadow binding technique and binding spell technique was Lunya's most adept and nearly instantaneous skill. Originally designed to counter the rampage of Zhongwu, this technique allowed for swift and powerful control in the face of chaos. Such timing and control were honed during the months of back-and-forth confrontations with Zhongwu. Initially, he had to collaborate with Hongdo to seize the opportune moment, engaging in perilous battles to achieve their objectives. As he became increasingly adept at this sequence, facing the rampaging Zhongwu became significantly easier and safer. Releasing the shadow binding technique, Lunya turned to regard his assailant, who stood a half-head taller, clad in dark attire. The assailant's body was now adorned with runes, with the sigils extending to the very tips of their fingers. A knife's back? It appeared they were not here to kill me, but rather to capture me for some purpose. Observing the blade aimed at him, Lunya discerned the peculiar sensation he had felt during the earlier attack, an impact akin to a blunt force. You managed to intercept me in this secluded place. Were you waiting specifically for me? Your demeanor is remarkably composed. If you can wait here, you must be aware that I often traverse this route after training. This indicates your familiarity with the roadways of Konoha and your knowledge of my daily activities. From your attire, it is evident you belong to the Umbu, serving the Hokage and responding solely to the commands of the Hokage-sama. However, if the third Hokage wished to see me, he could simply inform my lethargic elder, without the need for such underhanded tactics. I have heard from my mentor, Orochimaru, about an Umbu faction known as Root, which serves as a training institution for the Umbu, falling under their purview. Yet, the control of this division resides with an elder named Danzo. Your emotions have finally shifted. It seems my conjecture was correct. As Lunya spoke, he maintained an unwavering gaze upon the assailant, employing subtle techniques of mental observation learned from the Yamanaka clan, carefully attuning to the faint fluctuations of the assailant's emotions. When Danzo's name escaped his lips, he keenly sensed the fleeting emotional reaction from his adversary. Lunya sighed, no longer wishing to pry further, for he understood that the matters ahead were best left to those capable of handling them. Truly astonishing. Before long, a figure materialized from the darkness with a gust of wind, landing gracefully in the arena. When that familiar, magnetic, hoarse voice resonated, Lune, who had been concealing himself in the shadows, finally exhaled in relief. The umbu? No, it was a scent from the roots. Orochimaru observed the umbu, ensnared by the cursed seal binding technique, reinforced twice, and narrowed his golden eyes into slits. Orochimaru-sensei, Lune greeted him. It seems he had no intention of killing you. Orochimaru also noticed the erroneous angle of the attacker's blade and swiftly deduced the general information and course of the battle. He intended to knock me out, but he could not breach the defenses of my silent blood armor. Lune explained succinctly. Leave this matter to me. You may inform Rikuji. After a moment of silence, Orochimaru summoned a large serpent to swallow the assailant, watching as it vanished in a puff of smoke. Is there trouble? Lune inquired, lifting his gaze. Merely a warning from a petty old man. You are of no consequence, Orochimaru replied. He had grasped the cause and rationale behind the attack, but had no intention of elaborating to Lune at that moment. Taking Lune's hand, he said, Come, let me escort you home, and then I shall visit my teacher. After a tranquil journey returning Lune to the Nara clan grounds, Orochimaru departed, leaving Lune and Rikuji, who had sensed something amiss. Following Orochimaru's instructions, Lune recounted the day's events to Rikuji, who, with a grave expression, pondered the implications before retiring to rest. In a dim underground chamber, an elderly man, leaning on a cane and partially obscured by candlelight, gazed at the subordinate kneeling before him, revealing one intact eye. You say Orochimaru visited Hiruzen? Indeed. We monitored Orochimaru entering the third's residence, and he remained there for quite some time before departing, the kneeling ninja reported respectfully. His head bowed. I understand. The elder nodded, watching as his subordinate rose and retreated. Hiruzen, the bandaged elder, relying on his cane, pushed open the door to the Hokage's office, his singular eye scanning the room where the third Hokage was diligently working, alongside the silent Nara Rikuji. Redirecting his attention to meet the gaze of the third, he inquired, What is it that you wish to discuss? Last night, Orochimaru's disciple, Nara Lune, was assaulted by the umbu. Do you have anything to say, Danzo? Hiruzen took a puff from his pipe, his aged features shrouded in smoke, rendering him somewhat indistinct. The umbu's attack? What concern is that of mine? Danzo scoffed, retorting with indignation. Do you know what Orochimaru has done? Anticipating Danzo's denial, Hiruzen rubbed his forehead in exasperation. What could he possibly do? Danzo stood before the third Hokage's desk, casting a disdainful glance at the silent Rikuji, coldly stating, he delivered the assailant to the interrogation unit. The third Hokage closed his eyes, questioning the head of the interrogation unit, Yamazaki, who had personally conducted the interrogation. What more do you wish me to say? What could he possibly uncover? Danzo narrowed his eyes. Prior to this, Orochimaru had assisted in unsealing the various seals and restraints imposed upon the assailant. The third Hokage, with a troubled expression, drew on his cigarette, opening his eyes to meet Danzo's gaze through the smoke. What is it that you intend to do? He inquired. I am blameless. Danzo scoffed. Do you truly believe that the reason my teacher chose me to be Hokage over you was merely a matter of timing? The third Hokage suddenly posed an irrelevant question. It was because you spoke the word of retreat before I could. Danzo, who had remained calm until now, suddenly erupted with fury at Saratobi's inquiry. No, it is because my teacher understands that you are a person who only knows how to be ruthless without understanding compromise. You possess a modicum of cleverness but disregard the bigger picture, being short-sighted and lacking foresight. Someone like you becoming Hokage would only spell disaster for the village. The third Hokage retorted emphatically. You speak nonsense. Danzo's cane struck the ground forcefully as the veins on his hands bulged. He was instantly provoked by his old friend. Look closely at your own actions. How dare you act against the villagers? First it was Shikaku, then it was Kakashi, and next, are you planning to turn against me? The third Hokage countered with equal ire. Danzo gazed deeply into the enraged face of the third Hokage, suddenly falling into a profound silence. The peace of the village will henceforth be the responsibility of the direct subordinates of the Hokage. Your roots will only manage external affairs. Furthermore, due to the mistakes you have made recently, the funding and personnel selection for your roots will be correspondingly restricted. The third Hokage stated plainly, observing Danzo's newfound calmness. You will regret this, Hiruzen. Danzo tightened his grip. Even if Saratobi harshly reprimanded him, causing him to lose face before Kakashi, it paled in comparison to this punitive measure that mercilessly stripped him of power. I am the Hokage, am I not? The third Hokage replied coldly. Humph. Danzo turned, leaving the Hokage's office in a gust. I trust this punishment will satisfy both you and Kakashi? The third Hokage, weary, rubbed his temples once more as he watched Danzo depart. I have no objections, Lord Hokage, Nara Shikamaru stood and respectfully bowed to the third Hokage. What about your promise to me, sensei? Orochimaru emerged from a hidden door, his gaze fixed intently upon his teacher. The reduced funding for your roots will be at your discretion, and Danzo has no authority over the personnel of the Inoshikacho trio, though you may negotiate the selection. The third Hokage nodded. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes, locking his gaze with his teacher's. This is not what you assured me during our nocturnal conversation. After a moment of silence, Orochimaru licked his lips, showing signs of discontent. Do you comprehend how much manpower and resources are required to establish a new department? Although the village's economy has improved significantly, it has not reached the point where extravagance is feasible. Moreover, even as Hokage, the establishment of a new department necessitates a meeting of the Jonin for voting. The creation of Tsunade's medical department was not accomplished overnight. The third Hokage shook his head. Yet, it has been proven that the establishment of the medical department was indeed a prudent decision. Tsunade's proposal at that time was also astute. Your procrastination, sensei, is entirely futile and detrimental to the village, retorted Orochimaru without hesitation. The third Hokage immediately resumed puffing on his pipe. At the very least, you must allow me and the Jonin to recognize the value of this department's existence. The costs in terms of money and manpower for the technical development department, under your proposed conditions, would surpass those of the medical department. I cannot fathom its significance to the village, the third Hokage lamented. Witnessing the village's chaotic finances, he, as the leader, found himself in a quandary. The medical department had only recently been established, and the investment had yet to yield returns. Introducing another financial burden would only exacerbate the situation. After all, one does not comprehend the value of basic necessities without managing a household, does one? This is contrary to our agreement, remarked Orochimaru, his eyes narrowing into slits. Very well. I grant you the authority to establish this department and permit you to recruit personnel independently. I can also provide a portion of the initial funding. However, should you fail to deliver sufficient results thereafter, the financial burden will rest upon your shoulders. Do you accept this compromise? The third Hokage pondered for a moment before proposing a middle ground. At the Hitaki residence, Kakashi Hitaki regarded the visiting Nara Shikamaru with a measure of indifference. He had just parted ways with his teammates over a mission dispute, and while he was indifferent to such matters, the unexpected visit from the typically reserved Nara Shikamaru left him somewhat perplexed. Nara, is there something you need? After a brief silence, Kakashi, noticing Shikamaru surveying the surroundings, finally spoke. He had no time to waste with Shikamaru. He needed to train. There is intelligence pertinent to you, and I believe you have the right to be informed. Shikamaru replied, directing his gaze to the lean boy across from him, whose wild white hair stood out like a porcupine's quills beneath his mask. Is it related to the mission? Kakashi inquired. No, it concerns your father, the late Tsukumo Hitaki, Shikamaru stated, producing a scroll from his pocket and sliding it across the table toward Kakashi. Instantly, a palpable chill emanated from Kakashi. Aren't you going to take a look? Shikamaru seemed oblivious to the ominous aura surrounding Kakashi and merely gestured toward the scroll. My father died by suicide after a mission failure, Kakashi replied tersely. Is that truly what you believe? Shikamaru countered. Everyone says so. My father's death attests to it. Kakashi's eyes betrayed a glimmer of anguish. The death of his father remains unhealed by the passage of time, and an inexplicable sense of dread envelopes him as he listens to Rini's forthcoming words. His gaze drawn to the quiet scroll resting on the table. Typically, the assignments undertaken by ninjas, particularly those executed by Shikamaru, are shrouded in secrecy. Leaning his elbows on the table and cradling his chin in his hands, Rini languidly remarks, such missions, apart from the higher-ups and relevant personnel, are generally beyond the reach of others to comprehend, are they not? Having completed numerous tasks in the Umbu and being well-versed in confidentiality protocols, Kakashi's eyes flicker momentarily. It appears you are aware of that, he responds. So, after Shikamaru-senpai's recent failure, the news has spread throughout the village, even reaching the ears of ordinary villagers who are not ninjas. Did you not find that suspicious? Rini presses on. It was leaked by my father's comrades. They believe his actions precipitated the mission's failure. Kakashi clenches his fists. Every ninja bears a record of failed missions, even the legendary Sannin and the leaders of the villages. I firmly believe that Shikamaru-senpai is a seasoned ninja who, in making decisions, surely weighed the repercussions of abandoning the mission against the interests at stake for the village. Unless it pertains to a crisis of the magnitude that could ignite a ninja world war, Shikumo-senpai's merits and prowess should shield him from such collective vilification from the village. Runi shakes his head. It was his comrades who insisted that a ninja's primary duty is to prioritize the mission, Kakashi reiterates, his tone once again growing frigid. And you? Who placed the mission above all else? Do you find joy in your interactions with your comrades? Runi suddenly inquires. Such matters are inconsequential. The completion of the mission is what truly matters, Kakashi replies. I shut. Therefore, I believe you ought to carefully examine this intelligence. At the very least, you should comprehend the reasons behind Shikumo-senpai's tragic decision to take his own life, should you not? Runi pushes the scroll to the edge of the table, within Kakashi's reach. His expression shifting, Kakashi hesitates but ultimately trembles as he extends his hand to grasp the scroll, employing the sealing techniques he learned in the Umbu to unseal it. The reading of the intelligence does not consume much time, yet the revelations contained within the scroll undoubtedly strike a profound blow to Kakashi, who is still, in many ways, a child. His pupils quiver intensely, tears cascading down his cheeks, leaving deep trails of sorrow. Is this true? He asks, closing the scroll, forcing himself to rein in the tempest of emotions swirling within him, gazing at Runi through tear-filled eyes. It was the interrogation team from the central office that uncovered this. Runi references the interrogation unit. Why would they do such a thing? Kakashi feels an overwhelming void within himself. He had long believed that it was his father's missteps that had led to these events. Yet this intelligence now reveals that the village's vehement accusations in the mission's failure stemmed from a dark undercurrent within their own ranks. Because Shikumo-senpai's reputation was too illustrious. Runi replies candidly. He stood in the way of others aspiring to become Hokage. Have you obstructed others' paths? Kakashi gazed at Rinne in astonishment. My master Orochimaru, Jiraiya, Tsunade, and a man named Shimura Danzo. Rinne observed Kakashi's expression shift at the mention of the last name, and seized the opportunity to press on. You must have heard of this name, Haven Tiju? The overseer of the route, the training department of the Konoha Umbu. I am indeed familiar with Danzo's name. Kakashi replied, feeling his strength dissipate with each word, as if every syllable bore immense weight. To echo Orochimaru's words, he was a man who dwelled in darkness, willing to resort to unscrupulous means. The route under his command operated under the same philosophy. To enhance his persuasiveness and credibility, Rinne brought up Orochimaru once more. Was it he who orchestrated the rumors? Kakashi recalled the grim elder he had encountered during his training at the route, who sought to recruit him, and clenched his teeth as he asked, who else could possess such knowledge of the village's ninjas and undertake responsibilities akin to those of the Umbu, if not Danzo? Even my teacher Orochimaru could not accomplish that, Rinne affirmed without hesitation. What about the third Hokage? Kakashi's eyes brimmed with a hint of crimson as he fixed a dazed stare upon Rinne. One could say that Sashin was not the third's favored candidate for Hokage. Perhaps he merely intended to suppress Sashin's reputation, yet did not anticipate Sashin's resilience. Rinne replied softly. What is your purpose in telling me this? Kakashi suddenly inquired. I have no ulterior motive. I merely wish for you to be aware of the truth and not fall into darkness. I learned from my master that Elder Shimura Danzo has long sought your formal induction into the route. As long as you comprehend who he is and what he has done, my visit has fulfilled its purpose. Rinne stood, bidding farewell. You might need some time alone. I shall take my leave. It would be wise to destroy that information. Elder Shimura has recently faced punishment from the third Hokage and may summon you shortly. If you are unwilling to join the route, consider directly requesting to enter the Hokage's Umbu. At the Konoha orphanage, the director, Yakushi Nanoyu, felt a surge of anxiety as she regarded the unexpectedly visiting Orochimaru. Being adept at gathering intelligence, she understood better than anyone the formidable and troublesome nature of the pale-skinned man before her. Lord Orochimaru, everything here is rather rudimentary. There is little I can offer you. Nanoyu, a gentle woman with a warm demeanor, possessed an innate quality that cultivated trust and reliance in others. I am aware. I have come to extend an invitation for you to join the technical development department I established. Orochimaru seemed unfazed by Nanoyu's wariness. In fact, he would have found it surprising if she had not reacted this way. I'm sorry, I have not heard of this department, Nanoyu replied, shaking her head. This is the third Hokage's commission. Orochimaru produced a scroll and tossed it to her. I trust you can discern its authenticity. Yao Shiyi now you took the scroll and, after a meticulous examination, confirmed the authenticity of the commission. What can I do? She inquired as she returned the scroll. Do you require a spy like me? No. What I value is your medical ninjutsu, Orochimaru replied, shaking his head to dismiss Yunnaoyu's assumption. You are a renowned walking priestess in the ninja world. I am affiliated with the Foundation, you stated. I can transfer you here. During this time, I possess the authority to assemble personnel from various departments to establish a technology development division. I know you care about that orphanage. I can provide you with more funding than the Foundation ever could, Orochimaru murmured. You still excel at manipulating people's hearts. You thought of the pitiable yet adorable children at the orphanage, her heart softening immediately. I am well aware that you and Danzo are not of the same ilk. You care for these children, do you not? Danzo views them as leverage to control you. What you do for him far exceeds what he offers in return. Join me, and you will no longer have to bear the torment of espionage. Simply utilize your medical ninjutsu to assist and nurture some personnel, Orochimaru invited, licking his lips. Is it really that simple? You gazed at Orochimaru. Indeed. As long as you can accomplish one thing, I will fulfill my promises to you. A faint smile appeared on Orochimaru's pale face. What is it? You exhaled. Relieved that Orochimaru had not made any unreasonable demands. You should be quite familiar with the Foundation's collection, yes? Tell me about it. Whether it be the cells of Hashirama or other research materials, as well as any threatening actions Danzo has taken against the village, share all that you know. Orochimaru's eyes glimmered with anticipation. Do you require that? You furrowed her brow slightly, but soon relaxed. The Foundation no longer needs those. In the future, all technological developments will be incorporated within the Technology Development Division. I simply believe that Danzo must be hiding something. He would not willingly relinquish everything. I do not have the time or inclination to play hide and seek with him, Orochimaru replied. In the Hokage's office, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, observed the furious Danzo and the impassive Orochimaru, his head throbbing. Hiruzen, do you truly intend to allow Orochimaru to hollow out the Foundation? Danzo slammed his cane forcefully against the ground, his chest heaving with anger. I merely took some research materials. Regardless, those items are wasted in the hands of the Foundation. Orochimaru retorted, ignoring Danzo's murderous glare. Orochimaru, you should at least show some respect to your seniors. Danzo is a companion of your teacher and has contributed greatly to the village. A reprimand echoed from outside the door as the two advisors, Nara Shikamaru and Mito Munin, entered. Hiruzen, while Danzo may have made some oversights, your punishment shouldn't result in the Foundation being completely hollowed out. Mito Munin spoke up, positioning himself in front of Danzo. Not at all. I merely took some utterly unnecessary materials and two individuals whose assistance I required, all within the authority granted to me by my teacher. The strength of the root has not diminished. Orochimaru interjected, Hizashi, while the village's economy has improved. You must understand that we cannot possibly afford the establishment and investment of a new department. Tsunade did not dispute Orochimaru but merely reminded the third Hokage, indeed. A new department necessitates the cultivation of new talents and ninjas, along with various essential investments. It is a long-term commitment. The village must consider its future, mustn't it? Mito Minion also offered words of counsel. And what are your opinions? The third Hokage inquired, observing the trio of Danzo, and then casting a glance at the impassive Orochimaru. Everything remained unchanged. It seemed preferable for Orochimaru to collaborate with the root. Mito Minion spoke again. You are aware of the experiments, Hizashi. They are certainly not suitable for exposure. The establishment of a new department would undoubtedly draw the attention of the entire village, making it impossible to conceal many matters. Tsunade provided her perspective in a similar vein. Upon hearing the words of the two senior advisors, a faint smile instinctively graced Danzo's lips. Just as he understood Hizashi. These two, who had spent countless days with him, equally comprehended his essence. They knew how to sway Hizashi's heart. Upon hearing Tsunade's remarks, the third Hokage indeed revealed a flicker of hesitation. In this moment, he felt increasingly aware of his own aging and impotence. The decisive resoluteness of his youth had gradually worn away, losing its sharpness and rigidity. Considering his age, amidst the ever-looming shadow of war in the ninja world where the survival rate of missions was dismally low, he was quite a rarity. Among the Kage older than him, it seemed only Inoki from Awagakure remained. At this moment, he merely wished for the village to develop steadily, without tumult. Undoubtedly, Tsunade's words had shaken his heart. Shouldn't we then rectify the chaos? A flicker of disappointment flashed in Orochimaru's eyes as he discerned his teacher's wavering resolve. He spoke up. It is precisely because of the root's cold-blooded and unregulated nature that all these tragedies have occurred. The establishment of the Technical Development Department is to set rules and reduce the village's senseless sacrifices. Only in this way can the tragedies cease to persist. Danzo abruptly turned to Orochimaru, cold-blooded and unfeeling. I certainly acknowledge that. However, you, Orochimaru, have always been the overseer of experiments like would release. Even if I bear some responsibility, does that make you a virtuous person? How can someone who is equally callous towards those experimental subjects utter such words? Are you truly the Orochimaru I once knew? Orochimaru. Mito Minion furrowed his brow. Senior Mito, the one responsible for all this is your companion, Danzo. Did he ever consider the village, me, the Nara clan, or my teacher when he acted against my disciple? I recall that the Inoshikacho trio was among the clans that fervently supported teacher Hisashi, aiding him in stabilizing the village's alliances, correct? Otherwise, shall I invite Senior Chiyoda to join us for a discussion? Orochimaru coldly interrupted Mito Minion, stifling his forthcoming words. Stung by Orochimaru's remarks, Mito Minion shot a glare at Danzo, secretly cursing him for his unscrupulous methods. Danzo, who merely intended to use Doku as leverage to compel Orochimaru into earnest experimentation and to yield some tangible results, found his expression darkening. He had not anticipated that this seemingly trivial matter would precipitate such upheaval. Had he foreseen this, he would have dispatched a root jonin at that time. Thus, personnel adjustments and the establishment of the Technical Development Department had been agreed upon with Orochimaru and Doku. The third Hokage, having finally resolved to act with the decisiveness reminiscent of his past, swiftly terminated the debate among the gathered individuals and reached a conclusion. As the Hokage began to articulate his decision, the two advisors could only remain silent. Fortunately, in the next moment, the third Hokage offered them a somewhat palatable consolation. However, the village's economy was indeed insufficient to support the establishment of a new department at this time, aside from an initial grant. Subsequent funding would have to be self-sourced by the Technical Development Department, he added. Humph. Danzo, having failed to achieve his desired outcome, huffed disdainfully and turned to exit the Hokage's office, a place that now felt thoroughly uncomfortable to him. Simultaneously, the flames of ambition within him burned more fervently than ever. As Danzo departed, Mito Minion and Tsurugi Kohara sighed, falling into a contemplative silence. In the small grove behind the mountain, a frequent training ground for Orochimaru's team, the fierce battle finally reached a pause as the smoke dissipated. It seems you have not ceased your training during this time, Orochimaru's voice, tinged with pleasure, resonated across the field. Uchiha Shursui, Akamichi Karui, and Doka stood somewhat disheveled before Orochimaru, supporting one another. How infuriating. We can't even defeat a mere shadow clone of our teacher, Karui huffed, glaring at the dissipating figure of Orochimaru, who revealed his true self outside the training area. We are still only genin. We must confront the stark reality of our disparity with Lord Orochimaru, Shursui lamented, feeling exasperated by Karui's brashness. Your performance has genuinely surprised me, Orochimaru remarked. Shursui, I have recognized your talent. You excel in body flicker technique. I shall compile a comprehensive analysis of its principles for you. Orochimaru expressed his astonishment at Shursui's aptitude, refraining from mentioning any ninjutsu instruction. Doku, your shadow techniques have begun to incorporate transformations in form and nature, I see. It appears you have grasped what I taught you quite well. Orochimaru's gaze settled upon Doku, clearly pleased with his progress. What about me? What about me? Karui pouted, hands on her hips, visibly dissatisfied. You are the one who has mastered my fluid technique most proficiently. Orochimaru's generous praise brought a radiant smile to Hondo's face. Reflecting the qualities of a kindergarten principal, Loon and Shursui exchanged glances, reaching a mutual understanding that in any team, there must be a carefree companion. Let Hondo revel in her joy, for her happiness is delightfully uncomplicated. During a break, a request from Orochimaru left Shursui momentarily wide-eyed. You wish to visit the clan leader? Shursui was caught off guard. Indeed, Orochimaru replied. The clan leader will surely be pleased by your visit. Shursui took a deep breath and nodded. He was acutely aware that he was merely a messenger, yet it did not hinder him from expressing this sentiment based on his understanding of the clan leader. At least from Shursui's perspective, this marked the beginning of communication between the village's upper echelons and the clan, even if only Orochimaru currently exhibited such an attitude. Tomorrow, I shall go in the evening, Orochimaru instructed, before disbanding the team. He was busy, as the Technical Development Department was merely a shell, burdened with myriad tasks requiring his attention. He had already contemplated recruiting an advisor from the Nara clan to manage daily affairs. The suggestion you mentioned last time was intriguing. Although Wood Release is comprised of both water and earth chakra natures, its vibrant life force resembles that of Yang Release. To restrain the devouring and expansive nature of the first Hokage's cells, one must first identify another force capable of counterbalancing it. Orochimaru walked alongside Lune in the underground laboratory inherited from the Foundation, slowly articulating, "I have scoured all text related to its release in Konoha, as well as historical records of the Senju clan. I believe this power may likely be found within the Uchiha clan. If we regard the power within the first Hokage's cells as a manifestation of yang release, then the Uchiha, embodying yin attributes, should be able to achieve a balance." "Do you intend to use the Uchiha as experimental subjects?" Lune inquired sensitively. "Certainly not. Currently, there is no Uchiha capable of contending with the first Hokage's cells. I have heard that the Uchiha possess an eye technique beyond the three tomo, known as the Manjiki Sharingan. The most notable wielder is Uchiha Madara, a figure legendary enough to be equated with the first Hokage. I believe that to counter the devouring and assimilative power of the first Hokage's cells, any Uchiha serving as a test subject must at least possess the strength to awaken the Manjiki. Otherwise, I see little distinction between the Uchiha and other test subjects." Orochimaru shook his head, acknowledging that he had not yet reached a stage of complete disregard for ethical boundaries, particularly when it came to the sensitive and formidable Uchiha clan. "Is that why your attitude towards Shisui shifted so rapidly?" Lune recalled Orochimaru's change in demeanor regarding Shisui. "He is merely a contingency." Orochimaru licked his lips. "I still have a considerable journey ahead before he reaches a stage that satisfies me. The Uchiha are indeed a tenacious clan. If they were to believe we were studying their bloodline, it is difficult to predict what actions they might take." Lune recalled the increasingly unstable emotional traits of the Uchiha clan that accompanied the awakening of their eyes, feeling a twinge of concern. "Are you worried that I might resort to some violent means?" Orochimaru, sensitive to Lune's emotions, chuckled lightly. "What you said is quite astute. Inheriting the Hokage title would grant access to the resources of an entire village. Although I am uncertain of my mentor's true intentions, it would be advantageous to gather more individuals to my cause, wouldn't it? As one of the prominent clans of Konohagakure, the Uchiha's wealth ranks just below that of the Hyuga. I merely wish to discuss funding matters with Fugaka tomorrow, specifically to assist in researching how to properly awaken the Uchiha's eyes." Lune was surprised that some of the things he had previously discussed with Orochimaru had been remembered. A fine excuse, Orochimaru nodded. He believed that reaping benefits from the ninja clans would be easier than from Danzo, as long as he could deliver what they needed. "This is a matter of technical priority. I recall asking about your aspirations. You mentioned wanting to research all bloodline limits and the origins of chakra." Orochimaru suddenly interjected. "The origins of chakra can be set aside for now, but Konohagakure boasts 3 major bloodline families with a legacy spanning millennia. Are you certain that Orochimaru intends to visit me?" Uchiha Fugako looked at Shisui with a hint of uncertainty. "Indeed, it was Lord Orochimaru who conveyed this to me," Shisui affirmed, feeling a sense of joy in becoming a bridge between the village's higher-ups and his clan. "Did he mention the reason for his visit?" Uchiha Fugaka suppressed his excitement and inquired further. As the leader of the Uchiha clan, he did not mind a visit from the village's higher echelons. Rather, he was concerned about the significance of Orochimaru, who was currently the most likely candidate for the 4th Hokage, personally visiting him. Lord Orochimaru did not specify, but I suspect it may pertain to the Technology Development Department, Shisui speculated, shaking his head yet offering his conjecture. "The Technology Development Department?" Fugaka pondered. This department, founded by Orochimaru, had garnered considerable attention recently, including from the leaders and elite of various ninja clans. Compared to independent elite ninjas, clan leaders would be more inclined to contemplate the implications of such actions. In Fugaka's eyes, who believed Orochimaru was highly likely to become the future 4th Hokage, this equated to the 3rd Hokage paving the way for his disciple's ascension. There were only a handful of departments within Konohagakure that had the ability to mobilize, recruit, and train the necessary ninjas and personnel. One was the Umbu, which included the Root, another was the medical department established by Tsunade, and there was the Intelligence Interrogation Department, used for gathering information and conducting interrogations. Lastly, there was Orochimaru's Technology Development Department. "Please inform Lord Orochimaru that I shall await him at home," Fugaku replied, nodding. He is indeed not adept at decision-making, yet this does not imply that he is oblivious to the present circumstances or unwilling to alleviate tensions. Since assuming the position of clan leader, his paramount aspiration has been to integrate his people into the village and to see the next generation produce a Uchiha Hokage. This dream resonates with all clan members, albeit he envisions its realization through conciliatory means. In contrast, the radical faction within the family harbors intentions of seizing power through force should the village refuse to comply. The prospect for the fourth Hokage appears bleak. Even if the third Hokage were willing to take on a Uchiha apprentice for training, the chances remain slim. However, there is still hope for the fifth and sixth Hokage. As long as Orochimaru can ascend to the position of fourth Hokage. How tragic that Kagami-senpai passed away so prematurely. Gazing at Shisui before him, Fugaku sighed inwardly once more. The following day, after completing their training in the forest, Orochimaru's team, having received accurate intelligence from Shisui, promptly followed him to the Uchiha clan's territory. It is Lord Orochimaru. What brings him here? I heard he is here to pay a visit to the clan leader. Has he recognized Shisui's talent and intends to formally recruit him as an apprentice? Although he is not an Uchiha, it could still be acceptable. Upon seeing Orochimaru's group within the Uchiha territory, many clan members were taken aback. Few were willing to visit the Uchiha clan, especially from the higher echelons of Konoha. The area is predominantly frequented by Umbu members delivering tasks and intelligence. Lord Orochimaru, Fugaku greeted respectfully at the entrance, bowing slightly to invite him inside. Is this your child? Itachi? Orochimaru inquired, approaching the child held by a woman and gently ruffling his hair. Shisui mentioned that he is a remarkably talented Uchiha. Fugaku's expression brightened instantly. For him, having his child's talent and abilities acknowledged by a ninja of Orochimaru's caliber is a matter of great honor. Such occurrences are commonplace in the ninja world. For instance, the legendary title of the Three Sannin derives from the recognition of the formidable Hanzo of the Salamander. Regardless of the circumstances leading to Hanzo's grant of this title, or whether Orochimaru and his peers view it as a humiliation, acknowledgement from the powerful to the weak remains one of the swiftest paths to fame in the ninja realm. The group settled at a table in the courtyard. Orochimaru's golden eyes swept over the family of three, and he initiated the conversation, Fugaku-kun. You must be aware of my technology development department? Indeed, Fugaku nodded. The establishment of this department is well known among the elite shinobi, and he could hardly claim ignorance. Are you interested in contributing in some capacity? Orochimaru inquired abruptly. Contributing? Are you referring to needing manpower or something else? Fugaku felt a sudden tension. He was not averse to providing some personnel, yet he feared that Orochimaru was merely seeking to align the Uchiha clan with his ambitions. The Uchiha are not yet at a point of desperation. They still hold a position as one of the prestigious clans in the village. As the clan leader, even if he leans towards Orochimaru, he cannot immediately agree to such an alignment. Personnel, resources, and finances. Orochimaru candidly laid out the conditions. The establishment of the Technology Development Department would undoubtedly require tangible results. While some progress had already been made on the original wood release techniques, I deemed it insufficient. If the Uchiha clan was amenable, I would be willing to offer them technical support. I do not quite grasp your meaning. Are you referring to ninjutsu? Uchiha Fugaku inquired, a frown creasing his brow. As a prominent clan, the Uchiha were not lacking in ninjutsu and were more adept at utilizing their Sharingan in combat. The Sharingan's ability to replicate techniques had allowed them to amass a formidable arsenal of ninjutsu over the centuries. Eternal Mangeki Sharingan. Orochimaru softly uttered words that caused Fugaku's expression to shift dramatically. Eternal Mangeki? Fugaku's voice rose in pitch, astonished as he gazed at Orochimaru's face. Had it been anyone else uttering those words, he would have dismissed them immediately. I can assist in researching how the Uchiha can successfully awaken their eyes and the methods to attain Eternal Mangeki. All I require is the relevant information and resources. Orochimaru affirmed. This was somewhat unbelievable. Fugaku's hands trembled. Itachi looked at his father with confusion, unable to comprehend why his usually dignified and composed father had suddenly become so agitated. Yet, the astute Itachi made a mental note of the term Eternal Mangeki, which had so profoundly affected his father. Nothing is impossible. Consider this. If the Uchiha were to gain a pair of Eternal Mangeki, even if they could not rival Uchiha Madara, it would at least solidify their status as a prestigious clan. Orochimaru's voice, calm and unperturbed, fell upon Fugaku's ears like the whispers of a beguiling spirit. I must convene a clan meeting, Fugaku said, furrowing his brow in contemplation before letting out a resigned sigh and slightly bowing to Orochimaru. I await your message. Additionally, allow me to share a secret. The Senju clan's wood release experiment has yielded a successful case. One subject has attained the wood release Kekkei Genkai. As Orochimaru stood to depart, he suddenly paused, turning his face to deliver another revelation that stirred Fugaku's heart and mind, making it difficult for him to maintain composure. Wood release? The Senju clan, having nearly fully integrated into the village through extensive intermarriage, has managed to regain wood release? Fugaku thought, his mind momentarily adrift. Months after the establishment of the Technology Development Department, Orochimaru remarked, I find I have underestimated you, Kakashi. Standing within the newly transformed Technology Development Department, he gazed at a peculiar plant, his eyes gleaming with profound interest. Master Orochimaru's research data has saved me considerable trouble, Kakashi said. Admiring the plant birthed from his own efforts, experiencing a sense of fulfillment akin to that of a creative spark realized. The plant before him towered over 3 meters. Its roots deeply embedded in the earth, with a trunk and branches that twisted in vigorous yet graceful lines. The pale bark bore intricate, seal-like patterns, and a faintly discernible human visage seemed to emerge from the tree's surface. I did not anticipate that you would adopt the method of grafting and results to diminish the assimilation power of the primary cells. In contrast to the so-called experiments of Hashirama, your work can be deemed a masterpiece. Orochimaru expressed this sentiment, and indeed, it resonated with him. The research conducted by Kakashi has undeniably opened a new door for him, broadening his perspective beyond the realm of human experimentation. However, success has yet to be achieved. Kakashi shook his head. We only require the final step, do we not? Orochimaru smiled. I have already instructed Fugaku to bring several of the Uchiha elite over. The two remained silent as they gazed at the special tree cultivated primarily from Hashirama's cells in the center of the laboratory. This silence was soon interrupted by the arrival of others. Several swift figures dashed in from the doorway, led by Uchiha Fugaku and a few formidable Uchiha clansmen. Shursui followed closely beside Fugaku. Lord Orochimaru, Uchiha Fugaku greeted him, and he, along with the elite from his clan, were immediately captivated by the tree at the center of the laboratory. Fugaku felt an overwhelming vitality emanating from the tree. This is what I promised the Uchiha clan, Orochimaru stated. Fugaku's eyes brightened, and he instinctively looked towards Orochimaru, his expression brimming with excitement. Yet he hesitated to voice his inquiries, as if weighing his words carefully. What must we do? Fugaku managed to suppress his inner excitement and asked Orochimaru. We require the ocular power of the Sharingan, in other words, the ultimate power of Yin release represented by the Sharingan. Under Orochimaru's indication, Kakashi stepped forward to guide the Uchiha elite on the procedure. As the Uchiha elite were informed of the process, they turned their gazes towards their clan leader. Upon Fugaku's nod of agreement, they activated their Sharingan and pressed their palms firmly against the tree. My chakra is being devoured by this tree. The faces of several Uchiha elite paled almost instantly, yet their palms felt as if they were adhered to the tree, pierced by sharp thorns that broke through their skin. Consuming both their flesh and chakra, they found themselves utterly powerless against the overwhelming force of absorption. In that moment, they even sensed that this tree was alive, a peculiar life form existing between plant and animal. Do not worry, this is a normal phenomenon. It is merely sampling you. This process will cease once your bodies reach their limits. You will not be completely consumed by it, Kakashi reassured Fugaku, who appeared anxious and seemed ready to intervene. Along with the other elite. Within a few minutes, the three initially vibrant Uchiha elite had turned pale, sweating profusely, and feeling acutely dehydrated. Just as they could no longer endure the significant loss of their chakra, the terrifying power of absorption from the tree suddenly diminished considerably. 3 elite shinobi faintly perceived a slight burp emanating from the tree before them through their chakra senses. As the pulling force from their palms began to wane, they forcefully withdrew their hands from the tree, stumbling backward a few steps, slightly unsteady. Could this truly be an experiment that aids in the evolution of the Sharingan? One of the shinobi, named Uchiha Meihua, gazed at Rinne with a mix of anger and frustration. As high-ranking shinobi, they possessed the right to participate in and be informed about clan matters. Even though Fugaku was the clan leader, he could not overlook the opinions of the elite within the Uchiha clan concerning various issues. Thus, the collaboration with Orochimaru was common knowledge among the Uchiha shinobi. While some held dissenting views, Fugaku had successfully silenced them through the use of wood release, compelling the Uchiha to consider the future above all else. Over the course of several months, substantial funding had been funneled into the Technological Development Department, even impacting the training of clan members. This resulted in a palpable pressure felt by Fugaku, the clan leader, and the elite shinobi who had initially sided with him. When Fugaku received the notification from Orochimaru, he exhaled a sigh of relief. He could resolutely choose to stand with Orochimaru. But the hefty investments made over these months would undoubtedly draw strong scrutiny from within the clan, particularly from the hawkish faction led by Uchiha Shana. He was uncertain of the outcome, yet he was undoubtedly the one most hopeful for success in this endeavor. Patience. Rinne instructed as he and Orochimaru positioned themselves on either side, beginning to form hand seals. A surge of chakra flowed from their feet into the roots of the tree. The sound of gurgling and swallowing resonated throughout the laboratory, sending chills down the spines of those present. Under the astonished gazes of Fugaku and others, blossoms began to bloom rapidly on the branches of the tree, soon yielding fruit. 3 cherry-sized, green fruits dangled precariously from 3 branches, swaying before the onlookers. Based on your positions, select a fruit that belongs to you, Rinne commanded the 3 somewhat bewildered Uchiha shinobi. Prompted by his words, the 3 cautiously plucked the 3 cherry-sized green fruits. In that instant of harvesting, a familiar sensation emanated from the fruit, leaving them momentarily dazed. Holding the fruit felt akin to touching a part of their own body. And now, should they choose to consume it? Uchiha Meiwa held his designated fruit. Eager with anticipation, he sensed a peculiar allure emanating from it, as if consuming it would enhance his strength. My advice is to refrain, a voice cautioned. It embodies the other side of your emotions. It will conjure a remarkably vivid illusionary dreamscape based on your thoughts and character, limited by time. Should you succeed in overcoming it, you will experience an increase in ocular power. However, if you fail to break free, you may either become irretrievably lost in the dream, leading to mental obliteration, or suffer severe psychological trauma, significantly diminishing your future potential for ocular advancement. What are we to do with it? Uchiha Fugaku approached, instinctively inquiring upon hearing the words of Duyue. Using it as the main ingredient, we can concoct a type of pill, Duyue replied, glancing at the 3 pale-faced, heavily exhausted jonin of the Uchiha clan. They will require time to recuperate and adjust their physical state, preparing themselves mentally. This experiment carries inherent risks. During this adjustment phase, they can also determine whether they truly wish to partake in the forthcoming experiment. Fugaku turned his gaze toward the 3 Uchiha, not being an excessively domineering leader. He would not impose his will upon these trusted allies and friends. Is this medicine truly effective? The scrutinized Minghua gazed at the fruit in his hand, which seemed to resonate with his very bloodline, feeling a tinge of hesitation. You may select one to try first, Duyue suggested. Can it help us awaken the Meijiki? Minghua asked, his eyes alight with fervor. For the Uchiha, their pride and arrogance regarding the Sharingan were ingrained deeply within their essence. Apart from the Senju clan, they harbored disdain for all other ninjas and ninja clans. The Meijiki, a legendary ocular power said to transcend the 3 Tomo, possessed unfathomable strength. Any Uchiha who took pride in their eyes and yearned for power would find it nearly impossible to resist such temptation. Do you believe that is feasible? Duyue's retort momentarily doused the fervor within Minghua and left Fugaku feeling a sense of empty anticipation. Isn't this fruit meant to elevate the Sharingan to a higher level? Fugaku stepped forward, his tone grave. What do you consider it to be? A panacea? Its function merely lies in stimulating the evolution of the Sharingan through illusions, Duyue explained. In simpler terms, it creates an illusionary world tailored to your personality and thoughts, potentially prompting the awakening of your eyes. If you possess sufficient potential, you may successfully evolve to a higher tier of ocular power. However, if your talent is limited to the 3 Tomo, it will only enhance the potency of your existing Sharingan. All of this, however, hinges upon the condition that your mental state remains intact and unscathed in the constructed spiritual realm. The formulation into a pill aims to minimize the risk of severe mental collapse while maintaining its efficacy. Duyue glanced up at Fugaku, who, after observing the silent Orochimaru beside him, found himself uncertain of the intentions harbored by the master and disciple. Yet, he did not feel particularly disheartened. The 3 Tomo Sharingan, if sufficiently powerful, could indeed attain the level of a Kage. As for the Meijiki, it was undeniably a formidable ocular power, boasting unparalleled techniques. Yet even within the annals of the Uchiha clan, such eyes remained shrouded in mystery. In nearly a century, only 2 explicit records of awakening existed, Uchiha Madara and his brother, Uchiha Izuna. The other members of the Uchiha clan, capable of awakening the 3 Tomo Sharingan, already possess exceptional talent, qualifying them to become at least Jonin level shinobi. Fugaku, this is a restorative pill. You may allow the 3 of them to consume it to regain their strength and chakra. We will proceed with the next phase in 2 hours. Orochimaru stepped forward, producing a slender box containing 3 thumb-sized green pills. Initially, Fugaku intended for Akihan and the others to take the military provisions pill. But upon seeing the transparent box presented by Orochimaru, he hesitated before accepting it and distributing the pills to Akihan and his companions. Under the scrutiny of the onlookers, Akihon and his companions seated themselves on the ground and placed the pills into their mouths. Akihon felt his weary and weakened body, which had been on the brink of exhaustion, suddenly infused with newfound vigor upon ingesting the pill. His stamina rapidly revitalized, his once heavy body regained its agility. Chakra surged back into him as his closed Sharingan reopened, the crimson eyes swirling with 3 tomo. In mere minutes, the trio's condition nearly reached its zenith. Devoid of the hollow sensation typically associated with the military provisions pill, Orochimaru's eyes narrowed, revealing a hint of restlessness. However, upon noticing Fugaku standing nearby, he refrained from making a move. 3 small white snakes slithered out from Orochimaru's sleeve, gliding towards the trio who had activated their 3 tomo Sharingan. Offer them a few drops of blood. The forthcoming experiment requires it, Orochimaru instructed. Akihon and the others hesitated momentarily, but upon seeing their clan leader nod in agreement, they complied with Orochimaru's request, allowing the small snakes to bite their fingertips and draw forth a few drops of blood. Thereafter, Orochimaru and his apprentice, Kabuto, left Fugaku and the others behind, returning to the room filled with experimental apparatus. The fact that we can extract such substances from failed test subjects is truly marvelous, he mused. The rapid division of human cells, along with the swift restoration of stamina, chakra, and even injuries, during the pill's efficacy. Could it replicate Tsunade's forbidden technique of regeneration? No, it likely only achieves a certain level of medical ninjutsu's restorative effect. Orochimaru murmured to himself as he analyzed the blood and observed the condition of Akihon and his companions. He realized that by broadening his perspective and altering his approach, the cells of Hashirama had become a surprising treasure trove. Although the extraction of the necessary substances for this pill was challenging and bore certain risks of assimilation, its inherent healing and restorative properties could be pivotal for shinobi in critical moments. Much like the Akimichi clan's tricolor pills, which, despite their life-threatening side effects, were always kept at hand to be consumed in dire situations. It seemed the Uchiha's constitution could withstand the adverse effects of these pills. Was it the ocular power of the Sharingan? Orochimaru narrowed his eyes slightly. In his pursuit of immortality, perhaps delving into intriguing bloodline studies would not be such a bad endeavor. As time passed, hours later, 3 azure pills were placed before the trio of Akatsuki by the figures of Rinne and Orochimaru, who had emerged from the laboratory. A word of caution accompanied the pills. This experiment bore perilous consequences. What kind of mental realm you would construct is beyond my conjecture. However, it is bound to be harrowing and suffused with sorrow. In the ensuing moments, it would be nearly impossible for you to recognize that it is but an illusory world. I, too, find it challenging to discern what you might endure within it. Yet, it is imperative to maintain your mental stability. Rinne solemnly admonished. I shall go first. Uchiha Akihon glanced around before stepping forward, reaching into the box to retrieve one of the pills. With his eyes closed, he placed it into his mouth under the watchful gaze of Fugaku and the others. Instantly, a chilling chakra emanated from Uchiha Akihon, an aura laden with darkness, oppression, and an unsettling essence that enveloped all present. 2 crimson streaks trickled from the corners of Akihon's tightly shut eyes, tracing a path down his visage, vividly manifesting the tumultuous emotions stirred within his consciousness, displayed through his features and chakra for all to witness. Just as Fugaku's expression grew grave, his Sharingan awakening with 3 tomo, striving to discern the flow of chakra within Akihon, the latter's eyes abruptly flew open. The frigid chakra, coupled with the bloodshot and frenzied gaze of Akihon, immediately alerted the onlookers to impending danger. Shadow Snake hands. Without hesitation, Orochimaru extended his arms, unleashing a torrent of venomous serpents that surged forth, propelled by a sharp gust of wind towards Akihon. Rinne instantaneously connected with Akihon's shadow, while the other 2 Uchiha Jounin deftly executed body flicker technique to evade the onslaught. Akihon's form faltered momentarily, tethered by a shadowy link at his feet, his mind still ensnared in the realm of illusion. However, he erupted with a surge of formidable chakra, breaking free from the shadow-binding technique and swiftly forming the hand seals for a fire release. Fire style, Great Fireball Technique. A fierce blaze erupted from his mouth, coalescing into a colossal fireball that crackled as it incinerated the serpents. Fugaku and the other 2 Uchiha Jounin, in perfect harmony, launched their assault. Ultimately, with his ocular prowess heightened to its zenith, Fugaku seized an opportunity and delivered a swift strike that rendered Akihon unconscious. What has transpired? Observing Akihon sprawled on the ground, Fugaku and the other 2 Uchiha Jounin turned their gaze towards Rinne, seeking a definitive answer from him. The mental stimulation was overwhelming. leading to a temporary disorientation between illusion and reality, Rinne replied as he approached Akahan, employing medical ninjutsu to examine his condition, boldly drawing a vial of blood from him. Fugaka-senpai, once he regains consciousness, please ensure he undergoes a thorough examination, Rinne casually remarked, placing the blood into his palm and handing the remaining 2 pills to Fugaku. Does this signify success or failure? Fugaku inquired, a hint of urgency in his tone. In my perspective, it has been a success. Yet we must observe his mental state moving forward. I suggest the 2 other elder shinobi wait for a while to assess the situation before taking any action, replied Rinne. It seems that the power of Minghua's eyes has intensified. Recalling their previous encounter, one of the Uchiha shinobi glanced uncertainly at Fugaku and another companion. Let us return to the clan. Fugaku gestured, casting a glance at the disordered laboratory, indicating they should depart first. Uchiha Shursui, however, did not follow suit. Instead, he remained to assist in restoring the laboratory. Are you interested in researching the Uchiha bloodline? Orochimaru suddenly inquired of Rinne in the confined laboratory meant for 2. I do have such intentions, Rinne nodded. In this secluded space, he could conceal his pursuits from everyone, except for Orochimaru, even if he remained silent. Orochimaru could glean his intentions through the usage of equipment, resource consumption, and the data backups. Are you seeking the Sharingan? After some contemplation, Orochimaru deduced that Rinne's goal in studying the Uchiha was indeed the Sharingan. Yet, having never suffered under the kaleidoscopic genjutsu, Orochimaru did not harbor an obsessive fervor for the Sharingan or the Uchiha. He merely regarded it as a formidable bloodline limit. No. I am merely curious and wish to conduct research. Rinne shook his head, his surprise evident as he observed the fluctuating panel before him. Talent card, Rinne Kiri World, Shinigami Quality, Purple, 7,910,000, Effect, Growth Type Research Talent Domain. Your research aptitude in the realms of biology and neuroscience significantly surpasses that of other development fields. Passive, Biological Modification, Bloodline Research, Accumulation. All research relies on the vast accumulation of knowledge and experimental materials. All the knowledge you possess will be understood and memorized more efficiently, subsequently rewarded with alternative knowledge feedback. Achievement. For every recognized creation, the higher the recognition, the greater the enhancement to your physical prowess and strength. Recognized research products, dog food, pest control agent for parasitic insects, tree of transformation, in-release secret technique, shadow coffin, S-class ninjutsu, blood armor. Reward, physical prowess 10. Chakra 600 obsession, to become a scientist surpassing Yuri Kasuke obsession task 1. Bloodline H-Gyoku. Task, following Yuri Kasuke and Aizen, you aspire to create your own H-Gyoku. Name, Tree of Transformation Quality. Purple characteristics. Possesses the ability to absorb specific chakra attributes and produce corresponding chakra fruits based on the planner's specifications. Skills, absorption. Transformation, storage. Hidden attribute skills. Would release, seal, description. This is a unique plant with a certain capacity for evolution, lying between living beings and plants. If provided with superior absorption materials for cultivation, it will have a higher growth potential. Recognition, 130-1000, physical prowess 31, chakra 100. Lord Clan Leader. Minghua has awakened. Uchiha Jonin returned to his clan alongside the clan leader, swiftly arriving at Fugaku's side to report. When Fugaku hurried over, he found Akihiko in a state of disarray, appearing as though he had narrowly escaped death. Akihiko? Fugaku gently called out, rousing him from his stupor. Clan leader. Akihiko's gaze shifted to Fugaku's face, his lips moving slightly as he responded. How do you feel? Fugaku inquired softly, sitting at the edge of the bed. I feel terrible. Akihiko understood that Fugaku's question encompassed both his physical condition and the efficacy of the fruit he had ingested. It feels as though I have died once. Pausing for a moment, Akihiko continued with his eyes still closed. I lingered in that ethereal realm for an eternity, experiencing so much that now blurs the line between reality and illusion. I can hardly ascertain if what I see now is genuine or merely a figment of my imagination. The only certainty I have is that I lack the aptitude to awaken my eyes. I traversed through hell in that surreal world and still failed to unlock the kaleidoscope. And your current state? Do you sense any aftereffects? Fugaku asked, slightly disheartened, yet not overly concerned. If awakening the kaleidoscope were truly so effortless, the Uchiha's ancient texts would not shroud it in such secrecy. No, Akihiko replied, earnestly assessing his physical state before shaking his head. It seems this pill is not as efficacious as that Nara boy claimed. Clan leader, do we truly need to continue this investment? The guiding Uchiha Jonin expressed his discontent. Despite the Uchiha clan's extensive wealth and status within the village, recent investments had directly impacted various facets of clan life. Undoubtedly, Fugaku, as the clan leader and primary advocate for this initiative, would face substantial criticism and a decline in prestige. This posed a significant blow to Fugaku, who had only recently ascended to the role of clan leader, a reality he found difficult to accept. No, there is efficacy, Akihiko interjected from his place on the bed. Having now activated his Sharingan, his ocular power reaching its zenith. Though my eyes have not evolved into the kaleidoscope, I can sense that my ocular strength surpasses that of my pre-ingestion self. Perhaps my power now approaches that of the clan leader. Is your body still holding up? Fugaku's eyes brightened. Yes. My eyes are somewhat strained due to the newfound ocular power. Akihiko maintained his Sharingan, channeling his energy. Come, Fugaku urged, leading Akihiko and the others to the training grounds where Itachi was being instructed. Facing Akihiko, they formed the hand seals of opposition. Fire style, Grand Fireball Technique, X2. The two unleashed the Uchiha clan's signature fire jutsu. Two astonishingly intense fireballs collided, merging and erupting into the ground, creating a deep crater. The silhouettes of two individuals wove intricately within the confines of a modest arena, the incessant clashing of their kunai echoing like the relentless patter of rain against banana leaves. The two observing Jonin unconsciously activated their Sharingan, their gaze fixed intently upon the combatants. Yet, even with their remarkable dynamic vision afforded by the three Tomo, they could merely discern the blurred movements of the dueling figures. Instinctively, they envisioned themselves in the fray, pondering how they would fare in the place of either combatant. The conclusion was unanimous. Against either of those two, they would swiftly find themselves at a disadvantage, forced to focus solely on self-preservation. While they could comprehend the prowess of the clan leader, the emergence of Minghua was perplexing. Having trained alongside him, they were well aware of his capabilities, which previously aligned closely with their own. However, the Minghua before them was now able to match the clan leader's movements and assaults. This was evidently a result of a significant enhancement in his ocular power. Without an increase in insight and foresight, one would be crushed under such a disparity in ocular prowess. The Uchiha clan's fixation on their eyes stemmed from the understanding that an increase in ocular power signified a meteoric rise in personal strength. If Minghua could achieve this, was it not conceivable that they too could? The two Jonin simultaneously recalled the two pills they had taken home. Their earlier indignation evaporated in an instant. How could mere wealth compare to the evolution of formidable strength and ocular power? They began to envision themselves attaining the same heights as the clan leader and Minghua after consuming the pills. While the two Jonin were lost in their thoughts, the sparring match reached its conclusion. Ultimately, Uchiha Fugaku, with superior control over his eyes and body, emerged victorious. Despite the kunai pressed against his neck in surrender, Minghua displayed no signs of despondency. Rather, his face was illuminated by an unmistakable gleam of astonishment. As someone who occasionally sparred with the clan leader, this was the first time he had been able to engage Fugaku in such a prolonged and evenly matched exchange. He sensed that the recent surge in his ocular power brought with it an increased strain on his body, often creating a discordance between his physical capabilities and visual acuity. With further acclimatization to his enhanced ocular power and a corresponding adjustment of his physical form, he believed his combat prowess would see additional improvement. The pills indeed possessed the potential to augment his ocular power. The only consequence he faced was the emergence of chaotic memories of illusions within his mind. Yet, once he escaped the realm of fantasy, the psychological and emotional repercussions would diminish almost instantaneously, should he find himself ensnared in these ephemeral memories upon regaining consciousness. It would not be unfeasible to employ sealing techniques to contain and forget this segment of his experience. Splendidly, Fugaku and Minghua exchanged the seal of reconciliation post-sparring, their inner emotions surging with an almost uncontrollable intensity, prompting a subtle upward curl of Fugaku's lips, a departure from his typically solemn demeanor. The growth in Minghua's strength paralleled his increasing influence within the clan. If the other two trusted subordinates also experienced a significant enhancement in their abilities after consuming the pills, he would no longer need to be overly concerned about the pressures and remarks from certain elders within the clan. The whispers circulating among the clan would naturally diminish considerably. Your physical condition appears to be quite sound. As for the fluctuations in your ocular power, that is entirely normal, Lu Nia remarked while conducting a thorough examination of Minghua, who had come in for a follow-up check. Upon hearing the inquiry from the clan leader, The reclining Minghua quickly turned his head to glance at Lu Nye, who stood beside him. If he had not experienced the exquisite sensation of a sudden surge in ocular power and strength, he might have been able to endure the decline. However, having tasted that elation, any diminishment felt like torment to him. Yes, it will return. That sudden spike was merely a residual effect left after awakening from the illusionary realm. Such a surge can only occur under conditions of extreme emotional fluctuation. To stabilize it, one must refine both body and sight through diligent training, and over time, it can be normalized. Lu Nye's response instantly relieved the anxious Fu Yu and Minghua. If you require it, I can prescribe you a vial of medicine. Apply it to your eyes during your rest. It will alleviate the strain on your body and help your eyes adapt quickly, Lu Nye continued, casting an inquisitive glance at Fu Yu and Minghua. I need it, Minghua declared resolutely. Just 2 days prior, he might have referred to Lu Nye as a mere child of the Nara clan, but now, he could address him with the respect befitting an adult. In the training grounds, Akane stood opposite Lu Nye, hands on her hips, beaming with confidence. Lu Nye, this time, victory will undoubtedly be mine. Am I allowed to concede? Lu Nye raised a hand wearily. Of course not. Akane decisively rejected Lu Nye's request for surrender, her eyes sparkling with anticipation as they darted toward Orochimaru outside the training ground. Let us begin. There is also a matter concerning you both that I must disclose, Orochimaru. Clad in the garb of A.J. Nin, nodded in agreement. With Orochimaru's permission, Akane immediately formed a confrontational seal and, without waiting for Lu Nye's response, hurled several shurikens that whistled through the air. Who do you think will emerge victorious, Akane or Lu Nye, Shursui? Orochimaru inquired softly, directing his gaze toward Uchiha Shursui beside him. Lu Nye, I believe, Shursui replied with a smile. The combat on the field escalated rapidly into an extremely intense exchange. Akane moved with the grace of a dancer, her feet rhythmically pounding the ground as she swiftly maneuvered to launch her attacks against Lu Nye. As her teammate, she understood that the best strategy against Lu Nye was to maintain distance and utilize ranged ninjutsu for both attack and suppression. However, this approach had proven ineffective in past encounters, particularly when facing Lu Nye. Her mastery of remote ninjutsu is limited, with only the Dragonfire technique being truly formidable. In her confrontation with Rinne, the battle would ultimately devolve into a contest of chakra consumption. Conversely, she excels in close-quarters combat, where her chances of victory are significantly heightened. The only aspect to be cautious about is avoiding stepping onto Rinne's shadow. As long as her movements remain sufficiently swift, Rinne's shadow will struggle to ensnare her. The moment of reckoning has arrived. Shursui's Sharingan fixated intently on Rinne, perceiving the rapid accumulation and impending explosion of chakra within him. Suddenly, Rinne's shadow fractured into numerous tendril-like strands, enveloping Akkad from all directions like an expansive net. The dark shadow even lifted off the ground, transforming into tangible black ropes that bound Akkad's limbs tightly together. Cursed be this unforeseen transformation. Akkad, now ensnared, felt her complexion flush crimson, yet her body remained utterly immobilized by the shadow's grip. What is this? This was Shursui's first encounter with Rinne's shadow technique. Despite his youth, as a member of the Uchiha clan, he possessed a profound understanding of the fundamentals of ninjutsu, augmented by the insight and assistance of his Sharingan, allowing him to grasp the intricacy of this technique. This was the shadow stitching technique, a secret art of the Nara clan that materializes shadows to attack and capture foes. Characterized by its brief activation time and prolonged effect, Orochimaru elucidated this to Shursui. Astonished, Shursui observed the two combatants as they vied for supremacy. Unlike many of his Uchiha kin, who, having emerged from the Senju clan, looked down upon other clans and bloodlines, his time with Orochimaru had broadened his horizons in numerous ways. Rinne, in particular, remained somewhat inscrutable to him. Based on chakra levels and combat performance during training, he should be stronger than Rinne, yet an inexplicable voice in his mind insisted that in a life-or-death struggle, survival might not necessarily favor the more powerful. Enough for today. I have something of great importance to convey to you, Orochimaru announced, observing Akkad's reluctant completion of the reconciliation seal with Rinne. Akkad and Shursui had already graduated from the Ninja Academy over a year ago, amassing considerable mission experience, hence Orochimaru recommended their participation in the upcoming CH Nin exams. CH Nin exams? Akkad and Shursui simultaneously lifted their gazes towards Orochimaru. This time, the exams are hosted by Konoha, which affords me the opportunity to recommend you. Had it been another village, you would need a different team leader to participate, Orochimaru explained, immersed in the development and research of techniques, as well as summoning promising assistance and materials from his external base. Time was a luxury he could not afford. Rinne hasn't even graduated from the ninja academy yet. He isn't even a genin, is he? Akkad suddenly leaned down, scrutinizing the shorter Rinne with a sly grin as she poked his forehead. There is no need for concern. If you choose to participate, I can arrange for the Ninja Academy to conduct an examination, granting you the status of a genin, Orochimaru stated. Given the knowledge and chakra foundation that Rakino possesses, passing the graduation assessment should not prove difficult. With Orochimaru's endorsement, there is no necessity to maintain a 6-year academic tenure before taking the exam. I have no objections. Although Rakino found it somewhat bothersome, she did not voice any dissent. Let us prepare. I shall recommend you 3 for this opportunity. Noticing that Rakino and her companions had no objections, Orochimaru nodded in agreement. In truth, Orochimaru did not hold the Chunin exam in high regard. If necessary, he could easily arrange an internal promotion assessment for Rakino and her companions. However, this time he was merely conscripted by his own mentor. Hiruzen, you ought to keep a closer eye on Orochimaru. In the Hokage's office, Danzo and the 2 esteemed advisors observed the cloud of smoke billowing from Hiruzen Sarutobi, who sat with a troubled expression. Danzo sharply tapped his cane against the floor, his face stern. We must halt Orochimaru's enhancement of the Uchiha research. All distributed pills must be recalled. Those Uchihas who have used the pills require supervision and reprimand. That is untenable. Hiruzen sighed, rubbing his temples as he dismissed Danzo's suggestion. Let us not forget the second Hokage's assessment of the Uchiha. They are a troublesome clan. Possessing power often gives rise to unworthy thoughts. Danzo vehemently countered Hiruzen's words, firmly reiterating his demands. The Uchiha should not be allowed to augment their strength. Suppressing the Uchiha was a strategy established by the second Hokage. Orochimaru has mismanaged this matter. Tsunade concurred, invoking the memory of their late teacher, Hashirama Senju. Hiruzen, we are not coercing you. Rather, the Uchiha's unpredictability poses significant risks. Should they spiral out of control, our losses could be immense. Mito Kazuma's voice was gentle, attempting to soothe the third Hokage. The Uchiha provide over half of the funding for the Technology Development Bureau. Hiruzen mused, the smoke from his pipe veiling his features. It is all for the sake of the village. I trust Orochimaru will comprehend this. Danzo suggested. Perhaps we could encourage him to seek collaboration with other ninja clans. What other clan would be willing to contribute as much as the Uchiha? The Hyuga? What do they require from the Technology Development Department? Hiruzen shot a glare at Tsunade. However, enhancing the Uchiha ultimately harbors risks, Mito Kazuma cautioned. Perhaps we should transfer that technology to the root, and I will engage in dialogue with the Uchiha. In the ensuing silence, Danzo unexpectedly spoke. If the Uchiha have any grievances, let them come to me. You can speak with Orochimaru yourself, Hiruzen replied curtly. Danzo and Mito exchanged a glance, acknowledging one another's understanding, and subsequently departed without further pressing Hiruzen, as they had not anticipated receiving a definitive response from him. As long as Sarutobi Hiruzen remains non-committal and does not outright refuse, it is already sufficient for them. The trio possesses an acute understanding of the third Hokage's character. He is no longer the decisive and formidable figure he once was. Provided there is no explicit prohibition, Danzo dares to act under the banner of the Hokage. Following Orochimaru through the dimly lit underground passage, they eventually arrived at a chilling storage chamber filled with coffins. Upon observing the frozen coffins, Shinju instinctively glanced at Orochimaru. What are these? She inquired. Corpses, Orochimaru replied softly, narrowing his eyes. All of them are ninjas with unique skills or those bearing some form of bloodline limit. Shinju felt a sudden clarity upon hearing this. Besides his title as the kindergarten principal, Orochimaru was also renowned as a grave robber. Of course, this latter reputation was amplified by Kabuto later on. You wish to study bloodline limits, do you not? Here, you will find ample material, albeit lifeless. As Orochimaru guided Shinju between the icy coffins, he introduced them one by one. Lava release, boil release, steel release, the Uzumaki clan, the Uchiha clan, and the Hyuga clan. Naturally, the corpses of the Uchiha and Hyuga clans had empty eye sockets. The body from the branch family of the Hyuga had its eyes destroyed by sealing techniques. However, he possessed formidable taijutsu in life, rendering his physical form of certain research value. Noticing Shinju's keen interest in the Hyuga clan's corpse, Orochimaru elaborated further. For Orochimaru, living subjects were always scarce, and only the cells of Hashirama or other powerful bloodline limits could ignite his desire for research. You may freely study and utilize the corpses here. Remember, the bodies of ninjas also contain a wealth of useful information, Orochimaru instructed her. Shinju nodded vigorously. Additionally, exercise caution with your limits. While shadow clones allow for multitasking, prolonged use of this technique places a tremendous burden on both mind and body. In severe cases, it can even shatter one's will. Do not test your limits. You have ample time to grow, Shinju. Orochimaru reminded her at the end. Shinju's 3 shadow clones managed multiple tasks and engaged in learning, a practice that had become customary. Observing the increasingly troubled expression on her face, Orochimaru grew concerned that the weight of the ninjutsu might overwhelm her spirit. I will take care of my body, Shinju stated, as shadows extended from her feet, binding 2 coffins and drawing them away from the icy chamber. Orochimaru nodded in response, choosing not to add further comment. It is well known that the Nara clan excels in physical conditioning, as their physical constitution often struggles under the pressure of in-release techniques. Each member of the Nara clan embodies a walking pharmacy, a potential future remedy. Coupled with Tsunade's teachings, Shinju, endowed with pharmacological knowledge and medical ninjutsu, truly requires no concern from him in this regard. Orochimaru merely offered a reminder upon observing the other person's increasingly dispirited demeanor. In due course, you may consider visiting Minato. Ignoring the 2 ice coffins behind Rukai, Orochimaru stated that only a select few in the village could impart the profound knowledge of sealing techniques. The old man, Jiraiya's disciple, Minato Namikaze, and Kushina Izumaki of the Uzumaki clan are the only ones capable of doing so. I have already spoken with Jiraiya, and after communicating with Minato, he has consented to teach you sealing techniques. Orochimaru possesses considerable expertise in sealing arts, having developed sage technique seals. However, when it comes to the intricate depths of sealing techniques, the Uzumaki clan, known for their proficiency, cannot be overlooked. Orochimaru had laid a foundational understanding of sealing techniques for Rukai, confirming that he indeed possessed talent in this area before approaching Jiraiya. After all, having already spoken to Tsunade, asking Jiraiya for assistance seemed trivial. Apologies for the wait. A gentle voice suddenly appeared behind Rukai. Turning around, he saw Minato Namikaze standing a short distance away, waving at him. You are quite punctual, Senior Minato, Rukai responded with a smile. Jiraiya-sensei informed me some time ago about your desire to learn sealing techniques from me, and I agreed. However, I had to attend to a mission, which caused the delay, Minato explained as he approached Rukai. Regarding sealing techniques, I believe Lord Orochimaru can adequately instruct you. You wish to learn systematically, correct? Indeed. Lord Orochimaru mentioned that the only individuals in the village capable of teaching me the entirety of sealing techniques are the 3rd Hokage, yourself, and Senior Kushina. Rukai nodded in affirmation. Minato stroked his chin thoughtfully. Kushina does not oppose my teaching you the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan. But some secret techniques can only be utilized by those possessing the Uzumaki physique. I merely wish to learn the knowledge pertaining to sealing techniques. You may guide me at your discretion, Senior Minato. Rukai expressed his gratitude. Sealing techniques constitute a rather intricate system, requiring a significant investment of time to master. Do you currently have the time? Minato inquired softly. I have heard that Lord Orochimaru's technical development department is often understaffed. Certainly, I have time, Rukai affirmed, noting that he had not even maintained a shadow clone today. Then let us commence with an assessment to gauge your foundational understanding of sealing techniques, Minato declared resolutely. Both individuals were pressed for time. As a distinguished member of the new generation, Minato bore a considerable workload, dedicating most of his leisure moments in the village to accompany Kushina. Simultaneously, he needed to prepare for the Jonin examinations and his future role as a team leader. He could not afford to devote all his time solely to instructing Rukai, a reality that Rukai fully comprehended. After all, Minato Namikaze was not his teacher. He was merely fulfilling Jiraiya's request to instruct him. The duration of this teaching was uncertain for both him and Minato. Perhaps in 2 or 3 days, Minato might be unexpectedly summoned for a mission, leading to a period of silence lasting weeks or even months. Therefore, Lunya cherished every moment of Minato's lessons. It was evident that Minato had made thorough preparations for this instruction, retrieving the examination scroll from his storage seal. These are the questions Kushina devised for you based on her understanding during my missions. You may attempt to solve them. Afterward, we will evaluate your grasp of sealing techniques. Minato placed the examination paper on the table he had set up and gestured for Lunya to approach. Without hesitation, Lunya stepped forward and began to work on the paper. Kushina's questions were indeed challenging, covering various scenarios requiring different sealing techniques, fundamental knowledge of sealing arts, and the interpretation of relevant symbols. Each stage presented its own set of inquiries. Even Lunya found the difficulty increasing significantly as he progressed. Ultimately, within the allotted time, he was unable to complete the paper, leaving nearly half of it blank and 3 questions unanswered. After reviewing the paper, Minato gave Lunya a thumbs up, praising, "Lunya, your foundation in sealing techniques is excellent. With your current knowledge, you are already quite formidable. Among the 3 main categories of sealing arts, physical sealing, chakra sealing, and mental sealing, which would you prefer to focus on first?" Once Minato gauged Lunya's level of understanding, he began to determine the focal point. Mental sealing. Lunya responded promptly. While there are 3 primary categories of sealing techniques, there are numerous subdivisions. Physical sealing encompasses the sealing of all items within the natural world, typically employed by ninjas to create storage scrolls. Chakra sealing pertains to any techniques related to chakra, including certain curse seals, primarily targeting a ninja's body, chakra within, and ninjutsu. Mental sealing is aimed at memories and souls, predominantly applied to the brain and spirit, essentially the soul itself. Among these, chakra sealing is undoubtedly the most widely used and complex. Of course, these are merely the 3 main categories summarized by the Uzumaki clan. There exist various peculiar sealing techniques in the ninja world, but most of them lack a coherent system or are unsuitable for ninjas. Minato was slightly surprised by Lunya's choice, as chakra sealing is the most commonly employed category. Acquiring knowledge and techniques in this area would grant him membership in the sealing class. Although sealing arts may not be as convenient as ninjutsu, possessing a thorough understanding of relevant symbols and knowledge could prove indispensable in numerous situations. "Are you certain?" Minato inquired with particular emphasis. "I have temporarily acquired sufficient knowledge of sealing techniques pertaining to chakra. What I now seek is knowledge related to mental sealing arts. Such knowledge is essential for the ninjutsu I have envisioned." In response to Minato's inquiry, Rukain affirmed his intentions. "Is this related to mental sealing ninjutsu?" Minato pondered, casting a thoughtful glance at Rukain. The integration of sealing arts with ninjutsu to form a new technique is not without precedent. For instance, his Flying Thunder God technique was developed by building upon the second Hokage's Flying Thunder God, incorporating the sealing arts of the Uzumaki clan to create his distinctive variant. Let us conclude our discussion for today. I will prepare some scrolls containing relevant sealing knowledge for you by tomorrow, Minato stated, eyeing the sky. His initial purpose had merely been to gauge Rukain's foundational sealing skills, and having achieved that goal, he bid farewell and departed. Shadow, puppet technique? An intriguing concept indeed. While assessing Rukain's progress, Nara Shikamaru overheard Rukain's ideas for a new technique. After mulling it over in his mind, he sighed softly. The style of this technique reveals many shadows of secret arts. If it could indeed be realized, it would undoubtedly constitute a powerful esoteric ninjutsu. However, it is regrettable that such a technique cannot be widely disseminated. This art inherently possesses thresholds that can only be mastered by suitably qualified individuals. Families with a rich inheritance of esoteric arts, akin to those with a long-standing lineage of bloodline abilities, must differentiate between foundational ninjutsu and advanced ninjutsu. The Nara clan is not lacking in advanced shadow techniques. It is merely that, as strategists and support figures, they seldom find themselves in need of them. To intertwine one's will with shadows and then bestow them with vitality through sealing techniques to achieve the effect of a puppeteer manipulating puppets can be seen as an advanced technique that combines binding and imitation arts. This demands considerable mental fortitude and cognitive prowess. While the clan members can meet these requirements, the consumption of chakra and physical prowess prove challenging for most. Nara Shikamaru grimaced at this reality. The issues concerning physicality and chakra can be addressed gradually. I must seek out Orochimaru sensei now. Having digested his lunch and rested sufficiently, Rukain rose and addressed Shikamaru. Shikamaru waved goodbye to Rukain. Upon arriving at the Technology Development Department, Rukain discovered Orochimaru and a young boy within the laboratory. You arrived just in time. Rukain, this is Shin. Orochimaru's pale visage radiated with a smile, his mood evidently buoyant as he introduced the boy to Rukain. This is Nara Rukain, my disciple. Orochimaru further elaborated to the boy. If you have any inquiries, feel free to consult Rukain in my absence or during my busy moments. The youth, referred to as Shin, nodded at Rukine. Despite his impassive expression, the fervent thirst for knowledge in his gaze did not escape Rukine's notice. You may leave for now, but remember to remain within the Technology Development Department. Orochimaru gestured to Shin and summoned a ninja from the Department of Technical Development to lead Shin to a room for his accommodation. It seems you have taken quite a liking to him, Rina inquired softly, observing Orochimaru. Having spent ample time in his company, Rina could not claim to fully understand Orochimaru. Yet he remained acutely attuned to his emotional fluctuations. The unabashed delight radiating from him was unmistakable, even to the most casual observer. What a splendid specimen. One that has come to me willingly. Orochimaru licked his lips, lowering his gaze to meet Rin's. His medical examination report is over there. You will be pleasantly surprised by his uniqueness once you review it. He possesses a physique that does not reject any foreign organs. I believe you understand what that entails. It signifies he is a naturally optimal subject for biological research. In my view, his physique could even be regarded as a special kind of bloodline limit, albeit more suited for study than combat. Rina nodded in agreement. Such a physique, one that does not reject foreign organs, was indeed rare and could be deemed a prime subject for research. In a mere short span, Rina could envision a myriad of experiments that could be conducted on this individual's extraordinary body. And his aim? Is he seeking to ally with you? Rina queried. No. He wishes to learn cloning techniques from me. In exchange, he offers himself. He is willing to submit his body to me for any research and experimentation until he masters the art of cloning, Orochimaru replied with a smile. Have you consented to his request? Rina pressed further. Indeed, I have, Orochimaru said, a glimmer of satisfaction gracing his expression. To him, the terms of their arrangement were perfectly aligned with his desires. Ultimately, it would come down to the methods employed by each party, using shadows as a nexus, akin to the technique of shadow clones for multitasking, and employing a method reminiscent of the mind transfer technique to target the opponent's consciousness. The goal was to control the adversary and transform them into a puppet at his command. The complexity of this technique was immense, involving numerous factors. From your conception, this is a continuous ninjutsu, which implies substantial chakra expenditure. I recall that the Nara clan is not particularly renowned for their chakra prowess, Orochimaru remarked, revealing no surprise at Rina's concept of the shadow puppet technique. His inherent passion for research and his desire to master all unknown ninjutsu made Rina's creativity particularly appealing to him. Even though the foundation of this technique was rooted in the Nara clan's shadow secrets, and unlike the dynamic bloodline abilities, he could not master it himself. It did not deter his eagerness to witness its creation. My physique surpasses that of my kin. The burden and impact of the shadow secret technique on my body and mind are not as pronounced as they are for other clan members. We shall create it first, and then refine it gradually. Isn't that how the second Hokage approached his endeavors? Rina expressed no resentment. Creation itself, supported by innate talent, was a means to enhance one's power. Otherwise, whether it pertains to the advanced secret ninjutsu within the Nara clan or to Orochimaru, who possesses an extensive repertoire of forbidden techniques and commands 7 types of chakra, they would be able to impart tailored teachings, providing a systematic approach to ninjutsu. The selected techniques, for the majority of ninjas, would be sufficiently adequate at least until they ascend to the rank of elite Genin. As for achieving the status of Genin, it is common for them to possess a unique skill. It is only those who attain the elite Genin level, akin to the village leaders, who must create techniques suited to their own capabilities through experience, thereby maximizing their potential in combat. Orochimaru smiled. In contrast to the straightforward and brutal nature of the first generation's ninjutsu, the second generation employed various forbidden techniques and innovative ninjutsu to address specific adversaries. The distinction between the two Hokage lies in the fact that the first generation favored a relentless approach, wielding would release techniques to an everlasting extent, while the second generation adopted a scientist combat style, crafting corresponding ninjutsu tailored to their opponents. For instance, the shadow clone technique was devised to counter the Uchiha clan's Sharingan, and the Flying Thunder God Slash could be seen as a means to counter the unparalleled insight of the Manjiki Sharingan. However, once these techniques fulfilled their purpose, they were often relegated to obscurity, with many being incomplete prototypes or techniques that suited only the combat style of the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju. The threshold for learning these techniques was dauntingly high, categorizing them as forbidden arts. Those lacking innate talent were deemed unworthy of learning such techniques. Even those who met the learning criteria typically refined the original ninjutsu based on their individual combat styles. For instance, after learning the Flying Thunder God technique, Minato Namikaze successfully merged it with the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan, resulting in a version uniquely suited to his extraordinary reflexes and dynamic vision. Neither Shinra nor Orochimaru delved further into the issue of chakra. Such concerns could be alleviated or even resolved through various means, such as the Uzumaki clan's in-sealing technique. Although the Uzumaki clan has ceased to exist, Kushina Uzumaki and Tsunade are still aware of this technique. However, Shinra harbored no illusions about acquiring it. This sealing technique is considered a core secret of a clan, and in the realm of ninjutsu, which forms the foundation of the ninja world. It is unlikely that one would be easily taught by those who are neither kin nor disciples. Even in the future, the only individuals capable of learning and employing Orochimaru's ninjutsu and taijutsu would be Mitarashi Anko, Yakushi Kabuto, and Uchiha Sasuke. The transmission of ninjutsu in the current ninja world hinges on two primary means: master-disciple inheritance and bloodline inheritance. In this closed and monopolistic system, even with the closest of relationships, one cannot easily learn the core ninjutsu of another without formally joining their ranks. It is akin to returning to an era when knowledge and texts were controlled by powerful clans, seeking to borrow from a friend within a prominent family under the guise of their prestige. Naturally, Shinra, raised in the Nara clan, understood this reality well. Even when learning medical ninjutsu from Tsunade and creating dynamic blood techniques, he refrained from probing into the forbidden knowledge of in-seals, despite numerous opportunities. Mastery of sage techniques. The art of extracting ailments, in-healing, and various medical ninjutsu do not belong to any individual or clan's secret teachings. The so-called creation techniques are not particularly difficult. With a sufficient understanding of chakra, the human body, and seals, and given time, one can eventually devise new ninjutsu. However, many of these techniques tend to be impractical or fraught with significant risks. Some have been lost to time, while others have been continuously modified and refined by successive generations. The establishment of ninja villages marked a monumental fusion and revolution in ninjutsu. Here, acquiring knowledge and techniques is less challenging, and those endowed with talent can ultimately forge their own unique ninjutsu. I am one such example, and so are you. Orochimaru gently placed his hand on Kakashi's head and whispered, "Who isn't a genius in creating a ninjutsu system?" At the Uchiha clan meeting, the atmosphere starkly contrasted with the excitement and joy of previous gatherings, now imbued with an air of gravity and oppression. A sudden sharp sound shattered the solemnity, as Uchiha Tetsuhan, adorned in a jonin vest with a black dot on his forehead, forcefully slammed his hands on the table and rose abruptly. "What does the third Hokage intend to do?" That pill was developed with the staunch support of our Uchiha clan. He did not intervene at the time. And now that the pill has been successfully developed, he seeks to reap the rewards? This is an attempt to suppress our clan, to prevent us from growing in strength. Beside Uchiha Tetsuhan stood another enraged Uchiha Jonin, Uchiha Ina, who echoed his indignation. The gathering of Uchiha members immediately erupted in voices of dissent. The pill's efficacy had been lauded within the clan, particularly with notable cases like Uchiha Aki, Ina, and Tetsuhan, whose ocular prowess and strength had indeed seen significant enhancement recently. During the last clan meeting's sparring session, the three had astounded their peers, leaving a lasting impression on the other clan members. Now, all Uchiha Jonin eagerly anticipated the next batch of pills, yet the orders from the higher-ups in Konoha were utterly unacceptable to them. "We cannot allow the third Hokage to succeed." Clan leader Uchiha Tetsuhan directed his gaze toward clan leader Uchiha Fugaku. "This is not the third Hokage's intent." As the atmosphere grew increasingly tense, Fugaku raised his hand to signal for calm. As the clan leader, he commanded a certain prestige, and the agitated Uchiha members gradually quieted down, awaiting Fugaku's next words. "Shursui, please provide the situation." Under the watchful gaze of the clan members, Fugaku refrained from further comment and instead turned his attention to the quietly standing Uchiha Shursui, beckoning him forth. "Shursui? What does he have to do with this? Isn't he serving under Lord Orochimaru? Do you have any news from Lord Orochimaru?" The murmurs of conversation, accompanied by curious glances, settled upon Shursui, who emerged from the crowd, his stature only slightly taller than that of the seated assembly, still in the process of growth. This was not the intent of the third Hokage, but rather the will of the root leader, Danzo Shimura, along with the two advisors. Under the watchful eyes of many clan members, Shursui spoke quietly. "How do you know?" inquired a member of the Uchiha clan, his brow furrowed. "It was Lord Orochimaru who informed me," Shursui replied calmly in response to the inquiry. "That Danzo again." At the mere mention of Shimura Danzo's name, the assembled Uchihas began to grind their teeth in frustration. Without a doubt, Danzo was the most despised figure among the higher-ups of Konoha, as he relentlessly sought to trouble the Uchiha clan. Even though their information was somewhat insular, they were well aware of Danzo's attitude towards the Uchiha. We shall discuss Danzo's issues later. What we need to ascertain now is the stance of Lord Orochimaru. A warm voice interjected, drawing Shirsue's gaze to a composed middle-aged man. Uchiha Hakadai, he recognized, noting the rare calmness of this individual, who possessed the ability for sound analysis and the capability to lead other clan members. When Fugaku ascended to the position of clan leader, the support of Uchiha Hakadai allowed him to swiftly quell internal dissent and solidify his leadership without wasting time. Lord Orochimaru's stance is that research and the supply of pills can continue, but our support must not waver. Shirsue reiterated Orochimaru's words. And what of Danzo and the advisors? Can he refuse them? Uchiha Hakadai's expression brightened momentarily before darkening again. While Orochimaru's position was indeed encouraging, without resolving matters with Danzo and the advisors, no one could ascertain the ultimate outcome. The Technical Development Department still retains autonomy, as the village does not provide funding, Shirsue explained earnestly to his kin, echoing Orochimaru's intentions. The information Lord Orochimaru has received indicates that this proposal has not been sanctioned by the Third Hokage. It is merely an order issued by Danzo under the guise of the Third's authority. I knew that old dog Danzo was stirring trouble. One of the Uchiha Jonin exclaimed angrily. The resentment that had accumulated within the Uchiha was profoundly tied to Danzo, if possible. Any one of them would wish for his sudden demise or death in combat. This time, we possess the moral high ground. The funding for the Technical Development Department is provided by our Uchiha clan. Thus it is only natural that the department develops pills to enhance our ocular prowess. After all, our significant investment has already impacted the training and lives of several clan members. Clan leader, at the next Jonin meeting, you could raise an objection to the Third Hokage. Uchiha Hakadai suggested, refraining from joining his clan members in venting their frustrations, instead addressing the seated clan leader, Fugaku. I will first communicate with Lord Orochimaru. Fugaku nodded in agreement. Gazing at the placid waters in the distance, Fuyue felt a profound sense of satisfaction. The Uchiha clan lacked a channel to access upper-level intelligence. Within the entire Umbu, there was not a single member of their clan, nor was there one beside the Hokage. Given the Uchiha's inherent pride, their relationships with other ninja clans were far from cordial. Aside from the Jonin meetings, the vast Uchiha clan surprisingly had no means to be aware of the subtle shifts in the upper echelons until events unfolded. However, with Shirsue now in place, they finally possessed a conduit for acquiring upper-level intelligence in a less passive manner. At least for now, Shirsue was indeed held in high regard by Orochimaru. Your shadow technique has been remarkably altered. You have imbued the shadows with will, eliminating the need for hand seals. This effectively frees your hands. Minato observed the effortless execution of the shadow technique by Shikamaru, smiling in commendation. Achieving this level indicates your profound mastery over the nature and transformation of Yin chakra. If my memory serves me right, the primary chakra attribute of the Nara clan is predominantly Yin, is it not? Indeed, Shikamaru nodded. Yin-released chakra consumes mental energy and is intertwined with the body. Frankly, given the Nara clan's physical constitution and your current age, being able to utilize Yin release to this extent is exceptionally gifted, even among the prodigious Nara lineage. Minato remarked candidly. Most ordinary ninjas possess initial chakra attributes primarily from the elements of lightning, water, wind, fire, or earth, with these attributes derived from a blend of mental and physical energies. Beyond these, there exists a unique attribute of Yin-Yang chakra. One focuses on the mental aspect, while the other emphasizes the physical. The ability to conjure material forms from the void using Yin chakra is exceedingly taxing on mental faculties, necessitating the absorption of physical energy for stabilization. Thus, ninjas adept in utilizing Yin chakra often bear significant mental or physical burdens. Shikamaru's unconventional path, rapidly advancing in the shadow technique of Yin chakra, can be attributed not only to the inherent strength of the Nara clan's mental prowess but also to the crucial enhancement of his constitution. This augmentation enables Shikamaru to expend mental energy and refine more Yin chakra than his peers of the same age, allowing him to remain active for extended periods without succumbing to the weight of physical strain. Though he often appears languid, he is yet to reach the dire state of some clan members who require medication for recovery. Yin chakra possesses an undeniable advantage in controlling the mind and body. Your concept is astute. What you now require is a sealing technique that complements your shadow technique, capable of enclosing the mind, controlling the body, and delving into profound memories. This necessitates a brain capable of processing information at remarkable speeds, a trait inherent to you as a member of the Nara clan. What I can assist you with is the evaluation of the efficacy and accuracy of sealing techniques, Minato mused. Tomorrow, you are set to participate in the CHNIN exams. Am I correct? Upon concluding the lesson, as Rinne prepared to depart, Minato Namikaze suddenly broke the silence, smiling as he addressed her. Indeed, Senior Minato, Rinne nodded in acknowledgement. I will make the most of my time, as I can linger in the village for a few more days due to the CHNIN exams, Minato remarked. I understand. Rinne replied again with a nod, aware that Minato was assuring her not to worry about his impending departure from the village, as his focus was on the exams. The following day, the venue for the CHNIN exams was set. The first segment, undoubtedly, was a written test. With the Konoha Ninja Academy providing classrooms for the genin from various allied villages participating in the CHNIN exams. Here, Rinne and her companions encountered ninjas from other villages adorned with an array of patterned forehead protectors, from Kusagakure, Kumogakure, Sunagakure to Amigakure, totaling around 200 participants. The written examination itself proved relatively straightforward. Neither Rinne nor Shursui encountered any difficulties, the sole exception being the unpredictable nature of Akane, who, after teaming up with Rinne and Shursui, increasingly hesitated to engage her intellect. Upon receiving the results of the written test, Akane sighed in relief upon seeing her name on the pass list. Following the written examination was the team competition, simulating a ninja squad undertaking a mission and successfully delivering intelligence to the designated location. Naturally, various obstacles would arise during the mission, such as venomous creatures and enemy ambushes. The very essence of the assessment carried an inherent adversarial and eliminatory nature. The second round of the CHNIN exams took place in the Forest of Death. Following the initial selection, 90 genin remained, forming 30 teams. According to the task requirements, they must seize unique intelligence scrolls from other teams. Ideally, 15 genin teams would advance. However, due to unforeseen circumstances and the potential for acquiring duplicate scrolls, the actual number of successful participants would likely be fewer. What shall we do? Rinne's trio pondered while perched on a branch of a colossal tree in the Forest of Death. Shall we head directly to the destination and wait? If we encounter anyone along the way, we can engage them, Shursui suggested. Reflecting on the list of names from the first round's written examination, Rinne noted the absence of any familiar individuals, responding decisively, yes. The time limit for the second round was 5 days. Yet Rinne had no intention of squandering that time within the Forest of Death. Are we going to ambush them at their destination? That seems rather domineering. Shursui quickly grasped Rinne's intention to play the role of the opportunist. However, he also recognized that such behavior could provoke hostility from multiple teams if luck were to turn against them. Nevertheless, he did not object, trusting in his own abilities and those of his teammates. As for Akane, she appeared unconcerned, displaying an eagerness to engage as she stood up on the branch, energetically gesturing towards the target location within the Forest of Death, ready to charge ahead. Save some stamina, Rinne and Shursui exchanged glances, somewhat resigned, and followed suit, cautioning Akane as they kept pace with her. You're so chatty. Underfoot, Hondo forcefully crushed a branch, leaping high into the air and accelerating forward. Suddenly, a figure appeared, a brown-skinned individual, muscular and donned with sunglasses, wearing the headband of Yunin village, abruptly halted in his tracks. Where? His companions swiftly formed a triangular formation, their backs turned, alert to all directions. Was it a pure novice, oblivious to the need for concealment, charging forward without pretense? The bespectacled man gestured in a direction, and 2 of his comrades vanished seamlessly into the ground. Just as the silhouettes of Hondo and her companions burst forth from the woods, a series of flat, lightning-tinged eggs shot out from the dense foliage ahead. Be careful. In midair, Jishui grasped Hondo's collar, maneuvering expertly to evade the barrage of lightning eggs, finally landing safely. A leaping figure seemed to anticipate Jishui's movements, swiftly forming hand seals mid-flight, unleashing a jutsu the moment the trio touched the ground. Water release, great trumpet technique. A slender stream of water erupted from the opponent's mouth, morphing into a trumpet-like shape upon landing. A torrent of rushing water violently battered the ground, destabilizing the trio of deer niche at the epicenter of the impact. In the next instant, a serpentine bolt of electricity wove its way along the ground, merging with the water flow, its blinding brilliance instantaneously coursing through the now somewhat disoriented bodies of the 3. Lightning release, ground walk, a child of Konoha, and yet there was even a Uchiha among them? Farewell. The first to unleash lightning release, Thunder Rat was descending from the sky, wielding a long blade, striking down each of the staggered deer niche with swift precision. The entire assault unfolded in the blink of an eye, leaving no room for contemplation. The trio's coordination was impeccably synchronized, their timing exquisite. The absence of further jutsu demonstrated their unwavering confidence in their collaboration. However, in an instant, they felt their bodies slip from their control. What was happening? The bespectacled man, still clutching his long knife, gazed down at the scattered fragments of wooden stakes. His expression strained as he looked at his feet. A shadow connected from behind him, intertwining with the shadows of his two remaining companions. The last sight that met his eyes was a Uchiha youth, his red Sharingan blazing, wielding a short blade, alongside a girl armed with a kunai. As they appeared beside them, swiftly severing their throats. The catch was successful. Hongdo paid no mind to the spattering, still steaming blood, eagerly commencing her search for corpses. During her mission with Orochimaru, she had already encountered the dead and slain her opponents. This is what we need. Unearthing the scroll from Yunin village, she glanced at the coded message, gleefully tucking it into her satchel. With the intelligence scroll now complete, let us continue our journey. This time, let us remain discreet, suggested Deernich. He harbored no aspirations to astound others or obstruct their progress. His sole desire was to swiftly reach his destination and conclude this round of examination. The destination for the second round was a colossal structure resembling a gourd, nestled within the Death Forest, patrolled by Nin clad in vests, diligently overseeing the proceedings. After submitting 2 pieces of intelligence for inspection, which were deemed satisfactory, the trio, Rooney, alongside his companions, was granted entry upon retrieval of their intelligence scrolls. Your passage has been remarkably swift. A gravelly, magnetic voice resonated suddenly from behind the trio within the spacious interior of the building. They turned to behold Orochimaru, adorned in a Nin vest, casually resting his hands in his pockets while observing them. Follow me. The examination is not yet concluded, and you shall remain here for a few days. As the first batch to arrive, you may select your accommodations preferentially. Orochimaru gestured for them to follow as he turned away. Does that mean we only need to pass another test to become Nin? Teacher Orochimaru? Akane inquired excitedly, trailing behind him. Not necessarily, Akane, Orochimaru replied nonchalantly. The surprise was evident on Akane's face. Was it possible that even after meeting all the requirements, one could still fail to become a Nin? The so-called Nin exams, akin to a game of capturing bells, yield results that are not immutable. The organizers determine who qualifies for advancement based on prevailing needs, with varying standards across different villages. Konoha, as the host, merely provides the venue and examination content. The criteria for advancing to Nin are not uniform. In smaller villages like Kusagakure and Amigakure, those who successfully pass the second round are typically promoted to Nin upon returning home. Conversely, the standards for the 5 great ninja villages are considerably higher. Notably, during times of war or post-war periods, these standards can decline significantly, Orochimaru elaborated softly. How frustrating. Akane pouted, clearly disheartened. Ninjas are expendable during wartime, making them susceptible to both mortality and promotion. In times of peace, however, an excess of Nin and Nin becomes a burden on the village's economy and resource allocation. Thus, there exists a significant disparity in the remuneration for missions assigned to Nin, Nin, and Genin, respectively. Consequently, one may observe a surge of ninjas being promoted to Nin on the battlefield during wartime, while the requirements for advancement through the Nin exams in peacetime are notably stringent. It is not uncommon for a single examination to result in the promotion of merely one genin to Nin. Stopping at the entrance of a room, Orochimaru gently ruffled Akane's hair. This room is conveniently close to mine. You shall reside here. Furthermore, his gaze shifted to Rooney. Minato is also one of the proctors for this Nin exam. He does not reside here, but visits daily. Before the commencement of the third round, you may seek him out to continue your studies in sealing techniques. Rooney nodded earnestly in acknowledgement. He hastily passed the examination in order to seize the fleeting moments to learn sealing techniques from Minato Namikaze. After all, Minato's time for rest was scant, as he could be dispatched on missions at any moment. Even upon returning to the village, he often spent his time with Kushina. Furthermore, with Minato's promotion to Jonin, he would also need to consider taking on a team. Such opportunities to learn sealing techniques from him would likely not endure for long, thus necessitating that Rookie seize every second. Should this opportunity be squandered, it would be uncertain when the next would arise. The transformation of chakra properties was truly astonishing. Minato gazed in admiration at Rookie's shadow technique, feeling a deep sense of awe. Each of the 7 chakra attributes possesses unique characteristics. The more adept one becomes at mastering chakra transformations, the greater the augmentations to the corresponding ninjutsu's damage. For instance, some pursue the sharpness of wind. Thus, refining wind chakra properties to be as thin as possible enhances its penetrative and destructive capabilities. Why do identical techniques wielded by different ninjas exhibit such disparate destructive power? It is simply due to the varying levels of mastery each possesses over chakra transformations, which can range from slight to significant discrepancies. In situations where such disparities exist, the same chakra output from an opponent manifests as a more potent technique, inflicting greater damage and destruction. What then characterizes the transformation represented by Ein? It is the creation from nothingness. It embodies the whimsical and mutable nature of the mind, capable of manifesting ephemeral visions into reality. The Susanoo, possessed by the Manjiki Sharingan, epitomizes a profound mastery of Ein release. Rookie's shadow, before Minato's eyes, seemed to possess a semblance of life, continuously morphing along the ground, a sight to behold. At least among the Nara clan members familiar to Minato, none had exhibited a shadow technique as animated as Rookie's, which truly seemed alive rather than mere matter. This indicated that Rookie's mastery of Ein chakra transformation was indeed remarkable. Moreover, Rookie had also become proficient in shape transformations, the fundamental vessel for techniques. The potency and resource consumption of the shadow technique were commendable. The most remarkable aspect of Ein release is its creativity. It is virtually limitless, capable of manifesting anything, provided one can find the correct path. Your mastery of Ein chakra transformation and shape transformation has reached a significant threshold, thus allowing you to save considerable time and chakra when learning Ein release techniques. This scroll contains the sealing techniques and related sealing rune combinations that Kushina and I have compiled for you over the past few days. If you can successfully integrate them into your new technique, it would signify the complete realization of your vision. The Nara clan would gain a new Ein release technique. Minato retrieved a scroll from his pocket and gently placed it into Rookie's hands. Thank you, Senior Minato and Senior Kushina, for your assistance, Rookie said, bowing slightly while holding the scroll. You possess a remarkable talent for sealing techniques. Had it not been for Orochimaru's prior intervention, Kushina might have resorted to recruiting from the Nara clan. While our studies have reached a temporary conclusion, should you harbor any inquiries regarding sealing techniques in the future, do not hesitate to seek my guidance. Minato waved his hand with a radiant smile. Furthermore, I have yet to congratulate you and your teammates on successfully passing the 3rd round of the Chunin exams. It is quite possible that some of you will soon be promoted to Chunin. Are you leaving the village, Minato-senpai? Shikamaru inquired as he observed the departing figure of Minato. Indeed, the Chunin exams have concluded, and I must embark on a mission, Minato replied, his smile directed at Shikamaru. I hope that when I return to the village, I shall hear good news about your progress. I am eager to witness the manifestation of your techniques. Certainly, I shall personally demonstrate it for you upon your return, Minato-senpai. Shikamaru asserted without hesitation. Even in the absence of the system's endorsement, Shikamaru was more than willing to do so, given the profound influence Minato had imparted during their time together. Meanwhile, at the Konoha barbecue restaurant, in a semi-enclosed booth, Akamichi was voraciously devouring grilled meat, while Shikamaru and Shursui flanked her, continually serving her more. Orochimaru sat across from them, arms crossed, observing the trio with a glimmer of nostalgia in his eyes. Sensei, do you believe the 3 of us can become Chunin? Akamichi inquired, her lips glistening with grease as she looked up at Orochimaru. That depends on the evaluations from the Jonin of other villages, as well as the opinion of the Hokage. I am merely an examiner, Orochimaru replied, suppressing the tumult of emotions within. Akamichi's expression instantly fell, her head drooping. However, you have all performed exceptionally well. I believe you have a good chance of becoming Chunin. Orochimaru's words, though a challenge to his own composure, illuminated Akamichi's demeanor. Following a simple meal, the team began to disperse. Shursui and Akamichi headed to the training grounds together. During the period when Orochimaru and Shikamaru were engrossed in the laboratory, Shursui had taken it upon himself to train with Akamichi. Utilizing the resources of the ninja clans for research was indeed a viable path. As Orochimaru and Shikamaru walked back to the technical development department, they reflected on how the Uchiha clan had played a pivotal role. Have new clans joined us? Shikamaru deduced from Orochimaru's remarks that, apart from the Uchiha, other clans were likely aligning themselves as well. Currently, the Uchiha had made the most significant investments in the technical development department, followed closely by the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akamichi clans, although the latter three were not as fully committed as the Uchiha, merely pooling resources and funds. "You must be familiar with the Kurama clan?" Orochimaru inquired. His gaze slightly lowered. "Certainly, they were a formidable clan during the founding of Konoha, reputed for their mastery of Jinjutsu, rivaling, if not surpassing, the Uchiha. The village was endowed with a considerable number of upper and middle ninjas, whose reputation allowed them to faintly stand shoulder to shoulder with the prominent Uchiha and Hyuga clans." Rukun revealed what he knew. The Jinjutsu of the Kurama clan is a manipulation of the five senses, a rare form of in-release bloodline limit within the ninja world. Any Kurama clan member who awakens their bloodline is capable of achieving a level of proficiency and lethality in Jinjutsu that rivals or even surpasses that of the Uchiha clan as Three-Tomo Sharingan. Orochimaru provided Rukun with a more detailed introduction to the bloodline abilities of the Kurama clan. "Is this for the sake of their bloodline?" Rukun inquired. "Indeed," Orochimaru replied. "The Kurama clan has lost far too many members in warfare. Even worse, the new generation awakening their bloodline is exceedingly rare. If this continues for another 10 or 20 years, the Kurama clan may very well face extinction." The clan's elder, foreseeing such a possibility, approached after learning of the Uchiha matter, offering financial support in the bodies of their clan members for my research. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes. "The bodies of clan members?" Rukun was taken aback for a moment. "Yes, but those truly suitable for extensive research are mainly the Kurama clan members who have not yet awakened their bloodline," Orochimaru clarified. Rukun fell into silence. "Thus, you see, in this ninja world, everything is susceptible to decline, be it individuals or entire clans. To preserve their bloodline, those still bearing the Senju name are willing to take desperate measures under human persuasion, and the Kurama clan is no exception." File 027 Name: Kurama, Songyun Age, 17 Strength, Chunin Specialty, Jinjutsu Bloodline. In Release, Jinjutsu Type, Hidden, Effect. Possesses the ability to influence human senses. The effects vary according to the degree of bloodline awakening. Note: it is said that every few generations, a member of the Kurama clan will awaken a bloodline surpassing their peers' abilities. Experiment to awaken the subject's bloodline. File 028 Name: Kurama Yunhai Age, 15 Strength, Chunin Information, none available. The Technical Development Department. The elder of the Kurama clan arrived with the two individuals from the files. He wore a casual outfit adorned with the Kurama clan insignia. His face etched with deep lines, appearing older than even the third Hokage. His eyes radiated a sense of hope. Since the Kurama clan sought out Orochimaru in the Technical Development Department, several months had elapsed. During this time, the Kurama clan, adhering to Orochimaru's requests, provided not only the funds for purchasing equipment and research expenses, but also shared various non-secretive materials regarding their bloodline. They even permitted Orochimaru to draw blood from two clan members who had awakened their bloodline and cooperated with multiple examinations. The Kurama clan was always willing to collaborate. They anticipated that any results would take at least a year or two, yet to their surprise, within just a few months, Orochimaru notified them of progress. Of course, in his notification, he merely stated that a targeted activation agent and technique for the bloodline had been developed, but whether it would succeed remained to be seen through experimentation. Yet the entire clan of Onma could not help but harbor a faint sense of anticipation, a yearning for success. The two youths brought forth by the elder of the Onma clan bore a certain resemblance to each other, as noted in the records indicating their blood relation. At this moment, although the two boys appeared composed, their eyes and bodies betrayed an involuntary tension and a fear of the unknown. While the experiments concerning would release remained highly classified, clans such as the Onma had nonetheless caught whispers of the unfolding events. After all, the recent and significant disappearance of the remaining members of the Senju clan, officially attributed to mission casualties, was merely a facade to appease the ordinary villagers and ninjas. Thus, the Onma clan was acutely aware of the dangers associated with the awakening of bloodline limits. Had it not been for the success of the Uchiha clan, they would have had no desire to partake in such experiments. Amat Songyun felt similarly. However, his father, the clan leader, along with the majority of the clan's elders, harbored an intense longing to restore the former glory of the Onma clan. Orochimaru-sama. The emissaries of the Onma clan respectfully addressed Orochimaru. "Is this the experimental subjects you have chosen?" Orochimaru's golden gaze fell upon the two boys. The brothers, Onma Songyun and Yuhai, immediately sensed that they were being scrutinized by some fearsome beast. A chilling paralysis coursed through them, rendering them unable to speak. Indeed, Songyun and Yunhai are the children of the clan leader, possessing remarkable Jinjutsu talents among the younger generation, making them the most likely candidates for awakening their bloodline limits. Nodded one of the elders of the Onma clan. The consent form has been signed, correct? This is a voluntary experiment, with certain perilous consequences. Severe outcomes could even jeopardize their ninja careers or lead to death, Orochimaru reminded them. The elders of the Onma clan were well aware of the risks. They exchanged glances with the brothers, tightening their grip on their hands, and with resolute eyes met Orochimaru's gaze, responding firmly, "Then let us proceed." Orochimaru turned and walked ahead. The elder of the Onma clan hesitated briefly, but soon steeled himself and resolutely followed, bringing the brothers along in pursuit of Orochimaru. Due to Orochimaru's preferences, the core of the Technological Development Department was situated underground. The lights and corridors along the way stirred an involuntary sense of unease within the brothers Songyun and Yunhai. The four halted before a door labeled Bloodline Laboratory. Orochimaru opened the door and led the three members of the Onma clan inside. The room was spacious, filled with intricate instruments, and at its center lay a bed surrounded by a dense array of incomprehensible cables and devices, yet arranged with an orderly precision. A somewhat diminutive figure stood before the apparatus, engaged in some operation, flanked by two equally industrious shadow clones. Orochimaru-sensei, upon noticing the newcomers, Kabuto set aside the potion he was holding and greeted them. "Is the experiment prepared?" Orochimaru inquired as he approached Kabuto. "Everything is ready," Kabuto replied with a nod. "Then let us commence." Orochimaru gestured for a member of the Onma clan to emerge, lying upon the bed at the center of the room, while Onma Yuhai hesitated. Onma Songyun stepped forward, removing his shoes and seating himself on the bed. Under the scrutinizing gazes of those present, some calm, others anxious, and many bearing complex emotions, he complied with Orochimaru's request and reclined upon the bed. Instantly, a layer of black shadow enveloped him like viscous glue, binding Onma Songyun to the mattress. Runes of sealing techniques coiled upward from the edges of the bed, centering around Onma Songyun, ultimately vanishing beneath his back. A heavy, hemispherical iron helmet was pushed toward him, obscuring half of his visage and blocking his line of sight. Subsequently, a chilling potion was poured into his mouth, seeping in at the corners of his lips. Onma Songyun felt his body succumb to an overwhelming loss of control, his surroundings cloaked in darkness, yet amidst this, his mind surged with an unusual vitality. It was a peculiar state. He sensed a liminal existence between wakefulness and slumber. His body rendered immobile, while his mind spun a hazy, yet significant dream. The elder of the Onma clan recognized the chakra fluctuations emanating from the bed, a flicker of joy igniting in his eyes. It was the power of Yin release. Onma Songyun's dream, under the influence of the Yin chakra, subtly brushed against his spiritual will. This was the essence of Jinjutsu. Even in an unconscious state, the illusions could influence his own adept mind. Even without the awakening of his bloodline, mastery of such power could elevate one to a position of strength. Has it truly affected my senses? What an intriguing bloodline. Orochimaru mused, licking his lips as an intense curiosity radiated from him, fixating on Onma Songyun, whose spirit and Yin chakra were being relentlessly stimulated by the potion, gradually rousing his dormant bloodline. "We must halt the experiment, Orochimaru-sensei. Otherwise, both his body and spirit may collapse entirely," warned Luni, observing the real-time data on the instruments regarding Onma Songyun. "Have we failed?" A hint of regret crossed Orochimaru's features. However, casting a glance at the elder of the Onma clan, he reined in his burgeoning desire for research and, alongside Luni, initiated the previously inscribed sealing technique, severing Onma Songyun's overly active Yin chakra. A failure. The joy on the elder's face faded, replaced by a chill as the situation rapidly deteriorated. He stared, dazed, at Onma Songyun, who lay motionless upon the bed, seemingly devoid of consciousness, struggling to believe the reality before him. "What has become of my brother?" Onma Yunhai's emotional turmoil eclipsed even that of the elder as he rushed to the bedside, desperate to awaken his sibling. Suddenly, a serpent, as thick as an arm, spiraled swiftly from beneath him, ensnaring Onma Yunhai and suspending him in midair. "If you wish for him to awaken, do not provoke him." Orochimaru's hoarse voice subsequently echoed in the ears of the Onma clan and the elders. "What will become of him?" The elder of the Onma, upon hearing Orochimaru's words, took a deep breath to calm his despondent heart, casting a complex glance at Onma Songyun, who lay upon the bed, and softly inquired, Let us observe for a while. We must ascertain which step went awry. Once identified and rectified, he may awaken and recover, allowing you to proceed with the next experiment. Orochimaru's tone bore an icy firmness. Do not fret, Elder Songyun. According to the data, he has become excessively active and vigorous due to the influence of the Yin chakra under the drug's effect, which in turn has drained his spirit and body. If unaddressed, he risks exhausting his mind and overstraining his body, rendering himself akin to a lifeless husk. We will endeavor to restore his consciousness and meticulously examine the experimental process for any oversights, added Lunny. I understand. Please release Yunhai, Lord Orochimaru. I shall take him home. The elder, now composed, nodded and bowed to Orochimaru. With a flick of his wrist, Orochimaru summoned the serpent's binding on Yunhai, which swiftly slithered away, allowing him to once again touch the ground. Observing the departing figures, Lunny suddenly lifted his gaze to Orochimaru and questioned, Master, is this truly the right course of action? What do you mean? Orochimaru replied, meeting Lunny's eyes with an inquisitive gaze. The experiment was a success, yet we deceived them into believing it was a failure, Lunny answered. Lunny, do you recognize what your most pressing issue is at present? Orochimaru regarded Lunny from a superior vantage. Not waiting for a response before his deep voice resonated once more, your sense of morality is surprisingly pronounced. A look of astonishment crossed Lunny's face. You exhibit excessive tenderness towards the subjects, and your moral compass is overly elevated. I discern this trait in you while collaborating on the research of Riwa. You constantly seek permission from others before conducting your studies, which is simply unattainable. To delve into various bloodline limits, you may establish a personal boundary. But you must never allow yourself to be constrained by those so-called frameworks. Any researcher who reaches the pinnacle, aside from natural talent, must pursue various experimental materials at all costs, placing their research above all, embracing an almost fanatic devotion to their work to ultimately succeed. Sacrifice is an inevitable path in research. Only with an abundance of experimental materials can progress accelerate. If you wish to explore bloodlines in ninjutsu, certain sacrifices must be made. The Onma clan's bloodline is a formidable one, akin to the Nara clan, both belonging to the realm of Yin release. It serves as an excellent subject for your studies. Presently, he is sealed, his body confined, senses dulled, and chakra restrained. You may study him to your heart's content, even if the subject perishes during the process. I can provide an excuse to suppress the fallout. He is entrusted to you. With that, Orochimaru patted Lunny's head and turned to depart the laboratory. Onma Songyun groaned softly as consciousness gradually returned to him. He felt an intense throbbing pain in his head, each part of his body transmitting suffering to his brain. As if he were being squeezed to the limit, utterly exhausted. He even believed that he might perish in this state of weakness and agony at any moment. Yet amidst this, his faltering body was nourished by a gentle force, like a trickling stream, gradually restoring his strength and vitality. With great difficulty, he opened his eyes. His vision still somewhat blurred, and upon focusing, he recognized a familiar figure standing beside him. You're awake? Lunia inquired, gazing at the newly awakened Onma Songyun. It's you. Onma Songyun also recognized Lunia and struggled to turn his head to survey his surroundings. There was an unforeseen incident during the experiment. The elders of the Onma clan and your brother have been gone for several days. Lunia explained tenderly. Did I fail? Onma Songyun's expression reflected a mixture of relief and disappointment, as though he had finally let something go. No, you succeeded. Lunia's words caused Onma Songyun's eyes to widen in surprise. Your mind and body were originally incapable of enduring the consumption of the bloodline awakening. Master Orochimaru and I had to seal your mind and chakra to forcibly halt the awakening process. However, this was merely a temporary measure, without a solution. Your fate would be death, either immediate or a slow, unconscious decline. Well, you were fortunate. You survived. Lunia sensed Onma Songyun's desire to speak and interrupted. Master Orochimaru injected you with a serum, a byproduct of a certain research project, which has powerful side effects. Yet, it indeed revitalizes the human body in a remarkably short time, akin to medical ninjutsu. Your current ability to survive and regain consciousness is thanks to this serum. After thorough data verification, the dosage administered was just sufficient to neutralize the power of your awakened Yin release, achieving a balance within you. For the foreseeable future, refrain from using chakra or engaging in battle. It would be best to visit here daily or check your health at the medical department. Once your body returns to normal, you will be able to utilize the bloodline of the Onma clan as usual. Thank you. Onma Songyun managed to express his gratitude through his parched lips before feeling a wave of drowsiness wash over him. succumbing once more to slumber. Watching Anma Songya drift back into sleep, Lunia organized the data concerning the Anma clan's bloodline accumulated over this period. A subtle stir of emotion arose within him, prompting him to subconsciously delve into his mind. Talent card, Nia Jelly World, Death God Quality, Gold, 10,950,000. Effect, Growth Type Research Talent Domain. Your research talent in biology and neuroscience surpasses that of other developmental fields. Passive, Biological Transformation. Bloodline Research. Release Power. Accumulation. All research relies on an extensive accumulation of knowledge and material experimentation. All the knowledge you possess will be understood and remembered more efficiently, subsequently providing alternative knowledge feedback in the form of rewards. Achievement. With each recognized creation, the level of acknowledgement enhances one's physical prowess and strength. Recognized research outcomes include dog food, pest control agents, and the Tree of Transformation. Shadow Techniques, Shadow Coffin, Shadow Puppet. S-Class Ninjutsu, Blood Armor. Shadow Illusion Techniques and Bloodline Awakening Potions, as well as the Hashirama Syringe. Rewards, Physical Strength 30, Chakra 1500. Aspiration, to become a scientist surpassing UNG Kazuki. Aspiration Task 1, Bloodline Collapse. Golden Card Reward, Material Repository of Narakri. Left Hand of the Spirit King, Fragment. Left Hand of the Spirit King, Fragment 1. Compulsory Execution Force 2. The ability to acquire all information about a target through touch, and to absorb and utilize the target's abilities and characteristics, thus evolving the original body. 3. None. Introduction. One of the most valuable spoils of Narakri. Its incompleteness restricts the extent of its power. It has been transformed into corresponding abilities, merging with your bloodline. Potential for growth. Suddenly, the body of Rooney hunched over, and his spirit began to surge with alarming speed, causing a throbbing pain in his head. Strangely, Rooney's shadow on the ground spread out like a complex network of nerves. Nara clan residence. Nara Shikamaru widened his eyes in disbelief as he gazed at Rooney seated across from him. What did you say? Repeat that. I have awakened the bloodline limit. Rooney reiterated his previous statement. This can't be. Nara Shikamaru, confirming he hadn't misheard, questioned his very existence once more. Given the Nara clan's constitution, who in their right mind would seek to unlock a bloodline limit, especially one of the Een attribute chakra? After centuries of delving into the Een attribute chakra, the Nara clan was acutely aware of the inherent dangers of Een released bloodlines. Follow me. Nara Shikamaru stood, gesturing for Rooney to accompany him. The two made their way to the backyard of the residence, where they stood facing each other, with Nara Shikamaru signaling Rooney to demonstrate. Under Nara Shikamaru's watchful gaze, Rooney's shadow instantly extended, merging with Nara Shikamaru's own shadow. Is it possible to activate shadow techniques without hand signs? Nara Shikamaru's eyes lit up. At the same time, he summoned his chakra to resist and contest Rooney's shadow for control of his own body, even attempting to counter Rooney with his own shadow. In a technique contest, it ultimately came down to the nature and output of chakra. As a seasoned jonin, Nara Shikamaru swiftly regained some control over his body, leveraging his understanding of shadow techniques. Is that all? Nara Shikamaru formed hand signs, maintaining his shadow technique in opposition to Rooney's shadow. Rooney remained silent. But in the next instant, Nara Shikamaru observed black tendrils emerging from Rooney's shadow, creeping up from his feet. In an instant, Nara Shikamaru felt his control over his own shadow wrenched away, as the branch-like black twisted lines slithered upward, causing him to lose control of his body once more. What is this? A profound expression of astonishment once again graced the countenance of Nara Shikamaru. He realized that not only had he lost control over his own body, but an unsettling sensation surged within him. It felt as if both his physical form and consciousness were subjected to some form of scrutiny. Unbidden, his hands began to form seals, and a dark hand coiled upwards from beneath his feet, reaching toward his throat. Yet, in an instant, both the shadowy hand and the black lines that resembled numerous nerves entwined around him dissipated. Nara Shikamaru regained command over his body. Is this your bloodline limit? He pondered, reflecting on his recent experience. Undoubtedly, the shadow of Rukia possessed a far superior control compared to his own shadow manipulation technique. A vast chasm existed between the two in the domain of shadow control and contention. Had he not been a jonin, with greater proficiency in chakra and shadow techniques than Rukia, he would have found himself utterly powerless in this confrontation. This indicated that Rukia's shadow, infused with Een attribute chakra, transcended the nature of the Nara clan's shadow techniques. To draw a comparison, it was akin to the disparity seen in the quantity of Uchiha clan Sharingan. It represented a qualitative transformation in nature. Beyond facilitating easier control of shadows, does it possess other functions? Nara Shikamaru inquired abruptly. Judging by their previous encounter, it was evident that Rukia's shadow harbored some secret and unknown transformations. The sense of being watched was absent in standard shadow techniques. One of its abilities was coercive control. Rukia retracted the shadow to his feet, effectively enhancing the shadow mimicry technique. It achieved a more stable and robust control effect with diminished chakra expenditure. What are its limits? Nara Shikamaru pressed further. That depends on the opponent's chakra volume, as well as their mastery over mental will and nature transformation, Rukia replied. After all, it was not the true left hand of the Spirit King, which could directly impose control over any assailant, substituting their brain and nervous system to issue commands to their body. Although Rukia had attained a semblance of coercive execution, it was evident that neither its intensity nor precedence could be likened to the Spirit King's left hand. His shadow control had its limits. The ability to control Nara Shikamaru stemmed from their shared shadow techniques and the commonality of Yin release. His own chakra volume and the transformative nature of his Yin attribute chakra bridged the gap between him and Nara Shikamaru, amplifying his advantage. Is there anything else? Nara Shikamaru inquired. Is there a way to animate inanimate objects? Rukia contemplated for a moment. Then, before Nara Shikamaru, he summoned the shadow once more. The inky shadow erupted before Rukia, its dense branches fanning out like a spider's web, firmly adhering to the ground. Following this, under the influence of Yin release, the stone slabs in the shadow-covered area began to rise and take shape. 2 stone slabs formed into hands, one on either side of Rukia, palms facing downwards, unfurling like umbrellas to shield Rukia from the heavens above. The black branches resembled a human nervous system, spreading throughout the palm and arm of the stone hand. Under the unwavering gaze of Nara Shikamaru, 2 stone palms, as if animated, executed various movements according to the will of Shikio. Their dexterity was akin to that of a human arm. Witnessing Shikio's control over the 2 stone appendages, Nara Shikamaru felt an unrelenting shock within him. To him, Shikio's manipulation bordered on the profound mastery of shadow techniques, a feat no member of the Nara clan had achieved in centuries, despite their proficiency in shadow arts. Bestowing life upon inanimate objects, even if it appeared to still rely on shadows for control, transcended the realm of all shadow techniques known to the Nara clan. Come, let us pay a visit to the elders. Nara Shikamaru finally managed to quell his tumultuous emotions and sighed. Sensing yet another wave of trouble approaching him and the Nara clan, Shikio retracted the shadows, and the stone slabs shaped like arms remained steadfast, not collapsing. Remember to check your body when we turn back, Nara Shikamaru reminded Shikio as they walked side by side. However, the burden of shadow techniques had rendered the Nara clan, known for their frail physiques, increasingly vulnerable. With the advancement to the bloodline limit, while the techniques were enhanced, the physical toll would also rise correspondingly. Although Shikio's physique was considerably stronger than that of his peers in the Nara clan, it was wise to prepare for the worst. After all, if one's physical condition or mental state faltered, the unique bloodline illness associated with the bloodline limit could manifest. The clan meeting, predictably, aligned with the Nara clan's laid-back and trouble-averse nature. Upon learning of Shikio's awakening of the bloodline limit, the elders and Nin merely acknowledged it with a casual "oh," and soon hastily disbanded the meeting. Observing the elders sauntering out with their hands on their hips, Shikio felt a sense of familiarity. He had encountered this scenario twice before, once with the shadow coffin and once with shadow puppetry. Both clan meetings had unfolded in the same manner. "Let us go," Nara Shikamaru said, patting Shikio on the shoulder. "You should train more in combat recently. Is something about to happen?" Shikio immediately sensed the underlying implication in Nara Shikamaru's request. He understood that if there were no looming issues, Nara Shikamaru would not have brought forth such a suggestion. It merely felt like a storm was brewing. Nara Shikamaru smiled wryly, as the leader of the Nin class, responsible for managing daily affairs and intelligence for the Hokage, his keen instincts, honed from recent external intelligence, hinted at a suffocating atmosphere. "Is war imminent?" Shikio asked bluntly, although he was unaware of when the Third Great Ninja War would commence. He vaguely recalled that its spark was ignited by the disappearance of the third Kazekage from Sunagakure. "That is not something you should concern yourself with." Nara Shikamaru's palm rested gently upon Rena's head as he pondered for a moment before adding, "However, the recent escalation of tensions among various nations, particularly concerning Sunagakure, has raised some eyebrows. In the future, these frictions may intensify, and now that you have become a Nin, It is inevitable that you will be dispatched on missions outside the village, engaging in battles with ninja from other countries. What Nara Shikamaru did not explicitly state was that, after years of recuperation, most of the great nations have regained their vitality. The restraint and tacit understanding among the major powers of the ninja world have become as fragile as thin paper, ready to tear at the slightest provocation. This is particularly evident in the competition for mission assignments, the increasing friction, and the escalation of hostilities. Perhaps it would only take a spark to obliterate the existing harmony and restraint between the nations. Having survived the brutal wars of the ninja world, Nara Shikamaru was acutely aware of the sheer savagery that such large-scale conflicts entail. The awakening of Rinne's bloodline at this juncture filled him with both apprehension and a hint of elation. At least within the ninja realm, strength serves as a guarantee. Whether through ninjutsu or bloodline limits, both can be deemed as manifestations of power. Nara Shikamaru's concern lay in Rinne's deep immersion in research, which may lead to an oversight of his own capabilities. However, previous evaluations indicated that Rinne exhibited remarkable proficiency in his secret techniques, with an unexpectedly substantial chakra reserve. Setting aside combat experience and other factors, his displayed prowess could easily qualify him as an exceptional nin. In the training ground, Red Bean nearly bit his tongue in surprise upon witnessing Rinne's meticulous training regimen. "Is that really Rinne?" he asked, turning to Uchiha Shursui, who had accompanied him to the training area. "It is," Shursui affirmed with a silent nod. "Isn't it just a transformation jutsu prank, or something?" Red Bean continued to express disbelief. "It is indeed him," Shursui reiterated, this time allowing his Sharingan to manifest, adorned with its two tomo. "Rinne!" Red Bean exclaimed, confirming his identification, and carefully stowed the dumpling he was holding in his bag before calling out. Noticing the arrival of the two, Rinne ceased training and waved at them. "Is that really you, Rinne? You actually came to the training ground? I recall it has been quite some time since you've joined us for missions and training. What brings you to the training ground today?" Red Bean inquired, poking Rinne with his finger, seemingly attempting to ascertain whether this was merely an illusion. "I have come to train," Rinne replied, glancing at Shursui behind Red Bean. Seemingly irritated by the poking, a black finger emerged from Rinne's shadow, gripping Red Bean's finger. "Huh?" Red Bean gasped in surprise, feeling as though an actual entity was holding him. "Is this also a shadow technique? Why do you not need to perform hand seals?" Red Bean asked, allowing the black shadow to grasp his finger, intrigued by the tangible sensation. To date, all the ninjutsu Red Bean had encountered required hand seals to activate. While proficiency might allow for swift execution of the sealing steps, and a clever, highly skilled ninja could even simplify certain sequences, the necessity of hand seals remained constant. Only the bloodline limit allows one to perform certain ninjutsu without hand seals, as known by Akane. Your chakra? Compared to Akane, Shursui, having awakened the Sharingan, perceives more. His eyes and senses can discern the fluctuations in Ryun's chakra. Unlike the chakra he was accustomed to, this energy felt strangely familiar to him. "It's merely the completion of a technique," Ryun replied. Eventually, both Shursui and Akane would come to learn about the bloodline limit. There was no need for him to disclose it immediately. "Have you finally completed that technique?" Both Akane and Shursui were aware that Ryun was creating a secret art, even going so far as to study sealing techniques under Minato Namikaze. Consequently, Shursui and Akane received some guidance during the Chunin exams, influenced by Ryun. Both Shursui and Akane aspired to develop their own unique ninjutsu early on. "It's done." Ryun pointed to the shadow beneath his feet. "Huh? It's alive?" Akane's gaze shifted downward, and she exclaimed again, realizing that the shadow beneath Ryun seemed to shy away, gathering into a dark mass at his feet. Shursui's focus on the shadow became cautious as he suddenly understood the source of the peculiar sensation he had sensed earlier. It emanated from the living shadow at Ryun's feet. "Shall we spar?" Ryun sidestepped and, playfully poking at the shadow beneath him, invited Shursui. Shursui paused for a moment, then smiled brightly, responding, "Of course. We haven't sparred yet." "Have we?" Akane looked up in surprise, puzzled, and asked Ryun, "Are you challenging Shursui?" To Akane, Shursui, with his double tomo, was the strongest offensive player in their team aside from their teacher, Orochimaru. She considered herself a defensive role seeking opportunities, while Ryun primarily served as a support and healer. Hence, it had always been Akane who accompanied Ryun. She sensed something unusual about him today. With agile movements, Akane leaped a few times to create space for the two in the training ground. After both established opposing hand seals, Shursui activated his Sharingan once more, gazing at Ryun across from him. Yet, Ryun appeared to anticipate this moment, his eyes tightly shut. "Are you closing your eyes to guard against my Sharingan?" Shisui questioned, leaping backward while retrieving 4 shuriken from his pouch, holding them between his fingers without launching an immediate attack, though they had never truly fought. Just as Ryun was familiar with his techniques, Shisui was equally aware of Ryun's capabilities. Clang, clang. The 4 shuriken soared as Shisui leapt high, flinging them with precision. They collided in mid-air, striking at Ryun from angles that were difficult to discern. This is a unique throwing technique of the Uchiha clan, rooted in the power of the Sharingan. It relies on the formidable insight and observational prowess of the Sharingan, executing dazzling and aesthetically pleasing throwing maneuvers that cause shuriken and kunai to collide and change direction mid-air, unexpectedly striking the enemy. While it may appear flamboyant, its practicality is undeniable. Not only does it catch opponents off guard, but even if there are obstacles in front of you, hidden behind a stone wall, the Uchiha's kunai can accurately inflict harm from behind. Shisui showed no mercy. He understood that this throwing technique did not pose a genuine threat to Rinne's life. Regardless of the defense provided by the bloodline armor or Rinne's exceptional medical ninjutsu skills, Rinne's safety was assured. This was merely a probing move, testing the extent of Rinne's defenses with his eyes closed. In the next moment, he noticed that even Akane, who was watching the sparring intently from the edge of the training ground, had seen it too. As 4 kunai approached Rinne, the shadow beneath him suddenly extended like 4 octopus tentacles, ensnaring the kunai and halting them mid-air. Whoosh. Then, amidst 4 sharp sounds of slicing air, the 4 kunai were flung back towards Shisui by the shadowy tendrils. Without hesitation, Shisui drew the short blade from behind, and, utilizing the dynamic observation of his Sharingan, deflected the incoming kunai one by one. Simultaneously, he did not remain stationary but darted around Rinne in a blur, searching for an opening. Is he employing sensory ninjutsu? He mused, observing Rinne, who remained with eyes closed yet continued to face him. The recent changes in Rinne's shadow intrigued him. Fire release, great fireball technique. While running, Shisui formed hand seals and, upon completing the final seal, halted abruptly as a massive fireball surged along the ground toward Rinne. Rinne, sensing the danger, retreated at once. However, in the next instant, several smaller fireballs erupted from within the great fireball, each encasing a shuriken, unexpectedly appearing before Rinne with intense heat. The distance between them was so short that the flames entwined around the shuriken illuminated Rinne's face with a fiery glow. Fire release, Phoenix fire technique. Shisui had clearly used not one, but 2 techniques. Concealed within the cover of the great fireball, he had hidden the subsequent ninjutsu. Yet, in the next moment, a black barrier surged up directly before Rinne, blocking his path. The 4 heated shuriken collided with it and were immediately engulfed. Suddenly, a rush of wind signaled Shisui's use of body flicker technique. As he appeared right before Rinne, the tip of his short blade poised against Rinne's back. But the blade was thwarted by a massive shadow. Missing his strike, Shisui instantly vanished from his position, reappearing 10 meters away, just as he executed the body flicker. A cluster of black thorn-like spikes erupted from Rinne's back, nearly piercing Shisui's vital points. Despite his swift evasion, a fine line of blood was still drawn across Shisui's face. Indeed, today, your shadow, Ryue, appears markedly different from before. Shimizu observed with caution as Ryue's shadow gradually coalesced into a seemingly innocuous form, a slight furrow forming on his brow. Traditionally, Ryue required at least 1 hand seal to invoke his shadow techniques, yet now, his shadow jutsu operated as if devoid of seals altogether. This advancement allowed for swifter execution of ninjutsu, rendering him more formidable and perilous in close combat. Furthermore, it became evident that Ryue's shadow resembled a sentient entity, capable of instantaneously executing techniques at his behest and autonomously defending against external assaults. 2 against 1. Shimizu contemplated the shadow's threat within his mind. However, Ryue offered him no respite to analyze further. The shadow beneath him elongated rapidly, pursuing Shimizu. In the state of his Sharingan, Shimizu evaded almost instantaneously, creating distance between them once more. Originally, facing an opponent with closed eyes would grant the Uchiha a decisive advantage. Yet, Ryue clearly had devised a strategy to contend with the Sharingan. In that moment, his shadow and sensory perception supplanted the need for sight. The very essence of the Sharingan, feared by many, proved ineffective against Shimizu's most adept genjutsu. Close-quarters combat was also Ryue's forte. In previous sparring sessions, once Akane approached, it signified the end of the battle. Under the aegis of his shadow techniques, no matter how proficient Akane was in melee combat. She found herself devoid of opportunities to engage. As Shimizu deftly evaded the Shadow's relentless pursuit, he simultaneously retaliated, employing shuriken and ninjutsu to test his hypotheses and gather further insights into Ryue's techniques. After several exchanges, he discerned that Ryue's shadow had evolved into a dual-purpose ninjutsu. Whether under physical or chakra-based assault, the shadow provided Ryue with optimal protection at critical moments. Particularly under the scrutiny of the Sharingan, Ryue's chakra remained abundant. Shimizu squinted slightly. Fire release, wind release, water release, Ryue's shadow functioned like a robust shield, consistently intercepting lethal blows at pivotal junctures. Should he test a high-frequency attack? Shimizu recalled the new technique he had recently devised, eager to experiment. However, in the next instant, a solid object suddenly seized his ankle, anchoring him in place. Instinctively, Shimizu glanced down to find a hand fashioned from earth gripping his feet with unwavering strength. When had this occurred? In the following moment, the dark, vascular-like tendrils from the earthen hand had infiltrated Shimizu's body, causing him to lose control of his feet. Concurrently, the shadow beneath Ryue entwined with Shimizu's own, a web of black lines swiftly enveloping his form. Just as Shimizu prepared to unleash his chakra in a desperate struggle, the kunai held by Ryue had already pressed against his throat. I concede. Shimizu relinquished his resistance, the crimson hue of his Sharingan gradually fading back to the depths of his black pupils. At this moment, his emotions were rather intricate, devoid of bitterness, jealousy, or anger. Instead, he felt a sense of recognition and delight towards Luni. You truly have prevailed? Before Jishue and Luni could solidify their reconciliation, a vibrant voice abruptly seized the attention of both. Hongdo leaped to their side, gazing at Luni with a look brimming with skepticism. The instant Luni opened his eyes, he was met with Hongdo's scrutinizing face, almost hovering before him. Why have you suddenly become so formidable? Hongdo circled around Luni, her tone tinged with a hint of jealousy. Has Orochimaru-sensei secretly imparted some powerful ninjutsu to you? You certainly have a vivid imagination, Luni replied lazily, retracting the shadowy tendrils from Jishue, drawing them gradually into his own shadow in response to Hongdo's inquiry. Am I not correct? No, I must seek out Orochimaru-sensei. He must teach me a powerful forbidden technique. Hongdo huffed indignantly. That should be a bloodline limit, perhaps? Jishue speculated, observing Luni with uncertainty, recalling the moment he had been caught off guard. Could shadow techniques extend their influence over inanimate objects, granting them form and allowing for transformation? That must represent an advanced application of yin release. Strictly speaking, he had been defeated by a lack of information and intelligence. He had not anticipated that Luni's yin release would possess such depth. The training ground was not particularly vast, and amidst the repeated pursuits, traversing familiar territories was inevitable. Yet, Jishue had not expected Luni to wield such prowess, even concealing it from his Sharingan. Unless one is sufficiently powerful, so formidable as to be unmatched, the battles among ninjas are battles of intelligence and information. From the exchange today, Jishue's understanding of Luni's capabilities had evidently become obsolete. Bloodline limit? Hongdo instinctively halted her complaints, lowering her gaze to the shadow beneath Luni's feet. Then lifting her eyes to his face, her expression gradually transforming. Isn't this the Nara clan's shadow technique? Or perhaps a new technique created by Luni? Jishue refrained from responding to Hongdo. He was unable to ascertain whether it was a bloodline limit or a secret technique. However, as an adversary, he experienced a deeper and more sensitive understanding than the mere observer, Hongdo. It is indeed a bloodline limit, Luni finally acknowledged with a nod. In the future, the three of them would likely continue as Orochimaru's disciples and subordinates, undertaking various missions, and Luni had never intended to conceal this from Jishue and Hongdo. You possess a bloodline limit? Hongdo gasped in astonishment, her eyes wide with disbelief. A bloodline limit. For ninjas, a bloodline limit equates to a guarantee of strength. Only the most powerful ninjas can forge a bloodline limit, a concept firmly entrenched in Hongdo's understanding. Yet, the sudden revelation that a close companion had acquired such a capability was undeniably shocking. You may think of it that way, Luni nodded. Isn't the Nara clan a family of secret techniques? Hongdo was somewhat incredulous, yet she understood that Luni would not lie about such matters. Could it be that the future of the Nara clan would also ascend to the status of a bloodline family? Hongdo exchanged a glance with Jishue, both contemplating this possibility. Although at times secret technique families appeared similar to bloodline limit families to outsiders, the distinction remained. What is your bloodline limit? Is it the shadow beneath your feet? Does your ability require secrecy? After accepting the fact that Luni possessed a bloodline limit, Hondo's curiosity compelled her to inquire further. However, upon realizing that her probing felt akin to prying into the secrets of the Nara clan, she promptly fell silent. Investigating the secret techniques of other families was a taboo that could easily provoke anger and suspicion. It was only due to her profound familiarity with Rooney as a teammate and fellow disciple that she had spoken so freely. The activation of shadow techniques was simply more convenient and possessed certain additional functions. Rooney, reluctant to elaborate on his abilities, was still contemplating how to further develop the characteristics of his shadows and become more acquainted with his bloodline limit. Hondo and Shirshue nodded in tacit understanding, choosing not to press further. As long as they remained in the same team, they would inevitably witness and discern Rooney's bloodline limit abilities, so there was no rush. "Is it a bloodline limit you developed alongside Lord Orochimaru?" Shirshue asked quietly, as if recalling something. He was well aware that Rooney had been assisting Orochimaru with various bloodline experiments, particularly involving the Uchiha clan and later the Kurama clan, both of which were associated with in-release bloodlines. The Nara clan shadow techniques also fell under the category of in-release. Shirshue speculated that Rooney had found some inspiration during the experiments and subsequently awakened his bloodline limit. Yes, Rooney affirmed with a nod. Since Shirshue had brought it up, he naturally acquiesced to the notion, as it served as his pretext. After all, he could hardly claim that the awakening of his bloodline limit was a consequence of the incomplete material, the left hand of the Spirit King, merging to awaken on its own. Congratulations. Shirshue sincerely offered his congratulations. In his view, Rooney, having awakened his bloodline limit, was destined to become a formidable ninja. As the team support and control, akin to the brain of the operation, he could deliver unexpected surprises to the enemy at crucial moments, turning the tide of battle. Rooney's personal demeanor was exceedingly deceptive, and combined with his adept medical ninjutsu, he would undoubtedly be recognized as a medical ninja by adversaries at first glance. Let us continue after a brief rest. After their sparring session, Rooney did not leave immediately. This was in stark contrast to his previous habits of spending all day in the laboratory, and it piqued the perceptiveness of the boisterous Hondo. However, Rooney said nothing further, instead beginning to contemplate the development of more applications for his bloodline limit. Although both belonged to in-release, the Uchiha's in-release was centered around the mind, spirit, and eyes. The Sharingan was a reflection of the Uchiha clan's psyche, with all bloodline techniques reliant on its activation. The Onma clan shadow techniques are entirely centered on illusion, employing formidable mental prowess to construct remarkably realistic phantasms that inflict harm upon others. Their shadow techniques are rooted in shadows themselves. The incomplete left hand of the Spirit King seems to have merged with his essence, imbuing shadows with life through the power of shadow techniques. Lunya perceives the shadows as possessing a will of their own. In Sunagakure, Chiyo, a venerable figure with a distinguished reputation, who had made remarkable contributions to the village during the Second Ninja World War, inquired with evident fatigue, "Has the third Kazekage not been located yet?" The Umbu responsible for searching for the third Kazekage hung his head in response. "No." He continued, "Our extensive search efforts have already attracted the close attention of other ninja villages. If we fail to find Lord Third in the near future," the words spoken by the Jonin, Raza, trailed off, yet everyone present understood the unspoken implication of his statement. Most were survivors of the Second Ninja World War, fully aware of the harsh realities that governed the ninja world. A ninja village devoid of a leader is inevitably susceptible to scrutiny and malice, especially now that the ninja world has enjoyed a period of recovery following the last war. While no one wishes to ignite conflict so soon after the last war, an ominous shadow loomed over their hearts. Lady Chiyo, a masked Umbu, suddenly appeared, kneeling and presenting an intelligence scroll. With a composed demeanor, Chiyo took the scroll into her hands. She understood that the Umbu would not disrupt such an important Jonin meeting without significant intelligence. Upon using a special seal to unravel the scroll, Chiyo scrutinized its contents. And despite having mentally prepared herself, she found her brow furrowed in surprise at the revelations contained within. The Jonin and the clan leaders present exchanged apprehensive glances, as a heavy pall of dread settled over them. "You all should take a look," Chiyo remarked, tossing the scroll to Raza, signaling him to read and pass it around. Raza picked it up, flipping through its pages, and his expression darkened significantly. Soon, the contents of the scroll were disseminated throughout the room, with many faces reflecting agitation and alarm. "Humph! Those brutes from Kumogakure," Raza scoffed. "This is a provocation against Sunagakure. Our border defenses will likely struggle to withstand a full-scale assault from Kumogakure." Another Jonin echoed his sentiment, expressing concern. The intelligence indicated ominous signs of a massive mobilization from Kumogakure, necessitating a substantial increase in manpower along the border. Most troubling of all, the scroll explicitly stated that the attack would be led by the third Raikage himself. In the ninja world, the name of any of the 5 great shinobi nations' leaders commands immense pressure and threat. While Sunagakure would not overly concern itself with mere skirmishes involving Kumogakure troops, the gravity of the situation was undeniable. Yet, the moment the shadow of a village is mobilized, it unmistakably heralds the commencement of full-scale war. Should the renowned and formidable Third Kazekage still be present, it would merely result in a direct confrontation. However, the unfortunate reality is that the Third Kazekage has been missing for an extended period, and despite exhaustive searches akin to sweeping the net, no trace has been found. In this leaderless scenario, the immediate question confronting them is clear. With war on the horizon and an adversary shadow looming, what course of action should they take? No one dares to underestimate the combat prowess and lethality of any of the 5 great nation shadows, without a commensurate force to contain them. The casualties in Sunagakure would be exceedingly difficult to manage. In the past, the war between Sunagakure and the Land of Rain was averted solely because the siblings Chiyo and her brother managed to fend off that semi-divine rain ninja, neutralizing his toxins and preventing a total annihilation of Sunagakure. As a rare figure who managed to withstand the onslaught of 2 major nations and survive, Hanzo of the Salamander stands as one of the few who can rival the shadows of the 5 great nations in both reputation and power. The third Raikage, in his hubris, dares to seize the opportunity of the Third Kazekage's disappearance to assert himself as the shadow of Sunagakure, effectively compelling them towards war. A spirited female jonin rose respectfully and addressed Chiyo. Lady Chiyo, I am willing to lead reinforcements to the border, and I shall engage the Raikage. I too can contribute. My magnet release could prove invaluable on the battlefield. The jonin's counterpart, Rasha, glanced at her and also stood forth to volunteer. Observing the 2 rising figures, Chiyo felt a twinge of headache. Rasha and Yakura are among the elite jonin of Sunagakure, both possessing formidable strength and bloodline limits. Their potential for destruction in warfare is unparalleled. The Third Kazekage has been missing for such an extended period, and the news has spread throughout the ninja world without yielding any results. Deep down, both Chiyo and the seated jonin, along with the clan leaders and elders, have reached a tacit conclusion. The legendary strongest Kazekage has likely met his demise. With war imminent, the position of shadow cannot remain in limbo indefinitely. Among the most promising candidates, Rasha and Yakura are prominent. Particularly, Rasha, who possesses magnet release closely aligned with the Third Kazekage's legacy, is widely regarded as his potential successor, endowed with significant advantages. Yakura, on the other hand, has repeatedly proven his worth to the village, with his Scorch release boasting unparalleled lethality in combat. Both have garnered considerable support. Chiyo is acutely aware that the assembled jonin are eager to establish a shadow as a standard bearer, which would undoubtedly bolster the morale of the village's ninjas. Naturally, if Chiyo, as the shadow advisor, were to express a willingness to assume the title of shadow, none present, including Rasha and Yakura, would dare to oppose her. Yet, everyone understands that the siblings will not bear the mantle of the shadow, since the tragic demise of Chiyo's daughter-in-law at the hands of Konoha's White Fang. Her sole desire has been to personally avenge her. However, the news of White Fang's fall over a year ago has rendered Chiyo's singular wish utterly futile. Had it not been for the village's need for her, she would have long since retreated into seclusion to accompany and mentor her only grandson, Scorpion. In this impending conflict with the hidden Cloud Village, the one who achieves the greatest merit shall ascend to become the 4th Kazekage. Meanwhile, efforts must be made to contact the feudal lord for funding, and the selection and mobilization of the village's ninjas for support must be organized. Ultimately, a plea for assistance must be sent to our ally, Konoha, requesting the dispatch of one of the legendary Sannin. Chiyo issued her commands with resolute efficiency. Is it truly necessary to seek aid from Konoha? Yakura furrowed his brow. Even before the war had commenced, a request for support from allies Konoha cannot evade the turmoil either. I refuse to believe that the brutes of the Hidden Cloud will quietly traverse the borders of Konoha without taking action. At the very least, as allies, they should help us bear some of the pressure and losses, Chiyo remarked. Teacher, Hondo called out to Orochimaru, with Luni following closely behind. Lord Orochimaru. Jisue also bowed respectfully from the side. Everyone is here, Orochimaru noted, regarding the trio clad in jonin attire. Are you ready to accept a mission? Hondo's eyes sparkled upon seeing Orochimaru produce a familiar mission scroll. Her desire for battle surged. She constantly yearned to undertake a high-level mission to alleviate her meager task quota. A B-rank mission. Gather intelligence. Orochimaru tossed the scroll to Luni. Teacher, aren't you coming with us? Hondo hesitated, gazing up at Orochimaru with a puzzled expression as he passed the scroll to Luni. This time, I am not leading the team, Orochimaru replied, shaking his head. Just as Hondo pouted, eager to inquire further, a gentle yet familiar voice unexpectedly resonated behind them. All gathered, are we? Senpai Minato? Turning around, Hondo instinctively called out the name of the man who had suddenly appeared behind them, his hair gently swaying in the air as if caught in a breeze. It's good to see you all again. You've all grown more impressive. With a radiant smile that exuded warmth, akin to sunlight, Minato greeted Orochimaru before turning his gaze to the trio, beaming with camaraderie. Is Senpai Minato the leading instructor this time? That would be acceptable. Hondo's previously pouting lips relaxed. Having developed a strong sense of fondness and trust for the cheerful Minato during previous encounters, she felt reassured. I have my own mission. I am merely responsible for leading this task, Minato smiled. Without allowing Hondo to probe further, he addressed Orochimaru. Then I shall take them with me now, Orochimaru-senpai. Orochimaru nodded, his gaze lingering on Luni for a brief moment before forming hand seals, dispersing like fragmented grains of sand, drifting away with the wind. We are the last to leave the village. If you are prepared, we should be on our way, Minato said to the trio. Following Minato out of the village, they found several others waiting outside. A tall and robust figure, adorned with symmetrical patterns on either side of his face, was instantly recognized by Lunya as a member of the Akimichi clan, Akimichi Dade, a jonin who frequently visited his father during breaks. The other individual bore the distinctive markings of the Inuzuka clan. At that moment, he was crouched on the ground, affectionately stroking a large tawny dog beside him. Due to transactions involving dog food, Lunya had encountered this Inuzuka jonin, Inuzuka-e. Let us proceed, said Minato Namikaze, who promptly led the group on their journey. Naturally, to accommodate Lunya and his companions, the pace set by Minato was not brisk. As they traveled, he took the opportunity to enlighten Lunya and the others about the mission at hand. This time, we are responding to a call for assistance from our allied village, Sunagakure. Minato succinctly outlined the reasons behind their journey and the current situation. Are we heading to the battlefield in Sunagakure? Asked Akane, glancing at Lunya. Noticing his silence, she took the initiative to inquire further. No, that is not our battlefield. Minato shook his head. Our role is merely to restrain a portion of the ninja from Kumogakure. Your task is to gather intelligence, rather than engage directly in combat. Kumogakure is currently led by Raikage A, based on the intelligence provided by Sunagakure. Along with our own findings, it is evident that Raikage has brought forth the elite Jonin and Chunin from their ranks. Sunagakure will handle that front. Their battlefield is the true arena of conflict. While you may encounter squads from Kumogakure in the rear, if you exercise caution, the danger should be minimal. Akimichi Dade's deep voice followed, soothing any potential fears that Akane and the others might have harbored. After all, even elite Jonin might struggle to emerge unscathed from a battlefield overseen by a village leader, let alone these youngsters who had rarely ventured beyond their village for missions. We will ensure to restrain the invading Jonin and formidable foes from affecting Konoha. So worry not. Inuzuka-e, who had been silent, finally spoke. Typically, elite Jonin would not address three Chunin with such amiable tones. However, the intricate connections among them, coupled with the looming presence of Orochimaru, fostered an atmosphere akin to a Jonin guiding the children of his clan into battle, providing reassurance and imparting wisdom. I recall gifting you a dagger. Do you have it with you, Lunya? Minato asked gently as he advanced. It's in my pouch, Lunya replied, producing a trident dagger from his ninja tool pouch and displaying it before Minato. That is good to hear. You understand its purpose, Minato said, opting not to elaborate further. The six-member team continued their journey in silence, and after a day and a half, they reached the vicinity of Konoha's border. Upon arriving at a clearing, the team rested and recuperated their strength. Minato then turned to Lunya and his companions, saying, "Let us part ways here. The battlefield is drawing near, and the likelihood of encountering enemy ninjas is substantial. Exercise caution during your mission." Upon seeing the nods from the trio, Minato Namikaze swiftly departed with Akimichi Chjr, vanishing into the distance in the blink of an eye. What shall we do next? As they gazed at the fleeting figures of the three, Akane and Shursui turned their attention to Rookie, who had been appointed as the team leader by Orochimaru. We are to infiltrate the land of grass and the land of rain to ascertain the positions of these two nations. Rookie unfurled the mission scroll, peering over it with sure sway as they examined the tasks outlined within. Naturally, the scroll did not elucidate the requirements clearly. In fact, the mission stipulations were rather vague. What on earth? There are no specific requirements stated, nor any indication of what level of success is deemed acceptable, Akane remarked, somewhat perplexed at the ambiguous directives within the intelligence. That will depend on how the higher-ups evaluate the information we submit, Rookie replied nonchalantly. The intelligence gathering mission likely involves more than just our team. There are probably other squads engaged in similar efforts, such as the Umbu. Having trained in the Umbu, Shursui understood that these reconnaissance missions typically comprise 2 or more teams working in tandem, with each remaining unaware of the others. This is to ensure that if one team is eradicated or captured, others can still fulfill the mission while maintaining confidentiality. The sky was overcast. A small black bird descended from above, landing delicately on Rookie's fingertip. It pecked gently at his fingertips twice before fluttering its wings and soaring skyward as Rookie flicked his hand. Someone is approaching. Rookie suddenly gestured. Shursui and Akane, who were accompanying him, immediately dispersed, concealing themselves amidst the foliage. They had grown accustomed to Rookie's ability to control birds. If necessary, Shursui could achieve a similar effect with his Sharingan, though there would be differences in communication and observation of intelligence. There are several chakra signatures ahead. A squad of ninjas from the hidden cloud, with bronze skin and wearing their village's forehead protectors, swiftly navigated through the branches. One of the cloud ninjas, forming hand seals, seemed to sense something and alerted his captain. Leaf ninjas? The leading ninja did not slow his pace upon hearing this. Instead, he quickened his steps. In the blink of an eye, both parties discovered each other in their approach. Leaf's little brats? The leading cloud ninja grinned cruelly upon seeing Rookie and his companions in a triangular formation, ready for defense. He slowly drew the long blade from his back, pointing its tip menacingly at the three, sneering, I expected to encounter some of Konoha's elite, but it seems I have only stumbled upon 3 mere children. Although he assumed an aggressive stance, the leading cloud ninja did not strike immediately. Instead, he cast a furtive glance at the sensing ninja beside him. Upon seeing the perceptive ninja shake his head, he finally felt a wave of relief. He confirmed that they were faced with only this trio. Look at your nervous demeanor. Is this your first time on the battlefield? Allow me to impart a lesson at the cost of your lives. The leader of the cloud ninja spoke coldly, an aura of death radiating from him in an instant. With a light tread on the ground, he vanished from sight. The next moment, the elusive cloud ninja appeared before Looney, his blade gleaming with electric light, piercing into Looney's chest before he could evade. Upon dispatching one, the cloud ninja captain displayed little joy, for the sensation he felt upon the blade's entry into his foe was starkly different from his usual encounters. It felt as if he had pierced nothingness. Not good. As he attempted to withdraw, a powerful grip suddenly seized his blade, and in the next heartbeat, he felt a sharp knife pierce his ankle. In shock, he looked down to see Looney emerging from a shadowy abyss, a short dagger embedded in his leg muscle. Damn it! The cloud captain roared, transforming into a blinding flash of lightning, exploding before Looney. The flickering electric light spread across the ground, inflicting multiple paralysis injuries on all creatures within its reach. Lightning release. Lightning ball. A sphere of crackling electricity descended from above, crashing into the ground where Looney and his companions stood, instantly creating a deep crater with an intensely high temperature. With the lightning clone as his initial probing attack, the cloud captain descended back to his team after unleashing the lightning ball. There's still an enemy. Before the cloud captain could voice his concern, the perceptive ninja's face paled, and he swiftly warned his comrades while dodging. A fiery column, akin to a dragon, surged forth from one direction, exploiting a perfectly timed window to envelop 3 of the 4 cloud ninjas in flames. Reacting swiftly, the leading cloud captain formed hand seals, leaning forward to unleash a swirling curtain of water that clashed with the fire dragon. Water release. Water barrier. The collision of high temperatures and flowing water produced a mist that rapidly spread, obstructing the unexpected fire attack. Seizing the moment, the 4 cloud ninjas instantaneously withdrew from their positions. The perceptive ninja, while evading, seemed to sense something amiss and turned abruptly, only to be met with a pair of blood-red eyes. Damn, it's Uchiha. The cloud village of the lightning country, one of the 5 great nations, was not ignorant of the Sharingan. Instinctively, he sought to shut his eyes, but it was too late. His consciousness unwittingly fell into a genjutsu. In the next instant, blood rained down from the air. The Cloud Ninja, Yunin, awakened from excruciating pain, clutching his slashed throat as he plummeted to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Uchiha. The Yunin captain was taken aback upon encountering the iconic blood-red eyes of Uchiha Shisui. He had never anticipated meeting an Uchiha here. According to intelligence, the Uchiha clan typically operated in pairs, rarely venturing out of the village for missions. To encounter a Sharingan-wielding Uchiha while executing a task was exceedingly rare. In an instant, the Yunin captain's body crackled with electric energy, invigorating his cells and propelling his speed to new heights, allowing him to appear behind Shisui. Evading the direct gaze of his Sharingan, the Yunin captain, enveloped in shimmering electric sparks, swung his arm from behind Shisui, his blade slicing through the air as it aimed for Shisui's neck. The tip of the blade successfully grazed Shisui's throat, however. A momentary loss of balance and the sight of swirling black crows caused the captain's pupils to constrict. Jinjutsu. When did this happen? Just as the Yunin captain sought a way to dispel the illusion, his body became ensnared as if caught in a paralysis technique, losing all control. A layer of darkness invaded his shadow, creeping up his body. What is this? The captain, now awake, beheld the multitude of black tendrils ensnaring him. Paralyzed by terror, as if transformed into a puppet under someone else's command. In a flash, he reappeared beside the two surviving team members. SHHK? SHHK? The sound of blades slicing through flesh echoed continuously, as the two Yunin, suddenly attacked by their superior, wore expressions of disbelief. Unable to comprehend why their captain had turned on them, before collapsing to the ground, questions lingering in their eyes. In the next moment, under the horrified gaze of the last Yunin, Shisui's blade found its mark in his throat, blood splattering as it emerged from the nape. Boom. The serpentine electric arcs reached out from beneath the dark clouds, illuminating the black sky for a fleeting moment. The torrential rain poured down like a deluge. The curtain of rain so thick that it obscured faces even from just a few meters away. Deep within a cave, a flickering light danced softly. Such heavy rain should effectively conceal our tracks, right? Observing the relentless downpour outside, Akane let out a sigh of relief. Her face was etched with fatigue, appearing utterly disheveled. In a mere day, they had endured multiple battles. The ninjas from the hidden cloud village surged towards them like sharks drawn to blood. They had already eliminated 3 squads from the hidden cloud, including one led by AJ Nin, with 2 others composed entirely of CH Nin and Elite CH Nin. She looked so haggard because she had narrowly escaped the retaliation from the hidden cloud J Nin. Fortunately, their team was bolstered by the formidable medical ninja, Rukia, who possessed the defensive ninjutsu, blood-sealing technique, capable of converting lethal injuries into severe ones and healing them to minor injuries in a short time. Otherwise, burdened with her, Rukia and Shisui would inevitably be overtaken by the pursuing Yunin. We have departed from the territory of the Land of Fire. Henceforth, we must avoid conflict unless absolutely necessary. The number of ninjas deployed by the Cloud Village here is exceedingly high. Having shaken off our pursuers, Looney stated calmly. The overwhelming presence of Cloud ninjas in this area could lead to a series of reinforcements if our skirmishes are prolonged and not resolved swiftly. We have extracted 2 pieces of intelligence. In a place untouched by the flickering glow of the fire, Shisui emerged slowly from the shadows, his eyes a vivid crimson, which gradually faded to black upon stepping into the light. In the shadows cast by the flames, a ninja adorned with the Cloud Village forehead protector was bound and pressed against the rock face. The main force led by the Raikage has already penetrated the Land of Rain, confronting the defenses at the borders of the Sand Village. Multiple encounters have transpired, and the Cloud Ninjas, under the leadership of the Raikage, have begun to gain a significant advantage. It was not until a Sand Village Jonin named Rasha stepped forth that the Raikage's advance was impeded. A Jonin? Wasn't the 3rd Kazekage already missing? Could this Rasha truly withstand the Raikage? Akkad expressed her surprise. In her understanding, the only capable opposition to the leader of a great nation-s village would be another great nation-s leader. It is likely that Rasha, who has inherited the magnetic release from the 3rd Kazekage, is the 4th Kazekage, Shisui remarked as he seated himself by the fire. There is another piece of intelligence. The Cloud Village is aggressively scavenging for food. These Cloud Ninjas are dispatched to locate ninja strongholds and gather provisions. Shisui added, is the Cloud Village running low on supplies? Even Akkad, known for her straightforwardness, discerned the crux of the intelligence extracted by Shisui. It is the 3rd Raikage, EI, leading an elite force to catch the Wind Country off guard, hastily advancing towards it. According to their plan, They intended to exploit the absence of the third Kazekage and the disarray within the Sand Village to breach its heart and compel the surrender of the Wind Country's Sand Village. The third Raikage nearly succeeded, only to be thwarted by Rasha, who possesses magnetic release, Shirzue summarized from the intelligence gathered. The urgency of their military strategy failed to yield the desired outcome and instead ensnared them in a quagmire of conflict with the Sand Village. Once a plan deviates, alternative forces must be employed to rectify the course. The Cloud Village is currently facing a temporary shortage of provisions. If the Raikage is unwilling to retreat, he must seek additional supplies for the approaching army before the food arrives. Who could his target be? Looney inquired, analyzing the intelligence gleaned by Shirzue. Akkad and Shirzue fell into a contemplative silence. The land of rain, the land of fire, they exclaimed in unison. Indeed, only the land of rain and the land of fire, being the closest to the battlefield, could provide them with sustenance. However, the land of rain is itself exceedingly barren. Situated in the crevices of great nations, it often becomes a battleground for the 5 great countries, and its rainy climate ensures that food reserves are scarce. Conversely, the land of fire is different. We possess the largest food reserves. Yunin yearns to acquire a substantial quantity of grain and wartime supplies, and can only procure them from us. Additionally, I have heard from Master Orochimaru that Hanzo of the Salamander, the stubborn old man of the Rain Ninja Village, would certainly oppose any interference in the affairs of the Land of Rain and the Rain Ninja Village. This implies that, amidst the conflict between the Land of Wind and the Land of Lightning, he will refrain from aligning with either side. Once we ascertain these facts, we can consider our intelligence-gathering mission accomplished, Lunya softly remarked. It is no wonder that the number of ninjas from Yunin Village is so abundant within the borders of the Fire Nation. Hongdo seemed to come to a realization, a look of understanding dawning upon her face. However, the grain and supplies of the Konoha village are stationed at the border defense points, are they not? If they seek to obtain a large quantity of food, wouldn't those defense points be their primary target? Ji Shui's expression darkened considerably at this thought. It is highly likely that events have already transpired. We merely lack the clearance to access such intelligence. Lunya shook his head and, gazing at Ji Shui, asked with certainty, if the Raikage is preoccupied on the battlefield of Suna, then who is leading the invasion into the Land of Fire? Ji Shui pondered carefully, uncertain, and replied, from the memories of the opponent, it appears to be 2 young jonin who share a close bond with the Raikage. The future 4th Raikage, and the 8-Tails Jinchuriki, perhaps? Lunya immediately identified the suspects. Should we provide assistance? Hongdo clenched her fists. Has Senior Minato already rushed over with his team? Lunya shot Hongdo a disapproving glance. Undoubtedly, the encounters between the A-Team and Minato will occur during this very period. The mobility of Namikaze Minato renders his support and combat prowess exceptionally formidable, allowing him to rapidly respond to attacks at any given site. Let us rest and take advantage of this rare opportunity to recuperate our strength. I sense that we shall soon face more battles ahead. Lunya retrieved a storage scroll from his person, opening it to release explosive tags, kunai, shuriken, and other supplies to replenish Ji Shui and Hongdo's losses. After silently completing these tasks, Hongdo and Lunya closed their eyes to meditate, while Ji Shui took charge of the first round of watch. Immersed in contemplation, Lunya felt a spark of inspiration and awakened his panel. Creation Ninjutsu. New name. Shadow Puppetry Level. A.S. Mutation. Under the enhancement of the Shadow Release Bloodline. The level of the ninjutsu elevates to that of a bloodline technique. Effect. Grants life to shadows through the power of shadow release. Allowing the user to transfer their consciousness to the shadow, invade the mind of an individual, control their body, and distort their will. Within a certain range, the controlled individual can be manipulated like a puppet according to the user's desire. The closer the target is to the user, the stronger the control effect, the farther away, the weaker the control effect. Effect 2 allows the shadow to switch bodies as if turning about with the heart. By imposing the user's mental pressure upon the target's mind, the shadow's nerves can replace the human body's nerves. This mode possesses the ability to exert coercive control over the host body until the user's chakra is entirely depleted. Conclusion. The unparalleled power of shadow manipulation. The strength of the soul directly correlates with the efficacy of the technique. Recognition level. 10,000 ninjas who perish under this technique, while experiencing its formidable might, will also contribute to increasing the recognition level. Rewards. Physical attributes 10. Chakra volume 500. Note. Upon reaching this threshold of physical prowess, the enhancement in chakra volume will cease. In a series of skirmishes, the sole advantage was that it aided Lu Nai in enhancing the recognition level of the shadow puppet technique. This allowed him to wield the technique with greater finesse and adaptability. The Nara clan's shadow techniques are often criticized in combat for their vulnerability to swift ninjas. Once they become aware of the secrets of the shadows, it becomes increasingly challenging to ensnare them. The initiation of the shadow and its manifestations are overly conspicuous in illuminated areas, and actual manipulation is confined to one's own shadow infused with personal chakra. Thus, the Nara clan's secret arts heavily rely on collaboration with others on the battlefield. Possessing the bloodline of shadow manipulation, Lu Nai sought to advance further. He could temporarily bestow his shadow powers onto other shadows, transcending the limitations of his own. Naturally, such an act would diminish the control over the shadows and could not be sustained for long. Yet, in critical moments, this ability could often deliver a decisive blow. During his spar with Shirshue, Lu Nai calculated and sensed Shirshue's landing points while pursuing, directing his shadow power to an area with slight shadows. Then, through the manipulation of shadows and ninjutsu, he ensnared Shirshue within that shadow trap. Achieving this was no trivial feat, especially in the face of the Sharingan. Executing this series of maneuvers required meticulous control, deception, and cunning. Now, with a newfound understanding of Lu Nai's shadow manipulation, Shirshue would no longer fall prey to intelligence failures as he had initially. Has Roy's team also gone missing? Curse it. Has support from Konoha arrived so swiftly? Within the temporary camp of Kumogakure, the youthful visage of the third Raikage's son was marred by fury. Ever since that man with golden hair arrived with his entourage, his own team had faced consecutive mission failures. The opponent's speed was simply too astonishing, coupled with the ability to relocate personnel and supplies. He had engaged the foe twice, each time suffering setbacks despite his pride in his speed. Had he not honed his lightning release chakra mode to the level where lightning enveloped his entire being, forming a suit of lightning armor, he would have sustained significant injuries under that golden-haired man's onslaught. What exacerbated the situation was that mere numerical advantage had no effect against the golden-haired man. A moment's carelessness could lead to instant annihilation. Other Kumogakure ninjas lacked his formidable defenses and could not match the opponent's swiftness. Time and again, due to the opponent's ephemeral nature, they referred to him as the Golden Flash. EI and his brother Killer B, now accompanied by a select few elite jonin, focused primarily on pursuing the Golden Flash, ensuring he could not divert his attention. The remaining forces of Kumogakure dispersed to continue their tasks of gathering supplies and provisions. They shall not escape. Although the heavy rain yesterday washed away many traces, their location remains certain. The wooden figure has already dispatched individuals to address the situation. The speaker is a stern-faced ninja, the right-hand man of the third Raikage, sent here as reinforcements upon learning of the complications in the current mission. He is the Jainin, T-Dai. He reassures the somewhat agitated A. Our immediate priority is to devise a strategy to neutralize that Golden Flash. As long as he is present, our plan cannot proceed. A. Still respectful towards the younger T-Dai, understands that the only individuals capable of engaging the Golden Flash are himself and Karabi, who can synergize effectively with him. However, even with their combined efforts, the risk remains that one could inadvertently provide the other with an opportunity to strike. Let us execute the plan. This time, I have brought an entire sealing team. As long as you can hold him off, the sealing team will attempt to utilize sealing techniques to see if we can eliminate him. I cannot remain here for too long. The situation with Lord Raikage is also dire. T-Dai expresses his concerns as the previously well-laid plans have been disrupted repeatedly, causing the entire operation to spiral into chaos. Is that Rasha truly so formidable? Even my father could not. The young A furrows his brow. He harbors no fondness for Rasha, who has suddenly dazzled on the battlefield, overshadowing the Raikage and the Cloud Village. Rasha's techniques are ideally suited for combat, as his wide-area attacks can easily suppress numerous Cloud Village forces single-handedly. Moreover, he possesses the ability to fly and excels in wind techniques, countering Lord Raikage's lightning techniques. On the battlefield, he is undoubtedly a natural harbinger of destruction. T-Dai recalls the tumultuous golden sand waves crashing like ocean tides, still shaken by the memory. Even the third Raikage, with his lightning armor refined to its utmost and his body honed to perfection, found himself struggling in the oppressive torrents of golden sand. Unable to unleash his speed and forced to fight merely for survival. The opposing forces cannot overcome them, yet they too cannot advance deeper into the sand village. Thus, the stalemate persists. The current contest is one of endurance, determining who will falter first and whether an external force strong enough to shift the balance will intervene. At least for now, T-Dai is shrouded in unease. 6 individuals, among whom resides a formidable chakra. Just after Rinne's report, a barrage of dense blue fireballs surged toward them from the front, the intense heat already distorting the surrounding air before they even drew near. Shimizu promptly erected a water barrier to fend off the onslaught of fireballs and swiftly retreated. In the next moment, a spirited voice accompanied by a live figure descended from the heavens, landing before Rinne and the others. Observing the tense expressions of Rinne and the others, the newcomer smirks with a sense of superiority, playfully declaring, "I've caught you, little mice. Be careful." In the crucial moment, Shishui positioned himself before Hondo and Rooney. His expression tense as he regarded the striking woman who stood before them. From her presence, Shishui felt an overwhelming aura of dread. Whoosh! Several figures swiftly descended beside the female ninja, 2 of whom exuded a palpable murderous intent and an imposing presence that raised the hairs on the back of his neck. "Yumirin, you are far too hasty," exclaimed a brown-skinned jonin from Kumogakure, sporting dark sunglasses, his tone laced with discontent. Calm down, calm down." Yumirin waved her hand dismissively, her gaze fixed on the trio of Rooney, who appeared to be bracing for an imminent confrontation. The instigator behind the chaos that had decimated multiple teams turned out to be 3 mere children. Quite impressive. I had anticipated it to be that golden flash. "If it were the golden flash, you would have fled immediately," replied the jonin, his face momentarily stiffening. The legendary figure, who could only be held at bay with the combined efforts of the next generations A and B, was not someone he believed he could escape from. Even with Yumirin's assistance, I must swiftly conclude this matter. I have another battlefield to attend to. Yumirin's demeanor was evidently self-centered, as she regarded the trio of Rooney as though they were mere prey. "This is troublesome, 3 jonin." Shishui's heart sank slightly. The female ninja at the center, though seemingly youthful, emanated an aura that evoked the sensation of confronting a monster. Despair flickered across Hondo's face. The previous battle had enlightened her to the formidable prowess of jonin. A squad led by a single jonin demanded their utmost caution, and now they were faced with 3 jonin from Kumogakure. Without hesitation, Shishui launched an attack on Yumirin, whom he perceived as the greatest threat. The clash of blades rang out as his kunai met hers, and in that instant, her eyes reflected a pair of blood-red orbs. Yet, Yumirin merely experienced a brief moment of disorientation. The genjutsu he had cast upon her was instantly dispelled. A flicker of astonishment crossed Shishui's face, but he had no time to ponder. In the moment of his failed illusion, he retreated just in time to evade a kunai aimed at his neck. "Jinchuriki," Shishui gasped, astonished as he regarded Yumirin. The surge of chakra that had erupted from within her to dissolve the genjutsu reminded him of tailed beasts. Uchiha, perhaps? Lord Reikage would surely covet such a bloodline. The jonin's eyes gleamed with renewed interest, although not the coveted Byakugan sought by Kumogakure. The Sharingan was nonetheless a formidable Kekkei Genkai. "Child, surrender. You are a valuable prisoner," he declared, gripping his kunai firmly as he began forming hand seals. In response, a colossal serpent summoned by Hondo emerged, its body stretching over 40 meters in length. The mere movement of its massive form was sufficient to wreak destruction typically wrought by ninja techniques. Orochimaru. Upon seeing the serpent, the Kumogakure ninjas recalled the pale-faced man known as the Cold Lord. It appeared that they had ensnared not just one valuable target. Upon witnessing the colossal serpent, Kashani unleashed his ninjutsu. Lightning release, spider's web. He crouched low, striking the ground forcefully with his palms. From the center of his hands, a web woven of lightning rapidly expanded forward, enveloping the giant serpent in a pocket-like binding. The shimmering net, imbued with formidable paralyzing and restraining properties, caused the serpent's massive form to stiffen momentarily before it began to writhe and struggle, its enormous tail sweeping towards Kaishan-e and his companions. 6 agile figures swiftly dodged, evading the sweeping tail. Under Akadu's command, the serpent launched a fierce attack on the Cloud Ninja, its vast body moving like a calamity, wreaking havoc upon the surrounding environment. The mere summoning beast. Suddenly, a vast expanse of blue flames, resembling scales, erupted from the wooden figure, causing the temperature in the vicinity to rise dramatically. Unfazed, the wooden figure charged directly at the serpent, fingers flying deftly in midair as it formed seals, unleashing a colossal fireball approximately 3 meters in diameter towards the serpent. The fireball collided with the serpent's body, clinging like a festering wound, persistently incinerating its flesh and form. The acrid scent of roasting meat permeated the air. The serpent writhed in agony on the ground, attempting to extinguish the flames, but they continued to blaze fiercely. Soon, the searing heat, surpassing that of other fire techniques, rendered the serpent on the brink of death, barely clinging to life. Meanwhile, while Shirzue and Akidu were engaged, Rukun was not idle. He unsealed a scroll, unfurling it upon the ground. With his fingers pressed upon the central seal, he released its contents. A figure emerged from within the scroll. Who is this? Akidu instinctively glanced at the face of the figure revealed by the unsealed scroll, momentarily taken aback. The first Hokage? Shirzue. Having conjured a shadow clone infused with illusionary techniques to confuse and assault the enemy, recognized that familiar visage. His heart racing as he recalled the face etched upon the Hokage rock. Protect my body and retreat, Rukun instructed, forming seals as he spoke to Shirzue and Akidu. In the next instant, his consciousness merged with the shadow, infusing it into the corporeal form of the first Hokage before him. As Rukun's will penetrated, dark patterns rapidly spread across the Hokage's body, and upon connecting with his eyes through two streaks resembling tear marks, the first Hokage's previously closed eyes snapped open. The lifeless shell of the first Hokage rose from the scroll, its initial movements somewhat stiff, yet as it steadied itself, its motions became notably fluid. Rukun's original body appeared to succumb to unconsciousness, collapsing as Shirzue and Akidu hastily supported him. Rukun, gazing at the figure of the first Hokage standing before them. Akidu and Shirzue exchanged incredulous glances, seeking confirmation of their reality. Get out of here. I will buy you time. Entering the body of the first Hokage. Under the control of the shadow puppet technique, the entity known as Rukun experienced the amplifications afforded by this form while calculating its current combat power and sustainable battle time. Shimizu and Akidum swiftly retreated, bearing Rukun's body away from the fray. Do not think of fleeing. Perceiving their retreat, the wooden figure made a decisive chase. Disregarding the shadow clones of Shimizu that sought to obstruct her, blue flames erupted fiercely from her body, enveloping her in a formidable layer of searing armor. Would release. Advent of the forest. With a commanding shout, clusters of trees surged from the ground beneath the first Hokage, forming a barrier that thwarted the pursuit of the wooden figure. The earth began to fracture as robust trunks erupted from the soil, flourishing into a dense thicket with an unparalleled vigor, dramatically altering the surrounding landscape. A small grove materialized almost instantaneously before Hayama and his companions. Was this the wood release of the first Hokage? Hayama gazed in astonishment at the unfolding spectacle. In the ninja world, Senja Hashirama, who had established the village system and forcibly ended centuries of chaos among shinobi with his unparalleled wood-release techniques, was a figure of legendary repute. Akin to the feared Uchiha. In contrast to the still-active Uchiha clan famed for their Sharingan, the once mighty Senja clan had nearly faded into obscurity, and the legendary wood-release had become a mere echo of the past. The scene before Hayama resembled an illusion. The branches of the trees began to overshadow the area, thick limbs sprouting from the trunks and ensnaring Hayama and his companions. Crash! The branches descended like whips, striking with the force of colossal serpents, relentlessly assaulting the hidden cloud ninja. From above, below, and all around, unexpected attacks emerged from every direction, akin to a serpent poised to strike its prey. The 6 members of Hayama evaded the onslaught of branches, continuously adjusting their direction within an ever-narrowing space, forced to maneuver in a constricted environment. During their evasive actions, one of their comrades would occasionally be ensnared by a branch that seemed to emerge from nowhere, only to be overwhelmed by the encroaching limbs that bound him within their grasp. In a fleeting moment, only 4 remained of the original 6. Those fortunate enough to escape capture, including Hayama, found themselves in a dire predicament. The surrounding trees had animated, and their adversaries were not merely from one source, but from the entirety of the forest. Should their movements falter, they would inevitably succumb to the grasping branches, drawn into the trunks and lost forever. Lightning release, false darkness. A blinding bolt of electricity formed into a concentrated spear, unleashed from Hayama's hand, colliding with the trees and branches ahead in a near-instantaneous clash. Boom. The formidable penetrating explosive would release ninjutsu erupted instantaneously, shattering the surrounding trees into countless fragments. The trunks of several trees ahead bore large gaping holes, a testament to the technique's effectiveness. A glimmer of joy momentarily graced the face of Haishini, yet, in the next instant, that joy froze in place. The hollowed tree trunks began to swiftly regenerate, visibly mending themselves at an astonishing pace. New branches sprouted forth from the trees, rapidly expanding from the thickness of an arm to that of a barrel. The self-healing capability of this wood-laden forest caused Hai Shenyi's heart to plummet. "Allow me." A blue figure surged to the forefront, engulfed in searing heat. The azure flames emanating from the wooden figure spread like phosphorescence, igniting anything it touched and detonating according to the will of the wooden entity. The brilliance of the flames and the cacophony of explosions accompanied the advancing silhouette of the wooden figure. Charred branches, crackling with fire, plummeted from above, setting the area ablaze. The situation appeared to improve significantly with the outburst of the wooden figure, offering a glimmer of hope for escape from the forest's encirclement. Yet, Hai Shenyi, trailing closely behind, displayed no signs of elation. He sensed that with the wooden figure's eruption, the forest composed of wood release began to spiral into chaos. Increasing amounts of branches and trunks pressed inwards. Previously, a single explosion from the wooden figure could propel them forward by 10 meters, but now, even with their utmost efforts, their speed of retreat was visibly diminishing. Another cloud shinobi was ensnared by a branch that had suddenly lunged from the shadows, dragging him down to the ground. A piercing scream echoed as he was swiftly enveloped by a swarm of branches, his entire form vanishing within a solid sphere of entangled wood. With a thud, the wooden figure landed, unleashing a barrage of blue fireballs to clear a space for respite. The continuous release of powerful ninjutsu caused her chest to heave intensely. "Allow us to pave the way for you. We will distract them. If you can escape, flee with all your might." Hai Shenyi and another cloud shinobi landed beside the wooden figure, their expressions grave. If he had harbored any thoughts of escape before, such naive notions had now been extinguished from his mind. Given the speed at which the wood release forest expanded and healed, they could expend all their chakra and still find no way out. The only one with a chance of survival was the wooden figure, the two-tailed Jinchuriki. Despite her lack of mastery over her powers. "No, senior. Don't you see? The forest's expansion has begun to slow," the wooden figure interjected. "To maintain such an extensive ninjutsu, the chakra consumption must be tremendous. If we can locate and defeat the one hidden within the forest, we can break free." However, the wooden figure was unwilling to heed Hai Shenyi's counsel. "The perceptive ninja has perished, and we are unable to discern his whereabouts." Hai Shenyi furrowed his brow, refraining from contesting Yu Mu Ren's words. If the practitioner were indeed to appear before them, a confrontation would be inevitable. "You all should keep your distance, senior. Do not let me inadvertently harm you." The expression on Yu Mu Ren's face was grim, as someone who held a deep-seated pride and concern for her comrades. Her emotions were now at the peak of fury. "You cannot. You have not completed your training." Hai Shenyi attempted to dissuade Yu Mu Ren. Yet he was forcefully repelled several steps back by the sudden surge of blue flames emanating from her. Yu Mu Ren's appearance began to shift rapidly. Her aura and chakra expanded continuously until, before the eyes of the gathered individuals, she transformed into a feline creature engulfed in blue flames, swaying two tails. Upon witnessing Yu Mu Ren's transformation into the two tails, Hai Shenyi and another member of the Cloud Village almost instantaneously retreated, striving to distance themselves from her presence. However, the tailed beast-fied Yu Mu Ren appeared to retain a degree of rationality, ignoring the retreating Hai Shenyi and his companion. With a thunderous roar, she raised her head high amidst the gusting winds, a black chakra mass swiftly coalescing within her mouth. "What is that?" Ji Shui, racing along the path, abruptly turned to see a magnificent pillar of light soaring into the heavens, exploding in the sky. The shockwave from the explosion surged outward in every direction, even piercing the ominous clouds above and creating a vast chasm in the sky. "Luan Yi?" Ji Shui glanced at the unconscious Luan Yi on his back, momentarily pausing before resuming his frantic pace. He was unaware of the technique Luan Yi had employed or the potential risks it entailed. All he felt was a profound sense of helplessness and dread. Both Luan Yi and Hong Do were companions and friends he held dear in his heart. Yet in times of peril, he found himself reliant on the medical and supporting ninjas in his team to provide cover, a burden he found difficult to bear. Were it not for Luan Yi's unconscious form on his back, he would have undoubtedly chosen to remain behind and confront the Cloud Ninjas alongside her. A frenzied blue monstrosity rampaged through the forest, blue flames cascading from its form, igniting everything flammable in its vicinity. It resembled a colossal beast bringing forth conflagration, unleashing its power in chaotic abandon. Yu Mu Ren has lost control. Hai Shenyi gazed at the rampaging blue feline creature, his countenance darkening. That feral demeanor reminded him of the Eight Tails during its numerous bouts of uncontrolled rage. It was precisely due to the Eight Tails' frequent loss of control that the village harbored a deep-seated fear of Jinchuriki and tailed beasts, typically only the strongest of the village. The Hokage could manage such crises. For instance, each time the Eight Tails spiraled out of control, It was the third Reikage who singularly salvaged the situation. You go relay the message. I will remain here to keep watch over the Two Tails. Taking advantage of the destruction wrought by the Two Tails, Haishan-e, now distanced and gasping for breath, addressed his battered companion beside him. They dared not approach the moment's Two Tails. The rampaging beast would not regard them as allies merely because they wore the headbands of the hidden cloud, nor would it refrain from attacking them. Furthermore, inform Lord Reikage that the Leaf Village has acquired a wood-release ninja. As his comrades departed, Haishan-e gritted his teeth. Though he was uncertain of what the remaining young one had achieved, there was no doubt that they could wield wood-release. Wood-release? Wood-pillar wall? A series of semicircular trees rose consecutively from the ground, layering upon one another to form a curved archway that shielded Rukine at its center. In the next instant, flames descended from the sky, landing upon the wooden barrier. After a brief moment of quiet combustion, a series of explosions erupted. Despite the formidable strength of the wood pillar wall, it shattered under the relentless barrage, sending splinters flying. Rukine gasped heavily, acutely aware that this body still possessed considerable stamina. However, his control over it was becoming increasingly burdensome and cumbersome. This puppet, cultivated from the cells of the first Hokage, was the culmination of knowledge shared between Rukine and Orochimaru. Strictly speaking, it was a failed prototype, or rather, a flawed product intentionally developed after a cloning mishap. It lacked consciousness and bore various defects. Its continued existence relied solely on intricate sealing techniques. Once those seals were undone, this clone would swiftly lose equilibrium and transform into a colossal tree. Currently, Rukine's ability to utilize this clone to perform wood-release techniques stemmed from his mastery of in-release and medical ninjutsu, which meticulously maintained the balance of the yang chakra generated by this body, preventing it from spiraling out of control and morphing into a tree, with life and chakra dissipating. Yet, this balance could not be sustained for long, given the potency of the first Hokage's cells. Rukine's current in-release power struggled to uphold such equilibrium over an extended period. In critical moments, he would need to abandon this body and return his spirit to his original form. Thus, he resorted to the resource-intensive and extensive wood-release technique, Birth of the Trees. Right from the start, however, the relentless bombardment from the Cloud Ninja, particularly the fully tailed beast, thwarted his desire to conclude the battle expediently. Ultimately, he was but an immature prototype, not the true first Hokage. Weighing his current state, he assessed the distance of sure sway and the other's retreat while gazing into the unwavering eyes of the Two Tails. Rukine steeled his resolve. Wood release, adamantine wood. Facing the blue creature that charged like the wind, Rukine retreated while swiftly forming hand seals in midair. As his feet touched the ground, resilient trees erupted from the earth before him. Under his command, the summoned trees writhed through the air like agile serpents, binding and restraining the rampaging tailed beast. The two-tailed beast struggled violently, yet for every tree that broke, two more would emerge to take its place. Soon, the two-tailed beast found itself ensnared within a wooden prison formed by these unyielding trees. Although it appeared that the rampaging beast would break free in mere moments, what Jiren needed was just that fleeting respite. His fingers began to weave seals once more, and with his right palm extended forward, the character for Seek gradually materialized in his palm, transitioning from a light hue to a profound depth. Seizing the opportunity while the two-tailed beast had not yet completely escaped the bindings of the Vajra wood, Jiren lunged forward. His palm, marked with the character, maneuvered through the crevices of the Vajra wood and struck the two-tailed beast directly. The technique, Quanru Yenshui Shou, was devised by the first Hokage specifically to counter the Nine Tails. However, this technique also exerted a compelling hypnotic effect on other tailed beasts, likely yielding even greater efficacy. It was primarily aimed at the Nine Tails due to its overwhelming power among the tailed beasts, while the others did not necessitate such specialized tactics. Struck by Jiren, the two-tailed beast momentarily staggered, its struggling form briefly immobilized, and the intensity of its thrashing diminished instantaneously. The two blue, flame-licked tails that had been thrashing behind it suddenly drooped, resting against the ground. Jiren retreated with a series of small jumps. Drawing forth a chakra thread from the two-tailed beast, he sensed the consciousness of the Jinchuriki rapidly returning to lucidity, prompting him to intensify the wood-release technique to absorb the tailed beast chakra, ignoring the depletion of his in-release power. As he approached the brink of exhaustion while the Jinchuriki was on the verge of waking, Jiren severed the extracted tailed beast chakra and utilized the sealing technique to confine it within the Jinchuriki's body as a vessel for the seal. Having accomplished this, Jiren immediately withdrew, disregarding the now awakened and humanized wooden figure that had emerged from a complete tailed beast transformation. with a series of body flicker techniques. He swiftly vanished into the distance. Noticing the shift in circumstances, the pursuing Haishan-I did not pay heed to Diren's retreat. Instead, he prioritized protecting the weakened and unconscious wooden figure. For the 5 great nations' ninja villages, the safety of the tailed beasts and their Jinchuriki outweighed all else. Suddenly, Jishui felt Diren's body tremble against his back and cough. Overjoyed, he slowed his pace. Diren. But what filled Diren's vision was not Jishui's familiar face, but that of a woman, her eyes blurred with tears, her nose streaming. You're too close. Hongdo, Diren exclaimed, slightly tilting his head to create a bit of distance from the nearly touching figure, whose tears and snot threatened to smear across his face. Jishui remained silent, yet he discerned the exhaustion and helplessness in Diren's tone, indicating that the previous technique had exacted a considerable toll on him. We have returned to the Land of Fire and are heading towards the nearest border defense station. Perhaps there we may encounter Senior Minato. Once Diren and Hongdo had finished their usual banter, Jishui spoke up. That is good, replied Diren. Your body temperature is steadily rising. Jishui suddenly sensed something unusual. He noticed that the temperature of the deer lying on his back, Lui, was steadily rising. A minor mishap had occurred. Lui coughed twice. His complexion paled to the point of being alarming, yet a smile lingered on his face. This mission was exceedingly perilous. It was by no means a B-grade task. Upon returning to the village, I must urge Lord Orochimaru to revise the mission's classification. As Red Bean huffed and ground her teeth in frustration, she recalled the battles and adversaries they had faced over the past few days. Which B-grade mission involved consecutive confrontations with enemy Jonin? Were it not for Lui, the 3 of them would have perished in the web of Kumogakure. Let us take a moment to recuperate. We might soon receive orders to return to the village. Lud felt feverish, his head pounding intensely. The toll on his spirit had been somewhat excessive, leading to these after-effects manifesting as well. Upon hearing Li's words, both Red Bean and Jishui fell silent. Even Red Bean, who was usually carefree, understood that should the technique Lui employed be exposed by Kumogakure or reported, they would undoubtedly be summoned back to the village. Whether concerning the Jinchuriki's intelligence or the would release information, the village's higher-ups would desire the most detailed report at the earliest opportunity. Lui, feeling drowsy, closed his eyes and drifted into a peaceful slumber. When he next opened his eyes, he found himself lying within a tent. Supporting himself with his arm against the bed, he assessed his mental state. After a nap, his significantly depleted spirit had recovered considerably. You're awake? Jishui, having heard movement within the tent, entered and greeted Lui with a smile as he sat on the edge of the bed. How long have I been asleep? Lui furrowed his brows, feeling ravenous, which did not seem typical for someone who had merely slept for a day or 2. It's the 3rd day. Your mental exhaustion was too great, Jishui replied, his expression darkening momentarily before he steadied himself. Lord Minato said you need to rest. Has the intelligence been reported? Lui asked, cautiously rising, feeling relatively stable. His control over his body had returned to about 80%. He was no longer in the dire state of merely clinging to Jishui for support and managing only simple movements. It has already been reported to Lord Minato, Jishui said, just as Lui's stomach growled audibly. I'll go prepare some food for you. With that, Jishui turned to leave, only to encounter Minato Namikaze, who was entering the tent. May I have a moment alone with Lui, Jishui? Minato asked, patting Jishui on the shoulder. Jishui glanced at Lui, who nodded in affirmation. And then he respectfully bowed to Minato before exiting the tent to prepare food. How are you feeling? Minato inquired, sitting by Lui's side, his gaze filled with concern. Quite well, just a bit hungry, Lui replied, patting his belly, enduring the rumbling sensation of hunger. Observing the indecision on Minato's face, Lud cheerfully prompted. What do you wish to ask, Lord Minato? You utilized would release? Upon hearing these words, Namikaze Minato relaxed, smiling as he gazed at Rinna. Indeed, Rinna replied succinctly, so swiftly that it momentarily astonished Minato. Is it that technique? Minato probed again, seeking clarity from Rinna, the principal party involved, having only gleaned a vague understanding from Shursui and Akane. However, from their brief remarks, it was evident that the ninjutsu Rinna had employed was closely linked to the shadow puppet technique. As for the body suspected to belong to the first Hokage, that seemed to pertain to technical issues. Yes, Rinna affirmed decisively once more. Now, let us discuss the battle. You have been marked by the Cloud Shinobi. Minato deftly shifted the topic, redirecting the conversation towards the recent conflict. The 6-man team of Cloud Shinobi proved to be a formidable challenge for Rinna and his companions. The fact that the 3 of them managed to survive and return to camp was, in Minato's eyes, nothing short of miraculous. Not to mention, according to the information he received, Rinne and his allies not only escaped safely but also severely injured that six-man team, which included the Two-Tails Jinchuriki. Rinne recounted the events of the battle without reservation. What about the body capable of using would release? Minato inquired suddenly. It collapsed, Rinne replied nonchalantly. I reinforced the seal for you. Please refrain from such recklessness next time. Minato surmised that Rinne was concealing something but chose not to press further. He stood, gently advising Rinne to rest well before turning and leaving the tent. As Rinne watched Minato depart, he gently opened his shirt, with a call of chakra. A faint sealing technique appeared on his abdomen. Noticed it? Rinne mused, slightly frowning before relaxing once more. Seizing the moment of solitude, he immersed his consciousness into his inner mind. The heat was stifling. The pain was searing. As he traversed the dim corridor, the temperature escalated with each step. Finally, when the ground became intolerably hot, a cell materialized before him. A blue, seemingly malnourished cat, upon his entrance, suddenly opened its eyes wide, baring its teeth menacingly at him. The Two-Tails cat spirit, or rather, a fragment of it. The properties accompanying the Een release seemed to have undergone an astonishing transformation in conjunction with the wood release. Rinne had not anticipated that in merely seeking to extract some chakra from the Two-Tails, he would inadvertently draw forth a portion of its consciousness as well. This signified that the Two-Tails would suffer a complete loss of the extracted chakra, rather than merely losing a recoverable quantity. You little brat! The Two-Tails cat glared down at Rinne, who stood beneath it, gazing up in quiet confrontation. Despite the fiery intensity of its chakra, its tone was unexpectedly gentle. How did you manage to split me into two parts? The two-tailed cat lay down in its confinement, disliking the restrictive environment yet displaying no overt signs of rebellion. Sealing techniques, along with the power of Een escape, Lu Nya explained softly, raising a finger. He speculated that there might also be a blend of Yang escape power contributing to the peculiar situation at hand, though this remained an unverified conjecture. Remarkable. The two-tailed cat rested its head on its crossed paws, its gaze still locked with Lu Nya's. Do you desire my power? In response to the cat's astonished stare, Lu Nya slowly shook his head. I wish to study your strength. Study? The two-tailed cat narrowed its eyes, sensing the truth in Lu Nya's words. There was no yearning or intent to forcibly extract its power. This lack of desire intrigued the cat. Having encountered humans throughout its long existence who viewed it as a calamity, sought to control it, or coveted its strength to dominate the power of tailed beasts. Yet, it was the first time it met someone like Lu Nya, who showed curiosity devoid of greed. I initially thought you would react with hostility. I did not expect you to be open to communication. This saves much trouble. Lu Nya, sensing the volatile chakra cluster ahead, was also taken aback. Not all tailed beasts are volatile. We simply prefer not to engage with those who harbor prejudice, the cat replied, its eyes still narrowed. In truth, it had attempted to invade Lu Nya's mind to free itself momentarily, yet was astonished by the unexpected resilience of his spirit or soul. This indicated that his conscious realm was exceptionally robust. You are merely a fragment of the two-tailed beast, lacking the innate suppression power of a true-tailed beast. Lu Nya remarked. Are you not angered that I was brought here from my original Jinchuriki? He tentatively inquired. The wooden person is a good individual. But she is herself, and I am me. The cat closed its eyes. To me, it is merely a transition from one cage to another. Then, let us make a deal. I can grant you a measure of freedom if you cooperate with my research. Sensing no malice from the cat, Lu Nya cautiously extended a hand forward. The cat abruptly opened its tightly shut eyes, regarding Lu Nya's outstretched hand with curiosity. After a moment of mutual observation, it closed its eyes once more. The light within the entire cell began to dim alongside the flames surrounding the cat, and Lu Nya felt a sense of rejection. He understood this as the cat's way of expelling him. Ultimately, although he received no response from the cat, its silence was, in Lu Nya's eyes, a form of tacit acknowledgement that could be navigated. You should be able to focus on the outside world with me, and then you can emerge when you wish. Lu Nya observed the darkening cell, not rushing to unseal the cat. With a mental shift, he awakened a new interface. Quality, purple attribute, a synthetic body crafted through advanced biological cloning technology, designed to house the spirit and soul. It enables the original owner to synchronize and manipulate the body, utilizing all its inherent capabilities. Skill, bloodline technique, would release. Description, this is a clone primarily composed of the first-generation cells, capable of employing the iconic would release ninjutsu of the original Hokage. Note 1. It exists merely as a soulless shell and is far from perfection. In the discerning eyes of rigorous scientists, it is regarded as a dismal failure, teetering on the brink of self-destruction. Note 2. You may stabilize the cellular structure and chakra of this body through formidable mental strength, exquisite medical ninjutsu, and compatible in-release power. Exercise utmost caution. A single misstep could result in its transformation into a colossal tree. Conclusion. Without adequate anatomical knowledge, proficient medical ninjutsu, and formidable mental fortitude, it will not serve as an asset for you, but rather become a prison. You have attempted to carve a path, albeit with a rocky beginning. Recognition. 8,810,000. Physical quality 30. Chakra 1,500. As Lu Nie gazed at the recognition score, he surmised that many from the hidden cloud had already become aware of the would-release intelligence. Although the primary contributors were undoubtedly the 6 individuals who had first-hand experience, it appeared that even the information leaked from these 6 could garner some recognition, provided there was sufficient trust in the source of the intelligence. Lu Nie. While Lu Nie was deep in thought, a familiar voice accompanied by a swift figure landed beside him. Akamichi, bursting in with exuberance, looked at him with surprise by the bedside. Have some food, Jishui added, lifting the tent flap to reveal provisions. Hidden Leaf Village. Hokage Office. The third Hokage, alongside 2 chief advisors, Shimura Danzo and Orochimaru, convened due to a significant piece of intelligence. Rijan, hand him over to me. I shall nurture him into a formidable ninja. Danzo's cane struck the ground with force, his lone eye gleaming with desire. For him, would-release represented a crucial element in achieving his aspirations. He had nearly succumbed to despair when unexpectedly, a young scion from the Nara clan delivered such a momentous surprise. You have overstepped your bounds, Danzo. Orochimaru's cold voice resonated ominously. Are you implying I have failed to properly cultivate Lu Nie? Enough. Cease your bickering. Sarutobi Hiruzen interjected, averting his gaze from the foreboding expression of Danzo, focusing instead on Orochimaru, inquiring, has Lu Nie awakened the wood-release bloodline? No, he has awakened the shadow-release bloodline, primarily governed by in-release. Orochimaru refuted the third Hokage's statement with a shake of his head. Absurd. How long do you intend to conceal this from us? Do you truly believe that Minato and the hidden cloud would conspire to deceive us? Danzo dismissed Orochimaru's words entirely, his attention fixated solely on the would-release information. Orochimaru. The third Hokage narrowed his eyes, directing his gaze towards his disciple, eager to hear his response. This was a triumph of technology. Orochimaru cast a scornful glance at Danzo Shimura, feeling that the thoughts of everyone in the room were utterly incompatible with his own. Kakashi was a genius. This genius pertained to the realm of research and invention. He had devised a technique for creating artificial bodies that could cultivate corresponding bloodline clones based on the cells of bloodline clans. At the camp, Minato Namikaze observed the summoned trio of Kakashi and spoke softly. Are you prepared? If you are ready, then let us depart. I have received orders to escort you back to the village as swiftly as possible. Escort? Kakashi and Shisui both keenly grasped the significance of the word. Who would necessitate Minato Namikaze to abandon everything for an escort? The stability of the border outpost relied heavily on Minato's disruptive assaults and his ability to withstand the formidable presence of the third Hokage's son, Ryu, the Eight-Tails Jinchuriki. Was it not a cause for concern to allow him to depart, risking further deterioration of the situation? Do not worry, Minato reassured. Kumo has shifted its focus towards the land of rain, the land of grass, and the land of waterfall. In the short term, they are unlikely to dispatch additional forces to disrupt the land of fire. Minato perceived the doubts lingering in their minds and took the initiative to clarify. Would they so easily relinquish their ambitions? Shisui reflected on the relentless pursuits by the shinobi from Kumo. Their tenacious style suggested they were not the type to retreat. The main forces of Kumo were preoccupied with Suna, and the splintered forces had suffered significant losses in their previous engagements. Thus, it was not that they wished to abandon their invasion of the Land of Fire, but rather, they were compelled to reconsider based on various factors. Therefore, there is no need for me to linger, Minato smiled. Kumo had laid a trap for Minato, but he had seen through it and turned the tables, eliminating several elite shinobi in the process. Shisui discreetly conveyed this intelligence to Kakashi, who nodded in understanding. Although the promotion criteria for elite shinobi varied among the different villages, elite shinobi were universally recognized as the pinnacle of combat strength, second only to the Kage and Jinchuriki. In the face of a major battlefield that constrained their main forces, Kumo's loss of numerous elite shinobi in a short period would undoubtedly weigh heavily on their minds. Let us proceed. Both the Hokage and the village leadership hope we can return swiftly, Minato remarked, casting a glance at Kakashi. Observing the look in Minato's eyes, Kakashi immediately grasped the underlying message, aware that this was intentionally directed at him. Would release? Kakashi's thoughts immediately turned to the urgency of the village leadership's objectives. Especially in the current climate, with the specter of another great ninja war looming, the realization and existence of would release became increasingly pressing. After all, those in the village leadership had experienced the hardships of the first and second great ninja wars. They were acutely aware of the brutal realities of warfare and the pressures and dangers that Konoha would face. In these tumultuous and perilous times, the emergence of would release was profoundly stirring. However, Lunia never intended to conceal the truth indefinitely. Such matters can only yield greater resources and materials when their value is showcased. Under the guidance of Minato Namikaze, the group was swiftly escorted back to the village. Upon presenting their village exit permits and identification at the village gate, rather than returning home, they hurried to the Hokage building without pause. Inside the Hokage's office, the Hokage and his advisors patiently awaited Minato's completion of the mission report before directing their attention to the three individuals behind him, including Lunia. The first to speak was Danzo Shimura, his singular eye fixated intensely on Lunia, lips pressed into a thin line as he inquired, Nara Lunia, have you mastered the wood-style Kekkei Genkai? At Danzo's unabashed question, the expressions of the Hokage and the two advisors darkened, yet they maintained a tacit silence. Meanwhile, Orochimaru, who had hurried in upon hearing the news, wore an even more disdainful smile, though he remained silent. Hokage-sama, Lunia has not mastered the wood-style Kekkei Genkai. Minato interjected, defending Lunia before the third Hokage. We wish to hear Nara Lunia's response. Danzo scoffed dismissively. I have not mastered wood-style, Lunia firmly denied. Shursui and Akatsuki, summoned by Orochimaru, exchanged glances, silently signaling each other to remain quiet. That's a lie. Root ninjas have already investigated the site of your battle. And there are indeed traces of wood-style, Danzo asserted, seemingly seizing the opportunity. Ignoring Lunia, he turned to the third Hokage, declaring, Hiruzen, hand him over to me. I will uncover the secrets of wood-style from him. Absurd. The third Hokage rebuked sharply. Lunia is not a rogue ninja and has committed no wrongdoing. You have no authority to interrogate or penalize him. We are merely inquiring. After chastising Danzo, the third Hokage's gaze softened as he addressed Lunia. Speaking gently, Orochimaru has informed us that you have developed a form of Kekkei Genkai technique. We would like to hear about this technique. If possible, the village can allocate funds to the Technology Development Department, supporting your and Orochimaru's experiments, akin to what was done for the Uchiha and Kurama clans. Shursui and Akatsuki looked on in bewilderment at this exchange, while Orochimaru's mocking demeanor became increasingly overt. It is merely a half-finished biological technology based on cloning. Currently, it is not practical, Lunia replied calmly. But with that Kekkei Genkai technique, you successfully utilized wood-style, did you not? Danzo narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the third Hokage and the advisors. I propose that the Kekkei Genkai technology invented by Nara Lunia be shared with the Umbu and included in the Book of Seals. With all due respect, you and the Hokage do not comprehend the complexities inherent in this technology. Orochimaru's voice was hoarse and low, dripping with sarcasm. This is not a forbidden technique. A forbidden technique will eventually be learned and inherited by a talented ninja. However, Lunia's Kekkei Genkai technology involves a multitude of divergent knowledge systems. What use would it be to you? Moreover, this is merely a semi-finished product. Let him develop a complete technology. But the village must have backups and a means of consultation for all technical documentation, insisted Shimura Danzo with unwavering resolve. The success of technology hinges upon inspiration and innate talent. Your short-sightedness will only lead to yet another failure in the wood release experiment, remarked Orochimaru with a languid lick of his lips and a dismissive snort. Orochimaru, Danzo furrowed his brow. Are you capable of successfully producing more of the bloodline clones? The third Hokage did not engage in the quarrel between Orochimaru and Danzo, but instead turned to look at Rukun with a gentle inquiry. As long as there are sufficient resources, materials, and funding, it is feasible to replicate a semi-finished product and refine it, Rukun responded, surveying the myriad expressions of the gathered individuals. Moreover, the technology of bloodline clones is not limited solely to wood release. Present your demands, the third Hokage said, igniting his pipe, casting a glance at Orochimaru before refocusing on Rukun. I hope the village can facilitate the cooperation of more bloodline ninjas or captured bloodline ninjas with the technical development department for the establishment of a bloodline database. My men are Orochimaru, and I can ensure their safety and well-being, Raccoon stated candidly, observing the various reactions of those present. Who do you think you are? Danzo scoffed at Raccoon's request, perceiving it as a fanciful notion. Revise your demands. The third Hokage set down his pipe and massaged his temples, patiently explaining to Raccoon, bloodlines and secret techniques are taboos for any ninja clan. Even the Hokage lacks the authority to compel their cooperation. You may be overcomplicating matters. My suggestion for cooperation does not entail using them for perilous experiments. It is merely to establish a bloodline database. All participating clans will benefit from this, such as unlocking the potential of bloodlines and preventing or treating bloodline diseases, Raccoon clarified, seeking to rectify the misunderstanding held by the third Hokage and others. This necessitates a meeting of high-ranking ninjas, inviting the heads and elite of those bloodline clans for discussion. The third Hokage shook his head once more, stating, for now, your focus, along with Orochimaru's, should remain on the wood-release bloodline. War is imminent. Hiruzen, as he watched the figures of Minato Namikaze and Raccoon departing with Orochimaru, Danzo's frustration boiled over. Enough. Your thoughts should be directed outward, toward the battlefields of Sunagakure and Kumogakure, toward the movements in the Rain Country, the Grass Country, and other ninja villages, to secure time for Konoha to delay its entry into the war. The third Hokage shot Danzo a stern glare. The tacit understanding between the two allowed the third Hokage to perceive Danzo's intentions effortlessly. Hiruzen Sarutobi had adeptly taken on the burdens of the second Hokage, stabilizing the various clans of the village amidst the chaos of the Second Shinobi World War, garnering substantial support from elite ninjas to firmly establish his position as the third Hokage while perpetuating the policies of his predecessor, thereby propelling Konoha to its current stature. The strength and acumen of Sarutobi Hiruzen were beyond question. At least during his prime, Konoha had produced legendary figures such as the Sannin and the White Fang, all of whom were top-tier ninjas poised to inherit the title of Hokage. The establishment and expansion of various departments, including the Konoha Ninja School and the medical department, were undoubtedly supported by the third Hokage. However, having been away from the battlefield for far too long, the once formidable ninja has softened considerably. His beloved disciple, Orochimaru, although previously too closely aligned with Danzo, has recently adhered to a more disciplined demeanor over the past 2 years, which has pleased him greatly. Naturally, as Orochimaru is under his watchful eye, his grand student, Shinju, will also attract his attention. Much like Jiraiya's pupil, Minato Namikaze, it is inevitable that he will extend certain privileges and conveniences. Humph. With a scoff, Danzo departed, leaving behind the third Hokage, who was exhaling smoke, and his 2 advisors. Mito and En. Let us part ways here, Orochimaru-senpai. Standing beneath the Hokage building, Minato Namikaze was the first to bid farewell to Orochimaru. His thoughts were already drifting homeward to see Kushina Uzumaki. Have you succeeded? Watching Minato's figure vanish in an instant, Orochimaru, accompanied by Shinju and the others, made his way toward the Technology Development Department. With only the 4 of them remaining, Orochimaru could no longer suppress his insatiable curiosity and desire for knowledge. It's a stretch. Shinju understood that this was Orochimaru inquiring about the bloodline limit technique. The prerequisites for its use were numerous and demanding, laden with danger. It represented a technical achievement whose application scenarios and conditions were rather stringent. You truly astonish me, Shinju. I never anticipated that you would carve out an alternative path to masterwood release. Although it appears somewhat immature and costly, Orochimaru remarked, squinting his eyes with a hint of admiration. For him, concerns about cost were trivial. What mattered was whether the technical outcomes could satisfy his needs. If Shinju's bloodline limit technique matured, it could prove beneficial for him as well. Shirzue and Akane exchanged bewildered glances, feeling as if they were deciphering an ancient text, and instinctively distanced themselves from Orochimaru, who had commenced a discussion on the technology. Their knowledge in medical ninjutsu and human anatomy allowed them to grasp fragments of the conversation. But once they attempted to comprehend and analyze it, they found themselves lost in a fog, unable to discern the correct path. Upon returning to the technology department, Shirzue noticed that Orochimaru and Shinju had yet to conclude their stimulating discussion. Mustering his courage, he stepped forward to address Orochimaru. Orochimaru-sensei, I wish to attempt the trial of the Tree of Transcendence. Shirzue's declaration drew the collective gaze of Orochimaru and the others, Have you made up your mind? Orochimaru expressed no dissatisfaction with Shirazue's self-recommendation. An additional genius data sample would be advantageous for him, for Shinju, and for the entire technology development department. Although he had not yet officially accepted Shirzue as his disciple like he had with Shinju and Akane, he would not casually abandon the responsibilities that came with being a teacher. While the Tree of Transcendence could enhance ocular powers, the optimal time for its use required at least 3 Sharingan, and one must have already maximized their potential. It served as a means to attempt to transcend that boundary. I understand. With closed eyes, Shirzue spoke, then abruptly opened them, revealing blood-red pupils in which 3 Tomo swirled as his gaze shifted. 3 Tomo. Upon seeing Shirzue's eyes, Akkad instinctively exclaimed. This was activated during their escape, surrounded by the Cloud Shinobi. Shirzue shut his eyes once more, sealing his Sharingan. I have no objections. If you believe you have familiarized yourself with the power of the 3 Tomo and have gained Fugaku's approval, I would be delighted to prepare a ritual for the awakening of the Divine Tree. Orochimaru nodded with interest. Thank you, Lord Orochimaru. Shirzue respectfully bowed to him. You certainly do not resemble a typical Uchiha, Shirzue, Orochimaru remarked with a hint of nostalgia upon observing Shirzue's politeness and humility. Among the Uchiha of his age, individuals like Shirzue, calm and gentle, were exceedingly rare. Compared to the usual Uchiha, he appeared as an anomaly, yet astonishingly, such outliers often possessed remarkable talent. Shirzue lowered his head, seemingly feeling a twinge of shame at Orochimaru's words. After all, the Uchiha reputation in the village was far from favorable. However, Shirzue understood well that not all Uchiha who had awakened the Sharingan were excessively arrogant and extreme. Their emotions ran deep, which sometimes led to actions that outsiders perceived as obsessive and irrational. Do you have any research on tailed beasts? Only Orochimaru and Kabuto occupied the laboratory, where Kabuto prepared tools for Orochimaru's experiments while inquiring. Orochimaru's body momentarily stiffened, and he turned with a peculiar expression towards Kabuto. What has sparked your sudden interest in tailed beasts? Is it due to your encounter with the 2 tails of the Cloud Shinobi? Indeed, the sheer catastrophic power was quite astonishing. Had it not been for the wood release restraining the tailed beasts, our escape would not have been so smooth, Kabuto replied while disinfecting the instruments. Given your current strength, facing a tailed beast would indeed spell disaster. However, as the ultimate deterrent force for ninja villages, they cannot be studied lightly, Orochimaru cautioned, attempting to curb Kabuto's burgeoning research enthusiasm. I am fully aware of that. I do not expect the village to allow us to study the 9 tails Jinchuriki. But what if we did not require the 9 tails? Kabuto licked his lips, speaking candidly to Orochimaru. Not needing the 9 tails. Are you suggesting we seek other villages' tailed beasts for our research? Orochimaru momentarily sensed a near-maniacal curiosity emanating from Kabuto. Have you not noticed? I am, in a sense, a Jinchuriki myself, Kabuto stated at last, his tone laced with uncertainty. Theoretically, he housed a tailed beast within him, qualifying him as a Jinchuriki. Yet, in terms of strength, the tailed beast sealed within him was likely the weakest of all. Orochimaru's expression shifted to one of astonishment at his words. Kabuto proactively lifted his clothing, revealing the 8 trigram seal on his abdomen, executed by Minato, presenting it before Orochimaru's gaze. Simultaneously, a fierce and violent chakra, distinctly different from that of the 2 tails, began to emanate from him. This chakra, was it truly that of the 2 tails? Orochimaru carefully sensed this familiar chakra, his typically cold and calm expression betraying a lingering shock. You have subdued the 2 tails? He inquired of Lune. Impossible. Lune shook his head. At that moment, his mental energy and yin release were nearly depleted. Further exertion would cause him to lose consciousness and succumb to his bloodline limit. He had merely seized a fragment from the 2 tails. For reasons he himself could not fully comprehend, he had carved out a portion of the 2 tails that carried its consciousness. Lune candidly recounted his circumstances. Dividing consciousness? How intriguing. Orochimaru's eyes lit up upon hearing Lune's words. He himself was attempting to fragment his own spiritual essence, or soul, into multiple shards, seeking immortality through body modification and certain forbidden techniques. Lune's revelations piqued his interest immensely, compelling him to postpone his impending research. So, within you now resides another 2 tails that does not belong to the Cloud Shinobi? Orochimaru licked his lips, a fervent curiosity dawning upon his face. He understood the notion of possessing tailed beast chakra without being a Jinchuriki. For instance, the infamous brothers Kin and Jin, who caused the demise of the 2nd Hokage and 2nd Raikage, possessed the chakra of the 9 tails. Yet, Encountering someone like Lune, who had divided a tailed beast into two parts while simultaneously becoming a Jinchuriki, was a first for him. He sensed an alluring possibility within this revelation. Indeed, I have even conversed with it within my consciousness space, Lune affirmed with a nod. Fascinating, Orochimaru chuckled peculiarly. Did you know, Lune, that I once harbored a keen interest in the power of tailed beasts and sought to study it? Lune observed Orochimaru, who seemed lost in reminiscence, silently awaiting his next words. Follow me. Orochimaru cast aside his tools and led Lune to an expansive area within the technical development department. Biting his fingertip, he let his blood form the summoning seal. With a resounding thud, a serpent, thick as an arm, was summoned. Upon seeing Orochimaru, it opened its mouth in a startling arc, expelling a jar filled with a viscous, unknown liquid. The jar stood about half a meter tall, covered in intricate sealing runes. Orochimaru crouched down, seemingly unperturbed by the slimy substance, and gently rubbed the jar's surface. Addressing Lune, I once infiltrated the hidden cloud and applied a neurotoxin to the then Eight Tails Jinchuriki, slicing off a portion of the Eight Tails chakra before it went berserk. Lune marveled at Orochimaru's audacity. Locating the identity of a Jinchuriki was not particularly challenging, with some time spent infiltrating the village and careful effort to remain undetected. One could ascertain it with relative ease. The challenge lies in evading the shadowy ninjas who serve both as monitors and protectors of the Jinchuriki. Achieving one's objectives without alarming anyone and retreating unscathed. Had Orochimaru been discovered, the vengeful nature of the Cloud Village would undoubtedly have led to widespread dissemination of the news throughout the ninja world, prompting a formidable assembly of forces to either launch an assault or intimidate, thereby harvesting substantial gains from Konoha. However, the absence of such information clearly indicates that Orochimaru had successfully concealed his actions from all within the Cloud Village, including the Jinchuriki. A rampaging Jinchuriki poses a grave threat to any village. Without powerful intervention to restrain and suppress, significant destruction and loss would be inevitable. Should such an event occur during wartime, it would deal a devastating blow to the village and its morale. Contained within this vessel is the chakra I extracted from the Eight Tails Jinchuriki. Naturally, it is merely pure chakra. My sole ability lies in sealing it away to prevent its swift dissipation. Orochimaru gazed at Rinna as though he were a precious gem. His excitement was not due to Rinna's status as the Two Tails Jinchuriki. He held no particular obsession with Jinchuriki, nor with Bija or other bloodline abilities. What he sought was to refine his immortality technique. At that moment, he sensed in Rinna an opportunity and inspiration to perfect a certain technique, igniting a glimmer of hope for his quest for eternal life. I am willing to share all my research data on the Eight Tails with you, and likewise, I can assist you in mastering the powers of the Two Tails, but you must be prepared to offer something in return. Orochimaru raised his finger. Help me refine the method of spirit partitioning. Naturally, Rinna did not refuse. The same techniques yield different results in the hands of each practitioner, shaped by their unique thought processes. Orochimaru's willingness to include him in the research of immortality signifies a level of recognition and importance that few could rival. When it comes to sealing Bijou, the Uzumaki clan, or the current Konoha, excels. However, in terms of taming Bijou and establishing a symbiotic balance with them, to my knowledge, the Cloud Village holds a lead over Konoha. In the depths of the Forest of Death, Orochimaru explained to Rinna, there seems to be a technique within their ranks that enables communication with Bija, but that is a closely guarded secret of the Cloud Village. I have merely inferred this from scattered intelligence. Achieving reconciliation with the Two Tails within you is a challenging endeavor that cannot be accomplished in a short time. If your intention is merely to exploit the power of the Two Tails or to study it, my advice is to emulate Elder Uzumaki Mido, utilizing sealing techniques and your formidable mental strength to forcibly suppress the Bija. Humans often behave this way. Rinna's consciousness resonated with a roar from the Two Tails, Mikoba. The Jinchuriki can indeed spiral out of control. Should your mental fortitude waver, the chakra and spirit of the Bijou will encroach upon you. If you fail to maintain control, you risk losing consciousness and gradually succumbing to the transformation into a Bija. The sealing technique bestowed upon you by Minato is quite robust. As long as you do not completely lose emotional control, the portion of the Two Tails chakra within you will not breach the limits of the sealing technique. However, it is imperative that you learn and master it. Should your identity as a Jinchuriki be revealed, that scheming individual, Danzo, will undoubtedly resort to underhanded tactics. Orochimaru patiently instructed Rinna. Thus, today we shall endeavor to harness the chakra of the tailed beast, correct? Rinna nodded, aware that an additional consciousness resided within him. Although it currently remained dormant and posed no immediate threat, it was nevertheless a potential hazard. Learning to control it before conducting further research was indeed a prudent approach. He was urged to attempt to summon the chakra of the tailed beast and assert control over it. Orochimaru stepped back slightly, stating, "I have set up a barrier nearby. I will intervene should you lose control." Rinne took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and allowed his consciousness to sink, arriving before the cell that held the two tails. He gazed into the dark confines, where a pair of enormous eyes illuminated the gloom, and tentatively extended his hand forward. A torrent of blue, intensely heated chakra flowed from the depths of the cell, pooling at Rinne's feet and climbing up his body like water. In an instant, Rinne's consciousness was engulfed by the rising temperature, as if it sought to incinerate his very essence. The tailed beast's consciousness, in tandem with the influx of chakra, began to invade Rinne's mind and body like an overwhelming tide. The greater the leakage of chakra, the deeper and stronger the invasion became. Those with feeble wills could easily be shattered by this willful chakra, succumbing to unconsciousness as their bodies were overtaken by the tailed beast, resulting in a complete loss of control. The encroachment was not only mental. The chakra of the tailed beast in a state of frenzy posed a severe threat to the host's physical integrity, potentially endangering their very life. Even when the tailed beast harbored no malice towards its host, the power it lent inherently bore the capacity for harm, unless one was a perfect Jinchuriki. Threads of blue flame manifested upon Rinne's skin, layering upon him like scales. As the blue flames ascended, blisters began to form on the exposed skin of his arms. Rinne's closed eyes snapped open, revealing a pair of eerie feline pupils that fixed intensely upon Orochimaru. A tail of blue fire swayed behind him in the wind. Had he already lost consciousness? It seemed he had acted too hastily. Observing the brutal and malevolent glimmer in Rinne's eyes, Orochimaru sighed inwardly. Yet, the transformation of Rinne's body was not yet complete. Having partially entered a state of tailed beast transformation, he was on the verge of fully succumbing. Sensing the increasingly potent source of chakra ahead, Orochimaru furrowed his brow. He drew a Kusanagi sword from his mouth, gripping it firmly. Intent on a swift resolution, he aimed to awaken Rinne's consciousness before he spiraled into total chaos. With a roar, the half-transformed Rinne crouched low to the ground. His limbs moving with the grace of a feline, his back arched high, as though poised to pounce and rend Orochimaru to shreds. Orochimaru harbored no doubts about its potential actions. Yet, just as he prepared to take the initiative, the half-tailed beast transformation of Rinne suddenly froze in midair. Its form suspended like a statue, anchored by its feet. A note of curiosity tinged Orochimaru's perception of this anomaly, and in the next moment, he beheld a mass of darkness enveloping the half-tailed beast. Countless black tendrils, resembling both fragile and formidable neural pathways, penetrated the chakra beast cloak enveloping Rinne. A flicker of anger flashed in the eyes of the two-tailed beast, yet no matter how fiercely it struggled, it could not regain control over Rinne's body, which had succumbed to its consciousness. A peculiar force was forcibly contending for dominance over Rinne's form. Simultaneously, the cat sensed the resurgence of Rinne's will. The opponent's mental presence was probing, attempting to invade its own consciousness through the chakra beast cloak. At the very least, the cat felt that the portion of chakra it had released had lost its commanding grip, with its own consciousness ensnared by an unseen power. Shadow secret technique? Upon witnessing the ominous shadow, a realization flickered in Orochimaru's mind. Only to be swiftly corrected, such feats were beyond the capabilities of the shadow secret technique. Could it be a manifestation of the shadow clone jutsu? Observing the shifting circumstances, Rinne was not entirely devoid of resistance. It had not completely lost consciousness. Orochimaru, who had previously sought to interrupt the trial and awaken Rinne's spirit, now paused to observe anew. The chakra of the tailed beast gradually relinquished its fury, as if the will within had been supplanted by another, exhibiting a gentler and more controllable demeanor. If the blue flames enveloping Rinne's exterior had once resembled a rampant wildfire, they now appeared akin to torches and bonfires ignited in accordance with the user's intent and design. Quite capable, little one, the cat murmured, having lost the external chakra, as it reclined once more upon the ground, gazing at the re-emergent Rinne before it. We are not adversaries. There is no necessity for conflict. My previous promise to you remains valid. Rinne stood before the cell, addressing the formidable creature within, softly reassuring it. You surpassed the wooden puppet. However, taming a tailed beast is no simple task. This time, victory is yours. You may freely utilize the powers I have relinquished. This is your well-deserved reward. The cat closed its eyes, its conscious space shifting once again from dimness to darkness. As Rinne's consciousness, drawn from the seal of the tailed beast, settled upon itself, he felt the once tumultuous blue flames entwined around him transform into a far gentler presence, their burning intensity even diminishing as they approached him. They no longer manifested as uncontrollable fury, but instead became an extension of Rinne's will, obedient and responsive. Is it successful? Orochimaru inquired tentatively. Observing Rinne's form emerging from the beast's cloak, its eyes restored to clarity and composure. How should I put it? I am uncertain if this can be deemed a success. Lunya felt an excruciating pain coursing through his entire body, as if he had been struck by a colossal beast. Yet, his resolve remained remarkably lucid. As he observed the approaching Orochimaru, he hesitantly remarked, I am currently able to harness the chakra of the two tails and adopt its tailed beast form. However, this is merely a temporary solution. The two tails has not accepted me, nor have I forged a bond with it. Rather, I have resorted to a cunning method to achieve this outcome. Cunning? Orochimaru was taken aback. Is it possible to employ cunning in such a life-and-death struggle? It is neither the overwhelming dominance of Lord Vortex Minato nor the taming techniques possibly existing in the hidden cloud village, nor the harmonious partnership with the tailed beasts. It is more akin to me usurping its dominion over this portion of chakra, forcibly transferring control from it to myself. It remains defiant. And we have not established a mutual agreement. Does this mean I have only succeeded halfway? After a moment's contemplation, Lunya provided his response. Usurping its control over its own chakra? Orochimaru narrowed his eyes. Isn't this merely an alternative form of coercive control? Vortex Minato suppresses the Nine Tails, taking whatever chakra he desires. Your method, while not achieving the same level of suppression, appears to creatively strip away the dominion over the leaked chakra. How did you accomplish this? Orochimaru inquired with curiosity, speculating that it must be linked to Lunya's own shadow manipulation bloodline. As Lunya's answer confirmed this hypothesis, he stated, by utilizing the shadow manipulation bloodline to enhance the shadow puppet technique. The shadow puppet technique, you say? If I recall correctly, this technique is not merely a shadow secret art. It can affect not only the human body but also chakra, correct? Orochimaru, having contributed to the understanding of this ninjutsu, quickly summoned the relevant knowledge from his mind. It is a relatively intricate technique, bearing high prerequisites akin to forbidden jutsu. Upon grasping its theoretical framework, Orochimaru realized he had underestimated its complexity. Perhaps it is indeed the enhancement provided by your shadow manipulation bloodline? He pondered. Yes, its potential is limited by the user's capabilities. Should the practitioner be adept in medical ninjutsu or possess extensive knowledge of human anatomy, their application of it could be more refined and infinitely variable. My body lost control, allowing me to utilize this technique to reconstruct my nervous system through the power of shadow manipulation, thereby forcibly seizing control over my body and chakra. The two tails, confined within its prison of consciousness, was unable to finally control the leaking chakra, which allowed me to wrest dominion over it, Lunya elaborated. Of course, there might also be elements of coercive control or enforcement inherent in shadow manipulation, but that need not be explicitly stated. Oh, I see. Orochimaru nodded thoughtfully before suddenly inquiring. Have these chakra completely become yours? Indeed. These chakra no longer retain the will of the two tails. They are entirely under my control, replied Rinne. After a moment of contemplation, suppressing the pain and discomfort that coursed through his body, he continued, they now resemble an external force. I can utilize them, yet they do not belong to me. Once I deplete this chakra, it will not regenerate. Should I wish to access it again, I must follow the procedure and retrieve it anew from the two tails. In that case, let us conduct an impromptu lesson. Show me the extent of your capabilities. Orochimaru observed the layer of manifest chakra flames enveloping Rinne, forming a contrasting seal with his fingers. However, I am currently riddled with wounds, Orochimaru-sensei, Rinne remarked, casting a glance at his battered form. The chakra of the tailed beast, while ravaging the Jinchuriki's body, simultaneously provided a measure of protection. As long as one does not completely lose control, most Jinchuriki can regain their composure after a rampage. Nevertheless, the human body struggles to endure the unrestrained infusion of tailed beast chakra. Fire release, great fireball technique. Rinne unleashed the signature fire technique of the Uchiha clan, eliciting astonishment from Orochimaru. Yet, in comparison to the Uchiha's great fireball technique, Rinne's version was more perilous and formidable. A blue fireball, infused with intense heat, surged towards Orochimaru's position. From between them, a gate engraved with a demonic visage, reminiscent of the gates of hell, erupted, intercepting the blue fireball. First gate of the Rashomon. The ensuing explosion reverberated, shaking the Rashomon as Orochimaru watched in disbelief. The Rashomon, along with the exploding fireball, disintegrated into a cloud of smoke. Has the enhancement of the fire technique enabled Rinne to master the intricate nature of fire chakra? Orochimaru swiftly deduced the source of the great fireball's overwhelming power. In the next instant, Rinne's assault commenced in rapid succession. He transformed into a veritable fire release artillery, unleashing various fire techniques he had previously learned but never truly practiced. The surrounding earth blackened, pockmarked by explosions, with substantial portions obliterated. Orochimaru refrained from employing ninjutsu, instead relying solely on his physical prowess, moving like a specter around Rinne, seeking opportunities to draw closer. He appeared to be testing Rinne's current strength and offensive capabilities. Swish, swish, swish. 3 shurikens sliced through the air, whistling towards Rinne. However, Rinne neither dodged nor evaded. The blue flames enveloping him surged upward. As the shuriken neared, they rapidly turned red, transforming into molten iron that splattered to the ground. To control chakra with such precision and alter its properties is akin to possessing a fire-based bloodline limit, Orochimaru analyzed, gazing at the molten metal pooling below. The chakra of the two tails had elevated the fire-averse Rinne into a master of fire techniques, amplifying his fire ninjutsu to a remarkably terrifying level. Particularly that recent scene has extinguished Orochimaru's desire to engage in close combat. Much like the Scorch release of Sunagakure, it has proven excessively restrictive for close-range taijutsu practitioners. The trial grounds have ultimately been left in disarray, transformed by Orochimaru's earth release techniques. Alas, it is not truly the two tails. Orochimaru expressed a tinge of regret towards Rinne. It was still quite impressive. Rinne, who was currently healing his wounds with sage art, gently shook his head. After all, it is a tailed beast. Had the two tails truly been seized, the hidden cloud would likely descend into madness. At that point, they might withdraw from the battlefield of the sand and turn their fury towards Konoha. As for whether Konoha could withstand the pressure, Rinne never entertained such notions. Let us proceed. The old man has assigned a task to the technical department, Rinne stated as he approached Orochimaru, whose injuries had healed considerably. The first Hokage's cells. Are they? Rinne grasped the essence of Orochimaru's assignment. Wood release has become an obsession among the higher-ups. Regardless of the third Hokage's attitude towards the wood release experiments or the objectives he intends to achieve, the aspiration to resurrect the wood release bloodline is undeniably genuine. What are your thoughts? Orochimaru inquired as he walked alongside Rinne. There is no doubt that Rinne will deeply engage in this experiment, as he had genuinely utilized the first wood release techniques on the battlefield. The bloodline limit of the undead is currently difficult to popularize, Rinne replied earnestly. He understood the third Hokage's intentions, yet acknowledged that this indeed requires time. I comprehend. The knowledge involved is vast, and the method of application is challenging to disseminate. Orochimaru nodded. From his perspective, the current bloodline limit of the undead belongs solely to Rinne, a technological achievement tailored specifically to his attributes. Only by meeting Rinne's standards can one wield the current bloodline limit of the undead. However, this threshold is dauntingly high. Even Orochimaru himself cannot match it. At present, the bloodline limit of the undead remains a work in progress. I classify it as a type of biological puppet. If necessary, I can make adjustments. Rinne suggested after some contemplation. The Yamashiro clan, you say? Orochimaru pondered. Based on his understanding of this technology, the Yamashiro clan indeed seems to be the most suitable manipulators. They excel in yin release, possess high resistance to genjutsu, and their secret arts inherently carry invasive properties. If they can implant their consciousness into the shell of the bloodline limit of the undead, a control effect similar to Rinne's shadow clone bloodline could be achieved, provided that the bloodline limit of the undead is further stabilized. Otherwise, if it goes awry, it could inflict equivalent mental harm upon the Yamashiro clan in an unforeseen manner. In truth, this technology is excessively resource-intensive and cannot be perfected in a short span of time. Rinne candidly discussed the shortcomings of the bloodline limit of the undead technology. In its current half-finished state, it is akin to a one-time use item. It is costly to produce, difficult to manipulate, has a steep entry barrier, and a short lifespan. However, throughout the process of inventing the bloodline limit of the undead, several technological branches can still be selected for refinement and practical application. However, the old man and his companions only sought the wood release technique, Orochimaru softly remarked. Then let us provide them with a bloodline limit. Loony, unperturbed by the prospect. Believed that the more he utilized his achievements, the greater their recognition would grow, consequently inspiring further innovation. What do you intend to achieve with the derivative techniques of the bloodline limit? Orochimaru chuckled at Looney's response. Chakra, Looney whispered in reply. Chakra? Orochimaru halted, gazing intently at Looney. Ninjas expend vast quantities of chakra during battle. As long as they remain alive and possess chakra, they can unleash ninjutsu and engage in combat. In times of war, the frequency of conflict significantly depletes a ninja's chakra reserves. Even elite ninjas strive to conserve their chakra, preserving their strength for critical moments. The military supply pills, which replenish physical energy and rapidly refine chakra through bodily exertion, were the most sought-after supplies during the Great Ninja War. If it were possible to augment a ninja's chakra, would that not enhance their combat prowess? If, during wartime, the chakra levels of Konoha's ninjas were collectively elevated, could that not sway the outcome of a battle? Looney and Orochimaru exchanged glances, posing questions in rapid succession. Similar to a Jinchuriki? After contemplating Looney's assertion, Orochimaru identified a parallel. It is well known that Jinchuriki harness the power of tailed beasts, granting them an immeasurable advantage over other ninjas. They can disregard chakra consumption, unleashing vast area of effect jutsu to wreak havoc akin to a natural disaster. The tailed beasts represent the ultimate power of each ninja village, capable of unleashing astonishing might during the Great Ninja War, potentially determining the fate of conflicts if wielded wisely. That interpretation holds merit, Looney replied, momentarily taken aback by Orochimaru's insight, yet he nodded in agreement. The cursed seal? Orochimaru deduced the method Looney might employ based on his own experiences. The cursed seal, or perhaps the technique birthed from the research of C.H. May. Over the years, Orochimaru's investigations into C.H. May's power had yielded considerable results, though he had yet to achieve a fully functional application. The raw force of nature proved excessively volatile, and the scarcity of human experimental subjects impeded Orochimaru's progress. However, this did not imply that he was unaware of the potential effects the technique could achieve upon successful development. According to his hypothesis, the cursed seal, in addition to bearing his spiritual fragments, would erode and transform the body and soul of its bearer, thereby providing a substantial enhancement to their strength. That is unrelated to the power of nature, Looney interjected, waving his hand dismissively. Although the cursed seal is formidable, it has yet to be successfully created, and its widespread applicability is highly questionable. Those who can withstand the seal's erosion may survive. Those who cannot will perish. It is a device capable of accumulating chakra, which can be utilized at crucial moments. Rinne explained earnestly. By crafting a certain apparatus, it can provide feedback of chakra to the wearer when needed. A device that can store chakra? Orochimaru began to comprehend. He recalled the knowledge of forging ninja tools that Rinne had previously sought from him. Indeed, once manufactured, the village would inevitably procure it alongside shurikens and other wartime supplies. It could assist the village in gaining a strategic advantage in warfare, thereby enhancing the probability of victory. Rinne nodded. I will speak to the teacher, as long as you succeed. Orochimaru clearly recognized the prestige and benefits that this technology could bring him and the technology development department under his command. Uchiha Shisui lay on the experimental table, having already consumed the fruit of the divine tree, willingly succumbing to the illusion constructed within his consciousness by the fruit. In but an instant, immersed in the Jinjutsu, Uchiha Shisui abruptly sat up, his Sharingan eyes wide open. Under the gaze of everyone in the laboratory, 3 tomo began to coalesce, forming a pattern reminiscent of a pinwheel. A chilling and potent chakra subtly emanated from Shisui, causing Akamichi to instinctively take 2 steps back. The chakra leaking from Shisui felt unfamiliar to Akamichi, as if his entire soul had been replaced. Huff, huff. Shisui gasped for breath, his eyes darting around with the movement of his neck. His evolved eyes endowed him with heightened perception and insight, allowing him to receive more information than ever before, even from a mere glance. Am I still within the illusion? As Shisui's deep voice resonated, a translucent green skeletal figure expanded outward from him, then solidified into form. However, upon seeing Rinne, Orochimaru, and Akamichi, he seemed to recall something. The illusory skeleton gradually receded under his suppression. What is that? Observing Shisui's grim expression and defensive demeanor, Akamichi widened her eyes in astonishment. The impact and sense of crisis that the skeletal figure had imparted made her tremble. The eternal Manjiki Sharingan. Orochimaru's eyes widened in excitement. Although he did not particularly care for the Uchiha clan's bloodline, The eternal Meijiki Sharingan, which could rival would release, piqued his interest. If he truly could achieve immortality, he would need to find something to occupy his long life. Mastering all jutsu in the ninja world and conducting various research would be an excellent objective. It seems you have gained much, Shisui-kun. Orochimaru did not immediately approach but stood in place, eagerly observing him. The recently liberated Uchiha were still susceptible to lingering in the illusion. At this stage, they were particularly sensitive. The slightest misstep could easily provoke an attack from the other party. Orochimaru was not afraid of the Sharingan, but preferred to avoid conflict within the laboratory. Stay calm. Drink it. Instead, it was Lu Nie who took the initiative to step forward and present a vial of emerald green potion to Shisui, gesturing for him to consume it. This concoction was specifically crafted to counteract the effects of the fruit of the Tree of Transition, possessing the remarkable ability to soothe the mind and offering considerable relief from mental trauma and agitation. At least, this was the consensus among the Uchiha clan members who had partaken of it. Particularly after discovering that this potion enabled the Uchiha to wield their Sharingan more effectively while alleviating its burdens on both mind and body, its popularity surged. Every month, the Uchiha would procure substantial quantities of this potion from the Technology Development Department as needed. The efficacy of the potions varied according to the design of the tomo. And during their collaboration with the Technology Development Department, the enhancement of the Uchiha's ocular prowess and the awakening of their clan members' eyes were markedly evident. This lent an unintentional gravitas to their clan meetings. The Akimichi clan, too, experienced the long-desired awakening of their bloodline limit, albeit in limited numbers and with certain risks, nevertheless. The clan's strength had indeed seen a revival. The refreshing potion coursed down Jishue's throat and soon began to take effect. The immense pressure and pain in his head and eyes were swiftly alleviated by this cool salve, and even the despair that Jishue had been suppressing diminished somewhat. Orochimaru-sama, Jishue. Having regained a measure of emotional tranquility with the aid of the potion, and now realizing he had escaped the illusion, bowed respectfully to Orochimaru. Raise your head, Orochimaru commanded softly. As Jishue complied and lifted his gaze, Orochimaru beheld the unique pattern of the Meijiki Sharingan within his eyes, stirring an insatiable curiosity within him. Is this the evolved form of the Uchiha Sharingan, the Meijiki? How exquisite. I can sense a threat emanating from your eyes. Orochimaru unabashedly met Jishue's gaze. His lips seemingly parched as he delicately licked the corner of his mouth. He was Orochimaru. The presence of Jishue evoked a sense of danger within him, indicating that the latter possessed the capability to inflict harm or engage him in battle. Instinctively, Jishue touched the area around his eyes, acutely aware of the transformation they had undergone. The ocular prowess he now possessed, surpassing that of the three tomo, and his enhanced dynamic vision unveiled a more vibrant and intricate world around him. The three tomo can rival a Jainin with the Meijiki. You may indeed be nearing my level, Orochimaru mused, recognizing that he had never truly witnessed the full power of the Meijiki and thus relied on his own experience to gauge Jishue's current capabilities. I am your subordinate, Jishue replied, lowering his head slightly in deference to Orochimaru. Look, Jishue's eyes have reverted to three tomo. Akato suddenly exclaimed, pointing at Jishue's eyes. Quite normal. According to the research materials from the second Hokage regarding the Uchiha, they are a clan that embodies love. However, when their intense affection is lost, it often transforms into extreme hatred. When the tumultuous emotions of love and hate reach a crescendo, the brain produces a unique chakra that influences the optic nerve. At this juncture, the Uchiha clan is stimulated to awaken and open their eyes. The principle behind the Divine Tree's transformation is to deceive the mind into generating this special chakra. Those Uchiha who were stimulated to open their eyes by the Divine Tree will revert to their original form for a period. However, once awakened, the process cannot be undone. A subsequent awakening is merely a matter of time, even if Shisui cannot activate the Meijiki Sharingan for a brief period. His ocular prowess will swiftly reach the limits attainable within the illusion as time progresses. In response to the astonishment of Akimichi, Rinne did not share in the surprise. Instead, he observed Shisue's eyes while replying to Akimichi. Was that skeletal structure the bloodline ninjutsu of the Meijiki? Orochimaru stood behind Rinne, watching Rinne collect Shisue's blood while posing his own curious inquiry. The chakra emanating from that skeletal frame had significantly impacted Orochimaru. The ability to condense chakra into a tangible form was something he had only encountered with the Raijin chakra mode from the Hidden Cloud Village. Shisue's skeletal structure, however, was comprised of the nature transformation and form alteration of Yin release. Susanoo is the ninjutsu of the Manjiki. Susanoo? Orochimaru mused over the name, nodding slightly. Additionally, each of my eyes possesses a distinct ninjutsu, Shursui remarked, his face momentarily reflecting hesitation. Yet, after glancing at Rina and Akamichi, he resolutely continued. The unique ninjutsu associated with the eyes? Orochimaru inquired with heightened interest. Might you elaborate for me, Shursukun? My left eye wields a jinjutsu known as Kodoamatsukami, capable of infiltrating the opponent's mind undetected, disrupting their self-awareness, and rendering them my puppet. As Shursui spoke, he fixed his gaze intently upon Orochimaru, seeking any unusual reaction on his face. However, Orochimaru maintained a calm demeanor, showing no signs of trepidation or displeasure in response to Shursui's words. Are you concerned that this technique may incite others' wariness and fear? Rina, having securely stored the extracted blood, easily discerned Shursui's thoughts and pointed it out. Is that not the case? Shursui looked at Rina in confusion. The Uchiha clan is inherently skilled in genjutsu. The stronger the ocular power, the more formidable the illusion. Even without the Kodoamatsukami technique, an Uchiha who has attained the Manjiki would have a high success rate in using genjutsu to control another. According to your explanation, Kodoamatsukami's strength lies in its secrecy. Once its effects are known and precautions are taken, it may not yield the desired outcome. Rina remarked, turning his gaze toward Orochimaru. Moreover, the initiation of this technique still relies on chakra. It remains a form of genjutsu, as long as one is within the technique's range. There is no such thing as an insurmountable solution. You need not be so wary of me. I am merely intrigued by Shursui-kun's eyes. I am not one of those in power. They are aware of the potential uses of these powerful eyes, or perhaps they covet them. However, I shall not. As Rina wisely stated, every technique possesses a method of counteraction. At the very least, within Konoha, the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan can effortlessly discern the traces of genjutsu. Nevertheless, let us keep this technique a secret, along with your eyes. Orochimaru instantly perceived Rina's thoughts and proactively provided an answer. Thank you, Lord Orochimaru. Shursui expressed his gratitude with a glance at Rina, then turned to thank Orochimaru for his guidance. What about the other ocular technique? Orochimaru waved his hand dismissively. The other technique is called Tenjutsu, symbolizing stability and protection. It can be utilized to shield oneself or bestow formidable safeguarding upon allies. Without hesitation, Shursui divulged the details of the other ocular technique, which took Rina by surprise. He recalled that Shursui's Manjiki Sharingan was thought to be akin to the Kodoamatsukami, one possessing prolonged duration, the other ephemeral. Yet, it seems this notion has never been officially validated. Is there an error in memory? Or has the world undergone transformation? After all, the Sharingan reflects the heart and mind. Diverse experiences lead to varying ocular abilities. Nonetheless, the desire for stability and the pursuit of order indeed resonate with Shursui's aspirations. Rina, having gained some understanding of the so-called deities in this world, noted that according to its classifications, Tenjutsu could be considered one of the 5 Kodoamatsukami. Beyond stability and protection, it seemingly also represents self-restriction and constraint. Possessing immense power yet refraining from its misuse, willingly limiting one's strength to a level commensurate with other deities, all while adhering to Amaterasu's guidance. This self-restraint reflects a profound respect for order and stability. One does not wish their powers to be exploited by those with ulterior motives to disrupt the established order. When naming their unique techniques, clans that have endured for millennia often draw inspiration from their own abilities and concepts, aligning them with divine powers. Thus, Shursui remains the same ninja who holds an unwavering reverence for order and protection, coupled with a strong sense of self-restraint. Such a person, in the absence of high-level orders or a complete breakdown of circumstances, would not resort to employing the Manjiki Sharingan against those around him. Has he lost crucial companions in the illusion? Upon hearing this, Orochimaru inferred that Shursui must have encountered various forms of loss within the realm of illusions. As he spoke, his gaze subtly shifted towards Rina and Akai. This is an eye ointment that alleviates pressure on the optic nerves. The data indicates that you have recently activated the Manjiki, resulting in considerable strain on your visual pathways. While the Manjiki is undeniably powerful, its toll on the mind and optic nerves is irreversible. This ointment may not resolve the ultimate issue, but it can ease your condition. Do not hastily wield the power of the Manjiki. The longer you use it, the greater the damage to your optic nerves. Rina examined the data regarding Shursui's current physical condition as revealed by the instruments. After reviewing the information, he placed a small porcelain jar, akin to the size of a teacup, into Shursui's hand. Shui accepted the ointment handed to him by Runi with a slight nod. As a descendant of Uchiha Kagami, he was well aware of the drawbacks of the Sharingan. Refrain from attempting to awaken the Mangeki for now. At least allow your body and eyes to recover before testing their limits again, Runi advised as he saw Shui off. Shui nodded in acknowledgement. As Runi watched Shui's retreating figure and turned to return to his laboratory, his arm was suddenly seized in a firm grip. Following the arm upward, his gaze settled on the face of its owner, Anko, her expression a mix of stubbornness and resentment. Runi attempted to pull his hand free, but to no avail. Instead, her grip only tightened. What do you want? Runi sighed, looking at Anko with resignation. We trained under the same teacher, learned the same techniques. Grew up together, so why have you and Shui suddenly left me behind? Anko exclaimed in frustration. Within their three-man squad, Shui was one thing. But even Runi, a support and medical specialist, had surpassed her, despite her relentless training as the primary combatant. If this continued, she would become the team's deadweight. An unbearable thought for her prideful nature. There must be a way to get stronger. You have a method, don't you? Anko pressed, her eyes locked onto Runi's. You wish to grow stronger? Runi studied her. Next time. I don't want to run away again. Tears welled in Anko's eyes, blurring her vision. I don't teach strength. Runi shook his head, watching as Anko's face crumpled further in dismay. Then he added, but are you willing to take risks? To undergo modifications and wield certain equipment? Anko's tears flowed faster. Images of Yugo and his cursed transformation flashed through her mind, but she gritted her teeth and nodded fiercely. Ahawk! It burns. It burns. Anko shrieked, writhing on the ground as azure flames engulfed her body before being forcibly siphoned away by an unseen force, drawn into the mouth of a feline creature. The cat, resembling a ginger tabby but with a blue coat adorned with flame-like markings, swished its thick, fluffy tail lazily. After swallowing the flames, it let out a satisfied burp and rubbed its belly with a paw. Give up. This woman is too foolish to master my power. The blue cat suddenly spoke. Runi, who had been healing Anko's burns with medical ninjutsu, tensed. Sure enough, Anko exploded in outrage. Who's foolish? Anyone else who touches your stupid power either turns to ash or gets blown to pieces. She snapped, glaring at the cat. The feline's eyes narrowed dangerously, its body coiling like a spring, fangs bared as if ready to pounce and sink its teeth into Anko's neck. New flavored cat treats. Runi's sudden declaration instantly defused the tension. The cat relaxed, licking its paw before casting a disdainful glance at Anko. I'm not a cat. Do not compare me to those common ninja felines. The cat corrected Rui, fully aware that its intervention might not bear significant fruit. Nevertheless, in moments of solitude, it felt compelled to make an effort. It was merely the form of a cat it had assumed at birth, akin to the nine-tailed fox residing in the village. Was it truly a fox? Despite their differing appearances, they belonged to the same lineage, that of the tailed beasts. Was its power not sufficient? Hongdo gazed at the feline. When she first encountered it, she had playfully teased it with fish balls and dried fish, mistakenly believing it to be a new pet of Rui. Upon discovering that this cat could speak, although astonished, she accepted it as a particularly clever beast of the ninja realm. It was only when she learned that this creature was a two-tails cat that her bewilderment reached its peak. Even after Rui explained that it was merely a fragment of the two tails, she remained engulfed in trepidation. Yet now, all she desired was to engage in a fierce battle with this plump cat, despite the overwhelming likelihood of her defeat. This is my research. If you can procure another tailed beast for me, I would be more than willing to exchange. Rui stepped back after healing Hongdo and replied. The agony was unbearable. The thought of that power infiltrating her body, threatening to incinerate her from within, sent a shiver down Hongdo's spine. So, will you abandon it? Rui countered, trembling. Hongdo locked eyes with the disdainful gaze of the cat, crouched nearby, and gritted her teeth, declaring, continue. I have severed the will of the tailed beast from the chakra. It is now merely a pure manifestation of chakra. You need not resist the will of the tailed beast, nor worry about its interference. Your task is simply to master it and transform it into your own power. Rui retrieved a scroll, unfurled it, and extracted a piece of blue-scaled skin, adorned with black flame patterns and faint traces of sealing techniques. Control it as you would your own chakra. Do not regard it as an alien entity, Rui reiterated. As Hongdo bore an expression of unwavering resolve, Rui employed medical ninjutsu to graft the skin onto Hongdo's arm, connecting it to her body's meridians and nerves. Taking a deep breath, Hongdo felt the searing chakra radiating from her arm. She continuously hypnotized herself, adjusting the fusion of her chakra with the foreign chakra based on Rui's guidance and her previous failures. Fire release, dragon fire technique, carefully forming the hand seals. She meticulously controlled her chakra, unleashing her most proficient fire ninjutsu. A blazing dragon of flame erupted from her mouth, piercing through a massive boulder 10 meters ahead and triggering an explosion. Success. That was the first thought that crossed Hongdo's mind upon witnessing this spectacle. Following that was her astonishment at the destructive capability and lethality of her technique. She had expended relatively little chakra, yet its power exceeded even her full effort. Could it be attributed to the enhancement from the tailed beast's chakra within her? Hongdo immediately conjectured the reason. This newfound power not only provided her with an ample supply of chakra but also specifically enhanced the lethality of her fire release techniques. She felt an overwhelming sense of potential within her. For instance, a colossal fireball. Drawing from her instincts, Hongdo conjured a blue chakra sphere resembling a fishball. This sphere fragmented multiple times in midair before cascading like raindrops upon the shattered boulders below, resulting in a series of continuous explosions. Her precision in manipulation was remarkable. The control she exerted over the flames was as effortless as moving her own limbs, and the fire release she unleashed seemed to embody her very spirit, undergoing numerous transformations throughout the process. This was nearing the capabilities of a bloodline limit. Hongdo perceived that. Aside from her inability to transform into a tailed beast or don a tailed beast cloak, her powers were not dissimilar to those of a Jinchuriki. Success. Filled with excitement, Hongdo turned to pat Dear Nai and then crouched down to affectionately stroke the head of the cat spirit. Indeed, the tangible, pocket-sized cat spirit was adorably plump. Just as it was grooming itself, the cat spirit was unexpectedly ambushed, causing its fur to bristle and blue flames to erupt instantly. However, after the quick caress, Hongdo utilized the body flicker technique to retreat to a safe distance. Crushing Jade Branch, tailed seal quality, purple attributes, a chakra entity seal that conveniently replenishes chakra and enhances certain chakra properties. Description: a biotechnological technique that can be implanted within the human body, enabling the host to harness the power within the seal. Depending on the materials and sealing techniques used, it can provide chakra that autonomously replenishes depletions, or a one-time use that requires recharging afterward. Note 1. The more one seeks to wield formidable power, the higher the thresholds and requirements, as well as the dangers faced in subsequent uses. Note 2. It is advisable to find a user with compatible chakra attributes. This helps to minimize unnecessary sacrifices and lower the thresholds. Conclusion: a certain degree of fine chakra manipulation is required, with those possessing formidable mental strength prioritized. Crushing Jade Mission, a branch task. Recognition: 550-1000, physical qualities 20, chakra 1000. It was time to head to the laboratory. Dear Nai glanced at the sky and then at Hongdo, who had ventured far into her training, before extending a hand toward the cat spirit. The cat spirit leaped gracefully onto Dear Nai's shoulder, finding a comfortable position, and cast a cold glance in Hongdo's direction. Although it was not a cat, it still held a grudge. The situation at the front lines was critical. According to the latest intelligence, Iwagakure and Kirigakure had begun participating in the war. During the high-ranking ninja meeting convened at the Hokage building, Nara Shikamaru presided over the discussions, stating, "It appears that Iwagakure has formed an alliance with Sunagakure. Based on information relayed by our spies, Iwagakure's elite shinobi have recently been seen in Sunagakure, meeting with Chiyo of Sunagakure. Their objective seems to be Kumogakure." The attending elite shinobi remained silent. Shimura Danzo sat to the left of the Hokage, his single eye narrowed, his expression inscrutable. Much of the intelligence relayed by Nara Shikamaru had been obtained through Root's spies, and he was the primary conduit for even more detailed information. Kumogakure was doomed. Nara Shikamaru's astonishing declaration drew the attention of all the attending jonin. In contrast to the local forces of Sunagakure and the well-prepared Iwagakure, the exhaustion of Kumogakure, which had journeyed from afar, was becoming increasingly apparent. The Reikage of Kumogakure believed that Sunagakure, now leaderless, had lost its shadow and lacked anyone capable of resisting him. Therefore, he intended to lead an elite unit, along with a Jinchuriki, to breach Sunagakure with a thunderous assault, compelling their surrender. However, their surprise attack on Sunagakure failed, as they were met with staunch resistance from Tsuna's Raza and Yakura at the borders of the Wind Country, unable to advance further. At this juncture, both sides had unwittingly incurred significant losses, finding themselves in a precarious situation. The introduction of any external force could dramatically alter the tense stalemate, ultimately influencing the outcome between the two ninja villages. Iwagakure was poised to be that disruptor. I firmly believe that should Iwagakure enter the fray, Kumogakure is destined for defeat. However, judging by Iwagakure's previous decisiveness, once they engage, they are unlikely to withdraw easily. Once Kumogakure falls, their gaze will surely shift towards other ninja villages. I suspect that we will be their next target. In other words, we must prepare for the impending conflict, mustn't we? Sarutobi Hiruzen, clad in his Hokage robes, placed his hat emblazoned with the kanji for fire upon the table, interlocking his fingers as he inquired. Indeed, Nara Shikamaru affirmed with a nod. Once the fourth great ninja war commences, the affluent Konoha in the Land of Fire, situated at the epicenter of this turmoil, cannot possibly remain overlooked or sheltered from the conflict. What of our adversaries? Iwagakure and the seemingly allied Sunagakure? Or perhaps the restless Kirigakure as well? The third Hokage furrowed his brow. He refrained from mentioning Kumogakure, which had been engaged in the most frequent skirmishes with Konoha. In light of the assaults from Iwagakure and Sunagakure, Kumogakure should prioritize retreating to tend to its wounds, recuperating before deciding whether to rejoin the war. Thus, should Kumogakure be forced to withdraw, their threat could be temporarily alleviated. Sunagakure, having recently secured the position of the fourth Kazekage, would likely refrain from initiating further conflicts until their power is firmly established. Although they successfully repelled Kumogakure's offensive, they too have suffered substantial losses. Nara Shikamaru dismissed Sunagakure from consideration. So, in the short term, does this mean the worst-case scenario is that we must confront both Iwagakure and Kirigakure simultaneously? The third Hokage summarized. Despite the pressure, this outcome seems somewhat acceptable. After all, during the previous two great ninja wars, Konoha faced an even greater multitude of enemies. Let us commence comprehensive preparations for war. From this moment onward, we shall enter a state of war readiness, mobilizing resources and shinobi accordingly. The third Hokage issued his command. The attending Jonin voiced no objections to the Hokage's decision. A large-scale conflict was inevitable. Early preparations would afford greater composure when the war truly began. The subsequent discussions revolved around war logistics and interdepartmental coordination as the Jonin engaged in spirited debate and negotiation. Behind a seasoned Jonin, there often exist one or even several teams of ninjas. The members of these ninja squads typically constitute the middle echelon of a ninja village. As for the technology development department, the third Hokage's gaze fell upon his disciple, Orochimaru. The Jonin present, who had been engrossed in discussion, fell silent. Their eyes fixed intently on Orochimaru, seated at the forefront. In recent years, the technology development department had ceased to be an obscure entity within the village. In the minds of many, it had come to be regarded as comparable to the medical department in certain circumstances. The medical department can save your life and heal your wounds, whereas the technology development department can unearth your potential and enhance your strength. In this precarious world, no one understands the importance of power better than those assembled here. Thus, many among them eagerly sought methods and techniques to augment their strength from the technology development department. Particularly in light of previous meetings, the third Hokage had allocated substantial funds and resources to the department, hoping that Orochimaru would soon present technological achievements suitable for warfare. The tail-sealing technique had been successfully developed. It merely required the infusion of the appropriate chakra attributes as needed. Therefore, I need to compile a directory of the required ninjas, Orochimaru calmly responded. The tail-sealing technique? What are its effects? The third Hokage's eyes sparkled with delight. While Shimura Danzo and two advisors nearby also perked up with renewed vigor, it can enhance a ninja's strength. But it requires a certain level of willpower and delicate chakra control. According to Kakashi, the initial technology provides the most pronounced augmentation for Jonin lacking in chakra, Orochimaru replied. For Orochimaru, this technique may be of limited utility, serving primarily as a last-ditch effort when chakra is nearly depleted. However, the advanced research derived from this technique piqued Orochimaru's interest, bloodline transplantation or bloodline manipulation, by employing an external method. A ninja lacking a bloodline could master the corresponding bloodline techniques. Naturally, the challenges faced vary with the strength of the bloodline in question. Additionally, there are studies on bloodline fusion and more. It seems that Kakashi is already ahead in the research on ninja bloodlines. Excellent, the third Hokage nodded. The significance of Jonin in warfare is self-evident. It can be said that the stronger an individual is, the more they can sway the outcome of a battle once they step onto the battlefield. In contrast, Chunin and Jinin are often relegated to the role of mere cannon fodder, a rather harsh yet accurate summation of their purpose as expendable resources to deplete the enemy's strength. As the meeting adjourned, Orochimaru was halted by a voice as he exited the building. Orochimaru-senpai, I would like to request your assistance along with Kakashi, said Minato Namikaze, standing before Orochimaru with a sincere expression. The following day, at the training ground, Kakashi observed the arrival of Minato, accompanied by a pair of unfamiliar faces and one familiar white-haired figure. I appreciate your help, Kakashi, Minato said with an apologetic smile as he introduced Kakashi to the others. This is Kakashi Hitaki, Obito Uchiha, and Rin Noara. Have you also taken on the role of a team leader? Upon observing this assembly, the inner musings of Rin were confirmed. Indeed, during times of war, nearly every jonin has begun to mentor students. Minato Namikaze spoke candidly. These three children are exceptionally gifted, particularly Kakashi Hitaki, who has garnered significant attention from the third Hokage, leading to his reassignment from the Umbu to my team. I have come to seek your assistance specifically because of him. Rin exchanged a glance with Kakashi. The two had only met once before the establishment of the Technology Development Department and had scarcely crossed paths since. Although Rin had not closely monitored Kakashi's progress, he had heard whispers of Kakashi's evolution from his former extreme methods in mission execution, albeit he still retains some of his irksome traits. Kakashi has developed a technique, yet it harbors considerable flaws. I wish to inquire whether the Technology Development Department can remedy this deficiency, Minato remarked, placing a hand on Kakashi's shoulder, drawing him closer. Are you unable to resolve it as well? Rin pondered, casting a somewhat awkward glance at Kakashi. While I have offered some guidance and assistance, the essence of the technique was primarily crafted by Kakashi himself. The technique is powerful, yet its shortcomings are equally pronounced, Minato replied with a shake of his head. Is it possible for you to demonstrate it? Rin requested. Minato did not respond, instead directing a questioning gaze towards Kakashi, who nodded in affirmation. The onlookers stepped back, leaving Kakashi alone on the field. Under the scrutiny of everyone present, Kakashi's fingers began to weave through hand seals with astonishing speed. Amidst the astonished gazes of his companions, a blinding surge of electricity coalesced in his palm. A cacophony akin to 1,000 birds in unison erupted around him as he crouched low and surged toward the target in the training ground. The brilliant electric light transformed into a piercing bolt as it shot forth from his outstretched hand, striking directly at the center of the target. The momentum from his charge imbued the electric strike with formidable penetrative power. One target, two targets. Under the dazzling brightness, each of Kakashi's movements would obliterate a target. The concentrated destructive force left Obito and Rin, standing beside Minato, wide-eyed in astonishment. As the electric light dissipated, so too did the overwhelming noise. Kakashi, slightly breathless, turned his expectant gaze toward Rin. Such an impressive technique. Rin exclaimed instinctively in admiration. What? Once I activate my Sharingan, I could achieve something similar. Obito, feeling an inexplicable pang of jealousy at Rin's praise, retorted with a haughty bite. Yes, Obito, you are impressive as well, Rin reassured him. Observing the smile that blossomed on Obito's face, Rin subtly distanced himself. The team personally selected by the third Hokage appeared to be remarkably well-matched. A rather mediocre individual, an exceptionally gifted one, and a somewhat talented member of a civilian family. How intriguing it is, remarked Lunya, pausing to evaluate as he observed the eager expression on Minato Namikaze's face. Is it merely intriguing? Kakashi, who had returned to the group, could not help but interject upon hearing Lunya's words. His feelings towards Lunya were quite complex, regardless of the circumstances. When Lunya unveiled the harsh truths to him, it disillusioned Kakashi regarding the village's higher-ups but also alleviated some of his inner turmoil. While he still struggled with certain issues, he was no longer obsessively fixated on prioritizing missions above all else. He found himself in a state of confusion between duty and camaraderie. Although they had not met again since, Kakashi had kept a watchful eye on Lunya's developments. He was aware that Lunya had created more than one ninjutsu and possessed considerable research talent. Yet, Lunya's critique of his new technique left Kakashi feeling somewhat discontented. Kakashi, Minato Namikaze gently patted Kakashi's shoulder. A technique is only deemed successful if it proves useful on the battlefield. If its effectiveness is difficult to realize and poses a danger to the user, then it should be approached with caution and perhaps even sealed away. I understand, Teacher Minato, Kakashi replied, lowering his gaze. Lunya, you must have noticed the flaws in this technique, haven't you? Minato inquired, his tone confident. Having interacted with Lunya, he was well aware of his aptitude for ninjutsu. Without a comprehensive understanding of a technique, it was challenging to create something practical, as Lunya had done. As you mentioned, Senior Minato, while the technique is powerful, Kakashi's physical limitations hinder its full potential. In reality, If it were utilized by a Uchiha with the Sharingan or a Hyuga with the Byakugan, it would be a perfect fit, Lu Nya continued calmly. Though Kakashi's speed is greatly enhanced by lightning release, when he strikes at a second target, his body cannot keep pace with his velocity, resulting in intervals between his attacks. Should an opponent seize that moment, he would have no time to react, leading to serious injury or even death. Upon hearing this evaluation, which mirrored Minato's, Kakashi's expression fell. Haha, why not pass this technique to me, Kakashi? I shall elevate it to new heights, exclaimed Obito Uchiha, his spirits lifted by Lu Nya's assessment. Kakashi's technique was so splendid, if he could master it, Rin's gaze would surely be fixed upon him. Fool, Kakashi retorted sharply, dismissing Obito's daydreaming. What do you mean by that? Obito shot back, incensed by Kakashi's derisive glance. This is my technique. Kakashi turned away, refusing to look at Obito. Moreover, Lu Nya was referring to the Uchiha who possessed the Sharingan, which has nothing to do with you, who is yet to awaken your eyes. One day, I will awaken them, Obito declared defiantly. All right. Can you two stop bickering already? Konoha's Minato awkwardly intervened to halt the daily quarrel between the two. Once both were silenced, he turned his gaze back to Rin and inquired, You and Orochimaru possess unparalleled understanding of techniques in the human body within the village. I would like to ask, is there a means to rectify the flaws of this technique? There is, Rin nodded affirmatively. Upon hearing Rin's confident response, Kakashi's eyes gleamed with renewed hope. As the first technique he had created based on his needs, he had invested considerable effort and energy, wishing for its success to become his signature jutsu. Rin's answer undeniably lifted his previously somber spirits. There are 3 methods, Rin raised 3 fingers. The first method involves performing a transplant surgery for Kakashi. The flaw in his technique lies in his body's inability to adeptly control it through his eyes. Therefore, a transplant of either a Sharingan or Byakugan would endow him with the powerful insight and dynamic vision necessary to overcome this issue. The drawback, however, is the potential for constant chakra depletion due to the transplanted eye. Upon hearing Rin mention 3 methods, both Minato and Kakashi were visibly astonished. But their expressions froze upon hearing the first suggestion. Both the Byakugan and Sharingan are not meant to be shared externally, especially the Byakugan. Minato shook his head, stating, The significance of the Byakugan within the village is paramount. Neither the village nor the Hyuga clan could ever relinquish it. The Uchiha clan feels the same. What is the second method? Minato asked, stepping in for Kakashi. The second method is to find another technique to compensate for the flaws of this one. Rin raised her second finger. Minato and Kakashi exchanged a moment of realization. I once studied medical ninjutsu under Lady Tsunade, and she spoke of 2 S-rank forbidden techniques she had created. Each of these techniques is powerful on its own, yet their side effects are equally formidable. Lady Tsunade's solution was to combine them with Yin Sealing, creating a perfect complement that mitigates the adverse effects to a bearable level. Kakashi's flaw is his inability to control direction after a thrust, leaving him vulnerable in unforeseen situations. If caught off guard, he could easily be countered. In such a case, one could either find a technique that continually enhances Kakashi's defenses or provide him with a sensory ninjutsu that he can manage. The former would increase his chances of survival during an attack, while the latter would allow Kakashi to acutely sense the target's condition, preparing him before an assault. Ideally, if both could be achieved, it would resemble Lady Tsunade's exquisite triangular structure. After listening to Rin's second suggestion, Minato and Kakashi exchanged dry smiles. Indeed, it was a viable approach. Minato had contemplated a similar solution. However, whether it is the adaptation of the Chidori defense ninjutsu or sensory ninjutsu, both are exceedingly rare and elusive. The complexity involved is not inferior to that of implanting the Sharingan or Byakugan. For instance, the all-encompassing lightning release chakra mode of the Cloud Village is particularly suited for Kakashi, yet as a secret technique of the Raikage lineage, acquiring it is a formidable challenge. Even if one were to obtain it, the potency of techniques varies significantly depending on the wielder. As for sensory ninjutsu, while the Sealing Book indeed records similar techniques, they are not compatible with Kakashi's high-speed, lethal assault style. Achieving this method seems rather daunting, and Kakashi felt a sense of despair creeping in. Must he create 2 additional complementary techniques? This is indeed achievable, Lu Nya corrected. Under Kakashi's suddenly uplifted gaze, he cast a glance at the solemn-faced Minato Namikaze. Earlier, with the assistance of Tsunade and Orochimaru-sensei, I developed a technique known as the dynamic and static blood armor. The dynamic blood armor can enhance the human body and the power of ninjutsu, While the static blood armor creates a formidable protective layer on the surface of the body by consuming chakra at all times. Although its strength may not rival the lightning release chakra mode cultivated to perfection in the Cloud Village, once mastered, it would suffice for Kakashi to handle most dire situations. Kakashi opened his mouth, struggling to respond. Lunya's words filled him with a sense of unexpected joy, as though something thought lost had been miraculously restored. Since Lunya had mentioned this technique, it was clear he intended to teach it to him. Yet Kakashi was acutely aware that such a highly practical technique would be invaluable. He was at a loss as to what he could offer Lunya in exchange. If Minato-senpai requires it, I can pass this technique on to Kakashi, Lunya remarked, noticing Kakashi's dilemma. He understood well that if he wished, he could easily trade the future potent technique Chidori from Kakashi. However, he unfortunately did not currently require Chidori, even if learned. It would be difficult to integrate it into his ninjutsu system, much like the 8 gates are for Kakashi. What do you need? Minato Namikaze inquired, feeling somewhat troubled. Aside from the Flying Thunder God technique and some advanced sealing techniques, he seemed unable to offer anything substantial in exchange with Lunya. Consider it a token of gratitude for the guidance and teachings you provided me regarding sealing techniques. Lunya shook his head. What about the third method? Kakashi asked, fixing his gaze on Lunya, taking the initiative to inquire. The third method, Lunya glanced at Minato Namikaze, noting his silence, and continued, is to utilize technology to achieve the desired effects. For instance, by modifying your nerves and body to enhance sensitivity and response time. You could also take certain special drugs that affect the nervous system, allowing you to attain dynamic vision and reflexes akin to possessing the Sharingan during the drug's efficacy. However, this method carries certain risks and requires significant financial investment. To be frank, given that the current projects of the Technology Development Department are quite full, any attempts to expedite matters would necessitate even greater financial outlay, a price that the Hitaki clan cannot presently afford. Kakashi fell into a contemplative silence. He was well aware of the exorbitant costs associated with the Technical Development Department, having heard whispers among the elite shinobi of the Umbu. Families that engaged in technological collaboration were typically of considerable stature, such as the once magnificent but now dwindling Kurama clan. The Hitaki clan, on the other hand, was rather sparse in numbers, making it difficult to compete with the more populous shinobi clans in terms of wealth and resources. Thus, he resolved to adopt an alternative approach. Noticing Kakashi's inner turmoil, Minato Namikaze took the initiative to make a decision on his behalf. Sensei Minato. Kakashi glanced up at Minato. The war is imminent. This technique will enhance your survivability on the battlefield, Minato stated with a gentle smile. This is a scroll for the dynamic blood technique. Besides Kakashi, anyone else I approve of can learn it. Lunai retrieved a palm-sized scroll from the shadows and tossed it to Minato. As Minato caught the scroll, his gaze swept over Obito and Rin, understanding that Lunai was considering his welfare and recalling the favor owed from earlier teachings of sealing techniques. Lunai. A familiar voice pierced through the air, catching Lunai's attention. Following the sound, he quickly spotted Shursui waving at him from the crowd, accompanied by a child who appeared to be around 4 or 5 years old, holding Shursui's hand. Suddenly, a striking black and blue cat appeared out of nowhere, perched on Lunai's shoulder. Its eyes fixed menacingly on the approaching Shursui. The appearance of the feline caused both Uchiha Shursui and the child in his grasp to brighten with excitement. As a clan that had forged a contract with the ninja cats, the Uchiha's affection and reverence for these creatures were undeniable, even knowing that this particular cat was, in truth, a formidable tailed beast. Its current harmless and adorable demeanor was irresistibly charming, prompting a desire to reach out and pet it. However, the cat's hostility towards Shursui and the child was unmistakable. Its eyes were locked onto Shursui's hand, its lips slightly parted, poised to bite the moment a hand approached. Relax. It harbors no ill will towards you, Lunai said, attempting to stroke the cat, only to have it swat his hand away with a swift paw. Evil Uchiha brat. A somewhat gruff voice emerged from the cat's throat. It had not forgotten how many times it had been ensnared by Shursui's Sharingan during its initial moments of freedom. Having been confined for so long, it simply yearned to frolic. As for the thousands of tails, it was a remarkably polite and easygoing tailed beast, provided one did not provoke it. It had half accepted its current life of freedom, enjoying the ability to come and go as it pleased, and Lunai fed it delicious meals daily. Lunai's laid-back attitude toward its existence was quite surprising. The cat had considered escaping to attain complete freedom, but without its full strength, it found itself not as formidable as it had imagined. After being continuously tracked down and reprimanded by Shisui, it resigned to its fate. Although bound by contract to remain by the side of Shikun, Itachi's circumstances seemed akin to paradise compared to the notorious fox rumored to dwell within Konohagakure. This was Itachi, the son of Fugaku, the clan leader. In my leisure moments, I often engaged him in ninja training. Uchiha Shisui perceived the warning glare from the cat spirit, feeling somewhat sheepish as he retracted his hand and introduced the child beside him to Shikun. I was aware that Fugaku had mentioned on multiple occasions that Itachi possessed remarkable talent. Shikun looked at the still youthful Itachi and approached to gently ruffle his hair. "This is my companion, the cat spirit," Shikun said, slightly bowing as he pointed to the feline perched upon his shoulder, introducing it to Itachi. The cat spirit, evidently pleased with Shikun's demeanor, felt a sense of respect. Notably, Shikun was among the few humans it had encountered throughout its existence who respected tailed beasts and held no prejudice against them. If not for its overwhelming curiosity and desire to experiment, the cat spirit would have been quite content with its current Jinchuriki. Another individual, upon interacting with Shikun, would likely share similar sentiments and reflections. Though appearing to be merely 4 or 5 years of age, Itachi exhibited a maturity beyond his years. For children in the ninja world, intelligence often blossomed around the ages of 5 or 6, enabling them to grasp numerous concepts. Some could even ponder complex issues such as death and peace with a maturity akin to that of adults. After their pleasantries, as they parted ways, Shikun observed Shisui, who seemed hesitant, as if wishing to convey something yet ultimately fell silent. Should the need arise, Shikun trusted that Shisui would approach him in due course. Uchiha clan territory. Shisui returned home with Itachi. Clan leader, he respectfully greeted upon seeing Uchiha Fugaku, who stood sternly beneath the eaves, observing them with a serious expression. "Father," Itachi echoed, adopting a similarly adult-like demeanor in his salutation. "Have you completed today's training?" Fugaku initially acknowledged Shisui with a grunt, his gaze shifting to Itachi, his tone stern. "We have finished," Itachi affirmed with a nod. "I accompanied him until the end. His kunai throwing skills are nearly on par with mine," Shisui corroborated. "The Hokage has issued a state of readiness to all ninja clans. In the impending Great Ninja War, the Uchiha clan, as a vital component of the village, will mobilize its members to the battlefield. You must also prepare to join me in battle, Itachi," Fugaku commanded, his expression unyielding as he regarded his son. "Wait, clan leader." Shisui instinctively interjected, "He is still but a child. He is the firstborn of the Uchiha clan leader." Fugaku sighed, yet his demeanor quickly shifted to one of cold resolve. Itachi seemed accustomed to the mounting responsibilities, merely nodding in silence. "Rest assured, I will only take him to witness the harsh realities of war. He will not leave my sight," Fugaku remarked, sensing Shisui's reluctance, his expression softening slightly as he offered reassurance. "I understand." As Shisui observed Itachi's face, which had instinctively turned serious in front of Fugaku, he could only harbor quiet concerns for him within his heart. The Uchiha clan had already forged a deep bond with Orochimaru, yet it was still insufficient. After a moment of hesitation, Fugaku averted his gaze and spoke to the two of them. "War represents both crisis and opportunity. Should Orochimaru achieve notable merit in this conflict, the position of the 4th Hokage would be solidified. Once Orochimaru ascends to this esteemed role, the discord and misunderstandings between the village and the Uchiha will ease, if not entirely vanish. If possible, I would have Itachi become Orochimaru's disciple. However, before that, Itachi must demonstrate his own talent, and the Uchiha clan must showcase its strength. The future of the Uchiha rests upon you and Itachi, Shisui." Startled, Shisui glanced up at his clan leader and nodded silently. He cherished the village and believed that Orochimaru's rise to the 4th Hokage was a natural progression, although it was somewhat disrespectful. Each ninja world war was accompanied by the deaths and replacements of the 5 great nations' leaders, illustrating the brutality of these conflicts. In the technical development department, Kakashi gazed at the clone submerged in nutrient solution, sifting through the assessment data in his hands, and coldly rendered his judgment unsatisfactory. How infuriating. Beside him, Shin was somewhat vexed. This was the finest work he could present, yet it was met with Kakashi's disapproval. "Your foundation is too weak. Attempting to leap from walking to running is excessively ambitious," Kakashi stated. "Have you thoroughly read and comprehended the books I provided? You have squandered yet another opportunity. Thus, according to our agreement." Kakashi turned his gaze to Shin. "What part of my body do you wish to acquire this time?" Shin bit his lip in frustration. "That is not urgent. I will discuss it with Orochimaru-sensei first," Kakashi replied, shaking his head. Shin was a valued experimental subject for Orochimaru. Kakashi's role was merely to impart knowledge. As days passed, the atmosphere in the ninja world grew increasingly akin to a powder keg. Although the war had yet to reach Konoha, the impending new ninja world conflict was common knowledge, even among ordinary villagers. The merchants, who once frequented Konoha during times of peace, had significantly reduced their visits, adversely affecting the village's economy. Many ninjas also decreased the frequency of external escort missions, opting instead to take on tasks related to safeguarding the village in the Land of Fire. Kakashi's daily routine, aside from tirelessly completing assignments from the Hokage Tower and crafting tail seals, involved occasionally dedicating time to update the physical data of Akane and prepare for her next phase of enhancement. Kakashi, I have finally mastered the power of the fat cat. On one particular day, Akane excitedly dragged Shursui into the technical development department, blocking Kakashi in the laboratory. The cat spirit, whom she referred to as the fat cat, cast a cold glance from the corner, hesitating between the food at its feet and Akane, ultimately deciding to enjoy the meal first. The cat food crafted by Runi, tailored to its palate, is indeed quite satisfying for its appetite. At the very least, it can sense a gradual enhancement of its strength. As a tailed beast, this experience surpasses its comprehension and awareness accumulated over millennia. For tailed beasts, the number of tails signifies strength. Even the potency of their tailed beast balls is contingent upon the quantity of tails. Runi, interrupted in its experiment, bore no annoyance. Hondo and Shursui were well aware of its habits and timings, recognizing that it was currently engaged in the task of sealing the tails within the laboratory. Let us head to the training ground. Runi discerned the excitement radiating from Hondo, who was eager to showcase her progress, and temporarily set aside its work to address her. The trio made their way to the training grounds near the technical development department, designated for testing purposes. Without needing encouragement from Runi, Hondo eagerly exhibited her achievements. Blue flames materialized around her as she dashed across the training field, the scales of blue fire resembling a slowly emerging azure dragon, cascading and floating in midair. As Hondo came to a halt, a triumphant smile illuminated her face. Boom! The blue flames suspended in the air erupted in a series of explosions in response to Hondo's movements, as if commanded. The intense heat made even Runi and Shursui, standing outside the training ground, feel the moisture within their bodies evaporate instantaneously. Had a ninja been caught at the center of that explosion without protection, they would surely have been severely injured, if not killed, by the searing temperatures and shockwaves. What an extraordinary technique! Shursui exclaimed in astonishment, his eyes widening. Even as a master of fire release, he had never witnessed such a delayed explosion technique. Particularly striking was the fact that Hondo had seemingly only formed a single tiger seal. It was a bloodline limit. Runi perceived this phenomenon with even greater clarity than Shursui. In an instant, Shursui's eyes turned crimson, three tomo swirling within his gaze, exuding an aura distinct from her previous chakra. How was it? How was it? Hondo approached energetically, hands on her hips, tilting her head in inquiry before the two. After holding back for so long, she finally stood before her two extraordinary teammates. Did you awaken your bloodline limit? Shursui asked with a smile, his demeanor calm and composed, yet perceptive of Hondo's inner emotions and aspirations, understanding her determination. Witnessing her jubilance brought him joy as well. I have no idea how I managed it. Hondo scratched her head, admitting that while she was not foolish, the details of her success during that hazy moment eluded her. A bloodline limit akin to scorch release? Runi pondered, noting that Hondo's recent display of fire release bore a striking resemblance to the Nibi, the two tails. Could it be that Hondo had drawn inspiration from the Nibi's chakra, thus awakening a similar bloodline limit? Such a possibility was not out of the question. In the world of shinobi, various bloodline limits have been developed and refined, drawing inspiration from the formidable powers of tailed beasts. For instance, the third Kazekage of Sunagakure, renowned as the mightiest of wind shadows, wielded the magnetic release, a bloodline limit influenced by the power of Shikaku, the one-tailed beast of his village. Similarly, the Wagakure possesses the melting release among other bloodline abilities, and indeed, many villages, along with their unique ninjutsu, have sought inspiration from the tailed beasts. As for my own bloodline limit, it pertains to the manipulation of flames, which I presume falls under the category of scorching release. Akato expressed a hint of confusion. The control of flames? Shursui inquired, slightly turning his gaze. Noticing Akato's curious expression, he elaborated. According to the records of the Uchiha clan, there was an ancestor who possessed a similar power, which he dubbed the fire release. Could you demonstrate your bloodline limit in detail? It would be beneficial for me to gather more data, Shursui continued. With the emergence of a new bloodline limit, your data will require an update, and subsequent experiments will necessitate adjustments as well. Rukia exhibited a keen interest in Akado's new bloodline limit, pondering the possibility of comparing it with the data of Nikomada. Of course, Akado replied without hesitation to Rukia's request. In the realm of shinobi, intelligence can be tantamount to survival, yet as comrades, Akado felt no need to conceal her thoughts from Rukia and Shursui. A blue flame coalesced into a kunai beside Akado. I can manipulate the form of the flames at will by consuming chakra, and I can also influence their temperature and lethality to a certain extent, she proclaimed while demonstrating her abilities. The kunai in her hand morphed seamlessly into shuriken, a short sword, arrows, shields, and more. While my control is not yet refined, I cannot achieve more intricate manipulations at this moment. That is already quite impressive, Shursui remarked in admiration. This bloodline limit, when compared to the scorching release of Sunigakure, should suffice admirably. Possessing a bloodline limit inherently equips one with a stronger foundation than that of the average shinobi. In the subsequent chapter of Accelerated Regeneration, Rukia conducted numerous tests with Akado. The results revealed that aside from the abilities previously displayed, Shursui's fire release techniques remained effective against Akado. Her bloodline limit allowed her to control only the fire release techniques emitted from her own chakra. She still needed to evade those cast by others. However, her resistance to fire techniques was markedly higher than that of ordinary shinobi. In essence, by mobilizing her chakra when necessary, she could endure higher temperatures, thereby minimizing the extent of burns and injury. When will the next phase of modifications commence? Akado inquired eagerly, gripping Rukia's arm. Her spirit undeterred despite the depletion of chakra during the tests. The exhilarating sensation of her burgeoning power filled her with a sense of satisfaction. She planned to reward herself later by indulging in her favorite dumplings and red bean soup until she was satiated. There's no need to rush. The plan requires certain adjustments, Rukia responded, shaking her head at Akado's impatience. He comprehended Hongdo's desire to press forward with determination, yet plans are often outpaced by unforeseen circumstances. Indeed, he must reassess and record Hongdo's physical data and capabilities, subsequently adjusting the experimental plan based on the most recent information. Alas, Hongdo, who had not received the answers she sought, wore a look of profound regret and muttered under her breath, clearly exhibiting a low mood. During the phase of plan adjustment, you can simultaneously familiarize yourself with and explore your bloodline abilities. Ninja possessing bloodline limits inherently follow a systematic path. By continually delving into one's bloodline powers and maximizing their strengths, one can become a formidable ninja renowned throughout the ninja world. Furthermore, the next phase of experimentation carries inherent risks, and you will need to endure a period of mental fortitude. Lunai extricated his arm from Hongdo's slackened grip, offering an explanation. Mental fortitude? Hongdo furrowed her brow. I have located a jonin from the Akimichi clan who has awakened their bloodline. Lunai declared, although the plan has shifted, it is not a complete overhaul. The mental and physical strategies must persist. The Akimichi clan possesses the ability to manipulate illusions of the five senses, thus maximizing effectiveness. Of course, during wartime, the jonin of the Akimichi clan must also undertake missions, leaving them occupied. Therefore, in their absence, Shursui may also employ illusions on your behalf. After all, the Uchiha's Genjutsu is not inferior to the Akimichi's bloodline limits. If the Uchiha's Genjutsu is on par with that of the Akimichi, then why not allow Shursui to handle it? Hongdo protested with a huff. Shursui is too gentle, Lunai stated directly. As an adversary, he would not hesitate. But as a companion, Lunai left his sentence hanging. However, both Shursui and Hongdo understood the implication of his unspoken words. I have no objections. Shursui raised his hand. The next phase of experimentation may be somewhat extreme, thus the preliminary preparations carry their own risks. I trust Shursui can use illusions to transport you to the infirmary, yet repeatedly subjecting you to this would be a torment for both of you. Lunai remarked with a nonchalant demeanor. Hongdo, however, was visibly unsettled by his words. Repeatedly sent to the infirmary? She shuddered, as if recalling something. You must endure. Your will must be resilient, and your tolerance for pain sufficiently high. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee the success rate of the next transformation, Lunai cautioned gravely. And what are the results of this next transformation? Hongdo bit her lip. She was not particularly afraid of pain. But she understood Lunai well enough to know that he would not emphasize usual pain and risks without reason. It will enable your physical wounds to heal spontaneously and rapidly. Akin to possessing innate medical ninjutsu, Lunai pondered before responding. Is it truly that powerful? Shui and Hongdo were momentarily taken aback. And soon Hongdo's face lit up with uncontainable joy. Why is the mortality rate among ninjas so high? Apart from those who perished on the battlefield, most suffered injuries without timely treatment. Especially during combat, once a ninja is harmed, it is all too easy for their strength to wane, leading to a cascade of dire consequences. However, what if one possessed a physique capable of self-healing? At the very least, it would significantly enhance their chances of survival. Astute ninjas could even exploit this trait to deceive formidable foes, establishing an advantage when the opponent is unaware of critical intelligence. Now, have your skills advanced to such a level? The prospect of the future filled Akkad's heart with delight. As for the possibility of experimental failure, that notion did not even cross her mind. It is one of the achievements derived from the research on the first Hokage's cells, which enables the healing of wounds while simultaneously augmenting one's strength and physique. My mentor, Orochimaru, and I have named it rapid regeneration. Rukun raised her finger and elaborated for both of them. It is akin to Lady Tsunade's S-rank forbidden technique, creation rebirth. Of course, one is a forbidden technique, while the other is merely a skill. Pausing for a moment, Rukun observed the slightly bewildered Akkad and the contemplative Shui before continuing. Lady Tsunade has stated that successful creation rebirth can regenerate not only bodily tissues, but also organs. This means that during the technique's effectiveness, no matter how severe her injuries are, she can heal completely, ensuring her combat capability remains intact. Rapid regeneration, however, does not yet achieve this. It can only heal the wounds on the body, and if faced with a fatal injury, its healing speed and efficacy will be considerably diminished. Furthermore, this ability consumes a substantial amount of chakra. The larger the wound and the more severe the injury, the faster and greater the chakra expenditure. Do not be under the illusion of possessing immortality. Akkad nodded vigorously in understanding. Is there a significant risk associated with this experimental modification? Shui expressed his concerns, believing that the more potent the power, the greater the inherent dangers. Take the Manjiki Sharingan, for instance. While its power is indeed formidable, the peril lies in the fact that the more it is used, the quicker one succumbs to blindness. Especially during its application, both the mind and body endure tremendous stress, with the strain on the optic nerves being particularly acute. Having perused the clan's records on the Manjiki, Shui is well aware that apart from Uchiha Madara, all who have awakened the Manjiki ultimately faced blindness. This is the steep price of such powerful eyes. Every endeavor carries its own risks. But rest assured, at least until we have certainty, I will not allow Akkad to participate, Rukun reassured Shui. After the three completed their tests, they ventured together to Ichiraka Ramen for a meal. Upon parting, Shui gazed at the now considerably quieter establishment, pausing for a moment in contemplation, his face revealing a hint of bewilderment. Is he troubled by something? Walking side by side along the path, Rukun's words jolted Shui from his reverie. No, it's just. Shui instinctively shook his head, hesitating to articulate his thoughts. Are you concerned about the impending war? Lunia inquired directly, observing the complex and hesitant expression on Shui's face. Indeed, with Lunia's astuteness, he could discern the unease. Upon hearing Lunia's words, Shui seemed somewhat relieved. Even in the absence of intelligence, one could easily analyze the situation by merely observing the influx of merchants into the village, the volume of tasks, the duration of the ninja stay, and the level of activity of Master Orochimaru. Lunia glanced around, noting the stark contrast between the atmosphere of Konoha during wartime and that of peacetime. The Umbu, the elite ninja force under the Hokage, had been exceedingly active in the village of late, although ordinary citizens might remain oblivious. Those with perceptive abilities and unique means could unmistakably sense the heightened presence of the Umbu ninjas. The ninja world had scarcely enjoyed peace for a few years. Shui, who abhorred war and bloodshed, sighed. Lunia smiled, refraining from engaging in a lengthy discourse to correct Shui's thoughts or to elucidate the origins and essence of war. In their previous encounters, he had already explained the nature of many issues to Shui and Hongdo, including those concerning war and peace. They were far from possessing the power to influence a village, let alone the entire ninja world. Thus, these concerns held no significance for Lunia. He also felt no need to worry about Shui and Hongdo. Hongdo was not foolish. She simply tended to follow Lunia and Shui's lead during missions, relying on their guidance. Shui, though kind-hearted and gentle, reserved his compassion solely for his beloved village and friends. Disliking violence did not equate to being lenient on the battlefield. In encounters with adversaries, Jishui was, in fact, the swiftest and most decisive in their team. Suddenly, a blinding flash accompanied by a cacophony of noise erupted in the depths of the forest. A figure, crackling with electricity, left a shimmering afterimage as it lunged toward Minato Namikaze. As Obito and Rin watched with bated breath, the electric charge abruptly halted as it approached Minato. Within their gaze, Kakashi Hitaki's hand, grasping the electric energy, was firmly seized by Minato's wrist, bringing the technique to a standstill. Minato-sensei is incredible. I can barely perceive Kakashi's speed. Yet he managed to precisely intercept the electric charge and stop Kakashi. Obito exclaimed excitedly from the sidelines. Hearing his words, Rin nodded vigorously, although a trace of concern flickered across her face, revealing her worry for Kakashi's condition. The intent of the attack was all too apparent, easily discernible to swift-reacting ninjas who could turn the tables. It's not over yet, Kakashi declared, as the electric energy in his hand surged dramatically, expanding like a net suddenly unfurling, the electricity flaring brilliantly. The sound of birdsong rose sharply. Leaves drifting within the range of the spreading electric energy were instantaneously reduced to ash. In the moment of blinding brilliance, Minato Namikaze released Kakashi's wrist, allowing the electric current in Kakashi's hand to surge forward once more. With a swift motion, the electric discharge pierced through the air. In an instant, Minato's figure vanished from sight, reappearing behind Kakashi. At that moment, the electric energy enveloped Kakashi entirely, its fierce dance imbued with lethal force. As Kakashi instinctively scanned the surroundings for Minato's presence, a sharp kunai was pressed against his back. The electric current subsided, and Kakashi slowly turned around. "Was that the blood motion technique you just used?" Minato inquired, retracting his specially crafted kunai with a hint of delight. "Indeed, the blood motion technique enhances physical strength, speed, and reflexes, while also amplifying the potency of jutsu. When you grasped my wrist, I thought to augment the power of Chidori, spreading its intensity," Kakashi replied with a nod. "Kakashi, your hand." Obito and Rin rushed over upon seeing the conclusion of their sparring match. Rin gasped at the sight of Kakashi's palm, marred by cracks from the Chidori, and instinctively began to employ her medical ninjutsu to heal him, all under the envious gaze of Obito. Such occurrences had become frequent in recent times, yet each instance left Obito feeling a pang of bitterness. "That's a clever strategy. But you can't maintain the blood motion state for long, can you?" Minato observed, noting Kakashi's slight breathlessness. The Chidori itself was already a chakra-intensive technique, and given Kakashi's still developing physique, he couldn't utilize it more than a few times. The blood motion technique, which extracted chakra through the excessive strain on the body's pathways, indeed increased both the jutsu's power and chakra output, but this also escalated the consumption, compounding the strain on Kakashi's condition. It can only be sustained for a brief period. Kakashi admitted candidly. During combat, unless absolutely necessary, you should aim to utilize the blood still technique. While its enhancement isn't as significant as the blood motion state, it pairs well with Chidori, offering both offense and defense, allowing you to approach battles with greater composure, Minato advised. Kakashi's mastery of both techniques evoked in Minato a sense reminiscent of facing a diminished version of the third Raikage son, Ryu. Once Kakashi became proficient in the blood still technique, even without employing Chidori, his swordsmanship would pose a formidable threat to any ninja below the rank of Genin. Kakashi nodded. As a prodigy, he excelled at extracting wisdom from combat experiences, adapting his strategies according to the circumstances he encountered. He had already begun to contemplate modifying Chidori into another form of ninjutsu. "Another failure, Kakashi," Obito remarked with a tinge of sarcasm, observing Rin as she diligently rewrapped Kakashi's hand in bandages. "Obito, Kakashi is already quite formidable. The reason the battle concluded so swiftly was because he faced Minato-sensei." Lin puffed up her cheeks, defending Kakashi. "Humph." Obito glared fiercely at Kakashi, his teeth clenched. "And what about you all? How well do you grasp the silent blood armor?" As tensions began to rise in the group, Minato swiftly intervened to redirect the conversation. "I have mastered the silent blood armor mode," Lin declared, raising her hand. She was acutely aware of her role within the team as a medical ninja. According to Lady Tsunade's guidelines for medical ninjas, their primary focus during battle should be ensuring their own safety and refraining from engaging in combat. Therefore, Lin had devoted her recent days to mastering the silent blood armor rather than learning the active blood armor. In her view, this was the most crucial technique for her to acquire. The defensive capabilities of the silent blood armor effectively addressed the low survival rate of medical ninjas, who were often targeted first by enemy ninjas. It could even be tailored into a strategy based on the opponent's intent to eliminate medical ninjas first. Minato bestowed a smile of approval upon Lin before shifting his attention to the evasive Abido. Abido, this technique is exceedingly difficult. The named Uchiha Abido frantically grasped his hair, leaving it in disarray. He swore he had been diligently studying, yet the foundational requirements of this technique were far too demanding for a ninja of his more rugged style. Leave it to me, Teacher Minato. While you instruct Kakashi, I will also endeavor to teach Abido. The active and silent blood armors were indeed challenging, requiring precise chakra control, knowledge of human anatomy, and preferably some understanding of medical ninjutsu. I will teach him step by step until he comprehends it, Lin hurriedly asserted. Lin. Abido looked at Noara Rin with tear-filled eyes, and the pangs of sorrow in his heart vanished, replaced entirely by the motivation instilled by Rin's encouragement. Fool. Kakashi's teasing remark was immediately caught by Abido. Who are you calling a fool? Abido pushed up his goggles, rubbed his eyes to rid them of tears, and glared angrily in Kakashi's direction. This is a technique only a clever person can master. For you, the straggler, it will be quite challenging. Kakashi responded bluntly. You jerk. At that moment, Abido felt as if the string of reason in his mind had snapped. He disregarded his goggles, lunging forcefully at Kakashi. However, Kakashi sidestepped, slightly lifting a leg, causing Abido to lose his balance and crash face-first to the ground. Observing this lively scene, Minato awkwardly ruffled his hair while he and Lin each grabbed one of the boys to prevent the situation from escalating further. Ultimately, the commotion concluded with Minato treating everyone to a meal. In the Hokage's conference room. Look here, the latest intelligence, the third Hokage said. Puffing on his pipe, a furrow of worry etched upon his brow as he shared a document for circulation. Within the room, the Jonin who were not out on missions passed around the intelligence that the third Hokage had distributed. Has Iwagakure finally made a move? After reviewing the intelligence report, the numerous elite shinobi and clan leaders present felt an initial wave of relief wash over them. The disheartening news was that Iwagakure had finally entered the fray. However, the silver lining was that their focus was not directed towards Konohagakure. For the moment, it appeared that Kumogakure was on the verge of defeat, as some elite shinobi speculated based on the information at hand. Despite Kumogakure's military prowess being among the finest in the shinobi world, and the formidable Third Raikage having gained an illustrious reputation for his ability to battle tail beasts for days on end, this could not obscure the fact that Kumogakure had nearly exhausted its resources in attempts to subdue a seemingly vulnerable shinobi village. The resilience displayed by Tsunagakure had astonished the entire shinobi community, especially after the disappearance of the legendary third Kazekage. A new figure emerged, Raza, wielding magnetic release, alongside the blazing prowess of the scorching release user, Yakura, with Konoha discreetly diverting a portion of Kumogakure's forces. Tsunagakure managed to withstand prolonged confrontations against the Third Raikage's contingent for over a year without succumbing, which astonished many observers. This resilience was partly due to Raza's magnetic release countering the Third Raikage's might, as well as Tsunagakure's wind release gaining an upper hand against lightning release. Kumogakure's surprise assault teams had failed to swiftly conquer Tsunagakure, instead finding themselves ensnared in the quagmire of war, a reality neither the Third Raikage nor his advisors had anticipated. Moreover, after more than a year entrenched in conflict, Kumogakure's forces found themselves in a precarious position, making it increasingly difficult to extricate themselves from the situation. The protracted conflict had also prompted neighboring shinobi villages to prepare for potential warfare. For instance, Iwagakure's Tsuchikage, Inoki, having observed the unfolding events for a sufficient duration, was now poised to enter the war and seize the opportunity for victory. During this period, emissaries from Tsunagakure and Iwagakure engaged in close negotiations. With the tacit approval of the Chiyo siblings, Raza emerged as a central figure in the alliance, bravely standing against the relentless assaults of the Third Raikage and leading the charge to thwart his devastation. Those privy to this information understood that Raza was on the cusp of ascending to the esteemed position of fourth Kazekage, pending only a formal ceremony. Barring unforeseen circumstances and with the conclusion of the conflict against Kumogakure, Raza would return to his village as Kazekage. In truth, his current stature and authority on the battlefield already mirrored that of a true Kazekage. The sole potential threat to his standing came from Yakura, the scorching release ninja, who had also shown brilliantly during the war. Raza felt a twinge of fortune that Kumogakure was the aggressor in this invasion of the Land of Wind, as their unique bloodline limit and techniques effectively countered Kumogakure's strategies. Had it been the Mist Village from the Land of Water, It was likely that Yakura would have been the one positioned to claim the title of Shadow. The alliance between Tsunegakure and Iwagakure led many to doubt Kumogakure's ability to endure much longer. In this ongoing shinobi war, the once dominant Kumogakure might very well be the first to be ousted. Iwagakure amassed a considerable number of shinobi, surrounding the battlefield of Tsunegakure and Kumogakure. Unless unforeseen events transpired, Kumogakure would likely have to resort to drastic measures for survival to ensure the retreat of its forces. Should Kumogakure's troops be completely encircled and annihilated, the village would face expulsion from the ranks of the 5 great shinobi villages. Nara Shikamaru, having waited for the elite shinobi present to absorb the information, finally commenced the meeting. At present, there is no need to focus on Cloud Shinobi. Its downfall has become inevitable. Our attention must now shift to the movements of the Hidden Rock and Hidden Sand villages. The Earth Shadow has dispatched numerous shinobi, and their ambitions will not merely culminate in the defeat of a single Cloud Shinobi. It is likely that their next target will be our Leaf Village. Furthermore, according to intelligence from the root, the Hidden Mist Village has expressed a willingness to join this conflict, having already sent elite shinobi, led by the 7 ninja swordsmen, to infiltrate the Land of Fire. With the conclusion of the Upper Ninja Conference, each of the elite shinobi has accepted their respective missions and, after making the necessary preparations, departed the village en route to the battlefield. Although the Land of Fire has yet to be ensnared in the quagmire of war, localized skirmishes and conflicts persist unabated. In the medical department, the renowned medic Yakushi Nono observed the arrival of Shikaku and instinctively inquired, "Medical ninjutsu scrolls?" "Indeed," Shikaku replied. "Is it feasible to seal medical ninjutsu into scrolls and then disseminate them among all shinobi?" Shikaku posed again, as the preeminent expert in medical ninjutsu within the village. Yakushi Nono's counsel was of great significance. "What prompted you to consider such a method?" she asked, her gratitude towards Orochimaru, who had extricated her from root and funded much of the orphanage, evident yet tempered by her understanding of his character. Despite her appreciation, she remained distant. However, she did exhibit warmth towards Shikaku, who frequently sought her advice on medical matters, and she willingly imparted her knowledge. An epiphany struck her upon recalling certain unique techniques sealed within scrolls. Shikaku illustrated his point, not fabricating his claims. Such tools indeed exist within the shinobi world. Notably, the future Scorpion and the current Nara clan possess similar ninjutsu scrolls. Shikaku had previously requested one from his clan and studied it diligently. The origins of these scrolls have become somewhat obscure, yet it is known that their craftsmanship emerged long ago. Their limited proliferation is attributed to their inconvenient usage relative to standard ninjutsu and the difficulty of their creation. Is it possible to produce a scroll capable of releasing ninjutsu? Such an item would be invaluable. Yakushi Nono, adept in medical ninjutsu and intelligence gathering, clearly understood the significance of such tools. The moment Shikaku mentioned it, she grasped his intent regarding the medical scrolls he envisioned. Yet, her awareness of the complexities involved led her to perceive the challenges ahead. Combining a special scroll with the appropriate sealing techniques alongside a proficient medical ninja holds a certain potential for creating the scroll you described. However, Shikaku, you must recognize that successfully crafting such a scroll is not as simple as 111, Yakushi Nono remarked, scrutinizing him. The materials of the scroll, the skill level of the medical ninja, and the grade of the sealing ninjutsu are all factors that influence the scroll's success. Shikaku nodded in acknowledgement. Scrolls capable of storing objects and ninjutsu are indeed precious tools for shinobi, and their materials and crafting methods vary subtly according to their intended use. Additionally, ninjas skilled in sealing techniques and medical ninjutsu are considered rare talents throughout the shinobi world. Such individuals typically heed the commands of high-ranking officials, such as the Hokage and advisors, within their village, rendering their presence somewhat futile. The medic nin, Yakushina Noyu, shook her head, stating, "The costs associated with medical ninjutsu scrolls are prohibitively high. In most elite ninja teams, there is usually one medic ninja assigned, ensuring that in the event of an accident, timely medical attention can be administered upon returning to camp. However, since Kyun is already adept in medical ninjutsu, there is no necessity for such scrolls." Yakushina Noyu, being pragmatic, adhered to her frugal habits, particularly when tasks were not involved. Medical scrolls? It would be more prudent to reserve that money for personal use. Kyun understood Nanoyu's perspective, which succinctly summarized that such scrolls were unnecessary for elite ninjas who could access the finest medical treatment as long as they remained alive. while lower-ranking ninjas found the costs too excessive for what could be deemed essential wartime supplies, such as shuriken or explosive tags. Even the prosperous Hidden Leaf Village, known for its wealth, could scarcely bear such expenses. Outside of the ninja villages, only certain ninja clans possess similar scrolls as treasured artifacts. Therefore, while the technology for creating such scrolls is indeed mature, it is the cost and mindset that serve as limitations. Hyun probed further. So, the technology is mature, but the issue lies with the cost? Nanoyu hesitated before affirmatively nodding. I cannot definitively say whether the technology is fully mature, but I believe that if you are resolute, manufacturing some medical scrolls should not pose a significant challenge, given the current technological prowess of the development department and Kyun's standing within it. Her endeavor would indeed be feasible if she pursued it with determination. However, as she had articulated, the crux of the matter was not technical capability, but rather the associated costs. What if the costs were comparable to explosive tags? Kyun inquired. At the mention of explosive tags, Nanoyu's brow relaxed momentarily. And as she gazed into Kyun's eyes, a realization washed over her. From her understanding of Kyun, the latter's persistent questioning and the depth of her discourse indicated that Kyun had already achieved something. It was not a mere inquiry or request for guidance, but rather an assertion of fact. Realizing this, Nanoyu sighed softly, suppressing her inclination to further advise Kyun. You must have completed a product, haven't you? Nanoyu's tone was decidedly assertive. Indeed, Kyun affirmed, nodding as she revealed a long strip of turquoise paper from her garments. The paper was inscribed with intricate sealing runes, surrounding the central character for healing. Kyun extended the healing talisman to Nanoyu, who accepted it and, upon a mere glance, discerned that it was akin to an explosive tag sealing technique. She activated the technique inscribed on the paper using chakra in a manner akin to utilizing an explosive tag. A vibrant green chakra, teeming with life, surged forth, initiating the healing of the skin and tissues that came into contact with the healing formula. It was the art of healing palm. Pharmacist Nanoyu marveled at the effects of the ninjutsu on her skin. Medical ninjutsu demands a high degree of innate talent from a ninja, with commonly practiced medical techniques typically starting at a difficulty level of at least B rank. Thus, the notion of combining such an intricate control of chakra, essential for successfully deploying medical ninjutsu, with sealing techniques into a single talisman, filled pharmacist Nanoyu with a profound appreciation for the knowledge and skills it encompassed. What astonished pharmacist Nanoyu was that not everyone could master the healing palm technique with perfection. Yet this healing talisman could reliably output the healing palm technique until its chakra was entirely consumed, signifying the talisman's complete disappearance. This effectively meant carrying an exceptional medical ninja capable of executing the healing palm for immediate wound treatment. The third Hokage gazed thoughtfully at the talisman resembling an explosive tag laid before him. Indeed, this could significantly alleviate the shortage of medical ninjas. Pharmacist Nanoyu asserted with earnestness. What specifics can you provide? The third Hokage, fully aware of the value this healing talisman held, sought to ascertain more information before making a judgment. It can rapidly mend wounds and restore the physical state affected by injuries, as well as recover a certain amount of stamina. These effects have already been validated on patients within the medical department. It can produce effects similar to the healing palm technique, and is sufficiently stable. Pharmacist Nanoyu did not exaggerate the capabilities of the healing talisman, providing an honest response. It serves as an emergency measure for treating wounds on the battlefield. However, for poison or more complex injuries, a medical ninja's examination is necessary for targeted treatment based on symptoms. In essence, it cannot replace the role of a medical ninja. The third Hokage grasped the crux of the matter. What about the cost? Nara Shikamaru improved the manufacturing process and materials of the talisman. According to his calculations, the cost is equivalent to that of an explosive tag, pharmacist Nanoyu replied. Upon hearing Shikamaru's name, the third Hokage's thoughts momentarily shifted. The younger generation of the village had begun to emerge prominently, gradually gaining recognition. Among them, the most renowned were Namikaze Minato, who withstood the Cloud Village's surprise attack, and Nara Shikamaru, who mastered the wood release. The village's higher-ups were well aware that Shikamaru's wood release was derived from his techniques. However, the information leaked by the Cloud Ninja suggested that Konoha had regained the wood release bloodline as disciples of Jiraiya and Orochimaru, respectively. The third Hokage certainly paid special attention to their development. In his view, Shikamaru's talent bore a striking resemblance to Orochimaru's, frequently yielding astonishing technological advancements. An explosive tag, you say? Concentrating his scattered thoughts, the third Hokage delved into deeper considerations. Although explosive tags were costly, they were not beyond the financial capability of a village. The same logic applied to healing tags. He had come to recognize the paramount importance of medical ninjas and would naturally not underestimate the critical role healing tags could play on the battlefield. Provided their efficacy could be assured, the village would consider procuring a batch of healing tags, pricing them similarly to explosive tags. The third Hokage bit down on his pipe, resolute in his decision. "Thank you, Lord Hokage." The medic, Nara Nanatsu, felt a surge of surprise. As the medical department responsible for supplying personnel to produce healing tags, they stood to gain a share of the profits from the negotiations with Nara. This represented a collaborative effort between the medical and technological development departments. Thus, after a period, healing tags were incorporated into the wartime reserves, appearing alongside explosive tags in the equipment of ninjas. However, they were exclusively allocated to J-Nin and CH-Nin, while lower-ranked ninjas would need to purchase them independently. With the establishment of the medical department by Tsunade, even ninjas from other villages began to appreciate the significance of medical ninjas. Yet, only Konohagakure had managed to cultivate a systematic approach to training them. The ninjas of Konoha, particularly those without access to a medical ninja in their teams, held a fervent admiration for healing tags. Injuries were an inevitable consequence of battle, leading to diminished states and significantly heightened risks of mortality, conditions that were particularly prevalent during wartime. Thus, a single healing tag could serve as the last resort to restore one's condition for a crucial fight. Designated personnel from both the technological development and medical departments were specifically assigned to ensure the production of healing tags. Those ninjas who acquired healing tags would often be quick to test their efficacy, employing animals or fish to inflict wounds before applying the tags for treatment. Some preferred a more personal approach, inflicting wounds upon themselves with kunai to assess the healing tag's effectiveness. In a remarkably short time, the healing tags garnered recognition surpassing that of any previous creations by Nara. Healing tag quality, blue characteristics, a storage seal for ninjutsu. Description, crafted from special chakra-infused paper. It bears corresponding seal runes that encapsulate healing techniques and sage techniques. To utilize, affix it to the wound, activate the seal with chakra, and unleash the medical ninjutsu contained within for healing. The paper is consumed upon use, with the healing duration lasting until the paper fades away. Note 1. The paper disintegrates together with the sealed ninjutsu after use. Note 2. The effects of the healing tag vary based on the type of medical ninjutsu sealed within. Capable of holding up to A-rank medical ninjutsu and sage techniques. Note 3. One of the essential tools in the medical system, it can mitigate ninja casualties. Recognition, 18. 71150, 000, Physical Condition 30, Chakra 2000 New Recognition Trait, Yang Attribute Body Trait 1. The recognition of blue-quality healing symbols does not match the significant rise in acknowledgement seen with purple or golden quality products. However, through sheer quantity, it still leads the pack, vastly outpacing other results within the same time frame. Aside from the fact that a higher recognition correlates with increased inspiration for related derivative product technologies, the additional Yang Attribute 1 has piqued Lu Nie's curiosity and delight even further. Had he not noticed this label on his inner panel, Lu Nie might have overlooked his body's peculiarities altogether. After conducting a self-assessment and carefully attuning to his bodily changes, he finally grasped this new characteristic. Firstly, his body felt remarkably lighter. The burden of yin release was substantial, without the body's qualities keeping pace to form a balance with it. One would inevitably suffer oppression and weakness, potentially leading to bloodline diseases. Lu Nie's yin release power has rapidly escalated with age, even outpacing the growth of his physical development. Thus, he found understanding in why Kakashi, with the Sharingan, often appeared frail in the future. The enhancement of his Yang attributes allowed Lu Nie to experience an unprecedented sense of ease. According to previous tests, his body's reactions and qualities have also become swifter and stronger than before. Even the medical ninjutsu corresponding to the attribute became notably easier to wield in his hands. This transformation in his condition led Lu Nie to involuntarily ponder other chakra attributes. Was the emergence of this new characteristic contingent upon reaching a certain level of recognition? He speculated in his mind. The singular distinction of this invention's outcome compared to prior ones lay in the aspect of acknowledgement. Perhaps this new trait manifested specifically after his physical qualities surpassed a certain threshold? This inquiry did not trouble Lu Nie for long, as he quickly dismissed it, knowing that it could be easily verified through experimentation. The enhanced recognition characteristic of medical ninjutsu is associated with the attribute. Thus, Would other chakra products also yield new characteristics upon achieving a certain standard? Would they, like the attribute, increase the affinity and quantity of that chakra? Or might they bestow the body with unique traits based on the chakra's characteristics? For instance, would lightning attributes manifest as speed, quick reflexes, and heightened agility? Or would they enhance attack penetration and paralyzing effects? Lunia felt an eagerness to explore these possibilities. However, the healing symbol gained such a high level of recognition only after being endorsed by half the village's elite shinobi under the Hokage's advocacy. Perhaps in the future, further acknowledgement from more mid-tier shinobi could be amassed, potentially leading to even more unknown transformations. Nonetheless, this recent enhancement of his physical qualities unexpectedly alleviated the looming concern of his body struggling to keep pace with the rapid growth of his in-release power. He had already begun contemplating solutions to his physical dilemmas, with the modification of Akane's body being an integral part of this plan, albeit with a different focus. However, for the time being, he need not concern himself with the issues of his physical form. Previously, his mastery of in-release had even begun to rival that of the awakened members of the Akimichi clan, or those from the Uchiha clan who had unlocked the three-tomo Sharingan, whose ocular prowess was formidable. Even more astonishing was the fact that his affinity for in-release was continuously increasing, yet he had yet to encounter the anticipated threshold. Had he not taken prior measures to slightly regulate this growth within his body, he might have felt capable of rivaling the likes of the Otsutsuki, embarking on a profound transformation of his bloodline. Of course, if he were to reach such a juncture, his still-developing body would undoubtedly manifest in even greater frailty, and the likelihood of bloodline-related ailments would escalate dramatically. He had no desire to descend into a state weaker than even his kin. In the realm of bloodline studies, while those of exceptional talent often awaken their bloodlines earlier, it is not necessarily advantageous for them. This is particularly true for in-release and yang-release. Although samples of yang-release are scarce, examples of in-release abound for him, both in the present and in the memories of the future. Awakening the in-release bloodline prematurely effectively imposes a significant burden on one's body, without diligent control and a thorough dual refinement of both body and mind. The probability of succumbing to bloodline afflictions in adulthood is markedly higher than that of his peers. Yet, within the ninja world, families possessing the in-release bloodline tend to regard those who awaken their bloodline sooner as more gifted. The Uchiha clan of Konoha serves as a quintessential example. If one reaches a certain age without manifesting the Sharingan, they may attract disdain and contempt from some clan members. Conversely, if one can unveil their Sharingan early, showcasing their innate talent, they are deemed an undeniable genius in the eyes of the clan. This unwavering belief has been ingrained in the tumultuous ninja world for millennia. Since the inception of recorded history, the Uchiha clan has revered strength and power, taking immense pride in their eyes and ocular abilities. In a worldview where power begets influence and survival, their mindset is deeply entrenched. Given the unchanging environment and the lack of additional examples, it is a formidable challenge to alter such beliefs and convince them that the notions formed over millennia are erroneous. Lunai once discussed with Shui, while researching his Sharingan, that the Sharingan associated with the in-release, known as the Eye of the Soul's Reflection, is not necessarily better awakened early. This is due to the significant influence of external stimuli and one's mental will on the in-release bloodline. Encountering harsh realities at a tender age, imprinting such experiences indelibly on one's psyche is hardly a cause for celebration. The immaturity of youth can forge deep-seated shadows within the heart. And when reinforced day by day, nurtured by the power of in-release, one may easily veer towards extremism. In summary, this can lead to tendencies of paranoia and mental instability. Should one's thoughts become ensnared in a dead end, it may lead to severe self-destructive tendencies, or conversely, impose a heavy burden on the body, potentially resulting in bloodline diseases due to an overwhelming inclination towards evasion. Shui was astounded by the conclusions drawn by Rinne regarding the Sharingan. For the first time, he was perceiving the Sharingan from the perspective of relinquished power. The records within the clan and the oral traditions passed down by the clan's elite all extolled the might and glory of the Sharingan. The earlier one awakened it, the more it attested to the talent of a Uchiha. However, Rinne presented him with a perspective that starkly contradicted his own understanding. In the clash of these two viewpoints, whom should he trust? Based on experience, Shui ought to place his faith in his kin and the clan's texts, for only the Sharingan can truly comprehend the Sharingan. Who in this world could possess a deeper understanding of their eyes than the Uchiha themselves? Yet, paradoxically, Chishui found himself more inclined to believe Rinne's conclusions. Not solely Rinne, but the second Hokage had also conducted studies on the Uchiha clan's Sharingan. Those research manuscripts were cast aside by Tsunade when she departed from the village, handed off to Orochimaru and Rinne. As a comrade, Rinne did not conceal those research materials from Chishui, allowing him to recognize the substantial overlap between the second Hokage's findings and Rinne's insights. While other Uchiha clan members might erupt in anger and engage in disputes with Rinne upon seeing those documents and conclusions, Chishui, as an outlier within the Uchiha, remained indifferent to such reactions. In truth, he found himself leaning more toward the second Hokage's perspective. His identity first lay as a leaf ninja, only later identifying himself as Uchiha Chishui. The village took precedence, the clan followed. Hence, he swiftly accepted Rinne's conclusions. In essence, does it not follow that awakening the Sharingan at an earlier age does not necessarily imply greater talent? Chishui pressed Rinne for clarification. The mere act of awakening does not unequivocally indicate a Uchiha's innate ability, for awakening requires intense mental stimuli. The younger one is, the more profound the stimulus, which could potentially be detrimental. The Uchiha clan's emotional depth often leads to entanglements, and harrowing experiences in youth can cast long shadows throughout one's life. Come on, Chishui. This time, I shall not fall so easily, shouted Akane, engaged in combat within the forest. Chishui felt a sense of helplessness, though Akane's voice rang loud. Her actions were marked by caution. Unlike Rinne, she could not engage in battles with her eyes closed, relying solely on perception and hostility. However, after facing repeated setbacks, she gradually discovered a combat style that suited her in battles against the Sharingan, one that involved avoiding eye contact. By lowering her gaze and utilizing various methods to observe her opponent's body movements and footwork, she could deduce their attack patterns and directions. This solution, while seemingly simple in theory, proved to be quite challenging in practice. After a series of frequent battles with Chishui, she had only just begun to master this combat approach. Water style, water surge wave. Hongdo was the first to form seals, then unleashed a powerful torrent from her mouth. The impact of the water column created a large crater in the ground, overflowing and spreading outward. Utilizing the water's surface as a mirror to expand her field of vision, it seems Hongdo has learned to think strategically. Observing from atop a towering tree, Orochimaru immediately discerned Hongdo's intentions and combat style. He believed she was ensnaring herself. Beside Orochimaru, Rookie found the scene somewhat amusing. Oh, Orochimaru's curiosity was piqued by Rookie's words. With the war looming, he was prepared to be deployed to the battlefield at any moment. Yet this time he only sought to gauge the abilities of Hongdo and her companions. In his eyes, Hongdo's response was commendable. Even with 3 Tomo, Shirsui's Sharingan possessed a potency surpassing that of other Uchiha. Based on his understanding of Hongdo, should she dare to meet Shirsui's gaze in battle, the outcome could be decided in an instant. The battle commenced with fervor. Hongdo did not passively await an assault. Rather, she proactively launched an offensive against Shirsui as soon as the fight began. Transforming the arena into a small lake, she twisted her foot upon the water's surface, propelling herself forward like an arrow. 2 walls of water erupted alongside her as she ran, effectively concealing her figure. From the elevated vantage points of Orochimaru and Rookie, the swirling water walls raised by Hongdo encircled Shirsui. Both parties found their visibility compromised, yet all present, including Shirsui, understood that, despite the obscured view, as the initiator of this tactic, Hongdo inherently held the advantage. Suddenly, a water serpent surged from the depths, lunging toward Shirsui, who was simultaneously leaping high into the air. Fire release, great fireball technique. Shirsui swiftly formed seals in midair, his chest swelling before he fell. Fingers forming a circle at his lips, unleashing a blazing sphere toward the approaching water serpent. The fire collided with the water, generating a cloud of steam that spread outward. As Shirsui descended, his Sharingan rapidly rotated. As if perceiving something, he executed a sudden backflip, performing a series of complex evasive maneuvers in midair. Shuriken sliced through the mist, narrowly missing Shirsui's body. It seemed he had anticipated the trajectory and angle of the shuriken, gracefully dodging as if engaged in a dance. The inside of the Sharingan was truly remarkable. The Uchiha's shuriken technique was indeed enlightening. Hongdo had timed her attack perfectly, yet it was unfortunate. A glimmer of admiration flickered in Orochimaru's eyes. From this continuous exchange, he recognized the growth of both Hongdo and Shirsui. With such prowess, while it remained uncertain whether they could survive the battlefield, their chances of survival were certainly greater than those ninjas who would become mere cannon fodder in the war. Finally, Shirsue's body landed on the water's surface. Just as he stabilized his body on the water's surface, a violent disturbance beneath him was accompanied by the sudden emergence of a delicate fist, narrowly missing his cheek. The reason it was merely a near miss was that, despite the tumultuous waves intentionally agitated by Akane's footfalls, the assault remained strikingly unexpected, yet all was perceived by the Sharingan. Before his feet even touched the ground, the Sharingan had already noticed the ripples and movements on the water's surface. Akane's tactics were commendable, manipulating the water to alter the terrain, erecting a water wall to obscure vision, and launching water snakes for surprise attacks, compelling him to evade and retaliate. Kunai missed, and close-quarter strikes all adhered to the strategy of visual obstruction. Shirzue believed that even if he refrained from leaping in response to the water snake's onslaught, and chose not to counter with fire techniques, but rather sidestepped to devise alternative responses, Akane must have had corresponding solutions in mind. Their intense sparring sessions had not only allowed both to reacquaint themselves with each other's capabilities but also served as a means of gathering intelligence. Akane's strategy was excellent, flawlessly executed. Yet, regrettably, he faced the Sharingan. When confronting Akane, Shirzue did not unleash his full potential. The fist grazed the tip of Shirzue's nose as it sliced through the air. A kunai was hurled from Akane's blind spot, striking her precisely. With a puff, Akane's form erupted into a cloud of smoke within Shirzue's line of sight. Snakebind. An excited shout echoed behind Shirzue as serpentine figures erupted from the water's surface, entangling his body in a tight embrace, preventing any escape. Got you. A kunai emerged from behind, pressed against Shirzue's neck. Crack. In Akane's astonished gaze, Shirzue, ensnared by the serpents, suddenly transformed into a flock of crows, soaring free from the writhing mass. They coalesced midair, reconstituting the upper half of Shirzue's form. Jinjutsu? Impossible. I clearly did not look into your eyes. Akane found it difficult to accept this scene, despite having executed each step flawlessly. Why had she ultimately fallen victim to an illusion? Jinjutsu can be initiated through more than just the eyes, movements, sounds, sensations, and certain special techniques can all trigger it. Visual-based illusions are merely the easiest to ensnare. Floating above, Shirzue gazed down at Akane. Damn! Just as Akane uttered this, she felt her body uncontrollably bound to a wooden frame. The next moment brought an excruciating pain, as if 1,000 blades were carving into her. Although this was but an illusion, the sensation was terrifyingly real. Was that crow a creation of the Yin release? In the eyes of Orochimaru and Shikaku, the scene unfolded quite differently. Countless serpents restrained Akane in place, her expression marked by terror and anguish. Shirzue stood opposite her, dispelling the hand seals. Yet, the flurry of crows remained vividly visible to both Orochimaru and Shikaku. Orochimaru keenly sensed an anomaly, licking the corner of his lips and squinting as he spoke. Although his words were framed as a question, they were laced with a certainty that was unmistakable. He was aware that Shirzue had a penchant for raising crows, having tailored numerous ninjutsu in response to these birds. However, the essence of the Yin release chakra emanating from below was strikingly clear to him. Dine, who stood beside Orochimaru, could perceive the palpable force of the Yin release even more acutely, affirming that this was no mere summoning technique involving crows. This was the manifestation of Yin release, a power that emerged after mastering the chakra to a profound level. It was an illusion that danced between reality and fantasy. Dine recalled the technique Shirzue had once demonstrated, the illusory, instantaneous technique, which showcased this ethereal power in a breathtaking manner. It was a technique potent enough to earn a ninja renown throughout the shinobi world. As for the future, Shirzue could potentially use the crows of Yin release as vessels for his eternal Meijiki Sharingan, encapsulating the full extent of its power. And what summoning creature could possibly bear the weight of such immense energy, let alone release it? What crow could be consumed by an individual, merging into their being as a technique that lay dormant, awaiting activation? It could only be said that Shirzue had mastered the Yin release to such an extraordinary degree that it resembled the art of transforming illusions into reality. The serpentine forms dissipated into clouds of white smoke, and Akamichi collapsed to the ground, succumbing to unconsciousness. Yet, the onlookers remained unfazed. This had become a common occurrence. After each spar with Shirzue, Akamichi would inevitably lose consciousness. Despite Shirzue's efforts to moderate his strength, the mental state of Akamichi would invariably slip into a temporary state of dormancy, as per Dine's request. In simpler terms, it was a protective mechanism. Dine had devised methods to swiftly recuperate and heal from this psychological strain. Otherwise, prolonged exposure could lead to severe mental issues for Akamichi. This somewhat brutal form of sparring had accelerated Akamichi's experience in countering Genjutsu, significantly enhancing her mental resilience and resistance to illusions. At the very least, common Genjutsu had become increasingly ineffective against her when she was focused. After all, the sensory Genjutsu of the Akamichi clan and the Sharingan techniques of the Uchiha clan far surpassed the capabilities of ordinary Genjutsu practitioners. Orochimaru-sama. Shursui greeted respectfully as Orochimaru entered the arena. Your growth is truly remarkable, Shursui-kun. Even among shinobi, you would be considered formidable now, Orochimaru remarked, gazing at Uchiha Shursui with admiration. As a genius himself, Orochimaru had a discerning eye for talent, and without a doubt, Shursui was a prodigy who had captured his attention. Although he bore the Uchiha bloodline, he did not merely rely on the power of his eyes. Rather, he had integrated his ocular abilities with his own strength to forge a unique path. Reflecting on the time when Shursui was assigned, his strength was merely that of a nin. However, over the years, his prowess has grown at an astonishing pace, especially after unlocking the Mangekyou Sharingan. Even Orochimaru could sense a certain threat emanating from him. Although Orochimaru initially dismissed the Sharingan, he now remains indifferent to it. Yet Shusui's Mangekyou has ignited within him a fervent curiosity. The eyes of Uchiha Madara, who once fought alongside the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, possess immense research value from any perspective. At the very least, Orochimaru is eager to understand the power of the Mangekyou and how it stands in comparison to its release. He has long been, and continues to be, captivated by the first Hokage's would release. The shock and wonder brought forth by Hashirama's cells still resonate with him. Akin to an inexhaustible treasure, Shusui's Mangekyou reveals a power that stands in stark contrast to that of the first Hokage. He has previously engaged in tests of skill with Shusui, witnessing the might of the Mangekyou firsthand. Whether it be the astonishing Genjutsu or the awe-inspiring giant skeletal structure, he has felt a palpable pressure of power. The wood release of Senju and the Sharingan of Uchiha represent the dual forces of Yang and Yin, igniting within him an insatiable urge to explore their potential synergy. You flatter me, Shursui modestly replied. Such compliments were not uncommon, particularly during clan comparisons and sparring matches, where many of his clansmen often expressed similar sentiments. Nevertheless, to hear such praise from one of the legendary Sannin and the most favored candidate for the fourth Hokage, Orochimaru, was indeed surprising. Shursui did not place much importance on the accolades, yet he could distinctly sense that Orochimaru harbored no malice or disdain towards the Uchiha clan. Like other ninja clans, the Uchiha were viewed no differently in Orochimaru's eyes. Shursui believed this was sufficient for the Uchiha clan. A Hokage without prejudice against the Uchiha could at least alleviate the conflicts between the village and the clan. With Fugaku as the clan leader, he could likely suppress some of the more extreme voices within the clan, facilitating cooperation with Lord Orochimaru. Additionally, Shursui discreetly glanced at Nara Shikamaru, who stood beside Orochimaru. Should Orochimaru ascend to the position of fourth Hokage, it was almost certain that the fifth Hokage would be chosen from either Anko or Shikaku. Compared to Anko, Shursui believed that Shikaku had a higher probability of success. Moreover, Shikaku clearly held no bias against the Uchiha clan. With 2 generations of Hokage, the Uchiha could finally integrate into the village rather than remaining as outsiders as they currently were. If Itachi could become Shikaku's disciple, then Fugaku and the elder members of the clan would surely pledge their unwavering support to Orochimaru and Shikaku, wouldn't they? Having frequently trained with Itachi, Shursui was acutely aware that Itachi's talent rivaled his own, and he would undoubtedly awaken the same eyes in the future. He believed that Itachi should not be confined to the clan, but instead should broaden his horizons to encompass the village. If Itachi were indeed able to become a disciple of Kakashi, it would at least present the possibility of a 6th generation, significantly alleviating the clan's resentment and anger towards the village. The esteemed clan leader, Fugaku, would undoubtedly welcome such an outcome. How bitter. With her eyes closed and a grimace on her face, Ak had pinched her nose and gulped down a bowl of dark, murky medicinal soup. After finishing, her stomach churned violently, and she felt that she would need to consume at least 3 more bowls of red bean soup to quell the nausea. It's far too unpalatable. Akkad gritted her teeth, forcing the words out syllable by syllable, terrified that opening her mouth even slightly would cause her to vomit the concoction. Persevere. This is how all medicinal brews are, Kakashi reassured her. Have you ever tasted it? Akkad retorted, covering her mouth. The men of the Nara clan are all like walking medicine cabinets, Kakashi replied with a calm demeanor, gesturing towards a circular platform behind Akkad and indicating that she should step onto it. After glancing at Kakashi and then at Orochimaru, who was diligently inspecting the experimental data and procedures, Akkad sidestepped Uchiha Shursui and swiftly leaped onto the platform, standing upright as Kakashi had previously instructed. Kakashi manipulated the instruments beside him, and a cylindrical, hollow, transparent canister rose from beneath the platform, seamlessly connecting with a funnel-shaped top above. A layer of nutrient solution began to seep up from the platform beneath her feet, gradually rising and enveloping Akkad in its depths. Moments later, the instruments beside Kakashi displayed a flurry of data streams, reflecting Akkad's current physical condition and the fluctuations in medicinal absorption and consumption. Based on the data, Kakashi continuously adjusted the settings, adding medicine and making necessary tweaks to ensure the experiment proceeded safely. Throughout this process, Akkad, submerged in the nutrient solution, seemed to lose her agency, as if ensnared in an illusion. The agony etched on her face, however, indicated that she was undergoing some form of excruciating pain. After a series of adjustments, Kakashi halted the controls of the instruments. Beyond terminating the experiment and attempting to rescue Akkad, he could do nothing else. The calibrated instruments would autonomously follow the inputted protocols until the experiment either failed or succeeded. Orochimaru approached and joined Kakashi, both observing Akkad in the canister with a sense of anticipation. Perhaps others had not yet recognized it, but to Orochimaru, this experiment conducted by Kakashi was akin to bestowing a ninja with a bloodline limit's technological achievement. He had undertaken similar endeavors in the past. His research into the would-release bloodline aimed to restore Konoha's possession of the would-release bloodline limit. Yet, Kakashi's research diverged significantly from his own. While Danzo and Orochimaru sought immediate results, often selecting members predominantly from the Senju clan for their experiments to maximize success rates, Kakashi's approach was different. His research resembled the extraction of a specific trait from a bloodline, which he then endeavored to impart to others. This transformation is notably gentler, resulting in a diminished likelihood of rejection. Correspondingly, the probability of success is significantly heightened. Most importantly, Looney's selection criteria for experimental subjects is considerably broader, not demanding a specific bloodline. Thus, he is profoundly intrigued by and supportive of Looney's research, hoping for its success. For this technique, if Looney remains forthright, could serve as a sustenance. Has the first phase been successful? After a brief moment, observing the gradual restoration of calmness on Hondo's distorted visage, Orochimaru's gaze shifted to the data displayed on the instrument. Without requiring a response from Looney, Orochimaru deduced the outcome from the data he glimpsed. Indeed, the first phase was successful. Looney exhaled in relief. The initial phase involved the complete assimilation of the previous medication, whereby adjustments and enhancements were made to Hondo's body under the medication's influence, aiming to achieve a balance with the external nutrient solution imbued with would-release bloodline power. The experiment commenced by allowing Hondo to initially absorb a portion of the nutrient solution's energy, monitoring for any potential rejection reactions. Should complications arise at this stage, the experiment would need to be temporarily halted to stabilize Hondo's condition, conducting thorough examinations and comparisons with experimental data to identify the underlying issues. After resolving these problems and making necessary adjustments, the first phase would be repeated, necessitating a certain amount of time. If no issues emerged in the first phase and everything proceeded smoothly, with optimal drug absorption and favorable life signs exhibited by Hondo, the experiment could seamlessly transition into the second phase. The second phase entails a comprehensive infiltration and subtle transformation of the body, a medical technique at the cellular level. The canister, adorned with sealing technique runes on its top cover, serves as a medical chamber and the final protective measure. The control of this medical chamber falls under the expertise of the medic, Nanoyu. During Tsunade's absence from the village, Nanoyu has established herself as one of the village's foremost medical ninjas, also receiving a salary from the Technology Development Department. At this moment, she is donning a heavy metallic helmet, interconnected with numerous canisters, diligently addressing medical ninjutsu challenges in the corner. However, in Looney's testing, once the second phase commences, external influences and assistance significantly diminish. They can at most manage post-procedural care. The second phase becomes Hondo's battlefield. If she can endure the pain without exhibiting rejection and begins to accommodate the new energy during her bodily transformation, The sole determinant of ultimate success will rest upon her own perseverance. In contrast to the first phase, this represents a prolonged waiting period. As for the third phase, it is the stage of recovery and observation. This phase primarily focuses on assessing Hongdo's body to ascertain if the newfound energy presents any residual effects and to evaluate the extent of its efficacy and stability. The individuals present exhibit remarkable patience. Their primary forms oversee the experiment, yet they remain unimpeded in dispatching shadow clones to attend to other duties, including Nanoyu, who has sent a clone to oversee the medical department. Only Shirzue remained on site, without the ability to create clones. The second phase lasted for 3 continuous days and nights, during which Lu Nye had changed shifts several times. Ultimately, on the morning of the 4th day, Hongdo's consciousness began to awaken under the instrument's detection, regaining control of her own body. Bang! Upon awakening, she opened her eyes and, finding herself still immersed in the nutrient solution, instinctively began to struggle. Her delicate hands clenched into fists, banging against the glass wall. The piercing alarm echoed throughout the laboratory, startling Lu Nye, who was on night duty. When Shirzue hurried over from her family, she was met with the sight of Hongdo, resembling a ravenous beast, devouring food at a barbecue restaurant. A piece of meat, freshly grilled, was pinched between her fingers and, without a hint of concern for the heat, was promptly stuffed into her mouth. As Shirzue lifted the curtain to enter, she noticed Hongdo's cheeks bulging like a balloon, crammed full. Next to her lay a towering stack of emptied plates. Lu Nye rested her chin on her hands, sitting across from the insatiable Hongdo, who had been eating for nearly an hour. In her heart, she calculated that this was approaching the consumption level of an entire clan of the Chiodao. A glutton. Has the experiment succeeded? Shirzue observed Hongdo, engrossed in her meal, seemingly oblivious to all distractions, and instinctively glanced at Lu Nye for confirmation. I suppose it's a success, Lu Nye replied, shifting her posture and propping her chin on her hands. We still need to observe the subsequent tests and complete examinations. And what about her now? Shirzue gestured toward the seemingly insatiable Hongdo. Her body is merely signaling a need for food, although the nutrient solution can sustain her vital signs. The hunger she feels upon awakening is insatiable, Lu Nye expressed her concern. You don't look well, Shirzue observed keenly, sensing Lu Nye's troubled mood. I was just thinking, if she eats this much, will I end up footing the bill? My funds are entirely depleted from the experiments. Lu Nye shot a frustrated glance at Shirzue. Shirzue felt a shiver at Lu Nye's look, but still kindly retrieved her wallet, pushing the money she had accumulated from her tasks toward Lu Nye. Use mine. I haven't been of much help, so let me treat you, Shirzue smiled warmly. Hongdo mumbled incoherently with her mouth full, giving Shirzue a thumbs up amidst her meal. What did she say? Shirzue asked, slightly bewildered. She is expressing her gratitude for your generosity, Lu Nye replied, graciously taking the bulging wallet from Shirzue and taking a quick glance inside. An hour passed. Like a voracious dragoness, Hongdo finally began to slow her pace of consumption, savoring her food as if she were truly alive once more, witnessing her immense appetite. Shirzue's expression also grew somewhat unsettled. Is this considered a side effect? Shirzue quietly inquired of Lu Nye. If one's appetite reaches such an extraordinary level, the total earnings of their entire team from their missions might barely suffice for a mere serving of red beans. Of course, this notion is somewhat exaggerated, nonetheless. As an elite ch-nin, his mission rewards are still quite considerable. However, this does not diminish the astonishment brought forth by the surging appetite of red bean. Fear not. This is likely just a temporary phase. Lu Nye discerned the question that Ji Shui was about to pose and explained, she currently requires a substantial influx of external energy, and meat serves as one of the most gentle and suitable means of replenishment. Have you not observed that despite her copious consumption, her stomach remains unexpanded? Her digestive organs are working tirelessly to replenish her depleted body. Burp. I am somewhat satiated. Red Bean wiped the greasy corners of her mouth, feeling a bit embarrassed as she addressed her 2 teammates. Lu Nye remarked that she should not overindulge in her first meal. Her body must first undergo an adaptation phase. Ji Shui gazed at the table, which had been cleared multiple times, yet remained devoid of any remnants, and nodded silently. As they prepared to depart, Red Bean caught the admiring gaze of the owner of the Chiu Dao barbecue restaurant. What shall we do next? Ji Shui inquired, observing Red Bean behind him, blissfully savoring a skewer of meatballs. We will take her for examination and testing, Lu Nye replied. He too was intrigued to see how much Red Bean's strength would amplify after this trial. In the forest, a resounding crack echoed as a tree, as thick as a person's waist, splintered and collapsed, sending branches crashing down and leaves scattering across the ground. Before the fallen tree stood Red Bean, still poised to strike. She gazed at the toppled giant with a hint of disbelief, glancing at her own fist before turning to her two teammates, her expression one of utter bewilderment. She was even oblivious to the rapid healing of her bruised and scraped knuckles, which were swiftly returning to their normal hue. Is this really me? Red Bean murmured to herself. While she was indeed capable of felling such a stout tree, it would typically require the full activation of her bloodline abilities. Yet now, without invoking her bloodline powers or exerting herself to the fullest, she had accomplished what once required her utmost effort. Water release, water surge. At Lunya's silent cue, Red Bean proceeded to experiment with her ninjutsu. After forming the necessary hand seals, she inhaled deeply and forcefully unleashed a torrent of water toward the ground. Boom! A column of water, resembling a dragon, erupted from her body, surging upward and ultimately transforming into cascading waves that poured down from above. The volume of water akin to a small lake surged and swirled between the trees of the forest. The foremost rows of trees were effortlessly uprooted by the crashing waves, colliding with those behind them. The amount of chakra has increased, and consequently, the scale and power of the ninjutsu have also amplified, Jishui observed softly, taking in the scene before him. While the quantity of chakra does not solely determine a ninja's prowess, it is undeniably true that a greater chakra reserve grants a significant advantage during confrontations of equal rank. At the very least, it allows for a prolonged battle. Subsequently, Akane conducted further experiments with her other jutsu, all of which exhibited an enhancement in potency. However, the most profound change was in her physical constitution. Her strength had amplified, and her spirit had been tempered to a remarkable resilience, enabling her to harness a greater volume of chakra. The most striking transformation, however, lay in her extraordinary recuperative abilities, akin to that of a Jinchuriki, allowing her to rapidly self-heal wounds under the influence of chakra. When Shina attempted to inflict a deep gash on Akane's arm with a kunai, the injury, though initially severe, had nearly healed entirely, save for the still fresh blood. In a remarkably short span of time, although a more thorough examination had yet to be conducted, Akane felt a profound satisfaction with the results of this experimental enhancement. At the very least, she had witnessed the promises made by Shina come to fruition. Currently, she struggled to exert perfect control over her body and newfound strength, occasionally losing restraint and causing inadvertent destruction. However, given a modicum of time to reacquaint herself with her physical form, she was confident that she would soon master her surging powers.